Son, you've been single for 25 years. When are you going to bring me a daughter-in-law? Mom, I need a girl to like me first. Fine, my son is so handsome. How can he not be liked by girls? Let me have a fat grandson soon. Everything is fine at home. Live well in Shanghai. If you have any difficulties, tell me. Alright. I still have to cook for your dad. I'll hang up first. If you need money, tell me and I'll ask your dad to transfer money into your bank card. In the rented apartment, Lin Fan hung up. It was about bringing home a girlfriend again. Lin Fan's mother had already urged him dozens of times to bring a girlfriend home. But where could he find a girlfriend? Lin Fan had graduated from university for 3 years. He rented a small house in Shanghai and opened a small restaurant. It was difficult for him to even support himself. Every inch of land in Shanghai was worth money. Lin Fan didn't have much money and couldn't rent a good restaurant position. His business was poor and he often only had one customer, Xiao Wanqiu. As for getting a girlfriend, Lin Fan had never considered it. Even though there were many girls chasing him, Lin Fan had been the school hunk since elementary school after all. Even if he was wearing a simple white shirt, there were still many girls who would turn around on the streets. There was no other reason. He was simply too handsome. After dressing, brushing his teeth and washing his face, he looked at the handsome young man in the mirror. He had a perfect figure and a handsome face. He was handsome and charismatic. Lin Fan only had one feeling. I'm really handsome, but could being handsome serve as food? Could being handsome help him afford betrothal gifts? Ding. Discovered master. System binding. Ding. The god-level nouveau riche has been successfully binded to the system. Master, please begin your first sign-in as soon as possible. Just as Lin Fan was about to head out, a robotic voice entered his mind. A series of numbers appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Master, Lin Fan system level, LV1 height, 182 personal wealth, none bank deposit, $50 harem. What are you thinking about? Skills, none sign-in? Lin Fan was a little stunned. Looking at this line of numbers, he felt like his life had been insulted. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't afford betrothal gifts, would he still be a single dog? Mere system, go away. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on signing in successfully. You have received a Lake Heart Villa in Blue Wave Bay District. The property deed has been issued to the system warehouse. Master, please take note. Blue Wave Bay District, Lake Heart Villa? Lin Fan asked in disbelief. To have a house in Shanghai, it would cost at least 2 to 3 million yuan, and it had to be outside the suburbs. The housing prices in the city center were even more unimaginable. Blue Wave Bay District was a famous high-end district in Shanghai. The housing prices here were at least 200,000 yuan per square meter. The districts were divided into high-level districts and villa districts. Even the villa district had distinct buildings. There were dozens of buildings in the high-level district. They occupied a large area and had a complete property management. The security system was top-notch and the environment was beautiful. The cheapest high-level district cost 2 to 3 million yuan per square meter, and the ordinary villas in the Blue Wave Bay neighborhood were worth hundreds of millions. Especially the villa at the center of Blue Wave Bay, Lake Heart Villa, had a value that exceeded 200 million. The Blue Wave Bay district was a place that many people yearned for even in their dreams. However, not everyone could afford to buy a house here. Just the price of 200,000 yuan per square meter was enough to deter many people. As for Lin Fan, he owned the most luxurious villa in the villa district in Blue Wave Bay. Lin Fan tried to retrieve it from the system warehouse. Suddenly, a red book appeared on the table in front of him. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. This was the title deed. The red book was exceptionally eye-catching. Lin Fan was stunned. In other words, everything that had just happened was not a dream. Azure Cloud District, 583 Fangdian Road, Blue Wave Bay, Lake Heart Villa. House owner, Lin Fan. Lin Fan flipped open the title deed and looked at it. He saw his name, Lake Heart Villa, owner's name Lin Fan. At the same time, Lin Fan switched on his phone and saw the news. Shocking, the most valuable Lake Heart Villa in Blue Wave Bay was bought by a mysterious tycoon. This tycoon's net worth is probably no less than 1 billion. The news and the title deed were all in front of Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan only had a single feeling. He was rich. The Azure Cloud District was filled with wealthy people, and the property prices in the Blue Wave Bay District had never dropped. The villas were even more priceless. In other words, money alone was not enough to buy a villa in Blue Wave Bay. Every villa in Shanghai was priceless. The value of this Lake Heart Villa was immeasurable. If I sold this mansion, I would get at least 100 million. Explore Todd T stories at no/l//bin. CM 100 million wasn't much to a true tycoon, but to Lin Fan, it was a fortune that he would never be able to obtain in his entire life. Lin Fan could buy more than 10 houses in the suburbs and be a landlord. He could even build a small second floor for his parents in the countryside. Most importantly, he could afford betrothal gifts, take a pretty girlfriend home, have 1 or 2 kids, buy a house and a car, and never have to worry about food and clothing ever again. Lin Fan looked at the title deed in his hand and felt that he had struck gold. Ding. The property, cars, and other fixed assets obtained by signing in to the system cannot be sold. Moreover, the source of any fixed assets is reasonable and legal. The paperwork is complete and no one will suspect anything. This system exists to allow Master to experience life better and enjoy the pleasures of life. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Lin Fan was discouraged once more. Fine, my dream of becoming a landlord is shattered and the girlfriend I've got is gone. Was it so difficult to have a prettier girlfriend? But on second thought, Lin Fan perked up. He had the system. He could sign in once a day. Maybe he could get something better tomorrow. The name of the system was God-level nouveau riche sign in system. In other words, Lin Fan could rent out dozens of houses, have dozens of luxury cars, and dozens of girls. I'm such an upright person. Am I that kind of person? No matter what, Lin Fan believed in the existence of the system. However, this didn't affect Lin Fan's mentality. In the future, he would collect rent and earn money every day. He wouldn't have to worry about cars and houses anymore. He would buy a few villas and drive a few luxury cars. When he had the time, he would travel around, look at the scenery, and flirt with girls. He would experience a life without stress and experience the joy of life. Occasionally, he would go out with a few friends to play soccer, golf, and exercise. It would be such a comfortable life. The life of the rich was simple and boring. Lin Fan's goal was to be a god-level nouveau riche quiet. Let's go. The most urgent matter at hand was to visit the villa in Blue Wave Bay. Although he had a title deed, he still had to confirm it. Lin Fan was lucky to have the system. He only had $50 in saving. He couldn't even afford a taxi and could only ride a tricycle. It was an ordinary tricycle that was used for grocery shopping. Lin Fan went out and rode his tricycle to Blue Wave Bay. He suppressed his excitement and rode for 5 hours before finally arriving at the entrance of Blue Wave Bay. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's good physique and him not staying up at night, he wouldn't have been able to ride such a long distance. Blue Wave Bay was one of the most upscale districts in Shanghai. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by the security guards. It wasn't because the security guards had bad taste. Lin Fan was wearing cheap clothes that cost tens of dollars and riding a tricycle. Anyone would have stopped him. However, to Lin Fan's surprise, the security guards were too enthusiastic. According to the usual novels, the security guards would first look down on the protagonist and chase him away. Then, they would criticize the protagonist for being poor. In the end, the protagonist would shout that change is the only constant. But in reality, Blue Wave Bay was the richest neighborhood. The security guards here had undergone special training. Even if they were facing poor people, they would not neglect them. The thing was, Lin Fan was a very handsome. How could such a handsome person look like an ordinary person? Hello? Please show me your door card. A tall security captain hurried over and smiled. Door card? I just bought a house. Is the title deed okay? Lin Fan took out the title deed. Of course. The security department of Blue Wave Bay District welcomes Mr. Lin. The security captain stood straight and respectfully. After looking at the title deed, his gaze turned serious. Welcome, Mr. Lin. The security guards quickly lined up in 2 rows and bowed to Lin Fan in unison. Mr. Lin, please come in. If you need any service, feel free to bring it up. The Blue Wave Bay District has top-notch security, the security captain said. After all, this was the Blue Wave Bay District. The security here surprised Lin Fan. If it were security guards from any other place, they would have chased him away when they saw him riding on a broken tricycle and wearing street goods. Without much thought, Lin Fan rode his tricycle into the district. After walking far away, the security captain heaved a sigh of relief. Captain, is that person really the owner of the district? I don't think so. The new security guard asked. Xiao Lu, remember this. The more ordinary someone is, the more you can't underestimate. Do you know what happened today? The Lake Heart Villa in our district was bought by a mysterious tycoon, the security captain said earnestly. Holy shit. Mr. Lin is the owner of the Lake Heart Villa? Many rich people want to buy the Lake Heart Villa, but the villa hasn't been sold for 2 years. There's only one Lake Heart Villa in the entire Blue Wave Bay district. Many people can't buy it even if they have the money. My goodness, Mr. Lin is too low profile. Wearing street goods and riding a tricycle to the Blue Wave Bay district. Is this the world of the rich? Even the trained security guards were shocked. Lin Fan was the owner of the most luxurious villa in the entire Blue Wave Bay district, Lake Heart Villa. New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN. Co/M the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. There was only one Lake Heart Villa in the Blue Wave Bay district, which meant that it could rise in value in the future. This was also the reason why many tycoons wanted to buy the Lake Heart Villa. In a few years, the value of the villa would double. He had just entered the district. Compared to those luxury cars, Lin Fan's tricycle was too different from the norm. In less than a moment, he had attracted the attention of many girls. Wow, look, there's a handsome guy riding a tricycle there. I love it, I love it. I didn't know anyone could look so cool while riding a tricycle. That handsome guy seems to be the new owner of our neighborhood. I've never seen him before. What's his name? I feel like I'm in love. Lin Fan was already used to being surrounded by people. He was handsome, so he had no choice but to accept it. When he walked into the Blue Wave Bay district, Lin Fan was stunned. Blue Wave Bay district was a high-end district in Shanghai. The environment in the district, vegetation, and air were already extremely good. The scenery around him was beautiful. Multicolored light filled the sky and the setting sun shone on the lake. It was beautiful beyond word. He first passed through a few dozen high-level districts before seeing the villa district. Walking further in, he entered the villa district. Village-style exquisite villas were scattered among the verdant trees. It seemed to be far away from all the hustle and bustle of the city. Here, a high-rise house cost 20 to 30 million yuan. And the price of a villa was more than 100 million. There were a total of 10 small islands in the district. The roads were connected, and there were black marble floors and white light red tile. The 10 villas were scattered around the small island in succession. Among them, the most luxurious was the Lake Heart Villa. In terms of size, location, and renovation, it was far superior to any other villa. The balcony of the Lake Heart Villa was very big, and the sea view in the distance could be seen clearly. In front of the villa was a huge lawn with a swimming pool at the back. On the right side of the villa was a parking lot surrounded by flowers and plants. As far as the eye could see, there were many girls in bikinis by the lake. Under the setting sun, they looked like a landscape painting. The moment Lin Fan entered the villa, a pretty girl was already waiting there. Xia Ranran, the property agent of Blue Wave Bay District. She had long received news that the villa in the middle of the lake had been bought by a mysterious tycoon, so she was here to welcome him. When Xia Ranran saw Lin Fan, if it was in the past, she would definitely not actively look for a rickshaw rider. But Lin Fan's figure, looks, and aura stunned Xia Ranran. A simple white long-sleeved shirt and a handsome face. Even though he was riding a dilapidated tricycle, he gave off a clean and carefree feeling. Lin Fan's actions, face, and calm demeanor made him look like an absolute hunk. If there was a way to describe him, it would be Prince Charming. Xia Ranran was stunned. He's way too handsome. Hello, do you know how to get around here? Lin Fan asked as he rode his tricycle to Xia Ranran. Yes. Handsome. May I know which house you own? I'll bring you there. Xia Ranran's cheeks heated up as she gave a standard smile, feeling a little embarrassed. Prince Charming had actually taken the initiative to talk to her. The most important thing was that when she looked at Lin Fan up close, he was still so handsome. Here. Lin Fan took out his title deed. Ah, so you are the owner of the Lake Heart Villa. I didn't expect you to be so young, so talented, and so different from the rest. Xia Ranran lowered her head shyly. She was already stunned. Those who could afford the Lake Heart Villa were worth at least 1 billion. She had originally thought that only those big bosses could afford such a villa. But Lin Fan was so young, so handsome, and so rich. You flatter me. Lin Fan smiled. When they reached the entrance of the Lake Heart Villa, Xia Ranran looked at Lin Fan's back view and blinked. Handsome, I'll be in charge of the property management in the future, so can I add you on WeChat? After adding Lin Fan on WeChat, Xia Ranran held her phone as her heart pounded. He was so handsome and rich. Who wouldn't like him? However, she was still a reserved girl and didn't lose her mind. Mr. Lin, welcome to Blue Wave Bay. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact me anytime. Xia Ranran smiled. Thank you. Lin Fan nodded and walked into the room. The villa had already been renovated and was extremely luxurious. The floor was made of black marble, and the living room was filled with crystal chandeliers that were as bright as mirrors. There were designer cushions imported from pure black incense, wood tables, and exquisite bookcases. There was a full floor-to-ceiling glass, a huge swimming pool, leather sofa, mahogany furniture, a warm waterbed, and a luxurious esports room with RTX 2080 Ti. There was also a movie theater on the basement level. There were a total of 3 floors outside the villa. The cobblestone path was surrounded by a variety of flower and wood bases. It was decorated in a classical style with continuous arches and corridors. There was also a balcony on the roof and a deck chair. The view was wide, and he could even see the bikini-clad ladies by the lake not far away. The living room was huge and had all sorts of famous furniture. Lin Fan, who had never lived in a villa before, felt what it meant to be rich for the first time. There were artworks hanging on the wall. The decor was stunning, and there were many things that Lin Fan had never seen before. Piano room, gym, esports room, cinema hall, everything was there. This villa could even be used for soccer. Lin Fan laid on the soft bed and breathed in the fresh air of the villa. It was great to have a house, and it was a villa. Living in such a huge villa, it would be even better if he had a girlfriend. Lin Fan couldn't help but think of the catgirl who often came to the restaurant. Xia Wanqiu was his junior high school and high school deskmate. She went to Beijing Film University, and after graduation, she developed even better. She had already become a huge celebrity with tens of millions of fans and was the most popular celebrity under Yuehua. She was beautiful, had a sweet heart, and liked little animals. Although she had become the dream lover of countless men, she had never acted in a kissing scene on screen. She had never even held hands with anyone. Xia Wanqiu would always sneak into Lin Fan's restaurant. Wearing a hat with 2 cat ears, she would enter the restaurant and ask Lin Fan for good food. Lin Fan shook his head. Thinking back to his days in junior high school, he smiled. Now that he was living a difficult life in Shanghai's small restaurant, he only had $50 in his card. However, she was a big star. This distance was difficult to cross. However, Lin Fan didn't really care. As long as he could enjoy life peacefully, that would be great. The next day, Lin Fan returned to his rented apartment to pack his things. He still couldn't give up on the restaurant. It was a small restaurant that his parents had opened for him. Furthermore, Lin Fan only had $50. If he didn't go to the restaurant, how could he earn some money to barely maintain his life? The villa was good, but it could not be sold or exchanged for money. Find a good-looking rich woman to be his sugar mummy? Was Lin Fan someone like that? A new day has begun. Do you want to sign in? The system's voice sounded. Sign in. Lin Fan said in his heart. He was still looking forward to it. He wondered if he would be able to get anything good today. Ding. Signed in successfully. Obtained a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The sports car and car keys, as well as the relevant proof, have been issued to the system warehouse. The license has been automatically processed. Master can proceed with the collection of the car. Bugatti? Lin Fan had heard of Bugatti before. It was a super sports car. Each Bugatti cost more than $25 million. Bugatti cars were all handmade and custom-made. They could only produce dozens of cars a year. I know Bugatti. What is this La Voiture Noire? Lin Fan went online to check. Bugatti La Voiture Noire, a worldwide limited edition super sports car. The official price was €1.67 million, which was equivalent to 126 million yuan. In other words, this was a sports car worth hundreds of millions. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire adopted an extremely exaggerated design style, with more complex lines on the front of the face, more turbulent flaps, and air vents. At the same time, the new car adopted a design-oriented grille, which was applied to the new car's LED headlights. The car was made of handmade carbon fiber and had a matte black surface. The bumper was placed in the car. The car window design was inspired by the glass visor on the helmet. The windshield seemed to fuse seamlessly into the side window. In terms of power, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire was powered by the Bugatti's 8.0 liters 4-turbo W16 engine. The maximum output was 1,479 horsepower/1, 103 kWs and 1,600 Nm, 1,180 lb-ft torque, which was identical to the torque in Chiron and Devo, and, unbelievably, had 6 exhaust pipes attached to the back of the car. Lin Fan smiled when he saw the information on the sports car. A sports car worth 100 million yuan, and only one existed in the entire world. He also had the Lake Heart Villa in Blue Wei Bay District. He lived in a villa that cost more than 100 million yuan, and drove a sports car worth more than 100 million yuan. Lin Fan looked around and didn't see anyone or any cameras. He collected the sports car. Lin Fan looked at the Bugatti sports car. Whether it was the inlet duct, the exhaust pipe, or the engine, every detail was exquisitely made. The cool black car was extremely dazzling. After sitting in the car, Lin Fan felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. The car was exquisitely made and had a unique design. As he stepped on the accelerator, the roaring sound of an engine sounded. The Bugatti's big lights lit up, like a dazzling light released in the dark night. Domineering. On the street, everyone turned to look at the Bugatti and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, oh my god, this is a Bugatti. It's a super sports car. Even the cheapest Bugatti costs 20 to 30 million. I thought I would never see a sports car in my life, but I can actually see such a cool sports car in my lifetime. Which rich second-generation heir drove this car? He's so lucky. Hurry up and take a photo. If you miss this chance, you won't have another chance. TSK, I think this car is only worth a few million. How expensive can it be? Maybe this car is rented. Why are you acting so cool? Oh my god, this is a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Do you know how much this car costs? It's a sports car worth 126 million yuan. There's only one in the world. How can a car worth millions compare? If you hit this car, you won't be able to pay for it for the rest of your life. This is a limited edition car. How can you rent it out? This is a tycoon. Did you see the handsome guy in the sports car? He looks so handsome. It's a pity I didn't see him clearly. Lin Fan drove his luxury car and felt the gazes of the crowd. He was already used to it. The roar of the engine was like that of a wild beast, exuding a unique charm. Vis den Velben, CM for new updates. A sports car worth hundreds of millions. A Bugatti La Voiture Noire. With a beautiful swerve, he stopped at the entrance of the rented apartment. The car door opened automatically like a blooming butterfly and Lin Fan got out of the car. When they saw Lin Fan, the surrounding girls were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouth. He was a handsome young man dressed in simple clothes. He had an extraordinary appearance and an unparalleled temperament. The moment he stepped out of the car, the air around him seemed to stop flowing. His eyes were like the vast starry sky, and he held the car keys in his hand. No matter how one looked at him, he was the Prince Charming of many young girls. Lin Fan, who was driving a luxury car, was even more charming in the eyes of many girls. Jesus, he is too handsome. I love him. I originally thought that Bugatti was already very handsome, but after seeing him, I feel that his temperament and that of the sports car are so compatible. Handsome. Can we take a picture together? Actually, it doesn't matter if you have a sports car or not. It's just that you look so handsome. Driving a Bugatti feels pretty good. Is this the world's limited edition sports car? Lin Fan returned to his rented apartment. Felt so good to be in a luxury car. Lin Fan had been living very comfortably during the day. Now that he had a mansion and luxury car worth hundreds of millions, his life had become much more relaxed. In Shanghai, with a house and a car, there wasn't much pressure. Lin Fan also had a small restaurant. He didn't have to worry about food and clothes. He was relaxed and content. Other than lacking a girlfriend, he didn't know how beautiful his life would be in the future. It was just that he didn't have much money in his bank account. After a nap, he got up the next day to brush his teeth and wash his face. It's a new day. I wonder what I can get today. Another villa? Lin Fan was looking forward to it and was about to sign in. After signing in, the system's robotic voice sounded. Ding. Signed in successfully and received 3 RMB lottery card. Master has a chance to receive RMB 19999999999. The result of the lottery will automatically be sent to the host's bank card and won't arouse any suspicion. After signing in, 3 RMB lottery cards appeared in the system inventory. Lin Fan was elated. Wasn't the system way too awesome? Now, regardless of whether Lin Fan had gotten a luxury car or a villa, the most important thing was that he was still a pauper. He couldn't sell luxury cars or villas, so he couldn't turn them into cash. But this RMB lottery card could help Lin Fan's urgent needs. More importantly, the highest he could draw was 999,99999 yuan. That was close to 100 million renminbi. It's time to test my luck. My luck has always been good. Let's draw, said Lin Fan. Ding, the draw is successful. Congratulations, master, for obtaining 1 yuan. Ding, the draw is successful. Congratulations on receiving 2 yuan. The system's voice sounded. Oh, Lin Fan, I only got $3 after 2 draws? What a scam. Lin Fan was a little speechless. He rubbed his palms together and prepared for the 3rd draw. If he had drawn $1 again, Lin Fan would have vomited blood. Ding, the draw is successful. Congratulations, master, for obtaining 100,000 yuan. 100,000 renminbi? Lin Fan looked at the results of the 3rd draw and was pleasantly surprised. Although the first 2 draws were a little ridiculous, the 3rd draw was 100,000 renminbi. At the same time, a text came in from Construction Bank. Your savings account ending in 6115 received 100,000 yuan on June 23, 8:01 a.m. You have a balance of 100,053.04 yuan. Construction Bank. Lin Fan looked at the message on his phone and smiled. Indeed, the life of a god-level nouveau riche was just that simple and boring. Although he didn't receive a lot of money, this 100,000 yuan was enough for Lin Fan to tide over his urgent needs. Furthermore, he could sign in here every day. However, he still had to go to the restaurant. It was a restaurant left behind by his parents for him. Although there weren't many customers, it was Lin Fan's own business. Lin Fan packed his things and put on his loose clothes, preparing to pay the rent to the landlady. Lin Fan's landlady was called Wang Bing, and she was a nice person. After knocking on the door, Wang Bing was stunned for a moment. When she saw that it was Lin Fan, she smiled warmly and said, coming quickly. Have you been in any trouble recently? Little Lin, you've become more handsome recently. Sister Wang, you flatter me. I've always been like this. I came to look for you this time because I wanted to check out, said Lin Fan with a smile. Have you bought your own house? Which district is it in? Which district is it in? Wang Bing saw the red booklet in Lin Fan's room. How could she not understand? There's nothing special about it. A house is just a place for people to live in, Lin Fan said with a smile. He didn't specially brag about the villa in Blue Wave Bay. Aya, little Lin, you're so handsome, so young, and so outstanding. Isn't the restaurant's business getting better? You can even afford a house. I'm a little envious of you, Wang Bing said with a smile. If the restaurant's business was doing well, he could afford a house. The restaurant is fine, said Lin Fan without explaining much. It must be very tiring for you to manage a restaurant so well by yourself. 1 month's rent is 1,500. I'll refund you 1,200 yuan. Wang Bing took out her WeChat and transferred 1,200 yuan to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. Sister Wang, it's already the 23rd today. You can refund me $500. Wang Bing frowned and said, am I such a petty person? It's not easy for you to work alone outside. Just take it that I helped you. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me any face. But you have to do me a favor. The new furniture is back. Help me carry it up. Wang Bing looked at her phone and said, all right. Lin Fan and Wang Bing went downstairs together. When they reached downstairs, they saw a black sports car. It was the Bugatti La Voiture Noire that Lin Fan had driven over. Wow, a sports car. Who is so rich to be able to afford a sports car? This sports car should cost at least a few million yuan. Little Lin, you have to be careful. Don't touch the sports car. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the damages. Wang Bing revealed an envious expression. Lin Fan smiled and didn't explain anything. Little Lin, this furniture is a little heavy. Be careful, reminded Wang Bing. Don't worry. I'm in good health, Lin Fan said as he carried the furniture upstairs. Sigh, you youngsters have great stamina. Little Lin, you dropped something. Are these car keys? Little Lin, you bought a car too? Wang Bing picked up the keys on the ground and looked at Lin Fan. After Lin Fan put down the furniture, he took the car keys and smiled. I just bought a car. It's good as long as I can drive it. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche, or Volkswagen? Wang Bing asked. She was a little surprised that Lin Fan had bought a car and a house after not seeing him for a while. A cheap car cost at least hundreds of thousands, not to mention a Porsche that cost millions. Neither. Sister Wang, a car is just a means of transportation. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I drive such a car? Lin Fan replied. Although the Bugatti was his, Lin Fan didn't like to show off. It was better to keep a low profile. Even if he said that he was driving a Bugatti, no one would believe him. Not even his parents, let alone the landlady. That's true. What's the point of driving such a good car? I'm not rich, so I won't show off. However, little Lin, you can afford a car and a house. You're already very outstanding in Shanghai. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Wang Bing asked. Girlfriend? A few days ago, his mother had asked him the same question. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Sister Wang, do I look like someone who can find a girlfriend? I can't even afford the betrothal gift. Wang Bing shook her head and said with a smile, Little Lin, you're being modest again. How can a handsome person like you not be liked by girls? Isn't it just a betrothal gift? I don't really value those things. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. Little Lin, my daughter is already 18 years old. She's in her first year of university this year. Why don't I give you her WeChat so you can get to know her? I know your character. The betrothal gift isn't important. What's important is that you have ambition, Wang Bing said. Ahem, Sister Wang, I still have to rush to work. Let's talk about adding WeChat in the future. Lin Fan hurriedly wanted to leave. Hey, little Lin, don't go. Look at the photos, Wang Bing said. She saw that Lin Fan had a good character and was handsome. He even bought a house and car. No need. I'm rushing to work. Lin Fan declined for a long time, but Wang Bing still sent her daughter's phone number and WeChat to Lin Fan. Walking out of the room, Lin Fan sighed. He was handsome, but there were too many girls who liked him. He had no choice. It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to find a girlfriend. He just felt that he shouldn't be too casual when it came to finding a girlfriend. Otherwise, with Lin Fan's level of handsomeness, it wouldn't be a problem for him to exercise with many people every day. After Lin Fan left, Wang Bing thought about the car keys in Lin Fan's hands. The symbol on the car key seemed to be Bugatti. As for the car parked outside, it seemed to be La Voiture Noire. Wang Bing turned on the computer. After searching for a while, she stood rooted to the ground, unable to calm down. Oh my god, Bugatti La Voiture Noire, one of the world's limited edition cars. It costs 126 million yuan. Isn't the car key that little Lin dropped the Bugatti's key? There was a Bugatti parked outside earlier. No, I have to go out and check it out. She hurriedly ran out and realized that both the car and the person were gone. Wang Bing was filled with disbelief and envy. To be able to drive a top-notch sports car worth $100 million and one of the world's limited edition sports cars, Lin Fan's assets must have exceeded $1 billion. Turned out that Lin Fan had always been a rich man. He had only come out to experience life, driving the world's best sports car, keeping a low profile, being humble, and having a good character. Most importantly, he was so handsome. There was actually such a rich second-generation heir in the world. If she were 20 years younger, Wang Bing would have fallen for him. Ting, I have something to tell you. Let me introduce you to a boyfriend. He's super handsome and rich. Wang Bing dialed the number in her hand. At the food market, Lin Fan opened a small restaurant and needed to go to the food market to buy some food and condiment. However, Lin Fan's Bugatti was way too cool. On the streets of Jiang City, many people gathered around the Bugatti and exclaimed. Even in Shanghai, it was extremely difficult to see such a sports car. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire was even rarer, attracting the attention of many people. It was the first time such a sports car had appeared in Shanghai. Look, this is a Bugatti La Voiture Noire sports car. Guess how much this car cost? 126 million. D*MN, I've seen sports cars worth millions of yuan, but I've never seen a sports car worth 100 million yuan. There's only one limited edition sports car in the world, and it even has 8.0 liters of turbo engine W16. It's really a limited edition sports car. Driving such a sports car, could he be a rich second-generation heir? Since when did rich second-generation heirs become so rich? I'm envious, but why is this sports car in our food market? Could it be that a rich second-generation heir is here to buy groceries? Forget it, let me take a few photos first. When I see the owner of the car, I'll take a few photos too. Maybe the owner of the car is also very handsome. Stop bullshitting. This car can only be driven by a rich boss. Rich bosses are normally in their 40s or older. How can he be an ordinary rich second-generation heir, let alone a handsome guy? More and more people gathered around the sports car. Of course, no one dared to touch the sports car. Even if the paint dropped off, they could not afford to pay for it. When Lin Fan walked out of the food market, he saw a lot of people surrounding his car. He was already used to it. However, it would be troublesome if there were too many people. Lin Fan shook his head. Next time, it would be better to ride his tricycle out. Driving a luxury car would attract more attention. He just wanted to be a god-level nouveau riche quietly and live a normal life. It wouldn't be good if he was exposed as a celebrity. Can you make way? Lin Fan looked at the crowd. The luxury car was already surrounded. What are you shouting for? Is this car yours? I still want to take photos. You buyer, get out of the way. A woman dressed seductively waved her hand. This car belongs to my husband. Move aside, don't block the way. Another woman's voice sounded. Your husband's? Lin Fan took out his car keys and pressed the switch. Suddenly, the taillights of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire lit up, releasing a magnificent glow. Immediately after, the car door slowly opened like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. It was high-end, grand, and luxurious. The entire Bugatti seemed to have a life of its own, as if it was welcoming its owner. The crowd was stunned. The two bewitching women looked at Lin Fan in shock, especially the woman who said the car was her husband's. She looked ashamed. They were deeply shocked. Shouldn't only a rich boss in his 40s be able to afford such a car? In the end, a top sports car worth hundreds of millions belonged to a young man. Everyone, can you make way? Lin Fan's gentle voice rang out as he walked forward. All the onlookers looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was dressed simply. They were all street goods worth tens of dollars. However, Lin Fan's car was a sports car worth hundreds of millions. Everyone's worldview collapsed. Is this a real rich second-generation heir? Were all rich second-generation heirs so low-key? New st rise at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. He was wearing such plain clothes, yet he was driving such a luxurious car. This was a sports car worth over $100 million. Most importantly, when everyone saw Lin Fan, especially the girls, they stood rooted to the ground, unable to come back to their senses. He's so handsome. How can there be such a handsome person who drives a top-grade Bugatti? Quick, take a photo. Hunk, can we take a photo together? Hunk, what's your number? I want to get to know you. How nice would it be if this car really belonged to my husband? Handsome. Actually, I don't mind you being my husband. Is this the world of the rich? Wearing such simple clothes to experience life in the food market? Don't tell me you're going home to cook. Heavens, men who can cook and drive a Bugatti with one hand are the most handsome. The engine roared as Lin Fan drove the Bugatti and disappeared from everyone's sight. Listening to the words of those girls, Lin Fan could only think of escaping. He felt that if he stayed there any longer, he might even lose his innocence. Indeed, it was mainly because he was too handsome. Lin Fan sighed. In the past, when he rode his tricycle out, there were still many girls who asked him for his WeChat. But now that he was driving a Bugatti, his charm had increased a lot. The car stopped at a red light. Lin Fan lowered the window and looked out, wanting to get some air. The screams of the girls on the street could be heard. Look, sure enough, I've charmed another group of girls. Hurry up and take a photo. That person is so handsome. He will be my Prince Charming from now on. That's a Bugatti, isn't it? I've never seen anyone drive a sports car this handsome. Don't go, handsome. Don't go, Lin Fan, farewell. It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't like women, but the main point was, what were aunties doing here? A group of aunties doing plaza dancing chased after Lin Fan. Just thinking about it made Lin Fan scared. If it was a group of pretty, cute, long-legged girls, as Lin Fan stepped on the accelerator, the aunties could only sigh and leave in disappointment. Lin Fan drove his sports car and felt like a king. Along the way, the cars around him maintained a distance of 20 to 30 meters. When the traffic light turned red, the owner of a car was so scared that he kept cursing because he was scared of tailgating Lin Fan's Bugatti. Lin Fan drove all the way to his restaurant and found a place to park his car. It was better to live a peaceful life. Lin Fan sighed. In the future, when he went out to buy groceries, he would have to ride his tricycle out. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by aunties. Looking at the name of the restaurant, 100 Flavor Garden, Lin Fan smiled. It was only here that he could feel some happiness. After all, this was a business that his parents had left for him. It was also his capital to survive in Shanghai. In those peaceful days, although there was little business, he was always able to meet her. When he met the catgirl, his life became much more interesting. Let's get to work. Lin Fan opened the door and cleaned up the place. Then, he sat down to play on his phone and listen to music. Here, the location wasn't too good. There weren't many customers in a day. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. It would be better if he didn't have any business. It was more relaxing that way. Anyway, he had the sign-in system now. He had a car, a house, and $100,000 in savings. Lin Fan was happy to see such a life. Except, his life that should have been peaceful had changed a little because of her appearance. There was a knock on the door. Lin Fan looked over and saw two slender and fair long legs. The girl was wearing a cute cat-eared hat and was looking at him through the glass door. Lin Fan looked at the girl and finally saw her face clearly. She had delicate features and skin as fair as snow. She had a cat-eared hat on her head and she was carrying a cute little gray cat in her arms. She also had a pair of beautiful long legs. The girl gently pushed open the door. After seeing that there was no one else around, she removed her mask in relief. She turned around, her eyes like a pool of spring water, and her devastatingly beautiful face was finally revealed. She was a girl with 99 points of looks and her identity was that of a superstar with more than 80 million fans. Xiao Wanqiu. Dazed, cute, pretty, sexy, pure, cat-type girl. Lin Fan couldn't find any other words to describe this girl. The girl he was most familiar with, his middle school and high school deskmate. It was said that a girl changes fast in physical appearance from childhood to adulthood. After she went to university, she became even more beautiful and became a big star with her outstanding acting skills. Meow, the kitten in Xiao Wanqiu's arms, let out a cry. It seemed to be enjoying itself very much. Why did you bring a cat? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Meow, don't you think the cat is very cute? It looks like a stray cat. After looking at it for a long time, I carried it in. Xiao Wanqiu rubbed the gray cat again and smiled. You haven't been discovered, have you? You have so many fans. If you were here with me, I'm afraid they would come up and slash me. Lin Fan looked around warily. Celebrities would receive attention wherever they went, not to mention a beautiful girl like Xiao Wanqiu. Every film she made would have countless fans watching it. There were countless paparazzi online who wanted to dig up Xiao Wanqiu's private life, but they could not dig out anything. Xiao Wanqiu's background was just a blank piece of paper, and her school photos made her even more popular. Smelly Lin Fan, you make it sound like you and I are doing something bad here. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were red as she looked around carefully. Other than Xiao Wanqiu, no one else would come to Lin Fan's restaurant. Doing bad things? Am I that kind of person? Lin Fan explained righteously. Who knows? Meow. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head and looked at the kitten in her arms, playing with it. Visit novelbin.c. M for updates. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's side profile, Lin Fan felt that she was a little cute. Xiao Wanqiu, who was usually on television, had very good acting skills. Many celebrities would create a persona in their works, but her true appearance could only be known in real life. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's cat ears hat, Lin Fan wanted to touch it. Taking advantage of Xiao Wanqiu's distraction, Lin Fan stretched out his hand. The gray cat meowed and stretched out its claws, meowing fiercely at Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu turned her head and looked at Lin Fan's hand that was suspended in midair. Lin Fan quickly took out a cucumber with his other hand. He broke it in half and handed it to Xiao Wanqiu. "Do you want some cucumber?" "Sure." Xiao Wanqiu took the cucumber and smiled sweetly. "Just now? Did you really just want to hand me a cucumber?" Xiao Wanqiu blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded. "Thanks." Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly and took a small bite of the cucumber. "The old cat betrayed me." Lin Fan turned around and broke out in cold sweat. He would often feed the stray cat, but once Xiao Wanqiu came, this old cat betrayed him. Lin Fan looked at the cat again and realized that the gray kitten was comfortably in Xiao Wanqiu's arms. It closed its eyes and looked like it was enjoying itself. From time to time, it would rub against Xiao Wanqiu's chest and occasionally meow. Lin Fan said, "Day, what do you want to eat?" Lin Fan smiled and ignored the cat. When he was free in the future, he would sterilize the cat and raise more than 10 female cats around it. He would let the cat know what evil intentions meant. "Egg noodles," Xiao Wanqiu said. After all, other than egg noodles, Lin Fan didn't cook anything else that tasted good. After a while, Xiao Wanqiu finished the cucumber. She had to admit that it was quite delicious. As it was a small restaurant, Xiao Wanqiu could see Lin Fan cooking. After tidying up the cutlery, Lin Fan cut the tomatoes into pieces and cooked the oil in the pot. He added some green onions and stir-fried the tomatoes. He added some water into the pot and waited for it to boil. Then, Lin Fan added 2 eggs into the pot. After the eggs were cooked, he placed the noodles into the pot. There was a faint fragrance and Lin Fan added some soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and let it. It wasn't complicated to cook egg noodle. Lin Fan was very focused on making egg noodles. Xiao Wanqiu looked up at Lin Fan. This guy had become much more handsome. There were many girls who liked him on the streets, right? Xiao Wanqiu had been watching Lin Fan make egg noodles the whole time and smiled. When he made noodles, he looked even more handsome than the male celebrities in her company. Meow, the gray kitten, cried out pitifully. When Lin Fan was around, she was touching it seriously. But when Lin Fan went to make egg noodles, Xiao Wanqiu's attention was all on him and she completely ignored it. When Lin Fan turned around and looked at Xiao Wanqiu, she silently lowered her head again. She touched the kitten in her arms and pretended that nothing had happened. Of course, Lin Fan didn't know these details. Not long after, Lin Fan was done cooking the egg noodles and placed it in front of Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu nodded happily and took the chopsticks. She looked at Lin Fan. "Want to eat together? Eat together?" Lin Fan was stunned. He shook his head. "I only made a bowl of noodles." Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan's embarrassed expression. Her memory seemed to return to the time when she was in high school. At that time, Lin Fan would feed her, give her snacks, secretly eat in class and get the snacks confiscated by the teacher. At the thought of this, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Meow meow, just one bite. I'll feed you." Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Was he that kind of person? Even if he starved to death and jumped down from here, he wouldn't eat Xiao Wanqiu's noodles. "It's really delicious." Lin Fan took a bite and praised. Shameless. How can you boast like that?" Xiao Wanqiu pouted. Lin Fan actually took a big bite of her noodles. She was furious. Although Lin Fan had stayed in Shanghai for 3 years, he had been writing novels in his rented apartment for the past 3 years. In the end, his novels had failed and it was a tragic sight. He had only opened a small restaurant this year and he wasn't very professional. It was no wonder that the business here wasn't good. However, Lin Fan didn't really care. He just wanted to enjoy his life quietly and didn't want to be disturbed by others. Occasionally, he could be alone with Xiao Wanqiu and cook delicious food for her. If he really wanted to earn money with his looks, he could casually create a media outlet and attract a large group of customers. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu was around. If she advertised the restaurant once, the fans would probably turn it into a tourist attraction. Furthermore, Lin Fan had the sign-in system and he didn't have to worry about his future. Him not having much business was actually pretty good. At least she was here. After cleaning up the kitchen, Xiao Wanqiu also finished her noodle. 1 egg noodles for $7. "Lin Fan, I sent you the money via WeChat," Xiao Wanqiu said after eating her fill. Although they were old classmates and had a good relationship, Lin Fan didn't waive the bill for Xiao Wanqiu and she would take the initiative to pay. If Lin Fan were to waive the bill, the nature of their relationship would change. He might even be interested in her. Furthermore, if Lin Fan didn't have the system, it would be difficult for him to support himself. $7 was still money. "Alright." Lin Fan nodded and didn't look at his phone. "Lin Fan, your business here isn't good either. You can't make much money, right?" Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and said, "I can't earn much money, but it's not a big deal," said Lin Fan. He had over $100 million worth of luxury cars and mansion. He also had $100,000 in cash in his bank account. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. He might even be able to get something better in the future. Therefore, he didn't care about the small restaurant's business. "You're so handsome, you can actually join our company, and you can definitely be a very good actor. When the time comes, you'll have a lot of fans," Xiao Wanqiu said as she stroked the gray kitten in her arms. "When the time comes, we can even memorize scripts together and act together." Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. In the past, she had always rejected those kissing scenes, holding hands, and the like. It had also caused a lot of damage to the company. Luckily, she was the company's top artiste, so the company didn't say anything. "There's no need for that. I think it's quite relaxing like this. Every day is quiet and happy. Occasionally, I'll call my parents. Everything is fine. Being a celebrity is very stressful," Lin Fan rejected. He was already very handsome now. He could attract the attention of many girls on the streets. If Lin Fan dressed up properly and walked on the streets, he would be able to eat with his looks. If he changed careers and became a celebrity, Lin Fan wouldn't have to go out anymore. The paparazzi would chase after him and all sorts of female fans would throw themselves at him. That life was stressful just thinking about it. Lin Fan just wanted to experience the joy of life. He wanted to collect rent, flirt with girls, and occasionally exercise. Wasn't that nice? I see. Xiao Wanqiu nodded, her beautiful eyes slightly dim. And if I go acting with you, I'll be surrounded by your fans in the future. If they saw you feeding me just now. Lin Fan smiled. Subconsciously, he still felt that Xiao Wanqiu was no longer the same deskmate as before. The current Xiao Wanqiu was a celebrity that countless people liked. Without the system, he was just an ordinary person with a difficult life. Meow, smelly Lin Fan. Be careful that I don't scratch you. What's wrong with feeding you? You even fed me in high school. What's wrong with acting with me? Am I not your deskmate? Although I have some fans now, I'm still an ordinary person. Don't think of me as someone high and mighty. Humph, if you say that again in the future, I'll be angry. Xiao Wanqiu pretended to be fierce and glared at Lin Fan. What will happen if you're angry? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu's angry face and felt that it was a little cute for some reason. Meow, I'll bite you. I'm very fierce, Xiao Wanqiu said. It should be fierce and adorable. Lin Fan smiled. No, it's obviously fierce. Xiao Wanqiu hit Lin Fan, looking very angry. It hurts, Lin Fan said with a hoarse voice. Although he was mostly acting, he and Xiao Wanqiu had always been like this when they were in high school. Did I hurt you? Xiao Wanqiu's gaze turned gentle as she asked softly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and felt that her cuteness had already melted him. If this pretty girl in front of him were to really act, who could stand it? Xiao Wanqiu sat down and smiled gently. Lin Fan, you're still the same as you were in high school. If you don't want to be a celebrity, you can be my manager and get a high salary, Xiao Wanqiu said seriously. That won't do. I'm so handsome. What if I snatch away all your glory? Lin Fan smiled. You? Xiao Wanqiu's face was flushed red as she glared at Lin Fan. This guy, Lin Fan, is looking for trouble. Meow, the little gray cat meowed and jumped into Xiao Wanqiu's embrace. It then extended its claws at Lin Fan fierce. I'll leave this kitten with you. Help me take care of it. Xiao Wanqiu sighed. She was usually busy with work, so how could she have time to pet the cat? Alright, Lin Fan agreed immediately. He smiled at the little gray cat. This old cat has harmed me. I can finally bring this cat for sterilization. Don't bully it, Xiao Wanqiu said again. My status is not even comparable to that of a cat. Lin Fan was a little aggrieved as well. This old cat who prioritized love over friendship. A family of 3. Your status is definitely the lowest. Xiao Wanqiu revealed a faint smile. Who's your family of 3? Don't try to cheat me of my hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lin Fan took over the cat warily. Not only did she come here to eat, but she also wanted betrothal money? Wouldn't she be able to eat here for free in the future? Xiao Wanqiu was furious. I'll bite you. There was a bite mark on Lin Fan's right arm. F***CK. Are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Fan looked at the mark on his arm. He was just joking and Xiao Wanqiu really wanted to bite him. Xiao Wanqiu, I still have work to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave the kitten with you. I'll name it Cho-Cho. Xiao Wanqiu stood up and petted the kitten. Okay. Lin Fan carried the kitten and walked out of the door. Xiao Wanqiu put on her cat ears, hat, and mask. Luckily, there was no one around. When she saw Lin Fan's old tricycle, she sighed softly. Do you want to change your tricycle? It's not safe to ride this tricycle. Xiao Wanqiu looked back at Lin Fan. No need. I always drive that car when I go out. Lin Fan pointed at the Bugatti La Voiture Noire parked not far away. When she saw the sports car, Xiao Wanqiu took a look and walked in front of Lin Fan. She pinched Lin Fan's face and said, Stupid Lin Fan, you only know how to brag. I'm leaving first. If you brag again next time, I'll bite you. Lin Fan chuckled. Indeed, no one would believe him when he told the truth. As for the Bugatti, Lin Fan didn't bother explaining. He didn't want to flaunt his wealth in front of others. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's back view as she left, Lin Fan opened the camera on his phone and took a photo of Xiao Wanqiu, saving it. Not long after, Lin Fan could no longer see Xiao Wanqiu's back. All test NOVL on noveln/.cm on WeChat. Lin Fan received a message from Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu, then I'll leave first. Lin Fan, be careful. Xiao Wanqiu. When Xiao Wanqiu returned, she saw her manager, Yang Qing, waiting for her. Sister Yang. Xiao Wanqiu took off her hat and smiled lightly. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu's state, Yang Qing was a little confused. Recently, Xiao Wanqiu disappeared whenever she had the time. No one knew where she went. Wanqiu, where did you go so late at night? Yang Qing asked. I went out for a walk to get some fresh air. Xiao Wanqiu took off her hat, her cheeks still slightly red. Just some fresh air? Yang Qing asked skeptically. Yeah, just to get some fresh air. Xiao Wanqiu blinked. Wanqiu, your face is red. You also know that if there are any scandals, they will immediately be on Weibo's trending page. It will have a huge impact on your career. You are still rising in your career. Yang Qing persuaded. Meow, I'm not. Xiao Wanqiu nodded her head and thought of Lin Fan. She had just secretly gone for a meal and wasn't in a relationship. Yang Qing sighed. She had been Xiao Wanqiu's manager for 3 years. In those 3 years, Xiao Wanqiu had never behaved like this. Which pig wants to steal my cabbage? Lin Fan sent Xiao Wanqiu off and silently saved her back view. Then, Lin Fan drove his sports car to the mall. Xiao Wanqiu actually did not believe that the car was his. What kind of expression would Xiao Wanqiu have when she saw this? The sound of the Bugatti's engine was heard. The lights were magnificent as he drove along the roads of Shanghai, creating a unique scenery. Wow, a Bugatti sports car. I remember this sports car. The one driving the Bugatti La Voiture Noire is a handsome man. Hurry up and take a photo. Really? The Bugatti La Voiture Noire is a limited edition sports car worth more than 100 million yuan, and the owner is a handsome man. When Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the mall, 2 security guards immediately came over to welcome him. They even cleared 2 parking spaces for his Bugatti. Hello, sir. Welcome, the 2 security guards said warmly. 1 parking spot is enough, said Lin Fan. Even if he was worth hundreds of millions, he wouldn't take up too many unnecessary public resources like a nouveau riche. Sir, please park in 2 parking spots. We will keep an eye on your car and won't charge you a single cent, the security guard said. Lin Fan nodded. Indeed, the security in this shopping mall was very good. There were even people who helped to look after cars. When Lin Fan entered the mall, the two security guards split up and looked around cautiously. What the F***CK? This was a limited edition Bugatti sports car worth hundreds of millions. If someone came over to scratch it, a house would be gone. How could the two security guards dare to slack off? In the mall, the first floor was a wholesale market. The prices were relatively affordable, and a piece of clothing cost only a few dozen yuan. The shopping mall had a total of 8 floors. Lin Fan took the elevator up to the 6th floor. The main reason was that Lin Fan was rich now. He could change into a few more comfortable clothes and get a new phone to improve his life. When Lin Fan reached the 6th floor, it was obvious that it was more classy. On the other hand, the shop assistants here were all of decent quality. They kept asking Lin Fan what clothes he needed. Lin Fan just looked around casually and tried to understand them. He wasn't in a hurry to buy them. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan spotted a decent outfit. "Hello, how much is this coat?" Lin Fan asked as he saw a coat. The salesperson glanced at Lin Fan and said casually, "Over $1,000. After that, the salesperson turned around and welcomed another woman wearing branded clothes warmly. She had no intention to continue introducing the coat to Lin Fan. "Exactly how much over 1,000? Lin Fan asked again. "Don't touch it. If you dirty it, you won't be able to afford it." The salesperson looked at Lin Fan and her tone turned cold. Before Lin Fan could say anything, the woman in red was unhappy. "Hey, how can you say that? They're just asking how much this coat costs. It's fine if you don't explain clearly, but why can't he touch this coat that costs more than 1,000 yuan? The lady in red mocked. "Punk, you're not buying clothes from her anymore. You're just a sales assistant. From your tone, I thought you were the boss here." The lady in red was obviously not very pleased with this kind of service attitude. She turned around and left. "You're wearing cheap clothes that cost tens of yuan. You make it sound like you can afford it. If you have the ability, buy it," the salesperson in black whispered. After hearing this, Lin Fan wasn't angry at all. Salespeople were divided into different categories, and not all of them were of good quality. There were too many ways to judge a book by its cover. In the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei and Sun Quan looked down on Pang Tong. Lin Fan wasn't like what the salesperson expected. He didn't go crazy on the spot and buy clothes in a frenzy. That would be retarded. Instead, he walked out and acted as if nothing had happened. This scene attracted the attention of many people. "Ah, Lin Fan?" A beautiful girl popped her head out. When she caught sight of Lin Fan, her face was filled with surprise as she jogged over. "Su Shirin?" When Lin Fan saw the girl, he gave her a simple hug and couldn't help but smile. He was a little surprised. Su Shirin was his university classmate and she was above 90 points in looks. "Lin Fan, you didn't even look for me when you came here to buy clothes. It makes me so sad. Humph, I even said that I could rely on you to increase my sales." Su Shirin pouted and looked very angry. "It's been 3 years since I graduated from university. I didn't expect you to be a shop assistant here." Lin Fan smiled. Su Shirin looked aggrieved. "It's all because you didn't notice me at all." "Sigh, there's nothing I can do about being handsome," Lin Fan laughed. "You're still as narcissistic as ever, but you're really quite handsome. There were a lot of girls chasing you in university. Speaking of which, do you have a girlfriend?" Su Shirin looked at Lin Fan and was a little surprised. After 3 years, Lin Fan had become even more handsome. "No," Lin Fan replied honestly. "Then you can consider me. I don't need expensive betrothal gifts." Su Shirin laughed secretly. "That won't do. Do you think I'm that kind of person? I won't prey on my classmates," Lin Fan joked. He knew that Su Shirin was just joking. TCH, boring. After Su Shirin heard that, she shrugged her shoulders. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and said, "That salesperson just now is new. She actually dared to bully you. If she was in university, a group of girls would go over and scold her to death. Haha. But it's true that I'm not doing very well." Lin Fan smiled. He didn't care too much about it. Getting angry at people with low standards would only affect his mood. "So what? You can eat if you're handsome. Do you want to buy some clothes? The clothes here are a little expensive. I can recommend some cheap and affordable ones for you," Su Shirin said. "No need, I'll buy the clothes you have here. We're all old classmates. You have to give me a discount," Lin Fan said with a smile. It wasn't bad to joke around with a university classmate. In reality, Lin Fan didn't really care about discounts. "Sure, I'll give you a 20% discount, but it's a little expensive. Look, this one costs 1,135 yuan, and this one costs 2,459 yuan. Just buy a few sets and a month's salary will be gone," Su Shirin said. 20% off? Then I'll have to give you a good beating. "I'll buy all the clothes in this row," said Lin Fan with a smile. "Okay, wait, what did you say? This row?" Su Shirin was stunned. This wasn't Lin Fan killing her. It was Lin Fan taking care of her. "There are a total of 53 pieces of clothing in this row. They cost 120,000 yuan in total. After the discount, it will cost 96,000 yuan. Do you really want to buy it?" Su Shirin asked, feeling a little shocked. She knew Lin Fan's family background. He was from an ordinary village and his parents worked to make ends meet. In school, Lin Fan was from a poor family. He had worked in Shanghai for 3 years. Did Lin Fan make a lot of money? Buying almost 100,000 yuan worth of clothes at once. This was how a nouveau riche behaved. Although he couldn't compare to those rich second-generation heirs, in Lin Fan's eyes, those who could afford to buy 100,000 yuan worth of clothes at once had at least 1 or 2 million in assets. Lin Fan had graduated from university for 3 years. How did he earn $1 or $2 million? I'll swipe my card. Lin Fan took out his bank card. He didn't really care about money. It was just life. He just needed to enjoy it. "Wow, Lin Fan, have you made a fortune? Can you bring me along?" Su Shirin looked at Lin Fan blankly, her face full of anticipation. "I wouldn't go so far as to say I've made a fortune. I just earned a little money." Lin Fan chuckled. "How is this a small sum of money? Lin Fan, you've helped me a lot. My salary and commission this month might even exceed $20,000. I can help my brother treat his illness." Su Shirin was like a little fangirl as she rushed into Lin Fan's arms and hugged him. "Here, this is your reward." Su Shirin blushed and ran away to help Lin Fan pack his clothes. "Why do I feel like I've been taken advantage of?" Lin Fan asked as he took a step back. "Pooey, pooey, 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 you're shameless, Su Shireen complained as she packed, her cheeks already turning pink. Lin Fan and Su Shireen's actions stunned many people in the mall. Other than those rich second-generation heirs, who would buy clothes in rows? Wow, look at that little brother. He bought a row of clothes straight from the shop. I bet it's worth hundreds of thousands. D***MN. I should have been more proactive just now and let him come to my shop to buy clothes. Why didn't I try to make him stay? Hunk is actually a rich second-generation heir. He bought over 100,000 yuan worth of clothes at once. I'm shocked. I'm so envious. Su Shireen had quite a lot of commission this month, but who would have thought that Hunk would be so handsome and rich? Many salespeople revealed envious expression. After selling so many clothes at once, not only could Su Shireen be promoted to a gold medal salesperson, her basic salary would be even higher, and she could even get a lot of commission. As a salesperson, meeting a tycoon was probably the thing that would make them the happiest. On the other hand, the black-clothed salesperson who had looked down on Lin Fan had a dark expression on her face. If she had known earlier, she would have welcomed Lin Fan properly. Then, she wouldn't have chased Lin Fan away. The salesperson was filled with regret, but what else could she do? If she had treated him warmly from the start, Lin Fan might have bought some clothes from her. I've wrapped the clothes. I'm leaving now. See you next time, said Lin Fan with a smile. Ah, you're leaving just like that? Su Shireen was a little disappointed, but she had no choice. You've helped me so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Su Shireen mustered her courage and looked at Lin Fan. After all, with Lin Fan's help, she could earn more money to treat her brother. We're all old classmates. We can help each other out. Even if I don't buy clothes from you, I'll still go to other places to buy clothes. Lin Fan smiled. Humph, I'm treating you to a meal and you're still not agreeing? Su Shireen placed her hands on her hips and looked at Lin Fan. What a blockhead. However, it was pretty good. When he was in university, if Lin Fan wasn't a blockhead, he could change girlfriends every day. On the other hand, she felt more comfortable interacting with Lin Fan, who had never been in a relationship before. After all, no matter how handsome he was, the most important thing was his character. Yes, it's just a meal between classmates, Lin Fan said and left the place. He was satisfied and finally spent $100,000. Looking at Lin Fan's back view, Su Shireen smiled. After graduation, she went to find out where Lin Fan had gone. She only knew that he was in Shanghai. But today, she finally found Lin Fan. Humph, let's see where this blockhead can run off to. Read lat.st chapters at no.v.el.bin/c/o/m. Only furthermore, Lin Fan was becoming more and more handsome. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Su Shireen smiled sweetly. Lin Fan was so handsome and rich. More importantly, he kept a low profile. With such a character, he would be miles ahead of those rich second-generation heirs. There were more than 50 pieces of clothing. Lin Fan couldn't bring them back with his bare hands. He gave the manager an address and asked him to send the clothes to where he lived. Mr. Lin, are you sure these clothes should be delivered to the Lake Heart Villa at 583, Fangdian Road, Blue Wave Bay? The manager asked. Is there a problem? Lin Fan was curious. No, Mr. Lin. We will definitely send it to you on time. We will send you a platinum membership card. In the future, when you come to buy clothes, you can get the best price. The manager bowed slightly. After Lin Fan left, the salesperson in black looked at the manager and asked, Manager, doesn't the platinum membership require customers to spend more than $200,000? There was a hint of shock in the manager's eyes as he glared at the salesperson in black. What do you know? Do you know the Blue Wave Bay district at 583, Fangdian Road? It's a famous high-end district in Shanghai. The property owners living there are worth no less than 20 million. Also, do you know about the Lake Heart Villa in Blue Wave Bay? A few days ago, it was bought by a mysterious tycoon for 200 million. This tycoon is Mr. Lin. The house he bought is worth $200 million. To be able to afford a house worth $200 million, his net worth is already over $1 billion. The manager couldn't imagine that a tycoon like Lin Fan would be dressed so simply. Even if he was so rich, he wouldn't buy branded clothes that cost more than 10,000 yuan. It would be fine as long as they were comfortable. Worth $1 billion? The salesperson in black was even more regretful. She actually looked down on Lin Fan. Luckily, Lin Fan didn't complain about her. Otherwise, her job. The manager glanced at the staff in black and said, Mr. Lin didn't complain about you because he doesn't want to bother with someone like you. This is Mr. Lin's magnanimity. But you judged a book by its cover and almost offended a big client of the company. If Su Shireen didn't happen to know Mr. Lin, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now I declare, you're fired. After waking up from his nap, Lin Fan didn't drive the Bugatti to the restaurant. Otherwise, he would attract a group of aunties to take photos. Moreover, the Bugatti was a sports car, so it wasn't easy to store a lot of ingredients in it. It wasn't as comfortable as his tricycle, so Lin Fan got on his tricycle again. Lin Fan didn't really care about the life of a tycoon. He just wanted to live comfortably. He didn't want to drive a sports car to show off his wealth. If he wanted to drive a sports car, he could drive a sports car. If he wanted to ride a tricycle, he could do so. Everything depended on Lin Fan's mood. If there was a job with an annual salary of tens of millions, Lin Fan would rather not work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. This was also why Lin Fan didn't want to be a celebrity. When Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the district, many of the security guards were shocked. They all knew that Lin Fan had a Bugatti sports car worth over $100 million and was extremely wealthy. But today, Lin Fan was riding a tricycle. Good morning, Brother Lin. The security captain walked over and smiled. Morning. Lin Fan nodded. Brother Lin, why are you riding a tricycle today? The security captain asked curiously. Lin Fan smiled and said, Isn't it great to ride a tricycle? You can also train your body. At the same time, I can go to my restaurant to take a look. It'll be more convenient to buy ingredients. All right, take care, Brother Lin. Be careful. The security captain opened the door for Lin Fan. After Lin Fan left, a group of security guards exclaimed at the entrance. D***MN, Brother Lin is really a rich second-generation heir coming to experience life. He didn't even drive his sports car and rode a tricycle. How low-key is that? Oh my god. Do you guys understand what it means to be rich now? A real rich person wouldn't drive a sports car. Brother Lin is wearing the simplest outfit. He's riding a tricycle, but he's the owner of the Lake Heart Villa in our district. Is this the life of a rich second-generation heir? Riding a tricycle and enjoying the morning sunshine. I heard that Brother Lin has a small restaurant. He's really experiencing life. Maybe one day, dozens of helicopters will come and say to Brother Lin, Boss Lin, please go home and inherit tens of billions of assets. Come on, you've read too many novels. Brother Lin isn't that kind of person. He experiences life but doesn't bring pretty girls home. I'm afraid Brother Lin doesn't care about that. AI Jean, after working for half a day, Xiao Wanqiu did not come. Instead, there were a few guests who came, so he still had some income. Xiao Wanqiu didn't come. Lin Fan didn't see the cat that valued love over friendship either. So this cat only came when Xiao Wanqiu appeared. After he was done, Lin Fan remembered that he hadn't signed in yet. Ding! Signed in successfully. Congratulations to Master for obtaining a house in the Begonia Garden School District. It has been renovated and you can move in immediately. Note, title deeds and other related procedures have been completed and stored in the system inventory. Master can proceed with retrieval anytime. The system's voice rang out and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Begonia Garden, a house in the school district. The price of houses in school districts was very high. Especially in Shanghai, the price of houses in school districts was many times higher than normal residential districts. The Begonia Garden was an upscale school district house in Shanghai. It was surrounded by one of the best high schools in Shanghai. Countless parents wanted to buy the Begonia Garden School District house. However, the cost of housing in the Begonia Garden School District was at least 100,000 per square meter. Some of the better locations had already reached 200,000 per square meter. For ordinary people, it was a sky-high price, but the sky-high price of a school district house could be exchanged for a chance to enroll in a top school. Many parents were willing to do this to prevent their children from losing on the starting line. Lin Fan took out the title deed and looked through the information. Then he sighed and said, I've struck the jackpot again. His house in the Begonia Garden School District had a total of 100 square meters, and this year's property price was 200,000 per square meter. In other words, this house was worth 20 million. The property prices in Shanghai would slowly rise. There was no need to talk about the value of the houses in the school district. Even if Lin Fan didn't touch this house, after a few years, the property prices might double. And the most important thing to Lin Fan right now was money. Neither the Lake Heart Villa nor the Bugatti could help Lin Fan make money. Although the system prohibited him from buying and selling, it didn't prohibit him from renting out the school district house. If he could rent out the school district house, he could get at least 1 million yuan a year in rent. Lin Fan had bought $100,000 worth of clothes yesterday and had spent almost all of the money in his bank account. Then, he had immediately obtained another $20 million school district house. Without thinking too much, Lin Fan rode his tricycle home. The first thing he did was drive the Bugatti to the Begonia Garden District and look at the house. Don't ask why he didn't ride a tricycle over. It was more than 10 kilometers away. The cool Bugatti rumbled down the road again. Lin Fan drove straight to the entrance of the Begonia Garden District. The security guard didn't stop Lin Fan at all. He respectfully opened the door for Lin Fan and let him in. After contacting the property management, a pretty young lady arrived. What was worth mentioning was that this lady was Xia Ranran, the property agent he had met in the Blue Wave Bay District. The company behind Blue Wave Bay District had developed several properties at the same time, and Xia Ranran was also the property agent of Begonia Garden District. Handsome, it's you again. Xia Ranran ran over and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Fan. When she saw Lin Fan's Bugatti, she felt even more envious. Lin Fan was handsome and rich. He lived in a villa worth hundreds of millions and drove a sports car worth hundreds of millions. He even had a house in the Begonia Garden District. Hello. Lin Fan smiled. He hadn't expected to meet Xia Ranran here. I'm here to take a look at the house. I just bought a house and I think the houses here are pretty good, said Lin Fan. Of course it's not bad. The property, security, and service in the Begonia Garden District are all very good. The house you bought has already been renovated and is 100 square meters. It's one of the bigger school district houses in the Begonia Garden District. The average price is at least 200,000 yuan. Xia Ranran introduced them one by one, thinking that the houses here were naturally not bad. After all, a house was worth 20 million yuan. To her, 20 million was an astronomical figure. Why did Lin Fan feel like it was nothing? Was this the life of a wealthy man? She did not understand. After entering the house, Lin Fan looked at the decorations. There was a huge crystal chandelier in the living room. The room's interior design was very gentle. There was an imported leather sofa, an LCD television, a desktop computer, and some artworks on the wall. There was also a lot of furniture. Read the latest stories and NOVL bin. Calm overall. One word, rich. Not bad. Help me release a rental notice, said Lin Fan with a smile. If he rented this place out, he would have a considerable amount of income. Alright, Xia Ranran followed behind Lin Fan and felt a little shocked. The decorations here were so luxurious, but in Lin Fan's eyes, it looked very normal. Lin Fan didn't even sit down to feel the leather sofa. Was this the world of the rich? Of course, although Xia Ranran liked handsome guys and money, she knew the difference between her and Lin Fan. If Lin Fan didn't take the initiative, how would she dare to? Such a rich man and so handsome. I can't seduce him, or else I'll be too unreserved. What if he thinks I'm a gold digger? Xia Ranran was a little troubled, but when she met someone she liked, she should take action. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Ranran gave up. She was not a gold digger, the kind that would stick to people if they had money. Perhaps one day, Lin Fan would discover her beauty and take the initiative to chase after her. Of course, Lin Fan wasn't that kind of person. But if it was the author, ahem, at the entrance of Blue Wave Bay District, Su Shirin carried many bags and arrived at the entrance of the district. She was a little nervous, a little flushed, and a little dazed. Was it really sent to Blue Wave Bay? However, the neighborhood looked so grand. Could it be that Lin Fan lived in such a place? Su Shirin's family was also from a village and was not very rich. Hence, she was very hardworking in her studies. However, it was not easy to earn money. After her brother fell sick, she hurriedly found a job and started working. Su Shirin looked at the address the manager gave her. 583 Fongyan Road, Blue Wave Bay District, Lake Hart Villa. Owner, Lin Fan. Lake Hart Villa? Does Lin Fan live in a villa? Su Shireen scratched her head. She knew Lin Fan's family background, but Lin Fan had only graduated for 3 years. Was he already living in a villa? She switched on her phone and searched about the Lake Hart Villa. Su Shireen was stunned. The Lake Hart Villa in the Blue Wave Bay District was bought by a mysterious tycoon for 200 million yuan. Could this mysterious tycoon be Lin Fan? Su Shireen stood at the door, not daring to enter, afraid that she would make a mistake. She, who had lived a simple life since she was young, did not even dare to enter a luxurious restaurant. The security guard at the entrance of the district saw a beautiful woman standing at the entrance. She was youthful, lively, and had a perfect figure. She stood there and looked a little nervous. "Hello, pretty lady. Are you here to look for someone?" A security guard walked over and asked Su Shireen. Discover NW Chapt RSNN0EL by .com, who didn't like beautiful ladies? Even these security guards liked them too. They looked pleasing to the eye. May I ask if Lin Fan lives here?" Su Shireen's gentle voice rang out. She didn't dare to speak too loudly. She had never seen the world and had only rented a small house that was more than 10 square meters in Shanghai. She wanted to earn more money for her brother. "Brother Lin? Yes, why are you looking for Brother Lin?" When the security guard heard that it was Lin Fan, he immediately sent a message. It had been so many days and he had never seen any pretty girls in Lin Fan's passenger seat. Today, one of them actually came knocking. Could she be Lin Fan's girlfriend? If that was the case, they couldn't afford to be negligent. These security guards were very perceptive. They didn't dare to offend Lin Fan, much less his girlfriend. He's really here, that 200 million yuan Lake Hart Villa? Su Shireen looked up with her big eyes wide open like a curious baby. Of course. Brother Lin lives in the most luxurious villa in our district. He even drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions, the security guard said casually. After all, these security guards liked to show off when they were free. A sports car worth hundreds of millions? Su Shireen blinked in disbelief. That was hundreds of millions. Ordinary people would never be able to earn so much money. No matter how stupid she was, she knew what it meant to have a sports car and a villa worth hundreds of millions. When did Lin Fan become so rich? Are you Brother Lin's girlfriend? Brother Lin usually keeps a low profile. Today, he rode a tricycle out. There are only a few rich people in our district who are arrogant and domineering like nouveau riche. They bully others based on the fact that they're rich. There aren't many people like Brother Lin, the security guard sighed. Su Shireen blushed when she heard the word girlfriend. She quickly lowered her head and shook her head. "I'm not his girlfriend. We're just classmates." She had wanted to take the initiative and try to woo Lin Fan. It wasn't because of the money. It was because Lin Fan was a good person and was very handsome. If she was a gold digger, she wouldn't work. As a saleswoman, not only did she have to suck up to the customers, but she also had to be scolded by the manager. It was common. If a woman wanted to become bad, it was much easier to earn money. But now, with Lin Fan's status, how could she dare to have any thoughts? In fact, she didn't even dare to meet Lin Fan. She just wanted to put down her things and leave. When the security guard heard this, he smiled and said, "Then you have to hurry up. Brother Lin is so outstanding and still single. He's not like some rich second-generation heirs who change girlfriends every few days. It's not what you think. Help me give these things to Lin Fan. I'm leaving first." Su Shireen threw the things down and wanted to leave. At this moment, the sound of an engine could be heard. A black, cool, and domineering sports car sped over. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Time seemed to freeze as the Bugatti stopped precisely at the entrance to the district. The car door opened automatically and Lin Fan got out. When he saw Su Shireen, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Su Shireen was here to deliver the 50-odd clothes he bought yesterday. Su Shireen? When Lin Fan saw Su Shireen, he smiled. After all, they were old classmates and it was rare to see her. "Why didn't you tell me that you were coming? I could have come back earlier and asked the employees of your company to send the clothes over. Why did you come here personally?" Lin Fan smiled. "Well, the manager asked me to come. Since you're back, these clothes are all for you. Then I'll leave first." Su Shireen's cheeks were slightly red, and she was about to leave. She saw Lin Fan's sports car. This kind of car was really cool. Unknowingly, Lin Fan had become someone she had to look up to. "It's not often that you come here, you can't leave like this. Get in the car. Go to my room. I'll take good care of you." Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. His classmate was already at his doorstep. How could he let them leave? Su Shireen's face turned red. Could it be that Lin Fan wanted to do that to her? But she wasn't that kind of woman. Even if she had some feelings for Lin Fan, the progress was too fast. "What are you thinking about? Do you think I'll eat you up?" "Have dinner before you leave," said Lin Fan. He had just seen the 20 million yuan school district house and he was in a good mood. "Can I really go in and take a look?" Su Shireen raised her beautiful eyes and calmed down her excitement and envy. She then remembered that with Lin Fan's character, why would he do those things to her? "Get in. Let's go," Lin Fan said. "Okay." Su Shireen nodded. She also wanted to see what Lin Fan's villa looked like. It was a world she had never come into contact with before. She was still a little happy and expectant. It turned out that the boy who often appeared in her dreams had become so outstanding after entering the villa with Lin Fan. Su Shireen's eyes were filled with surprise. So, Lin Fan lived in such a place. It was a beautiful scenic area. There were birds singing and flowers blooming. It was a high-class area, a residential area, and a villa area. Lin Fan's Lake Hart Villa was located on a small island. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the setting sun shone down. It was as if the setting sun and sunset were flying together, and the autumn waters were the same color. Wow. Ever since she walked in, Su Shireen had been exclaiming in admiration. The scenery here was like a painting, too beautiful. After entering the villa, there was also a swimming pool, a football field, a cinema, leather sofa, and famous artwork. Moreover, the villa was very big and had 3 floors of space. Su Shireen walked in step by step, looking at everything blankly. "Lin Fan, how did you get such a good villa?" "I heard that this villa is worth 200 million yuan, Su Shireen said as she looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes. "It's all right. This is just a place to stay. It's not that amazing." Lin Fan smiled and didn't take it to heart. This is a place that many people can't even live in their dreams, yet you make it sound so easy. Su Shirin's beautiful eyes looked around as she gently sat on the leather sofa, still a bit reserved. So you've always been so rich. I don't know when I'll be able to live in such a good house, Su Shirin said with a hint of envy in her beautiful eyes. The place she lived in was only about 10 square meters. It was completely different from this place. As long as you work hard, there's nothing you can't do. Have dinner before you leave. I'll send you home then, said Lin Fan with a smile. He got up and started cooking. Although the villa had a fully automated robot that could cook and the food tasted good, Lin Fan still wanted to do it himself. Su Shirin stood in the distance, watching Lin Fan's back view as he cooked seriously. When they were in university, Lin Fan was the idol of almost all the girls in school. Su Shirin was naturally one of them. She knew that Lin Fan was very thrifty when he was in university, but now she realized that Lin Fan was actually so rich. Besides, Lin Fan was really handsome. She took out her phone and secretly took a photo of Lin Fan. However, to her surprise, the flash on her phone lit up. Lin Fan? She secretly took a photo of him? There was no one else in the room but Su Shirin. However, Lin Fan was already used to it. When he walked on the streets, many girls would take photos of him. Of course, Lin Fan's EQ was very high. He pretended that nothing had happened. Otherwise, it would only make Su Shirin feel awkward. I'm too stupid. Su Shirin blushed and lowered her head. When she saw that Lin Fan had no reaction, she quietly put her phone away. For a moment, Su Shirin's thoughts were still running wild. Lin Fan wanted her to stay for dinner. After dinner, it was getting late. Get the latest CH pictures on n/velbin.com. Could it be that Lin Fan wanted something from her? If that was the case, should she agree? Su Shirin shook her head. She wasn't that kind of person. If she did that, Lin Fan would think that she had ulterior motives. After letting her imagination run wild for half a day, Lin Fan just placed the dishes in front of Su Shirin. After the meal, Lin Fan looked at his watch and said, "It's getting dark. Let me send you home." Su Shirin looked up at Lin Fan and nodded. She was holding a piece of bread in her hand. It was mainly because the bread at Lin Fan's house was too delicious. As for Lin Fan's cooking, Su Shirin didn't comment. Lin Fan, thank you for hosting me. Thank you for buying so many clothes and making the manager take me seriously. If I have the time, I will definitely thank you properly and treat you to a meal. Su Shirin stood up and looked at Lin Fan seriously. We're all classmates. Besides, I can wear all the clothes I bought, said Lin Fan with a smile. The main thing was that his day was too boring. It wasn't bad to meet a few classmates. Let's go. If you want to eat bread, get more. Lin Fan gave Su Shirin some bread. He didn't really eat bread and there was a lot of bread in the villa. Actually, I don't really want to eat it that much. It'll make me fat. Su Shirin blushed. For some reason, she felt quite comfortable when she was with Lin Fan. This was not the kind of comfort one would feel in bed. Instead, they got along very naturally. Actually, there were quite a number of guys wooing her, but all of them wanted to sleep with her. Some even pestered her and gave her a bunch of expensive gifts, wanting to woo her. Su Shirin did not like that kind of person. She thought that Lin Fan would make some outrageous request, but Lin Fan didn't. This made Su Shirin have a better impression of him instead. It looked like she was overthinking things. Lin Fan's character was still so good. You're already so skinny. It's better if you get fat, said Lin Fan. It's a little flat. Drink more milk and you'll get fat. The first sentence that Lin Fan said made Su Shirin happy, but the second sentence made her unhappy. How was she flat? She had a good impression of Lin Fan just now. But Lin Fan actually dared to say that she was flat. I'm not flat. How am I flat? Humph, no one has ever said that I'm flat before. Su Shirin clenched her pearly white teeth and trembled slightly. This Lin Fan was too shameless. I've never seen it before. Who knows? Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders. You still want to see? Su Shirin raised her fist and hit Lin Fan twice. Her face turned even redder. However, Su Shirin knew that Lin Fan was joking. Only close classmates and friends would make such jokes. If they were new friends, they would be very polite. All right. Are you going home or do you want to stay here tonight? Lin Fan pushed open the door. I'm not staying here. Who knows what bad things you'll do in the middle of the night? Su Shirin ate her bread and walked out holding a lot of bread. Am I that kind of person? Lin Fan smiled. Who knows? Su Shirin blushed. It was already late. Lin Fan drove Su Shirin to her house in his Bugatti. When they reached the entrance, even at night, the bright lights on the Bugatti still attracted a lot of attention. I'm leaving, bye. Su Shirin waved goodbye. Lin Fan nodded and drove the Bugatti along the night road, creating a beautiful scenery in Shanghai. After Lin Fan left, Su Shirin returned home. She realized that Lin Fan was really different from others. There were a lot of guys wooing her, and there were also some rich people. Su Shirin didn't really like those people. She felt that they were too hypocritical and weren't as real as Lin Fan. Most importantly, those people weren't as handsome as Lin Fan. She thought of what the security guard at Blue Wave Bay had said during the day. Was Lin Fan really single? For some reason, she felt a little happy when she recalled the security guard's words. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Fan immediately chose to sign in. He didn't know what good things he could get today. Ding. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to Master for obtaining Master level culinary skills. You have automatically mastered the methods of making all kinds of recipes, and you will be at Master level in any dish you make. The system's voice rang out and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Explore Todd T's stories at no/l//bin. CM Master level culinary skills were just right for him. Lin Fan's culinary skills were actually average. This was one of the reasons why the small restaurant's business wasn't too good. Xiao Wanqiu was still a foodie. Now he could completely conquer Xiao Wanqiu. After opening the restaurant for 2 hours and receiving a few customers, the customers' eyes lit up. Handsome, how can your food be so delicious? This dried potato chips. There's also egg fried rice, century eggs, fragrant fried chicken wings, tomato mashed potatoes, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and the steamed fish, braised fish, and fish head hot pot. They're amazing. A slightly plump woman looked at Lin Fan. At first, she only ordered the egg fried rice and found it surprisingly delicious. In the past, when she came here to eat, she only realized that Lin Fan was very handsome. But this time, it gave her a completely different experience. Not only was Lin Fan handsome, but his cooking was also delicious. Therefore, the fat lady ordered a table full of dishes. After she finished eating, she threw $1,000 on the table, indicating that Lin Fan could keep the change. Lin Fan was naturally happy to see this happen. If there was money to be earned, why not take it? Handsome, are you done with your work? Your food is so delicious. Can you come to my house to be my personal chef? I'll give you $20,000 a month, said the fat lady as she looked at Lin Fan. Sorry, I don't have any intention of becoming a chef for others. Lin Fan rejected this suggestion decisively. Then why did you open a small restaurant here to be a chef? It seems there aren't many customers here. The fat woman persisted and continued. I opened a small restaurant mainly because I wanted to do so, not because I wanted to earn money. Lin Fan smiled and continued packing. 30,000. The fat woman continued to bid. Also, big sister, my culinary skills can't be measured with money, said Lin Fan. 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan. It's a fixed price. Come to my house and make 3 meals a day. The income of 50,000 yuan is much more profitable than opening this small restaurant, the fat woman said. Sister, whether or not I earn money by running a small restaurant is my business. The main thing is that I have no interest in being a personal chef for others. Also, I don't lack money, said Lin Fan. There had to be a suitable reason for him to become a personal chef. For example, if she was his girlfriend or family, he could consider. For the rest of the time, Lin Fan just wanted to do what he wanted to do. It's true. There are still people in this day and age who don't want to be sugar babies of rich women, the fat woman began. Lin Fan picked up the call. It was Xia Ranran. When Xia Ranran heard this, she immediately said, Mr. Lin, someone wants to rent your school district house in the Begonia Garden district. I've already given them your contact number, and they'll probably contact you in the afternoon. Lin Fan nodded. You've worked hard. After hanging up, the fat woman was stunned. Begonia Garden? School district house? The lowest priced house in the school district was above 10 million. In other words, it was almost impossible to buy a school district house without tens of millions of assets. Lin Fan owned a school district house in the Begonia Garden. In other words, Lin Fan's family fortune was above 10 million. No wonder Lin Fan said that he wasn't interested in money. So Lin Fan was actually a rich second-generation heir. The Begonia Garden, the school district houses there have astronomical prices. Handsome, are you really that rich? Could it be that the limited edition Bugatti parked outside yesterday is also yours? The fat woman asked. Lin Fan nodded and said, it's just a car. It's fine as long as it can move. The fat woman. She knew her stuff. Lin Fan's Bugatti La Voiture Noire was worth hundreds of millions. A sports car worth hundreds of millions was just a car to Lin Fan? For wealthy people, this was a symbol of identity, honor, and status. With a sports car worth hundreds of millions, they had priority to choose their spouse. However, Lin Fan didn't care at all. He didn't need any preferential treatment either. Walking on the streets, he could already charm a bunch of girls. In other words, Lin Fan's background was unfathomable. With a sports car worth hundreds of millions, how much money did Lin Fan have? Goodbye. The fat lady left. She wanted to be Lin Fan's sugar mummy, but he was richer than her. Lin Fan had just gotten into the car when his WeChat rang. There was a picture of a gray kitten. It was Xia Wanqiu. Xia Wanqiu. Lin Fan? Xia Wanqiu. Lin Fan, when are you coming? Xia Wanqiu. Tonight. Lin Fan, no, the restaurant is closed at night. Xia Wanqiu, I don't care. If you don't come, I'll bite you. Chapter 13. Meow, you lost translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, you flatter me. Are the two of you here to rent the house? Lin Fan smiled and looked at the middle-aged man and the lady. Zhao Bingqi looked to be in his 40s while the lady looked younger. I happen to have an apartment for rent in Begonia Garden. This is my title deed and my identification card. You can take a look, said Lin Fan as he revealed his identity. He wasn't a sloppy person. The main thing was that it was almost dark and Lin Fan still had to return to the restaurant. Xia Wanqiu was still waiting for him. Xia Wanqiu was a superstar, and she was also very pretty. He was worried about leaving her alone at the restaurant. All right. Zhao Bingqi took a look and confirmed that the owner was Lin Fan. Can you bring us up to take a look at the house? We can also talk about the rent. Zhao Bingqi asked. No problem. Lin Fan understood what Zhao Bingqi meant and brought the two of them into the room. Lin Fan's house was 100 square meters. It wasn't very big, but the renovations were pretty good. It had 3 bedrooms and a living room. There was also a toilet and a kitchen. Moreover, they could move in immediately. All the furniture was the latest model. After walking around, Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang were very satisfied. This house was not bad. Most importantly, this was a school district house in the Begonia Garden. It was surrounded by the best middle schools. The transportation was convenient, the service was convenient, and the security was complete. Many factors affected the price of the school district. Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang were not simple people either. They came to Shanghai to work and needed a house. The houses in the Begonia Garden district were not bad. The rent for the houses here is about 65,000 a month. We just came to Shanghai to work. Can we make it cheaper? How about 60,000 a month? Zhao Bingqi asked. In terms of business, it was inevitable to talk about prices. Zhao Bingqi went straight to the point and asked Lin Fan to lower the rent directly. Lin Fan was deep in thought. The average rent for the houses in the Begonia Garden district was indeed around $65,000. However, that didn't mean that $65,000 was enough to rent such a good house. The supply of the houses here could not meet the demand, and the prices were increasing day by day. Even if someone spent $65,000, they would not be able to rent a house in the Begonia Garden district. Although Lin Fan was short of money, he wasn't a fool. How could he do something like that? Although the average price of the houses here is $65,000 a month, there are actually many people who want to rent houses. You can also ask around for other empty houses. Transportation is very convenient here. There's no traffic congestion usually. The commute time for work is less than half an hour. There are convenience stores, shopping malls, and schools nearby. Students aren't far from school, so it's impossible to reduce rent. My opinion is to increase the rent to $70,000 a month, said Lin Fan. This was the conclusion he came to after a long time of evaluation. A monthly rent of 70,000 yuan a month was not too expensive here. As for reducing the rent, the entire Begonia Garden district would probably not do so. That's true. We know the property prices here. 70,000 a month, that's 840,000 a year. Can we consider the rent and give you an answer after we have considered it? Zhao Bingqi asked with a smile. Alright, but you guys have to hurry. There might be new tenants. After Lin Fan said that, he stood up and looked at the time, preparing to leave. There's 8,000 yuan here. We will give you an answer in 3 days at the latest. Do you think you can keep the house for us for 3 days? Zhao Bingqi asked. After all, it was not easy to get a rent of 840,000 yuan. They had to compare between different houses. No problem, but I can only keep it for 3 days. If it's confirmed, you can call me. Lin Fan took the money and closed the door. Then, he left with the Bugatti. To Lin Fan, it would be best if he could rent this place out. After all, he was short of money. Lin Fan definitely couldn't accept Zhao Bingqi's suggestion. If the monthly rental fee was $60,000, that would only be $72,000 a year. If the monthly rental fee was $70,000, he would get $84,000 a year. There was a difference of 120,000 yuan. If Lin Fan were to compromise, he would earn 120,000 less instead. On the other hand, the 6,000 yuan was not bad. Even if Zhao Bingqi and his wife did not need to rent a house anymore, he could still rent it to someone else. After Lin Fan left, Zhao Bingqi and Gong Yang were even more impressed. Lin Fan wasn't simple. Zhao Bingqi saw that Lin Fan was young and seemed to be very rich. He wanted to try lowering the rent and thought that Lin Fan wouldn't mind. However, Lin Fan didn't give up on the rent and instead increased it. Hubby, although Lin Fan looks like he doesn't care about anything, he won't lose out. This kind of person is indeed not an ordinary person, Gong Yang said with some approval. That's right. Little brother Lin Fan drives a limited edition sports car. It's not something that ordinary people can compare with. Zhao Bingqi sighed. As for the rent, they had to reconsider. When Lin Fan drove back to the restaurant, the sky had already turned completely dark. He stopped the car, opened the back door and turned on the lights. Lin Fan started preparing some ingredients for dinner. Xiao Wanqiu, this evil woman, always liked to freeload at his place. Lin Fan was a little angry. The restaurant was already closed, but Xiao Wanqiu still wanted to come. He was so handsome. What if she refused to leave? 10 minutes later, a girl wearing a cat's ear hat came through the back door. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans and a gray shirt. She had a slender figure and snow-white skin. She also had a pair of heaven-defying long legs. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she had a unique aura that made people want to take a few more glances at her. Lin Fan had seen all of her works. On the screen, she was pretty, cute, and had countless fans. But the real her was much better looking than on television. Xiao Wanqiu did not put on any makeup. Without makeup, her looks were already 99 points, and she had crushed countless female celebrities. There were many people who wanted to film a kissing scene with her, but she was unwilling. She was clean and untainted in the entertainment industry. She was still so pure and beautiful. Furthermore, she had high expectations for her work. This was also the reason why she was successful. Miao Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her clear eyes and said, "Why do you look so angry? Are you so unwilling to make me dinner?" Xiao Wanqiu walked closer and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan still ignored Xiao Wanqiu. Of course, Lin Fan wasn't angry. He just pretended to ignore her. Why aren't you saying anything?" Xiao Wanqiu mumbled as she sat on the chair. She started to wonder if she had made Lin Fan angry. "Yeah, I don't think so." That meant he was pretending. All he knew was to pretend to be angry. Xiao Wanqiu ignored Lin Fan as if whoever spoke first would lose. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Meow, I won't wait for this guy to speak first. Xiao Wanqiu stood up and walked towards Lin Fan step by step. She had a wronged look on her face as she lowered her head and pinched Lin Fan's clothes with one hand as if she was admitting her mistake. Who could stand this scene? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and smiled. "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Find EW chapters on NVE/LBI. He would not really be angry with Xiao Wanqiu. It was only because he was too close to her that he would tease her like this. No matter what, he had already made Xiao Wanqiu admit defeat once. When Xiao Wanqiu heard that, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. The aggrieved look she had earlier disappeared. You spoke first. You lost." Xiao Wanqiu stretched her back, her delicate curves stretching out, making one's heart flutter. Such a beautiful girl was right in front of him. Who could resist? But Lin Fan only had one thought right now. Damn, I've been deceived. Lin Fan, just this once. There won't be a next time. Xiao Wanqiu. This was Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan's unique way of communicating. Whenever Xiao Wanqiu wanted to eat something delicious, she would contact Lin Fan and come to his restaurant. In order to keep it a secret, Xiao Wanqiu would always choose to come when there were very few people. Today was even more special. She actually only came after Lin Fan closed the shop. She was trying to get in through the back door. This detestable woman. Did she really think she could come and go as she pleased? Lin Fan ran a restaurant, not a back door. Xiao Wanqiu, wait and see tonight. I'll teach you a lesson. Even though we've been deskmates for so many years, you can't treat this place as your home, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan drove to the Begonia Garden district. There was already a couple waiting for Lin Fan. The couple was driving a BMW. When they saw Lin Fan's Bugatti, they exclaimed in admiration. As expected, those that could afford the school district houses in Begonia Garden were not ordinary people. "Honey, this Bugatti is worth at least millions, right?" the woman asked. Bulsh *T. This Bugatti is a limited edition car. It's custom made for the owner. There's only one in the world and it's worth hundreds of millions. Looks like our landlord isn't an ordinary person, the man said. He looked at Lin Fan's car and couldn't stop praising it. The man's name was Zhao Bingqi, and the woman's name was Gong Yang. They were an old couple who wanted to rent a house here. "Hello." After Lin Fan got off the car, he extended his hand. "Hello, I didn't expect our future landlord to be so handsome. You're really young and promising." Zhao Bingqi shook Lin Fan's hand. Gong Yang was stunned. She thought that someone with hundreds of millions of assets would be like her husband, who was already middle-aged. However, Lin Fan was actually so young and handsome. He was driving a Bugatti and had a school district house in Begonia Garden. Furthermore, he was the owner of this place. The main point was that if it wasn't for this Bugatti and the school district house, it would have been impossible to tell that Lin Fan was so rich. He didn't wear branded clothes and kept a low profile. Despite having so many assets, he didn't act like a nouveau riche. Lin Fan's simple style of being humble and low profile made the couple very comfortable. Just this alone was enough to make the couple feel deep admiration for Lin Fan. A nouveau riche would want the whole world to know that they were rich. Only those who had a certain status could be so calm. Your acting skills are really good. Lin Fan could only sigh. A pretty girl crying was a very lethal thing. Xiao Wanqiu only showed a few subtle expressions and actions, acting coquettishly, pitifully, and aggrievedly. Let alone Lin Fan, no one else would be able to withstand this. Furthermore, Lin Fan wasn't a blockhead. He had a high EQ. Even if he lost, if he could make Xiao Wanqiu make such an expression, he had already won. The goddess that countless people liked, Xiao Wanqiu, had stunning acting skill. Many people could only see her on screen if they wanted to. But Lin Fan was different. You flatter me, Xiao Wanqiu said shyly, her pretty face slightly red. She vividly displayed the shyness of a girl, and her gentle voice directly entered one's heart. Stop, stop. If you don't stop, the porridge will be muddled, said Lin Fan. Meow meow, do you like it? Xiao Wanqiu blinked. Like what? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu. He felt that it was a wrong decision to be alone with Xiao Wanqiu tonight. Humph, Xiao Wanqiu snorted lightly. As Lin Fan cooked the porridge, he asked, why do you always like to meow like a cat? Xiao Wanqiu turned around and stretched out her hands, scratching Lin Fan's body gently. Meow meow? Lin Fan nodded and looked at Xiao Wanqiu. I'm still wearing cat ears. Meow. Xiao Wanqiu put on her hat again. Her furry ears, coupled with her expression, hand gestures, and voice, looked very cute. Lin Fan didn't say anything and just smiled. You don't like it? Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. In the past, I raised a kitten called Chocho. It always liked to meow and play with me. However, one day, Chocho fell sick and couldn't be cured. When I came back from buying medicine from the hospital, it had already, Xiao Wanqiu said softly. She liked kittens, animals, and hats with cat ears. It was to remember her former friend, a kitten named Chocho. No, I like whatever you do. Animals are human friends, aren't they? Lin Fan gently rubbed the cat ears on Xiao Wanqiu's head, seemingly sensing her emotion. So, the kitten that we have here is named Chocho? Lin Fan asked. Yes. Xiao Wanqiu looked at the back door and saw Chocho rushing in. When it saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, it meowed again. Look, Chocho is here. Xiao Wanqiu picked up the kitten and smiled happily. After talking for so long, what do you want to eat? You must be hungry. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Lin Fan let out a smile. Such a life was so wonderful. Didn't you make porridge? Xiao Wanqiu asked. Lin Fan said sternly, this is for me to drink. You have to pay for it. Does this detestable woman want a freeload? Dream on. Xiao Wanqiu was a superstar. Her salary was as high as tens or even hundreds of millions. In other words, she was definitely richer than Lin Fan now. Lin Fan didn't like those people who gave girls gifts every day and treated them to meals and movies but couldn't even hold their hands. There was no reason not to pay for a meal in a restaurant. Xiao Wanqiu was so angry that she was trembling. She gritted her teeth. Stupid Lin Fan. I have money. Wasn't it just a bowl of porridge? How could she not pay? That despicable Lin Fan was bullying her again. What else do you want to eat? You have to pay. 8 yuan for egg fried rice, 23 yuan for braised carp, 26 yuan for yusiang shredded pork, 43 yuan for pork ribs, and 2 yuan for Weilong spicy strips. Lin Fan started reciting the menu to Xiao Wanqiu. Egg fried rice, Xiao Wanqiu said and glared at Lin Fan unwillingly. It really pissed her off. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LBIN co/M. She could have hired a top chef and nutritionist to tailor her nutritional meals for her. But she didn't do it because, next time Lin Fan pisses her off, she won't come. You're not eating pork ribs? Lin Fan smiled. I'll get fat, Xiao Wanqiu said as she touched her flat stomach. It's good to grow fatter. You can grow fatter where you should. Lin Fan sized her up and said, stupid Lin Fan, watch out or I'll bite you. Xiao Wanqiu's face was red as she straightened her back. Her chest wasn't small and her figure was perfect. Here's your fried rice and porridge. I'll send you home after you're full. After Lin Fan was done cooking the egg fried rice, he placed it in front of Xiao Wanqiu. The egg fried rice had green onions and an egg. There were some simple meat strips on it, which emitted a unique fragrance. 2 bowls of porridge were placed on the table. Lin Fan had a bowl of porridge and Xiao Wanqiu had a bowl of porridge. Just like that, they ate dinner face to face. At first, Xiao Wanqiu did not have much of an attitude towards this bowl of porridge and egg fried rice, but after taking a small bite, she realized it was really delicious. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's expression, Lin Fan smiled. His master-level culinary skills had finally taken effect. Xiao Wanqiu ate a mouthful of egg fried rice and felt that it was becoming more and more delicious. This bowl of porridge was the same. It melted in her mouth and tasted sweet and fragrant. How could it be so delicious? Lin Fan's culinary skills had improved tremendously. It was even better than the food made by her second auntie. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She just took small bites. This guy must have learned how to cook diligently. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were slightly red. Lin Fan had probably secretly learned how to cook for her for a long time, so he was that good. Seeing that Xiao Wanqiu still wanted to eat, Lin Fan silently took out a bowl of vegetable salad. Delicious, Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed as she looked at Lin Fan with a look of approval. This is for feeding pigs, Lin Fan explained. Xiao Wanqiu? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu's puzzled expression and couldn't help but smile. All right, send me home, Xiao Wanqiu said. Get in, Lin Fan said and sat on his old tricycle. Sit on this? Xiao Wanqiu was a little surprised. Then should I drive my Bugatti? That would attract too much attention. No one would have thought that a big star would be sitting on my shabby tricycle, said Lin Fan with a smile. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled. You have a Bugatti? Only a pig would believe you. Lin Fan nodded. I really do. Is a Bugatti worth over $100 million? There's only one in the world. Humph, you're not allowed to lie in front of me in the future. Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue. She clearly didn't believe him. She sat beside Lin Fan. Although the tricycle seat was small, it had been specially modified by Lin Fan. It was enough for 2 people. Lin Fan didn't explain. If there was a chance in the future, Xiao Wanqiu would definitely see it. It was just that the tricycle seat was so small. Sometimes, Lin Fan could even touch Xiao Wanqiu's hips. Her arms, little touches and friction made Lin Fan's body heat up. Xiao Wanqiu was the same. Her face was red and she was wearing a cap and a mask. However, Lin Fan's plan worked. He was driving such a lousy tricycle and it was nighttime. No one would notice them. Lin Fan stopped at the entrance of Xiao Wanqiu's place. The surroundings were quiet. There was no one else. Xiao Wanqiu transferred $20,000 directly to Lin Fan via WeChat. Lin Fan, 20,000? Xiao Wanqiu walked in front of Lin Fan and took off her mask. I think it's too troublesome to pay. In the future, prepare a vegetable salad for me every day. If I eat anything else, I'll get fat. Lin Fan immediately refused. Every day? That won't do. You want me to make you a vegetable salad for the rest of your life for $20,000? What a loss. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan and turned around, leaving behind a beautiful back view. Her gentle voice rang out, seemingly a little angry. Stupid pig trotter. He woke up in the morning, brushed his teeth and washed his face. It was a new day. Lin Fan opened Xiao Wanqiu's WeChat and saw the $20,000 she had transferred to him. Xiao Wanqiu knew that his life was difficult, so she used this method to help him. He only needed to help Xiao Wanqiu make a vegetable salad every day. New st rise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. He got along very well with Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan smiled. Even if Xiao Wanqiu was a big star now, she wouldn't look down on him just because he had a lousy tricycle. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Fan started his work for the day. During the day, there were still some customers scattered around. After these customers had eaten Lin Fan's food, they were all full of praises. Wow, this hunk is so handsome. The food he makes is delicious too. This lobster is too delicious, tender and smooth. Boss, another plate of lobster. Sigh, I still like the egg fried rice here. It's cheap and affordable. When did such a delicious restaurant open here? Lin Fan had been busy the entire morning. He smiled. In just one morning, he had earned over $400. Although he didn't lack money now, if his parents saw it, they would be very happy. This kind of life was not bad. Lin Fan didn't want to tire himself out either. The restaurant was only open for 2 hours in the morning and only open for 2 hours in the afternoon. He would close the restaurant at night. The restaurant only opened for 4 hours a day, so it didn't matter how much they earned. Ever since he had master-level culinary skills, the restaurant's business gradually improved. However, there were only a few scattered customers every day. It was easy to earn over $100 a day. Even if Lin Fan lost the system one day, he could still rely on the small restaurant to support himself. In the afternoon, Lin Fan rode his tricycle and went to the food market to buy many vegetables for Xiao Wanqiu's vegetable salads. Brother Fan? We've been looking for you for a long time. We couldn't get through to you. I heard from my classmate that you're here. An honest-looking man drove his BMW 5 Series to Lin Fan's shop. Gao Lixiong? Lin Fan looked over. It was his high school classmate, Gao Lixiong. He had been doing well in Shanghai for the past few years. Brother Fan, long time no see. You're still as handsome as ever. Gao Lixiong got out of the car and immediately hooked his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder. Their relationship wasn't that distant. Lixiong, you're getting fatter and fatter. You look like you're 160 to 170 pounds, said Lin Fan with a smile. Haha, there's nothing we can do about it. When we eat skewers and drink beer, we will slowly gain weight, said Gao Lixiong. In the BMW, a girl with 8 out of 10 looks alighted. Her figure was not bad. Lin Fan's high school classmate, Zhao Lele. Although she wasn't as pretty as Xiao Wanqiu, she was still one of the few pretty girls in the class. Lin Fan? Zhao Lele looked at Lin Fan in surprise. When she saw Lin Fan riding on his broken tricycle, she was even more surprised. Zhao Lele? Lin Fan smiled. Lixiong, you're good. You managed to woo Zhao Lele? I know. Lele is a classmate. I brought her to Shanghai to play, Gao Lixiong explained. He looked at Zhao Lele and chuckled. Shanghai is so big. The restaurant location you chose isn't very good. There aren't many customers, right? Brother Fan, that's not nice of you. You opened a small restaurant all by yourself. You know how much the cost of living is in Shanghai. If you have any difficulties, come find me. Brother Fan, do you want me to recommend a job for you? A monthly salary of 8,000. Gao Lixiong patted his chest. Zhao Lele looked at Lin Fan from the side and eventually lost interest. Although Lin Fan was quite handsome, in this day and age, only those with money could afford a car, house, and a stable life. For someone like Lin Fan riding a tricycle and opening a small restaurant, he might not even be able to pay his monthly rent, right? Even though Zhao Lele still had some feelings for Lin Fan in high school, they were all gone now. In this era, material things were still very important. Zhao Lele could tell that Lin Fan was very poor, but she didn't say it out loud. She just kept a distance from Lin Fan. She wasn't someone with a low EQ. Gao Lixiong, on the other hand, was pretty good. He drove a BMW 5 Series. It was said that he had a house in Shanghai and had an annual salary of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan. That was why she got into Gao Lixiong's car. Of course, Lin Fan didn't know what Zhao Lele was thinking. He said, I opened a small restaurant mainly because I'm interested in doing so. As long as I can survive, that's good enough. As for Lixiong, you're doing really well now. You can even give me a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. Of course not. Brother Fan, I'm very poor now. How can I be doing well? I can only earn 500,000 to 600,000 a year. It's not enough. Gao Lixiong sighed, looking disappointed. In this era, showing off one's wealth was like being a nouveau riche to others. The higher level of showing off was acting poor. An annual salary of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan was equivalent to a monthly salary of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. A normal person would not be able to reach such a high level, but Gao Lixiong was pretending to be poor here. More importantly, there was nothing he could say to refute that. Sigh, Brother Fan, you know the price of houses in Shanghai. I worked for several years before I paid the down payment. With the money my father gave me, I bought a 200 square meter house in Shanghai's outer ring. I'm really poor. I don't know when I'll be able to afford a house in the middle ring. As for a house in the inner ring, I don't even dare to think about it. Gao Lixiong sighed. After saying that, Gao Lixiong hammered his BMW 5 Series. He was too poor and had no choice. Such showing off. If it was someone else, they might have wanted to kill Gao Lixiong. However, Lin Fan didn't care. He had a house in Shanghai's inner ring. He had a Lake Hart villa in Blue Wave Bay that was 700 square meters. As for cars, he drove a BMW 5 Series. In Lin Fan's eyes, he was indeed quite poor. Alright, why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you're here to recommend me a job, Lin Fan said. He could tell that Gao Lixiong was acting. Well, brother Fan, there's a high school reunion the day after tomorrow. You have to come. Don't worry about spending money. I'll treat you. Shui Yaoting, Shin Jiawei, and of course Zhao Lele are coming too. The girls will all be there. If you don't come, those girls might not come. Gao Lixiong chuckled. Class reunion? Lin Fan was stunned. After all, it had been so many years since he graduated and he had never met his high school classmates again. That's right, brother Fan. It's at the New Era Lixing Hotel. That's a 5-star hotel. I'll treat you. Gao Lixiong patted his muscular chest. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't really mind. It was good to see his old classmate. Normally, a class gathering was a gathering to show off. However, Lin Fan didn't care how others showed off. No matter how much they showed off, they couldn't compare to him. Okay, brother Fan, I'll get going first. If you want to find a job, contact me anytime. Gao Lixiong and Zhao Lele got into the car and left. Sigh, brother Fan is really not doing well now. He looks quite miserable and he still wants his face. He refuses to let me help him. Gao Lixiong said. Zhao Lele nodded her head and looked at Gao Lixiong. Her attitude was completely different from how she treated Lin Fan. Lixiong, not everyone can be compared to you. You're ambitious and hardworking. You have a house and a car and you're passionate. Although Lin Fan is handsome, it's not a good thing to be too prideful, commented Zhao Lele. Oh right, it's a pity that Xia Wanqiu can't come. She's a big star. But brother Fan is doing so badly now. I'm afraid Xia Wanqiu won't bother about him anymore, said Zhao Lele. She remembered that Xia Wanqiu had a good relationship with Lin Fan back then. However, with Xia Wanqiu's status now, why would she bother about Lin Fan? Gao Lixiong nodded. None of his classmates could contact Xia Wanqiu. Even Lin Fan was no exception. The news of the class gathering had already started to spread. When Lin Fan confirmed that he would come, many girls cheered. After all, Lin Fan was the most handsome guy in high school. Most girls had a crush on him. There were also many girls who confessed to Lin Fan. However, none of them succeeded. Throughout high school, Lin Fan's deskmate had always been Xia Wanqiu. Every day he would study with Xia Wanqiu, play around, and feed each other snacks. He attracted the envy of countless girls. However, after Xia Wanqiu became a superstar, she gradually lost contact with everyone. Zhao Lele's best friend, Xia Yutong, was a little disappointed when she heard about Lin Fan. Ah, Lele, is Lin Fan really doing not so well now? Xia Yutong asked. Zhao Lele nodded. He rode a tricycle and opens a small restaurant that was around 20 to 30 square meters. There weren't many people and he only opens the restaurant for 4 hours a day. I didn't expect him to have fallen so low. If it was the old Lin Fan, I would definitely persuade you to chase after him. As for the current Lin Fan, forget it. Xia Yutong continued, but Lin Fan is quite handsome. Zhao Lele retorted. Yutong, the economic foundation determines their future path. You're already 23 years old. You're at the stage in life where you look the most beautiful. In my opinion, Lin Fan isn't reliable. We don't want much when we find a boyfriend. It's just a car, a house, and a betrothal gift of a few $100,000. How can Lin Fan afford it? It's not that we're materialistic, but this is how the market works. How can you give a girl a future if you don't have anything? Besides, you have a figure, you're busty, and you're still a virgin. We're no longer ignorant high school girls. It's time for us to consider our future, Zhao Lele said. Yeah, I think so too. Lele, you're right. It's time to keep a distance from Lin Fan. I think Gao Lixiong, Shen Jiawei, and Shui Yaoting are doing pretty well. Xia Yutong nodded. Of course. Look, Xia Wanqiu has become a celebrity now. Will she keep her distance from Lin Fan? It's not that we look down on Lin Fan. He's not bad. It's fine if he's a friend. But if he's a lover, he's still lacking, Zhao Lele consoled. After Xia Yutong hung up the phone, she looked at Lin Fan at the entrance of the food market. She hesitated for a moment but still didn't go forward to greet him. However, Lin Fan had already seen Xia Yutong. He rode his tricycle forward and greeted her. Xia Yutong, you're in Shanghai too? Xia Yutong turned around and looked at Lin Fan. She was a little disappointed and shook her head gently. If Lin Fan had been richer, she might have wooed him. But Lin Fan was riding a tricycle and couldn't give her the life she wanted. She was already 23 years old and didn't have time to strive. It was time to maintain some distance. She couldn't let Lin Fan have any fantasies about her. Yeah, I still have something on. I'll take my leave first, Xia Yutong said and turned around. Hey, you're not buying groceries anymore? Lin Fan was a little confused. Zhao Lele and Xia Yutong's attitudes were different from when they were in high school. However, Lin Fan didn't care about that. After all, he didn't like these girls. He didn't care if they wanted to chat or not. Vischt en Velben, CM for new updates. Opening WeChat, Lin Fan sent a message to Xia Wanqiu. Lin Fan, there's a class reunion tomorrow. Are you coming? Xia Wanqiu, do you want me to go? Lin Fan, I don't want you to. Otherwise, I'll be on the hot search list tomorrow. Lin Fan, I'm too handsome. There's nothing I can do about it. Maybe I'll become a superstar even more popular than you tomorrow. Xia Wanqiu, meow meow, you're asking for it. Xia Wanqiu, are there many girls going? Lin Fan, there should be quite a number of them. Zhao Lele and Xia Yutong will be going as well, and many other girls from our class. Xia Wanqiu, fierce. Xia Wanqiu, angry.jpg. Lin Fan, Xia Wanqiu, I'm going to work. I'll go to your restaurant tomorrow night to get a vegetable salad. Lin Fan, there's a class reunion tomorrow night. What if I don't come back in time? Xia Wanqiu, how dare you? Xia Wanqiu, angry.jpg. After chatting, Lin Fan felt a little helpless. After going out for a gathering with classmates, having a meal, drinking some wine, and singing, a day was about to pass. He might not be able to come back at night. Xia Wanqiu was actually waiting for his vegetable salad at night. Was she afraid that he would sleep with other girls? Lin Fan was a little angry. Was he that kind of person? That detestable woman? Even if I were to sleep with other women, what does that have to do with you? Of course, Lin Fan didn't have such thoughts. If he really had such thoughts, based on how handsome he was, many girls would probably throw themselves at him. It was the same in high school. Someone wanted to send Lin Fan a love letter through Xia Wanqiu but was rejected by her. As for the love letters Lin Fan received, he handed them over to Xia Wanqiu to settle. Of course, Xia Wanqiu had also received many love letters. She didn't even look at them and let Lin Fan return them all to the senders. After being tablemates for so many years, they had already reached a certain level of tacit understanding. Immediately, Lin Fan received another call. It was from Shui Yaoting. Lin Fan, remember to come tomorrow. At 4 in the afternoon at the new era Lixing Hotel. Everyone is waiting for you. Gao Lixiong is treating. Let's slaughter him, he Shui Yaoting said. Also, is Xia Wanqiu coming? You had such a good relationship with her in high school. She will give you face, right? Shui Yaoting asked indirectly. He mainly wanted to inform Lin Fan of the time, and secondly, he wanted to ask about Xia Wanqiu. She's not coming, said Lin Fan. When Shui Yaoting heard that, he seemed to have already expected it. With Xia Wanqiu's status, Lin Fan probably couldn't contact her anymore. It's fine. Brother, do you not have a girlfriend yet? Make good use of this class reunion. If not, we will help you. Shui Yaoting chuckled. I'll contact you tomorrow. Bye. Shui Yaoting hung up. Lin Fan looked at the time. He was going to the class gathering tomorrow at 4 p.m. If that was the case, the timing would be a little rushed. It would probably be nighttime by the time they had a meal and a chat. Xia Wanqiu would still come to him for a vegetable salad at night. At this thought, Lin Fan remembered that he hadn't signed in today. Ding. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to Master for obtaining 20% of the shares of a 5-star hotel, Shanghai's New Era Lixing Hotel. It's equivalent to being the second largest shareholder of New Era Lixing Hotel. The shares transfer agreement and related property rights books have been stored in the system inventory. Master, you can take them out at any time. The system's voice rang out and Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Previously, he had only managed to get a villa and a Bugatti. All of these could not be exchanged for cash. The only thing that could be exchanged for cash was the lottery ticket. He was just too unlucky and could only get a few $100,000. He now had 20% of the shares of a 5-star hotel. Shanghai's New Era Lixing Hotel was a top 5-star hotel, and its market value had reached 1.8 billion. This hotel wasn't just located in Shanghai. At the same time, it was also located in the capital Jiangdu, Linzhou, Changshan, and other provinces. It was a large-scale hotel that incorporated hotels, accommodation, and catering. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had obtained 20% of the shares, and he was the second largest shareholder of a 5-star hotel. It was equivalent to a dividend of tens of millions every year. It was more comfortable to be the second largest shareholder. It was not as tiring as being the largest shareholder. He could get a lot of income even when he was just sitting at home. Take Alibaba's boss Jack Ma, for example. He had a lot of work to do every day. Lin Fan didn't like that kind of life. He preferred to lie down to earn money and relax. There was a shocking piece of news in the New Era Lixing Hotel in Shanghai. Someone had transferred 20% of the share. In other words, someone had become the second largest shareholder of the New Era Lixing Hotel in Shanghai. And this person's name was Lin Fan. In an office, it was solemn and orderly. There was an office desk, a computer, and a table. This was the office of the largest shareholder of New Era's Lixing Hotel. Sitting on the chair was a woman who was over 8/10 in looks, Yan Shui. Beside her was a beautiful secretary. The change of a major shareholder in a 5-star hotel would definitely attract the attention of the higher-up. Help me contact Mr. Lin, Yan Shui said. She looked through Lin Fan's information and fell into deep thought. To be able to buy 20% of the hotel's shares meant that Lin Fan already had a pivotal position in the company. Lin Fan's decisions could already affect the company's fate. Yan Shui didn't know anything about the new shareholder Lin Fan. If Lin Fan wanted to make any suggestions or decisions regarding the company's development, even she couldn't ignore it. All right, said the female secretary. Then she called Lin Fan. Are you Mr. Lin? I'm Ms. Yan's secretary. The secretary's voice sounded. Who is Ms. Yan? Lin Fan asked. Hello, you are the second largest shareholder of the New Era Lixing Hotel, and Ms. Yan is the company's largest shareholder, the secretary explained. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. He hadn't expected the other party to call him immediately after he obtained the shares of Lixing Hotel. Ms. Yan would like to meet you and listen to your opinions and plans on the company's development, the secretary replied. I'm busy. I don't have time. I'll get straight to the point. Tell Ms. Yan that I don't have any suggestion for the company's development and plans. I'm not interested in interfering with the company's internal affairs. As for meeting you, there's no need. After Lin Fan said that, he hung up. As a core member of the company, he had to attend meetings every day. Lin Fan didn't like this kind of life. What he meant was that he was telling Yan Shui that he wouldn't threaten Yan Shui's position in the company, nor would he interfere with any of the company's operations. He just wanted to quietly receive dividend. Lin Fan wasn't interested in managing a company. He just wanted to do what he liked. Ms. Yan. The secretary looked at Yan Shui. Yes, I know. Lin Fan is probably not an ordinary person. He has a Lake Heart Villa in Shanghai's Blue Wave Bay district and a limited edition sports car worth hundreds of millions. However, he often rides a tricycle. Such a person has 20% of our company's shares, but he has no interest in the company. As for Lin Fan's other information, they are all hidden and cannot be found. In other words, Lin Fan's background is unfathomable. Yan Shui said thoughtfully. Perhaps Lin Fan didn't care how many shares he had in this hotel. A person who could afford to stay in a mansion worth hundreds of millions and drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions probably had unimaginable assets. In that case, I would like to see Mr. Lin even more. In short, any hotel under the company must treat Mr. Lin as an honored guest. We must not neglect him. Once you offend Mr. Lin, even if he doesn't hold you accountable, with me, Yan Shui said. She knew that Lin Fan was trying to be nice to her and not fight with her for power in the company. She would also give Lin Fan enough respect and treatment. Even if Lin Fan didn't express goodwill to her, Lin Fan was still a big shot that the entire company couldn't afford to offend. New Era Lixing Hotel sounds familiar. It's not bad to get a dividend of tens of millions every year. It's a pretty good income. Lin Fan smiled and returned to the small restaurant. He prepared to pack up and attend the class gathering. As for the class gathering, Lin Fan didn't have any intention of showing off. They were all old classmates. If they started showing off the moment they saw each other, the meaning of a class reunion would be lost. Lin Fan went to the class reunion mainly because he wanted to see his old high school classmates and get to know them better. Hey brother Fan, we're going to a class reunion. Let me bring you there. Gao Lixiong drove his BMW 5 Series to Lin Fan's restaurant. Zhao Lele was also in the car. No need. It's not time yet. I'll go over myself later, said Lin Fan. The restaurant hadn't been cleaned up yet. After all, Xiao Wanqiu was going to come over tonight. Alright brother Fan, I'll take my leave first, Gao Lixiong said as he drove off. On the way, Zhao Lele sighed again. Lin Fan is still suffering because of his pride. It's no big deal to sit in your car, Zhao Lele said. Gao Lixiong shook his head helplessly. That's true. Brother Fan could have come in my car. We're all good brothers. He can't just ride his tricycle there. If he gets mocked by other students who don't know better, Brother Fan won't be happy either. Sigh, there's nothing I can do even if I want to help Brother Fan. If it really doesn't work out, I'll find a reliable job for Brother Fan after the class reunion. Lele, do you have any reliable jobs or shops? Ask Brother Fan to open a new restaurant. I'll lend him money, Gao Lixiong said. Lixiong, are you sure you want to lend Lin Fan money? If you don't do a good job in Gao Lixiong waved his hand. No matter what, I have to help. It's just a few $100,000. I can still take it out if I grit my teeth. Zhao Lele looked at Gao Lixiong and changed her opinion of him. Gao Lixiong was not only rich but also had a good character. She found him more and more pleasing to the eye. If she wanted to get married, she had to marry such a person. However, if she really got together with Gao Lixiong, she would definitely persuade him to not lend Lin Fan money. A few $100,000 was not worth it. Xiao Wanqiu was naturally the high school classmate who was doing the most well. Lin Fan wanted to open a restaurant. Why didn't he ask Xiao Wanqiu to lend him money? In Zhao Lele's opinion, Xiao Wanqiu might have stopped contacting Lin Fan long ago. If even Xiao Wanqiu didn't help Lin Fan, why would she interfere? Unknowingly, it was almost time for the class reunion. Since his restaurant wasn't far from Lixiong Hotel, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to drive the Bugatti. He could train his body while riding the bicycle, why not? As for showing off, Lin Fan wasn't interested. He opened WeChat and clicked on Xiao Wanqiu's profile picture. Lin Fan, I'm leaving. Lin Fan, I saw Zhao Lele just now. Xiao Wanqiu, fierce. Xiao Wanqiu, without my vegetable salad tonight, you're dead meat. Xiao Wanqiu, angry.jpg, New Era Lixiong Hotel. As one of the top 5-star hotels in Shanghai, the decorations were luxurious. The dishes here were also expensive, and of course, the taste was delicious. There was no need to mention the service at Lixiong Hotel. Lin Fan rode his tricycle to the hotel. The two waiters at the door smiled at Lin Fan. They bowed slightly and said softly, welcome. What surprised Lin Fan was that the service attitude here was surprisingly good. They didn't look down on him just because he was riding a tricycle. As soon as he entered the hotel, he was greeted with a red carpet. Many of the surrounding waiters bowed to Lin Fan and greeted him in unison. Lin Fan headed straight for the room Gao Lixiong told him to go to. As for why these waiters had such good attitudes, it was because they had just received a message from the headquarters. There was a picture of Lin Fan and a picture of him riding a tricycle. It also showed that Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder in the company. Yan Shui knew that Lin Fan kept a low profile, so she specially instructed everyone in the company not to intentionally emphasize Lin Fan's identity or call him Mr. Lin because Lin Fan didn't like it. Therefore, even though these waitresses knew that Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder of the company, they didn't expose him. Instead, they chose two of the most beautiful waitresses to welcome Lin Fan at the entrance. Such an invisible action made Lin Fan have a good impression of this company. As expected, Yan Shui, who was able to become the company's largest shareholder, wasn't an ordinary person. When the waitresses saw Lin Fan, they were stunned because Lin Fan was way too handsome. When Lin Fan walked in, he attracted the attention of all the waitresses. They also knew that Lin Fan was a big shareholder and was very rich. Lin Fan was also very polite and had a good character. Moreover, he was so handsome that the waitresses liked him a lot more. Mr. Lin is so handsome. He's still so low-key and humble. No one else can compare to him. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome person. I love him. Sho, don't speak too loudly. It's good that you know in your heart. Otherwise, Mr. Lin will be unhappy. We just need to serve him silently. Quick, take good care of Boss Lin's tricycle. Nothing must go wrong. Before Lin Fan knew it, Lixiong Hotel had already made all the necessary preparations. It could be said that today's Lixiong Hotel was fully equipped with top VIP services for Lin Fan. When Lin Fan pushed open the door, he saw some familiar faces. Naturally, the girls cheered, because Lin Fan was really too handsome. However, Zhao Lele and Xia Yutong scoffed at him. So what if he was handsome? He was still poor. Brother Fan, come, have a seat. Gao Lixiong immediately welcomed him warmly. Lin Fan, did you come here on a tricycle? How could you do that? You should have let Lixiong pick you up. It's so tiring to ride a tricycle. Shui Yaoting patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Shui Yaoting was a little unhappy when he saw the girls cheering for Lin Fan. It wasn't easy for him to hold a class reunion, and this was his home ground. With so many girls here, he had to brag. Riding a tricycle is pretty good too. Lin Fan didn't really care. Sai, it's too difficult to find a job nowadays. I heard that Lixiong has already bought a car and a house. His annual salary is 500,000 to 600,000, right? Shui Yaoting said with a smile. Many girls turned to look at Gao Lixiong. Shui Yaoting's words immediately diverted their attention. After all, after graduating from university, everyone would ask each other where they worked, whether they've bought a car, whether they've bought a house, and when they'll get married. It's all right. It's only 500,000 to 600,000 a year. My car is only a BMW 5 Series. I'm not doing very well, Gao Lixiong said with a smile. He then showed off. After all, Zhao Lele was still by his side. Moreover, this was the truth. He wasn't trying to show off. Jack Ma said in front of so many people that he wasn't interested in money. As for Chief Wang, he even said that 100 million was just a small goal. This was all because they had reached that level. Not bad, Lixiong. Shui Yaoting laughed. Aha, I guess. Gao Lixiong laughed. Zhao Lei looked at Gao Lixiong approvingly. Xie Yutong sat beside Shui Yaoting. Shui Yaoting, how's your job now? Xie Yutong's weak voice was heard. There was some anticipation in her eyes. Shui Yaoting should be a rich man too. It's just SOSO. Shui Yaoting shook his head and sighed. Shui Yaoting, tell us, where do you work? A girl asked. I work in QQ, and my annual salary is only about 800,000 yuan. I drive a Porsche and bought 3 houses. I also have to pay over 20,000 yuan a month in loans. I'm so poor, Shui Yaoting said. Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting flattered each other, which shocked Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong. So Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong were both so outstanding. Indeed, Lin Fan could not compare to these people. We're not going to listen to them show off. Lin Fan, come and sit with us. Seriously, this is a class gathering. All of you only know how to show off. A girl looked at Lin Fan and said. Many girls started discussing amongst themselves as they surrounded Lin Fan. As for Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting showing off, many girls were too lazy to watch and listen to them. Many girls looked at Lin Fan like little fangirl. Lin Fan, you're really handsome now. Do you have a girlfriend? You're still the best. You're not like those 2 simple-minded fools who only know how to posture. I heard that you have a small restaurant now. Where is it? We will definitely go and support you. Many girls surrounded Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and chatted with his classmates. They were all classmates. Although Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong would occasionally posture, they wouldn't publicly belittle or mock Lin Fan. That would be foolish behavior. After chatting for a long time, Shui Yaoting looked at the girls and said with a smile, Lixiong was the one treating today, but let me treat instead. I've already ordered the dishes for everyone. There's auspicious platter, golden soup oat seafood, steamed prawns with silver garlic, stir-fried sliced squid with celery, ginger and garlic crab noodles, salted pork trotters, American frogs in sour soup and spicy veal legs. There are also many lobsters for everyone to eat freely, Shui Yaoting said generously. It was normal for Shui Yaoting to take the initiative to treat them to a meal to show off. He finally took back the initiative, and many girls began to praise Shui Yaoting for his generosity. Many waiters started to serve the dishes. At the same time, Lin Fan's phone rang. The person who called was the couple who wanted to rent his house that day. Mr. Lin, we have thought it through. We will rent your house for 840,000 yuan a year for 6 consecutive years. The rent will be paid once a year. Is that okay? Zhao Bingqi asked. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. If he were to rent his house for 6 consecutive years, it would be $5,040,000. That would be quite a sizable income. Then can we sign the contract now? The contract has been drafted. I'll go find you right away, Zhao Bingqi asked. After all, the contract was more important when it came to renting a house. Sure, I'm on the 6th floor of Lixing Hotel. Lin Fan nodded. All right, Mr. Lin. I'm nearby. I'll be right there, Zhao Bingqi replied. Lin Fan was a little excited. What was the point of bragging to his classmates here? He just wanted to meet them and catch up. It wasn't as practical as earning money. Although Lin Fan owned mansions and sports cars worth billions and was the 2nd largest shareholder of Lixing Hotel, the shareholders' dividends still had to be done periodically. This yearly rent of $840,000 was equivalent to a large sum of money after 6 consecutive years of renting. It was perfect for Lin Fan's urgent need for money. As long as he signed the contract, he would get the 840,000 yuan rental fee. Lin Fan, who wants to come here? A girl asked. A tenant is coming to look for me to sign a contract. Lin Fan smiled and said, a tenant? Don't tell me, Lin Fan, you bought a house in Shanghai? The girl was shocked. The property prices in Shanghai were easily a few million. It's just a small house. Lin Fan didn't explain further. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong sat together. They looked at Lin Fan helplessly with disappointment in their eyes. Poverty was only temporary. They would not despise someone who was too poor, but it would be too much if someone like Lin Fan, who was very poor, still hired an actor to help him show off. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong didn't believe that Lin Fan, who rode a tricycle and had an ordinary family background, would buy a house in Shanghai. Luckily, Lin Fan knew his limits and said it was only a small house. It was probably only about 10 over square meters. Otherwise, Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong would have started to scold him. Of course, Lin Fan didn't care about what Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong were thinking. He was concerned about the rent of 840,000 yuan. Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong did not pay much attention to this small episode. They were still eating. Not long after, a middle-aged man arrived on the 6th floor. Zhao Bingqi was here. Moreover, he had a contract that had already been drafted. Zhao Bingqi, who was eager to rent a room, immediately came to look for Lin Fan to sign the contract. The verbal agreement might be changed, but the contract couldn't be changed. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb you. The contract is right here. If you see that there's no problem, you can sign the contract. I'll transfer the yearly rental fee of 840,000 to you immediately, Zhao Bingqi said. When they heard Zhao Bingqi say 840,000 renminbi a year in rental fees, everyone was stunned. Oh god, what kind of house would cost 840,000 yuan a year to rent? 840,000 a year. In other words, the monthly rent was 70,000. Zhao Lei and Xie Yutong were thunderstruck. This was unlikely. Even if Lin Fan was acting, his acting was way too fake. Did he find an actor to help him show off here? Zhao Lei was still in disbelief. When everyone leaned over to look at the contract, they saw the house district. Marked on the contract, Begonia Garden District 606, 100 square meters. 100 square meters. Begonia Garden. Isn't this the famous high-end school district in Shanghai? Every house in Begonia Garden District cost at least 10 million yuan. As for Lin Fan's house, just its valuation alone had exceeded 20 million. Many classmates stared at the contract in disbelief. Oh my god, this is a house in Begonia Garden District. It's the best school district in Shanghai. Lin Fan, you're actually the owner of a house in Begonia Garden District? Oh my god. A 100 square meter house is worth at least 20 million yuan. Even if you just pay the down payment, it will cost at least 6 million yuan. Lin Fan, when did you become so rich? D*MN. The houses in Begonia Garden District are the ones I want to buy even in my dream. But who can afford that house? Lin Fan, you're so low profile and you even have a house here. Many of the girls were shocked. This contract was very complete and it couldn't be faked. The way these girls looked at Lin Fan had completely changed. So, Lin Fan was the richest person here. With a house worth 20 million, Lin Fan was already a multimillionaire. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong looked at everything in shock. Their eyes were blank. They wanted to say something but did not dare to. What if this is real? Lin Fan really had a house in the Begonia Garden District. There's no problem with the contract. I'll sign it. Pleasure doing business with you. Lin Fan looked at the contract carefully and signed his name. Now, the contract was legally binding. All right, Mr. Lin. Pleasure doing business with you. I'll immediately contact someone to transfer the money to you. Zhao Bingqi shook hands with Lin Fan. Both parties revealed satisfied smiles. After Zhao Bingqi left, everyone in the room looked at Lin Fan as if he was a monster. The houses in Begonia Garden District could be said to be extremely expensive. Even Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting, who earned hundreds of thousands a year, might not be able to afford a house here. Explore Todd T's stories at no/l//bin. CM Gao Lixiong earned 600,000 a year. Just the down payment alone would require 10 years of saving. Who would have thought that Lin Fan, who rode a tricycle to this place, was actually a hidden multimillionaire? Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong felt that Lin Fan was acting. But when the two of them saw the message on Lin Fan's phone, all their thoughts disappeared. You received 840,000 yuan into your savings account ending in 6115 on June 27th, 7:41 p.m. Your balance is 875,214 yuan. Construction bank, everyone was stunned. The rent of 840,000 yuan had been paid. When everyone saw Lin Fan's message, they were all stunned. In the time it took to have a meal, he received 840,000 yuan. The 840,000 renminbi and the contract just now were enough to prove that Lin Fan had a property in the Begonia Garden District. It was worth at least 20 million. D*MN, that's 20 million. Brother Fan, when did you become so awesome? The key is that you're still so low profile. I have to work for 10 years before I could afford the down payment for a house in the Begonia Garden District. Brother Fan, you already have a house that costs $20 million. Gao Lixiong looked at Lin Fan in shock. A house in the Begonia Garden District is not something that ordinary people can afford. Lin Fan, how can you be so amazing? You have such a good house but you're still so low profile. You said that you're just living in a random place but you have such a good house. Lin Fan, when did you get rich? Many girls surrounded Lin Fan and looked at him in surprise. They knew about Lin Fan's family background, but Lin Fan's house was worth $20 million. Many people dreamed of owning a property in a high-end school district. I'm not that rich. It's just a few houses. It's nothing much. Everyone eat your food. Lin Fan waved his hand and didn't really care. Look at him. He's so low-key. This is what you call a tycoon. It's just a few houses. Or does Lin Fan already have a few houses like this? D*MN, one apartment costs 20 million. 5 apartments mean 100 million. Lin Fan, how many houses do you have in Shanghai? You're all underestimating Lin Fan. Think about it. He rented out a house that costs $20 million. What kind of house does he live in? A few girls gathered together and said. Initially, Shui Yaoting had ordered a bunch of delicious food and wanted to show off. But now everyone's attention was on Lin Fan, especially Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong. Their eyes were wide open. Lin Fan was actually so rich, they instantly understood. No wonder Lin Fan was riding a tricycle and opening a small restaurant. He didn't care about the customer. Gao Lixiong wanted to give Lin Fan a job with a monthly salary of over $8,000, but Lin Fan did not reply him. A school district house worth 20 million yuan, just renting it out would cost 70,000 yuan a month in rent. This was already more than most people's salary, not to mention that the rent would increase. In a few years, it was very likely that the price of the houses in the school district would double, 20 million to 40 million. If Lin Fan had 5 school district houses, wouldn't his assets go from 100 million to 200 million? Lin Fan, what kind of job are you doing? How can you be so amazing? I wanted to show off in front of everyone, but now, I can't. You've stolen the limelight. Shui Yaoting was impressed. He only wanted to show off occasionally. He had a good personality. When he saw how outstanding Lin Fan was, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. They were all businessmen. If Lin Fan became awesome, they might have business dealings in the future. Lin Fan might even be able to help him. I don't have much work and I don't have much money either. Didn't you see that my savings are only about 800,000? I have a small restaurant and I entertain myself every day and collect rent. That's how I live my life, said Lin Fan. Wow, so you're experiencing life. We work so hard, but our annual salary is only a few $100,000. We can't compare to others. Shui Yaoting sighed. Zhao Lele sat beside Lin Fan. She looked at Lin Fan and said in a hushed voice, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding. Actually, when I was in high school, I thought that you were quite good. You will definitely do great things in the future. Zhao Lele immediately felt that Lin Fan was on a whole new level. He was much better than Gao Lixiong. After all, Lin Fan was so low-key, handsome, and rich. She believed that with her looks, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to catch up to Lin Fan. I'm not that outstanding. I'm just riding a lousy tricycle. I can't really say that. Lin Fan shook his head. Actually, when you were riding the tricycle, you were also very charming. Zhao Lele blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Her cheeks were a little pink. Now she felt that Lin Fan was really handsome. Lin Fan. Xie Yutong said, I think Lele is right. Lin Fan, where do you live? If you have time, can you bring us over to take a look? I can ride on your tricycle. The two girls immediately expressed their enthusiasm towards Lin Fan. Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting were envious. After all, these two girls were very good looking. If they were willing to go home with him, they would have probably tacitly agreed to it. Perhaps, as long as Lin Fan was willing, he could woo them very easily. No need. I'm usually quite busy. I have to open a restaurant and work. Lin Fan smiled and rejected the two girls. Although they were high school classmates, he could still tell what Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong were implying. Take them home? Lin Fan? Even if they took the initiative, Lin Fan wasn't interested. At the very least, Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong could not be bothered with him when he was riding the tricycle. Now that he had a school district house worth 20 million, they immediately came looking for him again. Although Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong were good looking, in Lin Fan's eyes, character was more important. Furthermore, Lin Fan didn't lack women around him. When it came to girls, Su Shirin's character was much better than theirs. Xiao Wanqiu was even more so. The catgirl had always been Lin Fan's deskmate. Tonight, Lin Fan had to make her a vegetable salad. Can I add you on WeChat? I suddenly realized that I don't have your WeChat. Zhao Lele looked at Lin Fan and continued chasing after him. As long as he added her on WeChat, she would have a chance. Lin Fan was just about to say something when a waiter opened the door. Two beautiful waitresses stood at the door, holding several bottles of red wine. Behind the beautiful waitress was a manager. The manager personally served the red wine. The manager walked in and bowed to Lin Fan. The two beautiful waitresses placed the red wine on the table and stood quietly at the side. No one spoke the entire time. However, the crowd present were all in a state of confusion. This was especially true for Shui Yaoting, who immediately cried out, "This is Romani Conti la Romani Conti." Find new Tories on nov/elbin.com. Romani Conti is a premium wine produced by the Romani Conti winery. For the sake of taste, only a few thousand bottles are produced every year. This premium wine has been ranked first among the top 10 most expensive wines in the world many times. Its price is above 100,000 RMB. A bottle of wine is worth 100,000. There are 6 bottles here. That is 600,000. Who ordered this? Are you kidding me? I didn't order this kind of wine. Shui Yaoting stood up and looked at the Romani Conti. Although he really wanted to drink it, his annual salary would be gone after these 6 bottles. These 6 bottles of wine were indeed not ordered by you, but these are some of Ms. Yan's kind intentions. They are all free. Mr. Lin, please enjoy. If you still want Romani Conti, you can let me know. We will prepare it for you at any time. If you have any other requests, you can contact these 2 waiters. Have a good meal. The manager bowed slightly and left. The manager didn't directly expose Lin Fan's identity as the second largest shareholder of the company. Yan Shui had specifically instructed him to do so. After all, Lin Fan had always kept a low profile. On one hand, he wanted to let Lin Fan know the sincerity of the company. The second largest shareholder of the company deserved that kind of special treatment. On the other hand, Yan Shui gave face to the company's second largest shareholder. 1/5 of the company's shares were under Lin Fan. As a major shareholder of Shanghai's top 5-star hotel, it was worth it even if it was 60 or 600 bottles, let alone 6 bottles of Romani Conti. To Yan Shui, Lin Fan's background was even better than the entire company. Just in Shanghai, he had a villa and sports car worth hundreds of millions. His fixed assets alone were worth more than 200 million. How many assets did Lin Fan have? The entire company's market value was only a few billion. Lin Fan's personal assets even exceeded the company's market value. Lin Fan had so many assets, which meant that he had many connections. If they could rope in Lin Fan and get him to give some suggestions in the company or work in the company for a while, the company might look brand new. When the manager and beautiful waitresses left, everyone gasped. What occasion was this? It was a famous 5-star hotel in Shanghai. The manager of the new era Lishing Hotel held an important position here. Usually, he would appear only when important people or the hotel's VIP customers came. It was such a manager who actually said the words, "Boss Lin." Moreover, he directly said that it was Ms. Yan's intention to give 6 bottles of Romani Conti to Boss Lin. Shui Yaoting, Gao Lixiong, Zhao Lele, and Xie Yutong all knew who the manager was referring to. The company's biggest shareholder, Yan Shui. Even such a manager had to be respectful to Boss Lin. Who was this person that even the big boss Yan Shui wanted to rope in personally? In this room, there was only one person with the surname Lin. Lin Fan. Everyone looked at Lin Fan. It was hard to imagine the shock in Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting's eyes. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong were also surprised. Lin Fan was addressed as Boss Lin by the manager. No one knew the status of Lin Fan. This scene also caused many girls to exclaim, "Boss Lin, I told you that Lin Fan is a big boss. He's been called Boss Lin. Lin Fan is a big boss. I knew it. How could he have a house worth 20 million for no reason? This must be what a big boss is. I'm shocked. Lin Fan, you're the one who's doing the best in our class. You have to share your experience with us. Can I work at your place?" Many girls looked at Lin Fan as if they were looking at a celebrity. Lin Fan's popularity had completely crushed that of Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong. The two of them had witnessed what a true tycoon was. The wine he drank in a meal was worth all their annual salary. Most importantly, this kind of wine was personally delivered by the big boss, Yan Shui. No matter how many bottles he wanted, they would try their best to satisfy him. This was the special treatment a big boss received. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. "You guys are praising me to the skies. How can it be so unbelievable? This is a class reunion, not a bootlicking event. If you guys continue like this, I'm going to leave. Everyone drink, eat something and enjoy yourselves." A bunch of people were praising Lin Fan, but he didn't really like it. If he ever made it onto the hot searches list, he would become extremely popular immediately. He was born to be so handsome that he charmed many young girls. If he became popular, he would be chased by a group of girls and aunties. How could he meet Xia Wanqiu alone in the restaurant? If he really wanted to become popular, Lin Fan just needed to post a photo of him and Xia Wanqiu on Weibo and it would probably cause the internet to explode. At that time, who knew how many agencies would look for Lin Fan to work with and how many girls would become his fans? It was too troublesome. Lin Fan didn't like to have so many things on his hand. "Alright, brother Fan, you're awesome. I feel like I've really managed to suck up to you today. I can even drink such good wine. Brother Fan, let me fill your glass. It's a waste to not drink such good wine." Shui Yaoting picked up the wine and poured it into Lin Fan's cup. After taking a sip, Lin Fan nodded. "It's all right." Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong looked at each other. This wine was more than all right. This was a bottle of wine that cost 100,000 yuan. One sip would cost a few thousand yuan. With Lin Fan's words, everyone stopped praising him. However, many people became more interested in him. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong felt a little regretful. If they could keep in contact with Lin Fan after graduation, they might have a chance of marrying into a rich family. Right now, Lin Fan was a true tycoon. The two girls were looking at Lin Fan with smiles on their faces. Their attitudes were completely different from before. Find new Tories on nov/el bin.com. There was a hint of admiration and fondness. This was not gold digging, but reality. If you're as handsome as the author, you'll know how proactive girls can be. After drinking a lot of wine, Lin Fan felt a little dizzy and gradually fell asleep. As the sky gradually darkened, many students were still not satisfied. Come, I didn't drink. Let me send Brother Fan back, Gao Lixiong said. Alright, we'll go with you. I'm afraid you won't be able to carry him alone, said Shui Yaoting and Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong, who were beside him. The two girls wanted to see where Lin Fan lived, but they didn't know. They could only send Lin Fan to the restaurant and wait for him to sober up. Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting carried Lin Fan to the car. Many students were at the door, preparing to leave, but the waiters were still polite. Zhao Lele walked to a waitress and asked curiously, "Do you know who Lin Fan is? I saw that your manager was very polite to him and even called him Boss Lin." Xie Yutong was also curious. Some girls were also looking at the waitress. The waitress looked at Lin Fan as he fell asleep. Her eyes were filled with envy as she said, "Don't you guys know who Boss Lin is? The manager didn't want to tell you, but this news can't be hidden. Boss Lin is actually the second largest shareholder in our company, second only to Ms. Yen. I heard that he owns 20% of the shares. You guys can go online and check." Zhao Lele, Xie Yutong, and many other students were stunned. So, this was Lin Fan's true identity, the second largest shareholder of Shanghai's top 5-star hotel. He had 20% shares. In other words, Lin Fan's net worth was already over 100 million. The eyes of the crowd widened. Zhao Lele, Xie Yutong, Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting looked at Lin Fan, who had already fallen asleep. My goodness, no wonder Yen Shui, the biggest shareholder of the new era Lixing Hotel, wanted to rope Lin Fan in. She even gave him Romani Conti wine worth 100,000 renminbi a bottle. 20% shares, the company's second largest shareholder. F*CK, Brother Fan really hit it well. Shui Yaoting exclaimed. I was wondering why Brother Fan had a house worth 20 million yuan in Begonia Garden. He's the second largest shareholder of the company. Let alone a house, he can afford even 2 or 3 houses comfortably, said Gao Lixiong. Lin Fan is really amazing. So, Lin Fan is the one who hides the deepest. Is it too late to suck up to Lin Fan now? I thought that Lin Fan was just riding a tricycle and was planning to help him find a job. Now I have to suck up to him. I'm shocked. Lin Fan is so handsome and awesome. I feel like I've fallen for him. What should I do? Your breasts are too small. Men don't like small breasts. If Lin Fan wanted to choose, he would choose me. T. Lin Fan isn't that kind of person. There were so many girls wooing him in high school, but he has never been in a relationship. There's nothing to say about Lin Fan's character. After a series of exclamations, many of the girls smiled. They were genuinely happy for Lin Fan. Lin Fan had become so awesome. If they were to meet with any trouble one day, they would be able to seek Lin Fan out to settle it. The main point was that Lin Fan was so handsome. As for those who wanted to be his girlfriend, they were just joking. Even though Lin Fan was very awesome, they knew his character. Xie Yutong looked at Lin Fan and felt a little guilty. Lin Fan was so outstanding and he even took the initiative to greet her at the food market. However, because Lin Fan was riding his tricycle, she ignored him. She felt a little regretful. When she had the chance, she would definitely apologize to Lin Fan. Zhao Lele was the same. She had just realized how ignorant she was. Right now, she only had deep admiration and respect for Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder of a 5-star hotel. He also owned a house in Begonia Garden. Most importantly, he was so handsome. It would be a lie if Zhao Lele wasn't tempted. Zhao Lele looked at Lin Fan. Her cheeks were slightly red and her heart was fluttering. Lin Fan was so handsome. If he had no contact with Xiao Wanqiu, she might still have a chance. With her looks, she might be able to woo Lin Fan. When Lin Fan woke up, he looked at Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong and smiled politely. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. Xie Yutong looked at Lin Fan and felt wronged. She took the initiative to apologize to Lin Fan. What are you apologizing for? We're all classmates. Lin Fan smiled and didn't take it to heart. You're not angry anymore? Then Lin Fan, can I add you on WeChat? Xie Yutong mustered her courage. Her cheeks were slightly red as she looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. They were high school classmates, so adding her on WeChat wasn't a big deal. Can I add you too? Zhao Lele blinked and looked at Lin Fan. Then, she took out her phone. We're all classmates. What's the big deal about adding each other on WeChat? Lin Fan added Xie Yutong and Zhao Lele respectively. Lin Fan, thank you. Where do you live? If I have time in the future, can I visit your house? Xie Yutong put away her phone happily. I also want to go. Zhao Lele nodded. Gao Lixiong and Shui Yaoting felt their hearts ache. This was so obvious. If one was handsome and if he was rich, he wondered how active girls could be. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong were both beauties with 90 points in looks. There were also many people wooing them. However, girls like them wanted to go to Lin Fan's house active. What else could they do when they were in Lin Fan's house? They would definitely be having sex. The girls were already so proactive. If it was Gao Lixiong or Shui Yaoting, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. There was no reason for them not to. Alright, if you want to come in the future, book a date and call a dozen classmates. Come to my house for a class reunion, said Lin Fan. As for the girls' initiative, Lin Fan couldn't tell. He simply thought that Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong wanted to visit his house. Okay. Xie Yutong nodded. Brother Fan, where do you live? Shui Yaoting asked curiously. Blue Wave Bay District, said Lin Fan. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhao Lele, Xie Yutong, Gao Lixiong, and Shui Yaoting looked at each other. Zhao Lele even took out her phone and searched Blue Wave Bay District to confirm. F*CK. Blue Wave Bay District. Brother Fan, you're really something. Blue Wave Bay District is a high-end district in the entire Shanghai. Its high-end level cannot be compared to that of the Begonia Garden District, Shui Yaoting exclaimed. Yeah, Blue Wave Bay neighborhood. The cheapest upscale neighborhood in there costs $30 to $40 million, and to enter the Blue Wave Bay neighborhood, one has to have a certain social status besides having to be rich, said Gao Lixiong. Especially the villas in the Blue Wave Bay District. Ordinary people can't afford them. I heard that any villa there is worth more than $100 million, and the property and security in the Blue Wave Bay District are all top-notch. They have received professional training. Thieves definitely wouldn't dare to enter the Blue Wave Bay District to steal things. The security there is too perfect. Gao Lixiong looked at Lin Fan. He couldn't imagine that Lin Fan actually lived in the Blue Wave Bay district. Brother Fan, with a house in a high-end district like the Blue Wave Bay district, you can go out and brag. Shui Yaoting felt more and more impressed with Lin Fan. After working hard in Shanghai for a few years, Lin Fan had even moved into this house. Brother Fan, which building do you live in? When the time comes, we'll go to your house together. Gao Lixiong took out a Baidu map. Here. Lin Fan pointed. Holy shit, isn't this the Lake Hart Villa? A $200 million Lake Hart Villa was just bought by a mysterious billionaire a few days ago. Brother Fan, you actually live in the Lake Hart Villa? That is the most luxurious villa in the entire Blue Wave Bay district. Gao Lixiong was completely stunned. He asked casually and realized that Lin Fan lived in a villa that was worth hundreds of millions. Lake Hart Villa. F***CK, Brother Fan, you're really a billionaire now. There's no way we can compare to you. How are we going to show off in front of you in the future? Shui Yaoting said bitterly. Zhao Lele laughed and said, Shui Yaoting, forget it. You won't be able to catch up to Lin Fan in this lifetime. Turns out that Lin Fan lives in such a nice villa. I'll have to go there even more in the future. Shui Yaoting laughed when he heard that. Of course. How can I catch up to Brother Fan? Next time, I'll call 20 to 30 classmates to go to Brother Fan's house, arrange for a feast and make Brother Fan pay for all of it. Lin Fan looked at everyone and chuckled out. The way he interacted with Shui Yaoting and Gao Lixiong was very pleasant. He could invite dozens of students to the villa and restaurant and have a big meal at the same time. He could enjoy life and be very comfortable. Alright, then I'll go back and make some arrangements. I'll charter a car to pick you guys up, said Lin Fan with a smile. F***CK, Brother Fan, are you serious? I was just joking. Can I really go to your house? Shui Yaoting's eyes lit up. After all, that was the best Lake Hart Villa in the Blue Wave Bay district. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter the gate of the Blue Wave Bay district. Do I look like someone who would joke around? Just leave me here. I'll open the shop at night, Lin Fan said. Unknowingly, the car had already arrived at the restaurant. AD new chapt rs on no/v/e/l in.com. Sigh, this is the difference between me and a billionaire. Brother Fan, you're already so rich. Yet you still have to work so hard to open your shop at night. Gao Lixiong sighed and stopped the car. You don't understand. This is called enjoying life. Lin Fan got off the car. After the class reunion, he was in a good mood. Actually, Lin Fan wouldn't open his shop at night. He wouldn't be able to open a restaurant for long. Usually, he would have closed the restaurant at this hour. I'm working late tonight, mostly because of Xia Wanqiu. This despicable woman wanted him to make her a vegetable salad for the rest of her life with a mere 20,000 yuan. Lin Fan was furious. Looking at Lin Fan's expression, Xia Wanqiu, who had just walked over, pouted and felt a little wronged. This blockhead was just a dumb pig trotter. Chapter 22. Do you like me? Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios Miao. Xia Wanqiu's voice rang out. She looked at Lin Fan and blinked her eyes. You're here? Lin Fan chuckled without turning back. Aren't you happy that I'm here? Xia Wanqiu asked softly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan sadly as though she had been wronged. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the girl in front of him. She was still wearing the hat with cat ears like a catgirl. She was wearing shorts and had long, snow-white legs. She was very pretty without makeup. Her aggrieved look was still so cute. Lin Fan initially wanted to bully Xia Wanqiu, but seeing her like this, how could he bear to do it? I am, said Lin Fan. Humph, smelly Lin Fan, you still dare to be unhappy? Xia Wanqiu took off her hat. Her figure was still perfect. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wanqiu and was momentarily stunned. Xia Wanqiu was indeed much better looking than Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong. She was still a big star and her figure had always been proportionate. Her skin was also well maintained. This was something that many others could not compare to. What are you looking at? Shameless. Xia Wanqiu took a few steps back and looked at Lin Fan warily. They were alone together. What if this blockhead were to get any wrong idea? They're not big, and I can't even look at them, Lin Fan complained. Oh, Xia Wanqiu stomped her feet and glared at Lin Fan. She straightened her back and stood in front of Lin Fan. Stupid Lin Fan, are you looking to get scratched? Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. Usually, people would praise her for her beauty or her big breasts. Only Lin Fan would dare to say such words. He was asking for it. Actually, on closer look, they're quite big, said Lin Fan with a smile. Xia Wanqiu, it just felt wrong. Like no matter what, she was losing out. The shameless Lin Fan. Xia Wanqiu was still very angry. This detestable deskmate of hers had always made her very angry. How was the class reunion today? Xia Wanqiu changed the topic. Lin Fan nodded. I had a good time. A lot of girls came. Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, there are still a lot of girls who want to chat with me. It's as if I'm back in high school. Zhao Lele and Xie Yutong even asked me for my WeChat. It's been a few years since we last met and they've become prettier. Xia Wanqiu, fierce. Looking at Xia Wanqiu's cute expression, Lin Fan smiled. Who asked Xia Wanqiu to act so well in front of him the last time? What do you want to eat? Vegetable salad? Lin Fan looked at Xia Wanqiu and gently touched her cat ears hat. I'm not eating anymore. Xia Wanqiu turned her head away. Jealous? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xia Wanqiu. You're the jealous one. Your whole family is jealous. Xia Wanqiu snorted. To be honest, they're not as pretty as you, Lin Fan said as he looked at Xia Wanqiu. Xia Wanqiu, I'll eat some vegetable salad. I want to eat meat too, but I'll get fat. Xia Wanqiu touched her lower abdomen. Most importantly, there was no fat on her lower abdomen. It's okay. After dinner, we just need to do some multiple people exercise, Lin Fan said after some thought. Discover NW chapt RSNN0EL by .com multiple people exercise? Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. I don't exercise much. I like two people exercising together. That way I can lose weight faster. Just as Lin Fan was about to cook, the power went out. The restaurant was small to begin with, and the entire street was completely black. Everything was pitch black. Xia Wanqiu whispered, as if afraid of the dark. I can't make vegetable salad anymore. Lin Fan walked to Xia Wanqiu's side and smiled helplessly. Xia Wanqiu had always been afraid of the dark since she was young. It was dark all around her. She hid in Lin Fan's embrace, just like when she was in high school. When the power went out, the other students were cheering. Only she leaned against Lin Fan. Are you afraid of the dark? Lin Fan smiled. He felt that he was too close to Xiao Wanqiu and his body was heating up. It's alright. Xiao Wanqiu nodded. I have a flashlight on my phone, said Lin Fan. But I'm still afraid. Xiao Wanqiu's voice was small and trembling. With me around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fan smiled gently. But I'm hungry, Xiao Wanqiu said pitifully. She came to look for Lin Fan and hadn't even had dinner. Why don't you go to my house? Xiao Wanqiu's voice rang out. There's no one at my house. Go to your house? Lin Fan felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The key was that Xiao Wanqiu was already so beautiful. I want to eat vegetable salad, Xiao Wanqiu said. Alright, let's go since there's a blackout outside. Can I borrow your arm? Lin Fan asked. Huh? Xiao Wanqiu was a little confused. Then I'll take it that you've agreed. Lin Fan held Xiao Wanqiu's arm. Using the light from his phone, he walked out of the restaurant and closed the door. If the scene was filmed, it would definitely be the top trending topic on Weibo. However, Xiao Wanqiu didn't stop him. Although she was a celebrity, when she was with Lin Fan, she didn't have so many worries. Moreover, there was a blackout right now, so there was no one around. I have a car. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were slightly red. Lin Fan was holding her arm and her heart was thumping. As for why Lin Fan didn't hold hands, he and Xiao Wanqiu weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet, so he wouldn't take advantage of girls. When they reached Xiao Wanqiu's house, Lin Fan then realized that Xiao Wanqiu didn't live in a high-end residential area. The room was not big, about 100 square meters. Xiao Wanqiu sat there and watched as Lin Fan busied himself in the kitchen. She was mesmerized. She had always had a good relationship with Lin Fan, even if she was a celebrity. Lin Fan was really handsome. Even many of the male celebrities in their company couldn't compare to Lin Fan. After making the vegetable salad, Lin Fan even made some black rice porridge. The fragrance was strong. Is it delicious? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and smiled. Yes, it's really delicious. This is the first time I've seen someone make a vegetable salad so delicious, Xiao Wanqiu exclaimed. When did Lin Fan's culinary skills become so good? Lin Fan, when did your culinary skills become so good? Xiao Wanqiu asked. It's always been this good. Lin Fan patted his chest. He now had master-level culinary skills. Even some top chefs might not be able to cook as well as him. What if someone finds out that you brought me to your house? Lin Fan said as he ate an apple. You make it sound like I have an affair with you. Xiao Wanqiu blushed. It'll be terrible if others find out. However, if I can eat your cooking, it's no big deal if others find out. Xiao Wanqiu giggled. Lin Fan went forward and looked at Xiao Wanqiu, who was eating her vegetable salad. He smiled. You like my food so much. Do you like me? Xiao Wanqiu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Fan with a fierce look. Narcissist. Only pigs would like you. Lin Fan's words infuriated Xiao Wanqiu. She was so beautiful, and she was even a superstar. She had so many fans and many people liked her and wanted to woo her. But Lin Fan asked if she liked him. Humph. Narcissist. Even if she starved to death and jumped out of the window, she would never like Lin Fan. If she liked Lin Fan, she would be a pig. Alright, I was just joking. What if you really become a pig? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and teased. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Smelly Lin Fan. I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Wanqiu turned her head and no longer looked at Lin Fan. I'm angry. I want to eat something. Xiao Wanqiu spread out her hands as she looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. It was mainly because she wanted to eat. Although she was a celebrity, she was still a foodie. How could there be a girl who didn't like to eat? Especially when Xiao Wanqiu was a cat-type girl. Her favorite food was meat and dried fish. Pay up. Lin Fan said righteously. I'm not your personal chef who cooks for you every day. Xiao Wanqiu, humph, I don't have any money. I won't even give you my life. Lin Fan walked forward and touched Xiao Wanqiu's cat ears hat. He felt a furry sensation and was satisfied. Alright, this is considered a benefit. I can't make braised fish for you for nothing. There's braised fish. Xiao Wanqiu stood up and looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She brought Lin Fan home. Other than wanting to eat vegetable salad, she also wanted to eat braised fish. Her favorite dish was braised fish. She had only mentioned it once in high school, so Lin Fan still remembered it. No, I'm starting now, Lin Fan said and started to cook. He did not make fish for Xiao Wanqiu for free. At least he touched her cat ears hat. Could be considered as taking advantage of her. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu had given Lin Fan $20,000. It was not a big deal to make a few meals of braised fish. Xiao Wanqiu's jade-like hands were resting on her cheeks while her beautiful legs were resting casually. Looking at Lin Fan carefully, she let out a smile. Lin Fan, who was seriously cooking, was really handsome. Ads by Pub Future, especially the Lin Fan who made her braised fish. He was even more handsome. After a series of preparations, Lin Fan poured some cooking oil into the pot and heated it to the 6th level. The pot started to smoke. First, he dipped the fish head into the oil pot and fried it for a while. Then, he placed the entire body of the fish into the oil pot. After a while, there was a faint fragrance. He poured in the bean paste and quickly stir-fried the bean paste to produce red oil. Then, Lin Fan added scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili, and other seasonings. The fragrance assailed Lin Fan's nostrils. Lin Fan skillfully controlled the fire. By then, the fried fish could already smell its fragrance. Then, he poured some gravy on the fish with a spoon and finally poured some sesame oil into it. Then, he poured the gravy evenly on the fish. He sprinkled the scallions on the fish, and the braised fish was ready. Just by smelling it, Xiao Wanqiu had already fallen for it. The braised fish looked delicious. It was really delicious. Xiao Wanqiu took a bite and it melted in her mouth. It was tender, delicious, and delicious. She hadn't expected that Lin Fan's braised fish would be so delicious. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, her face flushed red. How could Lin Fan's food be so delicious? She couldn't bear to be angry at Lin Fan anymore. The taste is not bad. Lin Fan took a bite as well. Thus, after the class gathering, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu started their real dinner. Braised fish, a few bowls of porridge, and a vegetable salad. Lin Fan was used to eating the food that he had prepared. He wasn't used to having a 5-star hotel meal. Most importantly, the food prepared by the 5-star hotel was not as good as his. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Wanqiu lay flat on the bed. Such a life was too good. It was just that. She'll grow fat. Meow meow, I'll get fat. Let's go and exercise together. Xiao Wanqiu pulled Lin Fan, who was also lying on the bed. Two-person exercise? Lin Fan smiled. Humph, then how many people do you want? Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were slightly red. I happen to have a treadmill at home. Let's go on a diet together. Then you're going to lose to me. I train my body every day, said Lin Fan with a smile. I'm not going to lose. Xiao Wanqiu was not to be outdone and walked onto the treadmill. An hour later, Xiao Wanqiu's face was flushed red and her body was covered in sweat. She was panting slightly and could no longer speak. Lin Fan was the same. However, he seemed to be doing well. Lin Fan's body wasn't too bad from his frequent training. After training, Xiao Wanqiu fell asleep on the bed. Ads by Pub Future. Lin Fan originally wanted to go home, but he was really too tired today. After eating the braised fish and exercising for an hour, he fell asleep. The two of them slept on the bed without even taking off their clothes. Unknowingly, it was already the second day. The first to wake up was Xiao Wanqiu. When Xiao Wanqiu saw Lin Fan sleeping beside her, she couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that last night? After checking, Xiao Wanqiu heaved a sigh of relief. If others were to find out about this, even Weibo would be paralyzed. Shocked, Xiao Wanqiu had actually slept with an unknown man for an entire night. When Lin Fan woke up, his eyes met with Xiao Wanqiu's. Thankfully, nothing happened. Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks were a little pink. Lin Fan, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, my manager, Sister Yang, is coming back. Xiao Wanqiu's face was red as she looked at Lin Fan. Although nothing had happened, it was as if she had done something bad. If we're discovered, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Wanqiu pushed Lin Fan out of the door. After all, her current identity was special. Although her manager was one of her people, if Yang Qing found out about this, she would definitely nag at her again. Meow meow, let's go. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and pouted her lips. She looked extremely cute. Alright, Lin Fan nodded. He put on his jacket and walked out. Seeing how nervous Xiao Wanqiu was, Lin Fan smiled. She hadn't changed much since high school. Nothing happened between the two of them in the first place, but if someone bumped into them, it would be hard to explain. A man and a woman alone in the same room. The key was that the girl was so beautiful and the boy was so handsome. Lin Fan had just left the staircase when he met a woman in her 30s. The woman looked at Lin Fan in surprise but didn't think much about it. Lin Fan looked over. This woman should be Xiao Wanqiu's manager, Yang Qing. They actually bumped into each other. However, Lin Fan was very calm, pretending nothing had happened, pretending to be the owner of the estate. Wasn't it just sleeping on the same bed as Xiao Wanqiu? Even though their hands had never touched. In the beginning, Yang Qing did not suspect anything. After all, this was a building. It was normal for the owner to come down. But when she went upstairs, Yang Qing finally understood. Xiao Wanqiu was the only resident in the entire building. Who was that Lin Fan who had just passed by? No wonder Xiao Wanqiu often went to a certain place alone recently and didn't let anyone know about it. Yang Qing had always been suspicious. Now that she saw Lin Fan, she was enlightened. Could it be that Lin Fan was the one who cheated my cabbage, and he even slept with her? Yang Qing entered the room silently. When she saw Xiao Wanqiu, she was a little disappointed. Xiao Wanqiu was a superstar. How could she sleep with someone else? If someone were to take a photo of her, she would never be able to clear her name. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Luckily, Xiao Wanqiu had not taken off her clothes. Wanqiu, tell me, do you have someone you like? Yang Qing sat beside Xiao Wanqiu and asked. Hearing that, Xiao Wanqiu blushed slightly. Sister Yang, I don't. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Wanqiu and sighed. Wanqiu, you went out alone these few days and even let another man stay at your house at night. Once it's announced that you have a relationship, it will affect your career greatly. Also, if you are with an ordinary person, it will affect your career and your work, Yang Qing said. As Xiao Wanqiu's manager, she naturally had to care about her daily life. Sister Yang, no. Lin Fan is my high school desk mate. We have a good relationship. Besides, the vegetable salad he makes is really delicious. There's also braised fish. Let's go eat some someday? Xiao Wanqiu blinked and looked at Yang Qing. He makes nice food? Then last night, Yang Qing continued to ask. I ate too much and even ran for a while before falling asleep. Meow meow, nothing happened. Xiao Wanqiu recalled what happened last night and said, are you really not in a relationship? Yang Qing asked again. No. Xiao Wanqiu shook her head. Xiao Wanqiu lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Qing seriously. Even if I'm dating, that's my business. It has nothing to do with the company. Even if the boss comes to talk to me, I will have the same attitude, Xiao Wanqiu said. It was rare for her to be so serious. Because of her career and the company's reputation, did she have to distance herself from Lin Fan? Sorry, she couldn't. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Wanqiu's determination and could only sigh. After all, she was only a manager. Furthermore, she was only Xiao Wanqiu's manager. If Xiao Wanqiu wanted to replace her, it would be a piece of cake. Although Xiao Wanqiu was beautiful and had good acting skills, she was stubborn when it came to principles. She would not go act in lousy movies for money. She would not go for kissing scenes or love scenes. If she was willing to do that, she might become even more popular, but she refused. Even so, Xiao Wanqiu was still the #1 female artist under the company. She had more than 80 million fans, and there were too many people who liked her. Xiao Wanqiu had rejected many scripts because of this, but her stubbornness made the company helpless against her. Yang Qing knew that she could not persuade Xiao Wanqiu. She finally understood why Xiao Wanqiu never took up kissing scenes. How could Xiao Wanqiu, who had always been clean, let a boy spend the night in her house? What merits did this despicable Lin Fan have to make Xiao Wanqiu protect him so much? Wanqiu, is the food he makes really delicious? Bring me over to try it next time, Yang Qing asked curiously. Of course, it's delicious. Xiao Wanqiu nodded and made a cute expression. Ding. Signed in successfully. Congratulations, master, for obtaining a school district house in the Begonia Garden District. It has a total of 120 square meters in area and an estimated price of 24 million. The relevant title deed has been sent to the system inventory. The system's voice sounded. On a new day, Lin Fan signed on to another school district. It was worth 24 million. If he rented it out, the annual rent would be at least 900,000. It would be 9 million in 10 years, it would be 18 million in 20 years. Lin Fan immediately sent out the rental notice and paid the listing fee. Now he had a Lake Hart villa, a Bugatti sports car, and 2 houses in the Begonia Garden School District. Lin Fan opened his phone and looked at the balance in his bank card. Living balance, 214 yuan, 870,000. If he could rent out this new school district house, Lin Fan would be a millionaire. Lin Fan immediately transferred $500,000 to his parents in the village. Then he made a call. Mom, I transferred 500,000 yuan to you and Dad's bank account. Please check it carefully, said Lin Fan on the phone. After all, 500,000 yuan was enough to build a house in the countryside. What, 500,000? Son, where did you get so much money from? Did you do something illegal? Lin Fan's mother was shocked when she heard that it was 500,000. Mom, why would I do those things? I'm currently running a company outside and I'm also one of the shareholders. I've received a few million yuan as dividends, said Lin Fan with a smile. Company shareholder? Millions? Really? When did my son become so outstanding? He already has a few $1,000,000. If your dad finds out, he'll have to drink a few bottles of wine to cheer himself up. As long as you don't break the law, it'll be fine. I'll help you save these $500,000 so that you can marry a girl in the future. Lin Fan's mother sounded a little happy. Which parents didn't hope for their children to become dragons and phoenix? Mom, you don't have to save it for me to marry a wife. You and Dad can improve our lives. I don't lack money. Shanghai makes money very quickly, said Lin Fan. His parents were like that. He wanted to improve the family's life, but his parents could not bear to spend his money. By the way, son, do you have a girlfriend? When are you bringing her back for me to take a look? His mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Fan was helpless. Fine, every time he called his mother, she would ask about his love life. Was it that easy to find a girlfriend? Furthermore, Lin Fan didn't have a girlfriend yet. Moreover, even if he had a girlfriend, he had to have a strong relationship before he could bring her home. Mom, things haven't even started yet, said Lin Fan. Alright, it's good that you don't have a girlfriend. My neighbor's daughter is quite pretty. Her name is Xietingting, said Lin Fan's mother. Mom, I don't need a blind date. Lin Fan rejected her. You can't refuse. You're already 25 years old, and I've already made an appointment for you. I was just about to call you. It's at 4:30 p.m. It's at the restaurant next to yours. Remember to go. You have to go. I've already arranged everything. If you don't go, I'll lose face. The girl said she was coming. Give me some face, Lin Fan's mother said and hung up. Lin Fan didn't want to go on a blind date at all. He had no intention of dating. However, his mother had already made an appointment for him. They were all neighbors. If Lin Fan didn't go, his mother would be embarrassed. Alright, let's go then. Let's just say that we didn't manage to get anything done, said Lin Fan. He looked at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. It was just right to leave now. Driving the Bugatti that cost over $100 million, Lin Fan went straight to the Xiangyunyan restaurant for his first blind date. He really didn't want to go on a blind date, but his mother kept urging him to just come here and have a seat. It was a matter of courtesy. Lin Fan didn't care if they could get together. He didn't want to rely on blind dates to find a girlfriend. If she was prettier and cuter than Xia Wanqiu, he could still consider it. When should he bring Xia Wanqiu home to pretend to be his girlfriend? Driving the Bugatti, Lin Fan became the most eye-catching scenery on the road. The passers-by exclaimed, "Ah, Bugatti La Voiture Noire, damn it. Isn't this a sports car worth hundreds of millions? Did you guys see that? The hunk driving the sports car is so handsome." When Lin Fan drove the Bugatti to the Xiangyunyan restaurant, the restaurant service staff immediately welcomed him. The 2 waitresses looked at Lin Fan in shock. Because Lin Fan was way too cool. Furthermore, Lin Fan was driving a sports car. Although the 2 waitresses didn't recognize the model of the sports car, they knew that such a sports car was worth at least a few $1,000,000. Lin Fan was a rich second-generation heir. When he arrived at the restaurant in his sports car, he was immediately sent to the VIP room. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" the waitress asked with a smile. "I'll have a coffee. I'm waiting for someone," said Lin Fan. This blind date was mainly to give his mother face. Otherwise, he would not have come for the blind date. Furthermore, Lin Fan had driven a Bugatti over this time. He didn't really want to go on a blind date with her. Otherwise, Xia Wanqiu would probably bite him. Opening Xia Wanqiu's WeChat, Lin Fan sent a message. "Lin Fan, I'm on a blind date. Xia Wanqiu, fierce. Lin Fan, my mom introduced her. She's the neighbor's daughter. I'm showing my mom face. Xia Wanqiu, angry.jpg. Xia Wanqiu, furious.jpg. Lin Fan, I'm just carrying out a mission. Mom has been urging me to find a girlfriend. Why don't you come home with me and lie to my mom? Xia Wanqiu, dream on. Xia Wanqiu, is she pretty? Lin Fan, I don't know. I haven't seen her yet. No matter how pretty she is, she can't compare to you. Xia Wanqiu, you're so good at talking? I'll reward you 1 candy. Ads by Pub Future Lin Fan. Actually, I don't want to go against my conscience, but I accepted your money. Xia Wanqiu, angry. Xia Wanqiu has activated friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after the other party has verified. Lin Fan, why was he blocked? He immediately added her as a friend again. Lin Fan, I'll make you 2 vegetable salads next time. Xia Wanqiu, Lin Fan, 3 vegetable salads. Xia Wanqiu, and braised fish. Lin Fan, alright. Xia Wanqiu, looking at Xia Wanqiu's WeChat, Lin Fan smiled. When he was with Xia Wanqiu, she felt completely different from other girls. As for this blind date, Lin Fan was even more indifferent. If his mother forced him again, he would bring Xia Wanqiu home and see what else his mother had to say. It was already 4:30 p.m. The other party had not arrived yet. Lin Fan drank a cup of coffee and waited patiently. It was 5 in the afternoon. They were already half an hour late, and the other party had yet to arrive. Lin Fan could not wait any longer. His time was precious. He didn't know how many girls wanted to see him. Zhao Lele and Xia Yutong had sent him many WeChat messages. They wanted to ask him out for a meal, but Lin Fan rejected them. Lin Fan immediately sent a message to Xia Tingting. Lin Fan, why are you half an hour late? Xia Tingting, oh, I have something to attend to, but I don't think there's a need for me to come. I'll get straight to the point and ask you a few questions. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. Lin Fan, alright, Xia Tingting, you know that people who want to get married are very interested in houses and cars. I'm not materialistic. Do you have a house in the outer ring of Shanghai? Lin Fan, no. Xia Tingting, you should have a car. Do you have an Audi A7? Lin Fan, no. Xia Tingting, how much is your monthly salary? Do you have insurance and money? Lin Fan, I don't have a salary, nor do I have insurance and money. Lin Fan, where is she? Xia Tingting has activated friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after the other party has verified it. Lin Fan, what Xia Tingting said was indeed true. Nowadays, which girl wouldn't want a car and house after getting married? The questions she asked were also very normal. The main thing was that Lin Fan didn't even have time to speak. He really did not have a house in the outer ring, nor did he have an Audi A7, nor did anyone give him a salary. Naturally, he did not have insurance or money. But the main thing is, Lin Fan had a Lake Hart villa that was worth over $100 million. He had a sports car that was worth over $100 million and 2 houses in the Begonia Garden School District. The total assets alone were close to 400 million yuan. Furthermore, Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder of the 5-star hotel, New Era Lixing Hotel. Before he could say anything, he was removed as a friend. Lin Fan had originally thought that since he had driven the Bugatti over, the other party would at least not resort to some old-fashioned face-slapping tactic. But now, the other party didn't even give him a chance to speak. But it was just as well. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. I've completed the mission. After paying, Lin Fan sent the chat record to Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu, meow, Xiao Wanqiu. My cat is being bullied again. Hit her. Lin Fan, why do you seem so happy? Xiao Wanqiu. At this moment, Lin Fan thought of the school district house he had just received. It was a good opportunity to visit the school district house and rent it out. Lin Fan drove the Bugatti straight to Begonia Garden. On the other hand, Xia Tingting, who was working in the estate, complained to Xia Ranran. Do you know that I went on a blind date with someone today? Not only did he not have a car or a house, but he didn't even have a salary, insurance, or any money. Then I blocked him. How can there be such a ridiculous person in this day and age? He doesn't have a car, a house, or a salary. How can a girl marry him and starve? Xia Ranran's eyes widened. Huh? Xia Tingting stretched lazily. I knew it. His family is quite poor, so I didn't even go on the blind date. There's no need. It's not that I'm looking down on him. It's just that I knew he didn't have a car or a house. I asked him on WeChat to confirm. Xia Ranran looked at Xia Tingting. That's not right of you. You've already agreed to it, so how can you not go? Aren't you standing him up like this? Xia Tingting thought for a while and said, you're right. I can just apologize to him the next time. However, he doesn't have a car, a house, or a job. No one would marry him. Xia Tingting picked up a glass of water and looked at Xia Ranran. I'm so envious of you. I heard that a tycoon recently bought a house here for over 20 million yuan. You can even help him manage the property. I think that tycoon even praised you. The company even gave you a raise. If you manage to woo him, you'll have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life. Xia Ranran thought of Lin Fan and blushed. He's very handsome and rich. How can I be worthy of him? Do you know that he has 2 school district houses? The total value of both houses is more than 40 million. Also, he has a Lake Hart villa that's worth over 200 million yuan, and a sports car that's worth over 100 million yuan. Most importantly, he's very handsome. Super handsome. Seeing how infatuated Xia Ranran was, Xia Tingting asked, is he really that handsome? This is the first time I've seen you so infatuated with someone. Xia Ranran nodded her head and said excitedly, he's really handsome and he's a good person. Every time I'm in front of him, I don't dare to raise my head to look at him. I feel that if I look at him a few more times, I'll fall for him. Xia Tingting complained. I think you've already fallen for him. Xia Ranran hit Xia Tingting and beamed. You know, the first time I saw him, he rode a tricycle into the district of Blue Wave Bay. I thought I was wrong, but he was riding a tricycle. Xia Tingting widened her eyes and asked, riding a tricycle to Blue Wave Bay? Will the security let him in? Xia Ranran nodded. He's a property owner. His Lake Hart villa is the best in the entire Blue Wave Bay district. No one can compare to him. Xia Tingting was stunned. Other than being rich, the most important thing was Xia Ranran's attitude. All along, Xia Tingting had felt that this kind of rich person was very far away from her. This way, there wouldn't be any psychological disparity. For example, Alibaba's boss Ma and JD's boss Wang. All of them were very rich people. Other than envy, she didn't feel anything else because the gap between them was too great. But what kind of person was Xia Ranran? She had nice breasts, a nice butt, and was as pretty as a flower. Moreover, she was also very pretty. There were too many people wooing her, including some rich second-generation heirs. Beautiful women were all sought after by rich second-generation heirs. Among them, there were even rich second-generation heirs who were worth tens of millions. Xia Tingting had also seen them before. Xia Ranran rejected the grand confession. However, when Xia Ranran faced that property owner, she felt like she had completely fallen for him. Phi DDEW up TS on NOV/E/L in.com. Xia Tingting asked, he sounds so mysterious. What's his name? Xia Ranran snorted. It's a secret. Xia Ranran continued, he's so handsome. Although I like him a lot, I know that he doesn't like me either. If he liked me, I wouldn't be single until now. Xia Tingting was even more excited when she heard that. She even kept it a secret. If he wants to woo you, you'll agree? Xia Ranran blushed. That's impossible. This was a tacit agreement. If Lin Fan would woo her, she would definitely agree. Xia Tingting shrugged and said, what if he wants you to sleep with him? Xia Ranran's face turned even redder. Then I'll give birth to a child for him. Maybe the child will be super handsome too. Xia Tingting, this woman was hopeless. She had completely fallen for him. Wasn't he just a handsome guy? She had never chased stars like this before. She even said it so mysteriously. However, she was a little envious. Xia Tingting looked at the WeChat in her hand. If only her family could let her go on a blind date with someone reliable. No matter who it was, they would definitely be more outstanding than Lin Fan, who had no car, house, or job right. Just then, Xia Ranran's phone rang. Xia Ranran was pleasantly surprised after the call. Prince Charming is here. I'll go out and welcome him first, Xia Ranran said. She immediately put her phone into her bag and checked herself in the mirror. After confirming that she was pretty, she walked out the door. TSK, I want to see how mysterious your Prince Charming is. Xia Tingting stood by the window and looked. After all, her Prince Charming was a property owner here, so she was curious about what he looked like. Speaking of which, that Prince Charming was very handsome. Xia Tingting thought of the photo her mother had given her before the blind date. It was Lin Fan's photo. He did look handsome. Unfortunately, he didn't have a car, a house, or money. She wasn't interested anymore. After the call, Lin Fan drove the Bugatti to the entrance of the district. Xia Ranran was waiting for him. Xia Ranran was dressed exceptionally beautifully today. Her snow-white legs were alluring, and her aura was not bad. There were not many beauties who were more than 9 out of 10 in looks. I'll have to trouble you to come and see the house with me again. Lin Fan got off the car and smiled. It's no trouble at all. You, on the other hand, bought another house here? I'm so envious. I don't know when I'll be able to afford a house. Xia Ranran looked a little aggrieved. For ordinary workers, they would never be able to afford a house worth 20 million yuan. It would be nice to earn a few $100,000 and buy a county house. Although Xia Ranran was pretty, how much could she earn from the property industry? She was still very capable and had become a property agent in the Blue Wave Bay and Begonia Garden district. Her salary had increased a lot, but even so, there was still a long way to go before she could buy a house. Work hard, you can do it, Lin Fan encouraged. I will. Xia Ranran made a cute face. Xia Tingting was stunned. This person was indeed handsome. Furthermore, why did he look a little familiar? Suddenly, she remembered the photo on her phone. Xia Tingting took a look. It did look a little similar. Could it really be him? Xia Tingting went to check on the name of the owner of the 2 properties Xia Ranran was in charge of. Lin Fan. It was really Lin Fan. Xia Tingting suddenly felt that she had made a huge mistake. Lin Fan was so rich. He had a Bugatti sports car worth hundreds of millions and a Lake Hart villa in the Blue Wave Bay district. He even had 2 houses in the Begonia Garden district. Oh my god. Lin Fan, you're so rich. How dare you lie to me? Xia Tingting remembered when she asked Lin Fan. She first asked Lin Fan if he had a house in the outer ring, an Audi A7, a job, insurance, and money. But Lin Fan said no to all her questions. That was because, whether it was the 2 houses in the Begonia Garden School district or the Lake Hart villa, they were not in the outer ring. The houses in these 2 districts were ridiculously expensive. As for the Audi A7, it was only a few $100,000. However, Lin Fan was driving a sports car that was worth hundreds of millions. As for work, insurance, and money, Lin Fan didn't need them at all. If he rented out both of his villas, he would have a rental income of about 2 million a year. Xia Tingting thought about how she had blocked Lin Fan and felt guilty. Initially, she didn't look down on Lin Fan. She just felt that since Lin Fan didn't have a car, a house, or a job, there was no need to continue the conversation. Although Xia Tingting felt a little regretful, she knew that some things could not be forced. Although she was considered pretty, she could not compare to Xia Ranran. Xia Ranran's breasts were bigger than hers and her temper was better than hers. Even if she went after Lin Fan now, it would make her seem like a gold digger. She wasn't a gold digger. She only felt that Lin Fan's image in her heart had suddenly become much bigger. She felt that she had done something wrong during the blind date. She had to apologize to Lin Fan. It's all my fault. Everything that happened today is my fault. But who would have known that Lin Fan had become so outstanding and so handsome? I'm going to apologize to you. You'll give me face, right? Xia Tingting was a little surprised. She wouldn't go after Lin Fan like a gold digger and chase after him. She wouldn't wait for Lin Fan in bed either. That would be too fake. Instead, she would happily apologize. But if Lin Fan didn't give her face, she would bite him. Such an outstanding person was right in front of her. He might even become her friend in the future. Xia Tingting was elated to have such a low-key, humble, rich, and handsome friend. She might even be able to suck up to Lin Fan in the future. It was worth it to have such an outstanding friend. After Lin Fan finished looking at the house and left the house with Xia Ranran, Xia Tingting stood at the entrance of the district, waiting for Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you liar. You lied. Didn't you tell me that you don't have a car or a house? Xia Tingting looked at Lin Fan and said, You are Xia Tingting? Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him and asked, Yes, I'm sorry about today. I shouldn't have been late, and I shouldn't have blocked you on WeChat. But Lin Fan, you're so outstanding and rich. Which girl would dare to woo you in the future? Xia Tingting said, apologizing sincerely to Lin Fan. Aha, I've been single for so long. Otherwise, why would I go on a blind date? Lin Fan laughed. He didn't really care that Xia Tingting was late. After all, he was still flirting on WeChat. You're so good. Why would you need a blind date? What do you think of Ran Ran? Xia Tingting held her arm and blinked. Tingting, why are you? Xia Ran Ran blushed. Pretty good. Lin Fan nodded. Then why don't you go get a room now? I won't hold you up, Xia Tingting said deliberately. Tingting, don't talk nonsense. Xia Ran Ran lowered her head. She was already blushing in front of Lin Fan, Yet Xie Tingting still said such things. I went to my room just now, Lin Fan said. He didn't understand what Xie Tingting meant at all. TSK, boring. Xie Tingting snorted. Lin Fan, I'm sorry for what happened today. You're so outstanding. In the future, I'll look for you to suck up to. If you don't let me, I'll tell your mom. You're my neighbor, said Xie Tingting. Lin Fan was amused by the girl in front of him, but he nodded. At least Xie Tingting was alright. So, do you accept my apology? Xie Tingting asked as she looked at Lin Fan. How would I dare to not accept it? Otherwise, you would go tell my parents. Lin Fan smiled and joked. Lin Fan, you're asking for a beating. Xie Tingting waved her little fist, her mood much better now. Since you've accepted my apology, I'll treat you to another meal. You must come, Xie Tingting said righteously. But when can Ran Ran and I visit your house? Your house is a villa. Xie Tingting's eyes widened. Contact me when you want to come. I'll arrange for transport for you guys, Lin Fan said with a smile. Xie Tingting and Xia Ran Ran were the same as his high school classmates and wanted to visit his house. TSK, I still have to make an appointment. Xie Tingting grumbled before pulling Xia Ran Ran away. Lin Fan drove the Bugatti home. It was worth mentioning that Lin Fan had rented out his second house in Begonia Garden too. The annual rent was as high as 1.2 million. In Lin Fan's bank account, other than the 500,000 he gave to his parents, he already had 1.6 million in savings. The next day, Lin Fan woke up and signed in. Ding! Congratulations, master, on signing in successfully. You have received a Koenigsegg 1 sports car. The vehicle and the related property rights certificate have been issued to the system inventory. You can retrieve them at any time, the system said. He received another sports car. Lin Fan went online to check. It was fine if he didn't check, but once he did, he got a shock. Koenigsegg 1 was also a sports car worth hundreds of millions. The car was decorated with silver lines, with 19-inch and 20-inch carbon fiber, wheel rims at the front and back, and 4 Michelin tires that provide plenty of downward pressure at high speed. The Koenigsegg 1 was carrying a 5.0 L double turbocharging compression engine. Its maximum output would be 1,400 horsepower. The peak torque was 1,371 Newton-meters, and the transmission was equipped with a specially developed 7-speed dual clutch. Overall, it was very cool and very high-end, and there were only 6 such sports cars in the world. During the day, Lin Fan found a place with no one and no surveillance camera. He retrieved the sports car and was completely stunned. Pressing the button to open the doors on either side of the Koenigsegg 1 opened like a butterfly's wings spreading. Lin Fan sat in the car and felt a comfortable backrest and a push. He stepped on the accelerator and drove on the streets of Shanghai, causing another round of exclamation. Holy shit, isn't this a Koenigsegg 1? It's also a sports car worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god, 2 sports cars worth hundreds of millions have appeared in Shanghai recently. Oh my god, are sports cars worth hundreds of millions so cheap now? I think that hunk is still very handsome. Could it be that the hunk driving the Bugatti is the same person as the hunk driving the Koenigsegg? Is this the life of a rich second-generation heir? All the sports cars he drives are worth hundreds of millions. We can't compare to him. Hunk, wait for me. Let's take a picture together. Lin Fan was already used to this kind of life, mainly because he was too handsome. When they arrived at the entrance of the district, the security guard at the entrance stared blankly at Lin Fan's sports car. Even the security guards were stunned. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. They were already very familiar with Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan was driving a brand new sports car. This made the security guards question their lives. When did Brother Fan buy a new sports car? I've checked. This sports car is worth hundreds of millions too. D*MN. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. They don't even buy sports cars that are worth less than 100 million. Not only is Brother Fan driving a sports car, his character is also very good. Until now, I haven't seen any girl who can sit in Brother Fan's front passenger seat. So I wonder which girl would be so lucky to be able to win Brother Fan's heart. She won't have to worry about food or clothing in the future. Then, Lin Fan drove his sports car home and rode his tricycle out. The security guards started to doubt their lives even more. Damn, Lin Fan had 2 sports cars worth hundreds of millions, but he was riding a tricycle? They dared not imagine the life of a rich second-generation heir. He was riding the tricycle mainly because he had to open a restaurant. He couldn't possibly put fish, prawns, meat, and a bunch of other things in the sports car. It was better to do this kind of work. It was okay to get a tricycle dirty. Not to mention that it would not be convenient for the Bugatti and Koenigsegg to do such work. Brother Fan, are you going to work at the restaurant again? Heh, if I were you, I would drive the sports car and store these things in the trunk. At that time, who knows how many young ladies would chase after and intercept me. They would even want to eat at your restaurant, the security guard said. That's right, Brother Fan. If you drive this cool sports car, who knows how many people will turn around to look at you. By then, the restaurant's business will be booming, another security guard said. After Lin Fan heard what the 2 security guards said, he smiled. Actually, there's nothing wrong with what you said, but my purpose for opening a restaurant is not to earn money. It's because of her, that's all. After Lin Fan left, the remaining security guards were dumbfounded. Lin Fan opened a restaurant not because of money but because of a person. Maybe it was a pretty girl? In a car, Xia Wanqiu and another girl were sitting together. Sister Wanqiu, is that restaurant you mentioned really delicious? The girl asked. Of course, Xia Wanqiu nodded. Then I'm looking forward to it. Isn't the owner of that small restaurant a handsome hunk? The girl blinked. Xiaoyu, we're going to eat, Xia Wanqiu said with a blush. I know. You're going to see your little lover, the girl continued. Meow meow, you're the one who's going to see your little lover. Xiao Wanqiu snorted. Humph, don't think I don't know. Recently, you have been going to that little restaurant frequently. I can smell the delicious food from far away. The girl stuck her head forward cutely. To be able to charm our sister Wanqiu to such an extent, how handsome must he be? The girl smiled sweetly and was a little cute. Xiaoyu, I'm gonna scratch you. Xiao Wanqiu scratched Xiaoyu's waist. Boo-hoo, sister Wanqiu, you're bullying me. The girl looked very wrong, as if she was about to cry. When did I? Xiao Wanqiu waved her hand. At this moment, the girl took the chance to rub Xiao Wanqiu's face. So many fans' goddess has been rubbed by me. The girl smiled and her acting was perfect. This girl was Yuehua Entertainment's second largest female artist. Su Xiaoyu was cute and sweet. Most importantly, she could act and liked dressing up as a Lolita. She had more than 50 million fans and often acted in movies and dramas. The key was that Su Xiaoyu's singing was very good, and she also had a special characteristic, which was that she was a foodie. The two girls were both actresses from Yuehua Entertainment. Without exception, they were superstars. In the company, the two girls should be competing with each other. However, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's relationship was very good. Basically, there were no secrets between them. The two of them helped each other in the entertainment industry and developed together. The two girls' words made the driver perspire. You two are big celebrities, two big celebrities, take note of your image. However, the driver was also Su Xiaoyu's subordinate, so he didn't say anything. When the two girls arrived at the restaurant, they did not attract much attention. Meow, a gentle girl's voice sounded. Lin Fan didn't even need to turn around to know that Xiao Wanqiu was here. This detestable woman was here to eat his vegetable salad again. Am I not welcome? Xiao Wanqiu walked forward and sat down. How could I not welcome you? Lin Fan turned around and saw Xiao Wanqiu. Today, Xiao Wanqiu was dressed exceptionally beautifully. She had even put on some makeup. Her cat ears hat was still so cute, but the key thing was that her temperament was also very good. What surprised Lin Fan was that there was a girl next to Xiao Wanqiu. This girl was also very pretty. She was above 9.5 points out of 10 in looks. This girl was even more adorable. She was born to be a pretty girl from a humble family. Furthermore, Lin Fan was extremely familiar with this girl. Yuehua's second largest female artiste who had a huge fan base, Su Xiaoyu. Na/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m cute, sweet, and good at acting. In a movie, Su Xiaoyu acted with Xiao Wanqiu and both of them became famous in this movie. After that, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu rarely worked together in a movie, but their development got better and better. But today, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu both came to his small restaurant. Lin Fan's heart turned cold. He kept such a low profile because he didn't want to be discovered by too many people. Xiao Wanqiu was usually alone, but today, Su Xiaoyu was here as well. If he was discovered, he would immediately become extremely famous. Shocking. A restaurant owner engaged in multi-people exercise with the superstar Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu in a small restaurant. Thinking about such headlines, Lin Fan felt embarrassed. But since they were already here, could he still chase they away? Wow, so handsome. Sister Wanqiu, you have such good taste. When Su Xiaoyu saw Lin Fan, her eyes lit up and she immediately whispered to Xiao Wanqiu. Hello, I'm Sister Wanqiu's best friend, Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu took the initiative to extend her hand out politely. Hello, I'm Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook Su Xiaoyu's hand. If an ordinary person were to see such a big star, they would definitely pick up their handphone and take photo. But Lin Fan was very calm. He had seen many celebrities and even slept with them. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu pouted. She was a little jealous, but she didn't say anything. She looked at Lin Fan with an innocent expression. In a moment, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu exchanged glances. Sister Wanqiu, you're jealous. Su Xiaoyu retracted her hand and smiled at Xiao Wanqiu. I'm not. Xiao Wanqiu shook her head and snorted. It was right to follow Sister Wanqiu here for a meal. I saw a super handsome man today, Su Xiaoyu continued. Looking at the two girls, Lin Fan felt a little helpless. Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, the two of you are Yuehua's #1 and 2 female artists. You're even celebrity. If the two of you come to my restaurant together, it's still broad daylight. If the paparazzi find out, I won't be able to keep my innocence. Lin Fan shrugged. Meow, meow, smelly Lin Fan. The two of us girls don't even care. Do you think you can't keep your innocence? Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan and got even angrier. Yes. It's fine. Sister Wanqiu and I came here secretly. If we're discovered, we'll be in trouble. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. But I want to eat. Su Xiaoyu's face was filled with anticipation. She was a glutton herself, so how could she not seize this opportunity? I want to eat too. Xiao Wanqiu touched her flat stomach. Lin Fan, fine, 2 gluttons. Lin Fan could already predict that he would be #1 on Weibo's hot search list. Multi-people exercise, and it was even with 2 big celebrities. It made one's imagination run wild. Are you 2 high school classmates? I've often heard Sister Wanqiu talk about you. After seeing you today, I finally realized how handsome you are. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan curiously. What else did she say about me? Lin Fan smiled and replied calmly. Xiao Wanqiu panicked and looked at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu pretended not to notice and said, let me think about it. Sister Wanqiu said that you're handsome and smart. She also said that you're great. Oh right, She also said that your vegetable salad and braised fish are delicious. Xiao Wanqiu was angry and stomped her feet. Very angry, Su Xiaoyu had told Lin Fan everything that she had whispered to her. If Lin Fan knew all that, he would always be on top of her in the future. She would never be able to make a comeback. Su Xiaoyu pretended not to see Xiao Wanqiu and pouted. Sister Wanqiu also said something. She said, "She likes you." Su Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and looked curiously at Lin Fan's reaction. She held a cucumber in her hand and took a small bite. Tasted delicious. Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red as she glared at Su Xiaoyu and started to tickle Su Xiaoyu's waist. Yeah, it's so itchy, woo-woo, I just said what Sister Wanqiu is thinking. Su Xiaoyu giggled, looking aggrieved. If you tickle me, I'll tickle you too. Su Xiaoyu bit the cucumber and placed her hand on Xiao Wanqiu's waist. Xiaoyu, don't spout nonsense. I don't remember saying that. Xiao Wanqiu tilted her head to the side, her face slightly red. Even she did not know why she had such a big reaction. She had just told Lin Fan yesterday that whoever liked Lin Fan was a pig. If she admitted that she liked him, she would be a pig and she would be laughed at by Lin Fan for a long time. Since you didn't say it, so be it. Those are your heartfelt words. Su Xiaoyu took another bite of the cucumber and looked at Lin Fan's reaction cutely. Lin Fan, Sister Wanqiu is so pretty. Do you like her? Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan and asked, who would like her? She has small breasts. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and complained. Xiao Wanqiu stood up in anger. If her fans heard this, they would probably explode in anger. Her body proportions were perfect, and her breasts were huge, too. Smelly Lin Fan actually called her breasts small again. Damn it. Looking for trouble. So you like women with big breasts? Then I have no chance. After all, they have small breasts, but Sister Wanqiu is so big. Su Xiaoyu helplessly touched her flat chest, her beautiful eyes looking at Xiao Wanqiu as she giggled. Xiaoyu, watch your image. If you spout nonsense again, I won't bring you out again. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu and pinched her face. Sister Wanqiu, you're blushing. Su Xiaoyu was not to be outdone and touched Xiao Wanqiu's face. No, I didn't. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and put on a fierce look. Xiao Wanqiu felt wronged and angry, but what else could she do other than scratch Su Xiaoyu? That hateful Su Xiaoyu, I must scratch her when I get back. What do you want to eat? Lin Fan smiled. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, he had to get back to the main topic. I'll eat you. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan with a fierce expression. Oh, I want to eat Yangzhou fried rice, spicy and sour noodles, smashed cucumbers, smoked chicken, sautéed sweet corn with pine nuts, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and tomato egg soup. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Fan ask her what she wanted to eat. Delicious food. There was finally something delicious. As a foodie, it was rare for her to sneak out. How could she not eat something delicious? If the food here wasn't delicious, Su Xiaoyu would ignore Lin Fan. She didn't care if Lin Fan was handsome or not. She only wanted to eat so much delicious food. Xiao Wanqiu swallowed her saliva after hearing so many delicious names. I really want to eat them all. Can I add a braised fish? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sweated and said, you two ordered 11 dishes at once? Xiao Wanqiu nodded and looked at Su Xiaoyu. Meow meow, are you a pig? How can you finish so much food in one go? Lin Fan has to work for a long time just to cook. It's very tiring. Su Xiaoyu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan. Humph, you still dare to say you don't like him? You're already so protective of him. You two are a couple singing a tune. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu said at the same time, no. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Really? Your chemistry is so good. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu continued at the same time, we really didn't. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu. You stole my line. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan fiercely and stomped her feet. It was you who stole my line. They turned to each other, ignoring each other. All right. Aya, it's already past 520. I'm going out for a meal. Why are you two still abusing singles? Singles can't be hurt, Su Xiaoyu said. I've added up all the dishes just now. It's 328 yuan. Here's 400 yuan. Keep the change. Su Xiaoyu placed 400 yuan on the table. Other than being a superstar, Su Xiaoyu was also a rich woman. She came from a good family and was very rich. How could a girl who could afford to wear Lolita dresses be poor? You really ordered so many dishes? Lin Fan quietly put away his money. Even if Xiao Wanqiu had a good relationship with him, she still had to pay for her meals. Of course, Lin Fan. If it doesn't taste good, I'll get angry and bite you like a dog. Awoo. Su Xiaoyu rubbed her stomach and couldn't wait. Isn't that a wolf's howl? Xiao Wanqiu smiled and made cat claws with both hands. Like me, meow, I'll scratch you. Show cats and dogs are all the same. Awoo. I don't like wolves. They eat humans. Su Xiaoyu made a cute gesture. I don't have any spicy and sour noodles or secret smoked chicken. The other dishes will be served later. Lin Fan put away the money and went to the kitchen. Right now, the joy of his life was to open a small restaurant for leisure and entertainment. Occasionally, he would receive something good and flirt with girls. This kind of life was exactly what Lin Fan wanted. Ever since Lin Fan had obtained master-level culinary skills, these simple recipes seemed to have gone through 1,000 rounds of tempering in his mind. Every single ingredient and condiment used was of the highest level. No matter what dish he made, it would be extremely easy. Even the dishes of normal 5-star hotels weren't as delicious as Lin Fan's dishes. Lin Fan's cooking skills had reached national treasure level. Once he started cooking, Lin Fan would face it serious. Today's first order, 400 yuan. Let the ingredients come, let the knives come. Let's start. Seeing Lin Fan busy himself in the kitchen, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Her mother had said before that men who were serious about cooking were the most handsome. Furthermore, Lin Fan was already so handsome. Sister Wancho, your taste is really good. I haven't even eaten yet and I can already feel that the smell is very nice. The dishes you cook later will definitely be delicious, right? Su Xiaoyu was also looking at Lin Fan with her big eyes as she said curiously. Xiao Wancho didn't hear her and continued to stare at Lin Fan. Sister Wancho. Su Xiaoyu grabbed Xiao Wancho's hand and whispered into her ear, don't tell me you really like Lin Fan? Discover W story S on no//e/lbin.com. Xiao Wancho looked at Su Xiaoyu. For some reason, she felt a little guilty. She immediately shook her head and said, no, I'm just looking at how he cooks. Sister Wancho, but you look a little dazed. No, if I said I didn't. Dog. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll really ignore you. You're the dog. No, you're the cat and I'm the dog. Awu, Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. Awu is the sound a wolf makes, Xiao Wancho said. I don't care. Awu sounds fiercer, but I can't possibly woof, right? Su Xiaoyu snorted. Woof woof is not bad. Suits you, dog. Awu, I don't want to woof. You're asking for a beating. Watch me scratch you. The two girls were having fun together. Of course, this was also because there was only Lin Fan and no one else around. The two celebrities were playing like children. However, it was really eye-catching. This scene did not last long, because the dishes were ready. A total of 9 dishes were placed on the table. There were cucumbers, Yangzhou fried rice, sautéed corn with pine nuts, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, tomato egg soup, and braised fish that cats like. The fragrance assailed her nostrils. Coupled with a little chili, the effects were even better. Furthermore, the chili here was also prepared by Lin Fan himself. Xiao Wancho was still sitting there reservedly, her eyes fixed on the braised fish. It was rare for her to come out to eat braised fish, mainly because Lin Fan's braised fish was too delicious. She wouldn't be able to eat such a good braised fish anywhere. Xiao Wancho looked at Su Xiaoyu. She brought Su Xiaoyu here to let this little foodie know how delicious the food here was. At that time, Su Xiaoyu would beg her to come here to eat. Then, she would have a reason to look for Lin Fan. Xiao Wancho blushed. Why was she looking for Lin Fan? It was not because she liked it, but because the food here was delicious, simply delicious. As for whether she liked him, she would never admit it. Even a pig wouldn't like Lin Fan. Wow, it looks so delicious. Lin Fan, there are chefs from 5-star hotels in my house. Everything they cook is delicious. If you don't cook well, I won't let Sister Wancho come to your place in the future. Su Xiaoyu snorted. Her family was indeed very rich, and they wouldn't lack chefs. Don't worry and eat. I still have to count on you guys to come here a few more times. I can earn 400 renminbi every time you visit and 12,000 renminbi per month. Feels pretty good, said Lin Fan with a smile. Although he was rich now, no one would lack money. It was better to earn as much as possible. Otherwise, how could he marry a wife in the future? Lin Fan only had $2 million in saving. He was still short of money. The 2 sports cars couldn't be sold and Lin Fan didn't want to rent them out. He could only barely maintain his life. The small restaurant's business was just like that. Lin Fan didn't really care about the business. If too many people came to eat, it would be very tiring. Oh, it's half my daily pocket money. Su Xiaoyu giggled. Little rich girl, time to eat. Xiao Wancho had already picked up her chopsticks and was ready to eat the braised fish. Time to eat. Awu. Su Xiaoyu also started eating. After eating the first mouthful of braised fish, Su Xiaoyu looked up at Lin Fan in shock. It was smooth, delicious, and fragrant. It was soft and smooth. It was simply too delicious. Needless to say, Xiao Wancho would eat braised fish even if she was fat. Cats like to eat dried fish and she liked braised fish. Lin Fan's braised fish today was even better. As for the yuxiang shredded pork, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork ribs, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes, each dish looked very appetizing, and when eaten, the taste was even better. Wow, delicious. Lin Fan, every dish you cook is really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious dishes before. Even my family's chef can't compare to you. Humph. Dad even lied to me that our chef's cooking is the best. In the end, your cooking is even better than his. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed and praised Lin Fan's cooking. That's right. Meow meow, you're not allowed to snatch my braised fish, Xiao Wancho said. You'll get fat. Let me share some of the burden with the cat. Su Xiaoyu snatched another piece of braised fish meat. You'll only gain weight if you snatch my braised fish. Xiao Wancho looked at Su Xiaoyu. She looked fierce and cute and she was somewhat angry. She protected her braised fish like a kitten. It wasn't easy for her to eat the braised fish. After that, she had to go back and do a lot of exercise. It was all Lin Fan's fault for making such delicious food. Good. It's good if you gain weight. You'll have big breasts. Su Xiaoyu seemed even happier. You'll only grow on your legs and waist. If the company finds out, we'll be criticized again, Xiao Wancho said. After all, the weight and figure of a female celebrity were very important. Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu had secretly ordered so much delicious food. If they were discovered, the cats and dogs would probably have to diet for a long time. After they finished eating, Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu still looked like they wanted more. And to Lin Fan's surprise, the 2 girls finished all the dishes. Considering that he didn't want to waste food, Lin Fan didn't cook a big portion for the dishes other than braised fish. But Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu were really 2 gluttons. They could actually finish it. While the 2 girls were still fighting, a burly man walked in, sat in the restaurant, and started smoking. The moment the man entered, Xiao Wancho and Su Xiaoyu put on their hats and kept a low profile. Someone was coming. Someone might find out. Given their status and popularity, many people could recognize. Before long, fans might surround the place. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu looked at each other and prepared to leave. Normally, Lin Fan didn't have many people in his restaurant. However, that didn't mean that there weren't any. Now that someone was here, to avoid being discovered, the two girls prepared to exit the restaurant, get into their cars, and leave. But when they walked out of the door, the burly man recognized them immediately. D*****Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu. Superstars. I actually met a superstar here. Ah, goddess, can you give me an autograph? The burly man hurriedly chased after her with a look of admiration and fanaticism. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's popularity as celebrities was too high, and there were too many fans who liked them. After the burly man chased after them, he looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu with a smile. You two are so pretty, even prettier than on TV. Goddess, can I have your autograph? The man took out a pen and paper from somewhere and looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, especially Xiao Wanqiu. Her looks were simply too good. She even put on some makeup today, and her aura became even more outstanding. When the two girls walked together, no matter where they went, they would attract attention. When Lin Fan saw the burly man, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He walked out silently and approached Xiao Wanqiu. Facing the fans, Su Xiaoyu held Xiao Wanqiu's arm and smiled gently. Okay, thank you for liking us. Xiao Wanqiu nodded as well. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Fan apologetically, indicating that they could only meet again next time. Lin Fan nodded as well. The two of them exchanged glances and understood what each other meant. It's done. Sister Wanqiu and I have something to do, so we'll take our leave first, Su Xiaoyu said to the man politely and gently. She didn't have the temperament of a dog at all. Don't. Goddess, you haven't signed it. The burly man looked at Xiao Wanqiu with excitement in his eyes. Okay. Xiao Wanqiu replied simply. She picked up the pen and paper and prepared to sign. At this moment, some people in the surroundings also noticed it. Aw shit, celebrities. We've met celebrity. Aren't they Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu? I actually saw them in person today. I also want an autograph. Many people picked up their phones and started snapping pictures of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Some even went up to ask for autographs. Since they were able to meet celebrities, of course they had to surround them and ask for their autographs. Furthermore, it was Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. After signing, Xiao Wanqiu smiled politely. It was this smile that melted the burly man's heart. The goddess was simply too beautiful. She even gave him an autograph. Then, the man looked at Xiao Wanqiu and asked nervously, Goddess, I've liked you for so long. Can you give me a hug? The moment he finished speaking, Lin Fan's gaze turned cold as he locked his gaze on the burly man. Of course, Xiao Wanqiu shook her head. She had never acted in a relationship with anyone on screen, so how could she hug a stranger? Furthermore, there were so many people taking photos around them. If she were to hug someone in public, who knew how many people would criticize her? Most importantly, Lin Fan was beside her. Even without Lin Fan, she wouldn't hug any guy. I'm sorry, Sister Wanqiu's health isn't too good. She needs to go back first. Su Xiaoyu stood up and protected Xiao Wanqiu. She looked at this big man and still replied politely. Just as Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were about to turn around, the burly man could not hold it in anymore. His goddess was right in front of him. How could he not hug her? Even if he was imprisoned for more than 10 days, as long as he could hug her once, it would be worth it. At such a close distance, he would regret it for more than 10 days if he hugged her, but regret it for eternity if he did not hug her. Furthermore, he could attack her chest and capture Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu at the same time. These two girls did not even have a bodyguard with them when they went out. Wasn't this the best opportunity? Goddess, I'm sorry. Since you won't let me hug you, I can only force myself on you. After saying this, the man licked his lips. It was mainly because Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were too beautiful. He couldn't help it. The next moment, the burly man charged towards the most beautiful Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were both girls. How could they stop this big guy? The surrounding fans were also stunned. They were shocked, but they could not stop him in time. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu took 2 steps back. At this moment, the driver saw that something was wrong and opened the door. However, it was already impossible to stop this burly man. At this critical moment, Lin Fan walked out. Lin Fan grabbed the man and pulled him back. Then he pushed him aside. Lin Fan walked in front of Xiao Wanqiu and shielded her behind him. He looked at the big man coldly. Discover EW chapters at novelby.co. Both girls have given you their autograph. After being rejected, you still want to molest them in broad daylight? Aren't you going too far? None of your business. The man glared at Lin Fan and threw a punch at him. They are my customers. Of course, they are related to me. Also, I can't stand your behavior. Lin Fan dodged the man's punch and punched him in the eye. Then he kicked the burly man to the ground. He and Xiao Wanqiu had been tablemates for so many years, but he had never hugged Xiao Wanqiu. If even he never hugged her before, why could the burly man do so? In no time at all, Lin Fan had knocked the burly man to the ground. Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan and gave him a thumbs up. Sister Wanqiu, your boyfriend is doing pretty well. He's handsome and has great stamina. Su Xiaoyu whispered into Xiao Wanqiu's ear. He's not my boyfriend. Don't spout nonsense. Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red as she looked at Lin Fan gratefully. Woo, if you say so, then so be it. Lin Fan, let's go. Su Xiaoyu waved her hand and pulled Xiao Wanqiu into the car. Lin Fan smiled and looked in the direction that Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu had left in before heaving a sigh of relief. If anyone dared to hug his cat, he would get angry. Not long after, a policeman came over and took the man away. He even thanked Lin Fan. The fans even chased after Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's car fervently, shouting their names. Fortunately, it happened rather suddenly and there weren't many people gathered here. After this incident, many fans noticed Lin Fan. Ah, did you guys notice that the owner of this restaurant is so handsome? Yeah, he looks like he's only in his 20s. He's really handsome. Give Hunk a thumbs up for his actions just now. Not only is Hunk handsome, he's also handsome when he fights. That big guy just now was too despicable. He actually wanted to hug my Chocho on the streets. It really scared me to death. Hunk is handsome and nice. In the past, when I looked at photos, there were celebrities who were taken advantage of by fans. Damn it. Many fans started discussing. They had discovered Lin Fan's character and that there was a super handsome guy here. Just looking at him was so pleasing. Follow EW stories at n/velb/in.com. In the past, due to the geographical location being quite remote, not many people noticed this place. But most of the time, Lin Fan rode a tricycle and kept a low profile. And now, many people had noticed this place. Lin Fan was really handsome. After sending Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu off, Lin Fan closed the door. He opened a restaurant partly because he wanted to earn some money. After all, it was something that his parents had left for him through connection. On the other hand, it was also to wait for Xiao Wanqiu. What happened today had far exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Lin Fan closed the door and rode his tricycle home. A group of girls was chasing after Lin Fan. Some of them even took out their phones to take photos of Lin Fan riding his tricycle. Hunk, don't go. We still want to eat at your restaurant. That's right, that's right. Hunk, you're so handsome. Can we take a picture together? Handsome, don't go. It's still daytime. Why are you off work? We'll be waiting for you at your restaurant tomorrow. Hunk, can I add you on WeChat? Lin Fan sweated. In the past, when he drove his Bugatti, he was surrounded by a crowd. Today, he was riding a tricycle and was actually being chased by a group of girls. It was all the fault of the hateful cats and dogs. The next time he saw the cats and dogs, Lin Fan would definitely not let them off. This was especially so for the detestable Xiao Wanqiu. Not only did she secretly come alone, but she also brought along a howling dog, Su Xiaoyu. With his good look, Lin Fan could already imagine his future. Lin Fan cycled home and opened Weibo. The first trending topic on Weibo was about Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were almost hugged by Fan. He clicked on the hot search and there were videos taken by Fan. It was the video of this burly man asking Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu for autograph, as well as many photos. There were nearly 30,000 comments below the post. Lin Fan looked at the comments silent. The comments were basically all about that burly man. As he continued to browse through the comments, Lin Fan realized that something had changed. That restaurant's Hunk did well to punch that guy. Our Chocho and Xiaoyu were almost tainted by that kind of person. Did you guys notice? The Hunk in the restaurant is so handsome. That's right. That Hunk from the restaurant is really handsome. I love his action of sending the big guy flying. Why haven't I seen such a handsome Hunk before? This is my first time seeing him. Then, Lin Fan saw 2 trending posts on Weibo. Hunk saved Xiao Wanqiu. How can a restaurant guy be so handsome? Lin Fan was startled. He was trending. These 2 hot searches started off with 100,000 views. When it refreshed again, it had become 200,000 views. And these 2 Weibo trending topics were still rising. 300,000, 400,000, 600,000. In less than 2 minutes, the popularity of these 2 Weibo posts soared to 1 million and rose to 4th on trending. And the comments under the 2 posts went from 10,000 to 20,000, then to 30,000. In less than half an hour, it had already reached 180,000 comments. This was only the first Weibo post on the homepage. If one were to look further down, the comments had already exceeded 200,000, and the popularity was still rising. 1.5 million, 1.8 million. The popularity soared to 2 million. Fortunately, Weibo had been optimized many times. Otherwise, this trending topic would have crashed Weibo. There were more than 100,000 comments on any of the trending topics. Oh my god, how can Hunk be so handsome? He is acting bravely for a just cause. This is really great, helping the people get rid of evil. Does anyone know this Hunk's name and contact details? I want to meet him. Hunk's figure is so good, so handsome, and so righteous. I love him. I got it. This little brother's name is Lin Fan. He runs a restaurant in Shanghai called 100 Flavor Garden, but he looks very poor. He's riding a tricycle and the restaurant isn't big. So what if he's poor? It's fine as long as he's handsome. This restaurant must be delicious. Let's go. At that moment, countless fans started to become fans of Lin Fan. There were even people who quickly scrolled through Lin Fan's Weibo. The netizens were really too fast. The comments sent the video of Lin Fan protecting Xiao Wanqiu and beating up the burly man up the hot search. Soon after, the 4th trending topic appeared, and this trending topic only had 2 simple words. Lin Fan looked at his phone and slumped onto the sofa. That was it. He was popular. He was completely popular. At the same time, Lin Fan's high school classmate group exploded. Gao Lixiong, D*MN, Brother Fan is too awesome. He's the top trending topic and even received Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu at his restaurant. Shui Yaoting, oh my god, Brother Fan, I thought you didn't contact Xiao Wanqiu. Now, not only did you get Xiao Wanqiu, but you also got Su Xiaoyu? Gao Lixiong 666666. This is the realm of big shots. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu are big stars. They have so many fans. Brother Fan can even cook for them and chat with them. I'm so envious. A certain girl. Wow. Can Lin Fan help me get an autograph from Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu? I really like them. Zhao Lele Lin Fan, so you're so awesome. I was wondering why you were so distant from us. So you have Xiao Wanqiu by your side. Is Xiao Wanqiu your girlfriend? Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the trending topic on Weibo and sighed. He had wanted to keep a low profile. The reason why he was so popular on Weibo was not only because of his bravery, but also because of his looks. At a glance, many girls had fallen for him. Meanwhile, on Lin Fan's WeChat, he received a new friend request. Her nickname was very simple, Su Xiaoyu. If Su Xiaoyu's fans knew that Su Xiaoyu would take the initiative to add a boy as a friend, they would probably die of envy. Su Xiaoyu, a woo. Lin Fan, your feast was so delicious. Thanks. Lin Fan, you're welcome. Su Xiaoyu, Sister Wanqiu is very nice. Treat her well. Lin Fan, Su Xiaoyu, demonface.jpg. Putting down his phone, Lin Fan sent another message to Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan, it's all your fault. Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan, I'm angry. Xiao Wanqiu, what are you angry about? Lin Fan, I'm famous now. How are you going to come to the restaurant in the future? There will be a bunch of fans chasing after you. How are you going to eat braised fish? Xiao Wanqiu, nothing else. Lin Fan, there's more. If someone were to bump into me and rumors spread, I would be killed by your 80 million fans. Xiao Wanqiu, meow, but I don't mind. Xiao Wanqiu, thank you for today. Lin Fan, protecting little pig is my responsibility. Xiao Wanqiu, fierce. Lin Fan had never wanted to be too high profile. After becoming famous, other than disrupting his current pace of life, he might also affect Xiao Wanqiu. If there were rumors, Xiao Wanqiu's career would be affected. Xiao Wanqiu did not care, but he did. The key was that it would not be easy to meet Xiao Wanqiu in the future. The next day, he got up and signed in as usual. He received a cash lottery draw card and received another 100,000 renminbi. Lin Fan rode his tricycle to the restaurant and opened the shop as usual. However, to Lin Fan's surprise, his restaurant was already extremely popular. Not long after Lin Fan opened for business, the restaurant was already filled with people. And there was quite a long queue outside the restaurant. Most of these people were girls. Many of them were 16 or 17 years old, young and beautiful. The main reason why they were here was because Lin Fan was way too handsome. I've finally seen you in person. How can you be so handsome? Hunk, can you give me an autograph if I eat here? I saw him in person today. He looks even better than the photos on the internet. I wonder how the food of this restaurant tastes. Looking at these girls, Lin Fan was very polite. At least he wouldn't look at these girls' long legs. Although he was still single, he wasn't obscene. Even if they had long legs, these girls were not as pretty as Xiao Wanqiu. After Lin Fan finished cooking, a series of exclamations rang out in the small restaurant. Visit novlbin.c/m for the L-test update. Many girls looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Wow, it said that good wine needs no bush. I found a treasure land today. How can the food you make here be so delicious? I finally know why Qiuqiu and Xiaoyu came here to eat. It's because there's a handsome boss who makes delicious food here. The food you cook is amazing. It's much better than what I eat in other restaurants. Moreover, the prices here are so affordable. I love it. Is your restaurant still hiring waiters? I can work for you. Many of the girls were still craving for more after eating. Lin Fan's master-level culinary skills were perfectly displayed here. In just 2 hours in the morning, he had already made 1,000 yuan. If he opened the restaurant for 8 hours a day, he could earn at least 4,000 yuan a day. He could earn nearly 120,000 yuan a month just by opening the restaurant. However, Lin Fan was a slacker. He opened the restaurant mainly to carry on the things his parents had left him. Besides, he was not short of money now. He did not need to work so hard to open a restaurant. There's no need to hire any waitresses. I can do it alone, Lin Fan said with a smile. Can I add you on WeChat? I kind of like you, a girl said with a blush. After all, she was a girl around 16 or 17 years old. When she saw how handsome Lin Fan was and how he could cook, she was a little tempted. However, most of the girls had a crush on him, and some of them were bold enough to say it. As soon as she finished speaking, the restaurant was filled with gasps and screams. Someone had confessed to Lin Fan. There's no need to add me on WeChat. Fine, as long as you like to eat the food here. I opened a restaurant precisely for this reason. There are a lot of people who like me. I also like everyone who comes to eat here, Lin Fan replied. By doing so, he could be considered to have rejected the other party. Lin Fan wouldn't just accept any girl who confesses to him. What he wanted was a comfortable and happy life. As for being confessed to by a girl, he had already been confessed to too many times. The girl nodded her head happily. Although she was rejected, she was still very happy to be able to talk to Lin Fan. Can you give me an autograph? The girl continued. Lin Fan didn't reject her anymore. After giving her an autograph, he continued working. As for the girl who received the autograph, it was as if she had obtained some treasure. She held Lin Fan's signed card with both hands and placed it on her chest, feeling a little happy. She had Prince Charming's signature. After another 2 hours, Lin Fan's sales today had reached $2,000. 4 hours to $2,000. There were still many people queuing outside, but Lin Fan had already closed the door. Hey boss, why are you closing shop? I heard that the food here is really delicious, a girl asked. I only open the shop for 4 hours a day. From 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. I won't open the shop for the rest of the time. Lin Fan smiled and turned around to leave on his tricycle. After working for a while every day, the rest of the time was naturally to enjoy life. Many customers could only leave regretfully, saying that they would come back to queue up tomorrow. At night, Lin Fan's restaurant became a hot topic again. This was because Lin Fan's restaurant's food was simply too delicious. At the same time, there was another piece of news that went viral, and this news was about Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. The name of the hot search was Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were high school desk mates. He clicked on the trending topic. The first photo was of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu in high school. The sun was setting and the smell of books filled the air. In the classroom, Xiao Wanqiu was resting on Lin Fan's shoulder, forming a beautiful painting. One had to know that Xiao Wanqiu had never had any intimate contact with any male celebrities on screen. She did not even hug or hold hands with them. And this photo completely exploded on Weibo. This was the first time countless fans saw Xiao Wanqiu leaning on a boy's shoulder. The girl was already so beautiful in high school, and the boy was so handsome in high school. It was as if they were a perfect match made in heaven. The second hot search was Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu. The third trending topic was Xiao Wanqiu's undisclosed sweet lover. There were a total of 3 trending topics, and they directly reached the top of the list. The power of the netizens was so strong that they even dug out photos of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu in high school. There were school opening ceremonies, speech competitions, singing competitions, secondary school students' ancient poetry competitions, 100-day oaths, and graduation ceremony. A phenomenon could be observed through all these events. As long as it was in high school activities, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu would always be seen taking a photo together. From high school onwards, the two of them were like true lovers. It was mainly because when they were in high school, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's grades were pretty good. The teachers didn't say much. F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. In the past, when they were in high school, it was normal for the two of them to be together. But now that they had graduated from university for 3 years, Xiao Wanqiu appeared in Lin Fan's restaurant and they were connected. This was abnormal. Wherever Lin Fan was, there was Xiao Wanqiu. Wherever Xiao Wanqiu was, Lin Fan could be seen. Could only mean one thing. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship was not simple. And on Weibo, this kind of public opinion would be magnified. Hence, the hot search Xiao Wanqiu's undisclosed sweet lover appeared. The real reason why Xiao Wanqiu never filmed kissing scenes for the past 3 years. Every hot topic was directed at Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. The popularity was getting higher and higher, reaching 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. This was the first time he had seen such popularity. Xiao Wanqiu's popularity was simply too high. Countless people liked Xiao Wanqiu, and now that such news was released, it attracted countless people's attention. Every post had more than 100,000 comments. Oh my god, our Chocho has a boyfriend? And he's so handsome. That can't be. How can our Chocho have a boyfriend? Even if that hunk is very handsome, it won't do. Haha, I knew it. Xiao Wanqiu is as clean as ice and as pure as jade. She doesn't shoot kissing scenes. Cleanliness and self-restraint are all personalities created by the entertainment industry for you. Look, she was already in a relationship with someone in high school. I can't believe it. Is Chocho really together with Lin Fan? Bastard Lin Fan. How dare you snatch my Chocho? You're courting death. There were all kinds of comments under Weibo. Whether it was those who liked Xiao Wanqiu or those who hated her, the discussion on Weibo had already reached a boiling point. But there are also some very fair comments. Can you not pay attention to Chocho's private life? Give Chocho some privacy. Please pay more attention to Xiao Wanqiu's work. Who hasn't had a few good friends of the opposite sex in high school? How many photos have they taken together? Do you have proof? Unless Chocho announced it, don't spread rumors about such things. Seeing so much news, Lin Fan frowned slightly. There was a group of vicious fans who dared to talk about his cat like that. Lin Fan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Xiao Wanqiu rested on his shoulder. There was no way to explain such a photo. It was fine if the people on Weibo were scolding him, but if some people were defaming Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan's heart would ache. In the past, when he opened the small restaurant, he was unknown because he was very far away from Xiao Wanqiu. But now, he had the luxury car villa and the shares of a 5-star hotel company. He had a common topic with Xiao Wanqiu and could slowly approach her life. Xiao Wanqiu was very beautiful, but she never shot kissing scenes in the entertainment industry, nor would she do any physical contact with any male celebrities. Lin Fan was very handsome. There were many girls who liked him, but Lin Fan had never been moved by them. This time, there was a trending topic on Weibo and there was a lot of public opinion. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was waiting for news from Xiao Wanqiu. He was still unsure of Xiao Wanqiu's feelings for him. If he confessed to her rashly, he might lose such a good friend. Xiao Wanqiu did not speak either. Xiao Wanqiu was in the office looking at her phone. She was also waiting for news from Lin Fan. Why didn't this smelly Lin Fan send her any message? Lin Fan didn't have any feelings for her? She was a girl, so she should be reserved but not too proactive. She knew that she was the #1 female artist in the company and was also a female artist that the company focused on nurturing. This matter was blown up and the company would definitely give her pressure. However, she wasn't sure how Lin Fan felt about her. What if Lin Fan didn't like her? Xiao Wanqiu's eyes dimmed. Meow bite you. You're infuriating. Humph, I won't send you a message either. Whoever sends the message first will be a pig. Xiao Wanqiu stretched lazily. She had perfect curves and a moving temperament. Xiao Wanqiu thought of Lin Fan. She didn't care about his family background, but she suddenly understood. Lin Fan's family was poor and his life was simple. How could he stand up for her and face the company's pressure? No matter who it is, "You can't bully my little piglet." Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes. It was enough for her to face the company's pressure alone. Yuehu Entertainment had female artists like Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, as well as top male celebrities like Su Yang. If Xiao Wanqiu was Yuehua's first sister, then Su Yang was Yuehua's first brother. In the office, Su Yang's female assistant knocked on the door. "Come in." Su Yang sat on a chair, giving off a special aura. He was very calm, wise, and gave off an unfathomable feeling. Everyone in the company knew that Su Yang liked Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu's looks were unmatched in Yuehua company. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu was a clean girl. "Master Su, look at what happened on Weibo," the assistant said. "First, contact the relevant departments and remove the trending topics that are detrimental to Wanqiu. Second, investigate the malicious remarks against Wanqiu, as well as the companies and teams behind them. Third, send out an official announcement to refute the rumors about Wanqiu's relationship. We need to contact Wanqiu to reduce the impact of public opinion on her," Su Yang said. "Understood." The assistant nodded, but she still had no intention of leaving. "Anything else?" Su Yang looked at his assistant. "Master Su, although the relationship is fake, Sister Wanqiu's photos are real. You've helped her a lot over the years in the office, but she's..." The assistant said. "Enough." Su Yang waved his hand. "Wanqiu has her own thought. Besides, she's from the company. I don't wish to hear you speak ill of her behind her back again. And wouldn't it be more interesting to play fair?" "Master Su, I know my mistake." The assistant quickly lowered her head and apologized. "All right, let's get to work. There's one more thing I want to tell you. Even if Wanqiu really has a relationship, the company will always be on her side. Do you understand what I mean?" Su Yang looked at his assistant. The assistant nodded and left. Lin Fan. Su Yang's deep eyes looked at the photo of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu on his phone. His other hand was clenched into a fist. He was the top male artist in the company. He had as many fans as Xiao Wanqiu. In terms of family, background, looks, and character, Su Yang felt that he would not lose to anyone. But today, he had lost to someone called Lin Fan. "My dear Miss Wanqiu, why did you go to Lin Fan's restaurant for a meal with Xiaoyu? Now, even things that happened in high school have been exposed. If people find out that you and Lin Fan were alone in a room..." Yang Qing held Xiao Wanqiu's hand and said earnestly, "As Xiao Wanqiu's manager, if something like this happened, Yang Qing would definitely be criticized by the company's boss." Luckily, the matter was still manageable. If the fans knew that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were in the same room late at night, Yang Qing's career would come to an end. "Meow, meow, I'm fine." Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly and made a cute gesture and expression. "Wanqiu, this is a big matter," Yang Qing said. Xiao Wanqiu sat there, revealing her graceful curves. She looked at Yang Qing and asked, "Did CEO Li ask you to say something?" CEO Li was the real boss of Yuehua Entertainment. After this incident, the boss of the company would not talk to Xiao Wanqiu. He would look for her manager first. Although Xiao Wanqiu was usually pretty and would occasionally make cute expressions, she was very smart. She had to face what she had to face. With such a thing happening, the company would naturally have objections, but the boss could not personally criticize Xiao Wanqiu. There were some things that couldn't be said openly. Yang Qing came to talk to her this time, and she naturally represented CEO Li. CEO Li said that your career is still on the rise and the company will support you with all their might. "I hope that you can post on Weibo today to eliminate the impact," Yang Qing said. After all, there were already rumors on the internet that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were very close. Some even started to spread rumors that they were living together. The more fans there were, the more haters there would be. Xiao Wanqiu was very beautiful, but there were also many teams behind the anti-fans who wanted to mess with her. "Nothing else?" Xiao Wanqiu asked again. She looked at Yang Qing, who looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Qing sighed and said, "Wanqiu, it's been close to a year since you last acted. You haven't been able to find a script that you're satisfied with. After all, this is the era where popularity is king. If you don't act, maybe..." Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Qing seriously. She said, "Does CEO Li want me to film a few more shows and variety shows so that the company can earn more money?" No. Yang Qing shook her head. "Wanqiu, CEO Li is also thinking for you. You can consider taking on a relationship scene. After all, the romance films of the male and female leads are more popular in the market, like The Journey of Flower. CEO Li believes that if you are willing to try and make new changes, your development will be many times better than now," Yang Qing said. Xiao Wanqiu revealed a beautiful smile. Was this CEO Li's true intention? He was using the controversy this time to give her a warning. The photos of her and Lin Fan in high school were posted online. That was her business. For Lin Fan, it was her principle that she didn't want to shoot kissing scenes. If the boss of the company was not willing to talk to her openly, why did he have to talk to Yang Qing? "Sister Yang, I understand what CEO Li said, but you were my manager, not CEO Li's manager." Xiao Wanqiu held Yang Qing's hand and said seriously, "Wanqiu, I'm sorry. I understand." Yang Qing nodded immediately. She was Xiao Wanqiu's subordinate, not CEO Li's. If Xiao Wanqiu was unwilling to film a kissing scene, perhaps the company would not say anything to her. However, a manager was directly responsible for an artist. If Xiao Wanqiu was not satisfied, she could change her manager anytime. Even if Xiao Wanqiu left the company, she could have a better development. Yang Qing could listen to her boss, but she was ultimately still Xiao Wanqiu's subordinate. "Meow, meow, I knew Sister Yang would be the best. Sister Yang, if you have time, help me choose a variety show. I haven't worked for so long. It's good to work occasionally," Xiao Wanqiu said as she held Yang Qing's arm. "What do you think of Keep Running?" Yang Qing's eyes lit up. "All right, you can settle the rest." Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly. Xiao Wanqiu was usually very cute. However, this did not mean that she would give in to everything easily. After Yang Qing left, she broke out in cold sweat. Xiao Wanqiu was able to reach her current position because of her own ability. In just a few sentences, Xiao Wanqiu had already expressed her attitude firmly. She would never take on a relationship scene, much less a kissing scene. Even if this was the attitude of the company's boss, it was still the same. If Yang Qing dared to continue asking, Xiao Wanqiu would replace her manager. Yang Qing understood the meaning behind Xiao Wanqiu's words and immediately expressed her loyalty. Xiao Wanqiu also gave Yang Qing a candy. She was willing to participate in some variety shows, and Keep Running had a better reputation. Yang Qing sighed helplessly. She just wanted to know, just what sort of a character was Lin Fan? He was actually able to make Xiao Wanqiu not only offend the company's boss, but also stick to her principle of not filming a kissing scene. Yang Qing was getting more and more curious about Lin Fan. Check nouveau chapters at nouveau.com. The only person who could make Xiao Wanqiu fall for him was probably Lin Fan. What do you mean you don't like Lin Fan? How can you not like Lin Fan when you're already like this? If I have the chance, I would like to meet this Lin Fan and see how Lin Fan took advantage of my little cabbage. Yang Qing thought to herself and started to prepare work for Xiao Wanqiu. At 10 p.m., Lin Fan quietly went to his restaurant. He had no choice. He was too popular now, and he was the love rival in the hearts of countless fans. After all, Xiao Wanqiu's photo with him was too lethal. The main reason for coming to the restaurant was that Qiuqiu was still in the restaurant and he wanted to bring it home. Lin Fan wanted to feed this cat, otherwise it would starve to death. Meow. When the kitten saw Lin Fan, it looked aggrieved. It hadn't eaten for a day. Alright, it's fine now. Lin Fan hugged the kitten and patted its head, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fan saw a familiar cat ear hat appear beside him. It was Xiao Wanqiu. Why are you here? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and pulled her over. I'm here to see Qiuqiu. What about you? Xiao Wanqiu looked at the kitten in Lin Fan's arms and smiled sweetly. I'm waiting for you, said Lin Fan. Really? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan curiously, her pretty face blushing. Initially, Lin Fan was a little angry that he couldn't even open his restaurant after getting on the hot search list. But after seeing Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan couldn't be angry anymore. Xiao Wanqiu came to look for him secretly at night. It was so dangerous. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that he should be angry. His and Xiao Wanqiu's popularity had already reached 5 million. If her fans were to see them together at this juncture, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would have to be responsible for Xiao Wanqiu for the rest of his life. The surroundings were dark and Xiao Wanqiu was closer to Lin Fan. Lin Fan could even feel her breathing and body temperature. That detestable Xiao Wanqiu. She wore so little and was so beautiful. She was so close to him. He could not take it. In the future, you're not allowed to come alone at night, understand? Lin Fan pretended to be angry as he looked at Xiao Wanqiu. If something happened to Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan would not be at ease. I know. I'll listen to you. Xiao Wanqiu placed her hands in front of her and looked very aggrieved. Didn't she sneak here to see him? We have to go first. It's not safe here. If someone finds out, Lin Fan said. So what if we're discovered? Xiao Wanqiu said as she looked at Lin Fan's reaction. No, you don't care, but I care, Lin Fan said seriously. He didn't want to affect Xiao Wanqiu's career right now. Taking the initiative to announce a relationship herself was different from being secretly photographed by others. Yes, Xiao Wanqiu nodded her head lightly. Her voice was like a mosquito's whisper. Her lips curled up slightly and her heart thumped. So he cared. It's getting late. I'll send you home, said Lin Fan. He couldn't just leave Xiao Wanqiu here and let her go home alone. No, let's go to your house. There might be fans waiting there. Although your house is smaller, I don't mind. Besides, I've never been to your house before, Xiao Wanqiu said softly. I live in a big villa. The rooms are very big, said Lin Fan with a smile. Only a pig would believe you. Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue. Willing to bet on it? Lin Fan asked again. Bet on what? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. If you lose, give me a kiss. If I lose, I'll cook you a feast every day, Lin Fan said with a smile. Stupid Lin Fan, who wants to kiss you? But I'm not going to lose, Xiao Wanqiu said confidently with a red face. Do you want to eat braised fish? Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him and smiled. No matter how much he bet, he wouldn't lose. Shouldn't he cook a feast for his wife every day? Xiao Wanqiu. At that moment, the voices of passers-by could be heard. They seemed to be Xiao Wanqiu's fans and some reporters. They seemed to want to interview Lin Fan when he opened his shop. Tomorrow. Sure, there's someone, Lin whispered. Xiao Wanqiu nodded her head obediently. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and asked him what to do. Meow. The kitten meowed in Lin Fan's arms. Initially, he and Xiao Wanqiu were still hiding in a more secluded area. However, once the kitten cried out, it would immediately attract attention. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu exchanged glances. That was it. They were going to be discovered. They were going to be caught red-handed by the media. Making a prompt decision, Lin Fan grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's hand and sprinted towards the small road. Run. After running for a long time, Xiao Wanqiu's face was red and she couldn't breathe. She followed beside Lin Fan and hid from the fans and media that could appear at any moment. She didn't care about being discovered by others, but Lin Fan would consider her future. Xiao Wanqiu's heart felt warm. There shouldn't be anyone around now. Lin Fan smiled and turned back to look at Xiao Wanqiu. He was still holding her hand and he could feel her warmth. Oh, let go of me. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head and said softly, "Sorry, I didn't notice it in the heat of the moment." Lin Fan scratched his head and let go of Xiao Wanqiu's hand. If the photo of him holding Xiao Wanqiu's hand was taken, then their relationship would be solidified online. From now on, don't hold hands without my permission. I'm not your girlfriend yet, Xiao Wanqiu said softly. Her cheeks flushed. If you were my girlfriend, your 80 million fans would have already attacked me with knives. Lin Fan smiled and didn't take it to heart. He and Xiao Wanqiu were indeed on better terms, but they weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend. Although there were people on Weibo who would praise Lin Fan for being handsome, there were also people who were defaming Lin Fan. If they really confirmed their relationship, there might really be people who would chase after Lin Fan. After all, most of the people who liked Xiao Wanqiu were male fans. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with an apologetic expression. She tugged at Lin Fan's arm. "Lin Fan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that there are so many scandals on Weibo. With so many people scolding you, it won't be easy to open your restaurant for the time being," Xiao Wanqiu said. She was sincerely apologizing to Lin Fan. "So just now, holding hands is your compensation." Xiao Wanqiu's smile was enchanting. She looked at Lin Fan's face and put on the cat ears hat. She would only meow in front of Lin Fan and Su Xiaoyu because she felt that this was very cute. "Why do I feel like I've lost out?" Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and said intentionally. There were many people who liked him. "Stupid Lin Fan. Believe it or not, I'll really bite you." Xiao Wanqiu's face was fierce as she punched Lin Fan's chest. "Where is your home?" Xiao Wanqiu looked around. "You bullied me just now, so you have to compensate me with braised fish tonight. You also have to make delicious fish soup and the vegetable salad you prepared for me." "My house is a villa. It's very big," said Lin Fan. "Only a pig would believe that. I haven't bought a villa yet." Xiao Wanqiu stuck out her tongue. "We're almost home, and you're still lying to me?" Xiao Wanqiu knew Lin Fan very well. They were classmates in junior high and high school. Lin Fan's family was from the countryside. How could he afford a villa? The villas in Shanghai cost at least 10 million yuan, and such 10 million yuan villas were not something ordinary people could afford. Shouldn't the remuneration for a big star be over $100 million? "What about your remuneration?" Lin Fan turned around and asked. In his impression, this was the case. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu was so popular. "I saved it as my dowry." Xiao Wanqiu blinked and smiled. "Fine, one has to give a lot of betrothal gifts when one gets married. There are very few dowry. When you get married, not only does your family lose a daughter, they'll also have to pay so much dowry." Lin Fan knocked Xiao Wanqiu's head. "Let's go home." Lin Fan walked forward. Looking at Lin Fan's back view, Xiao Wanqiu gritted her teeth and her chest heaved up and down. She was a little angry. In the entertainment industry, once there was a situation of defaming an artist, the artist would definitely stand up to clarify at the first instance, especially a celebrity like Xiao Wanqiu. She still hadn't expressed her attitude. What was it for? Lin Fan was really a big idiot. "Put on a mask and a hat first. Later on, pretend to be my girlfriend. Don't let anyone recognize you. Otherwise, tomorrow, the hot search will be about me bringing you home to have sex," said Lin Fan with a smile as he looked at the girl beside him. He naturally knew what Xiao Wanqiu meant. Xiao Wanqiu was on the 2nd level and he was already on the 5th level. If a girl was willing to go home with you, it could already prove something. Lin Fan wasn't a fool. However, if he were to express his lust for the girl now, wouldn't it lower her impression of him? Would he bring a girl home just to sleep with her? At least Lin Fan wouldn't. Although Xiao Wanqiu was really beautiful and everyone wanted to sleep with her, they could still tell the difference between sleeping with her once and sleeping with her forever. Besides, if he couldn't sleep with her now, he wouldn't be able to sleep with her anymore. Relationships were something that had to be slowly developed over time. The deeper one went, the stronger it would be. Lin Fan felt that it wasn't the right time yet. He liked Xiao Wanqiu as well, but if he wanted to be with her, he had to give her a romantic confession and make an official announcement to let everyone know that he was with Xiao Wanqiu. Not only that, on that day, he wanted everyone to know that he had the right to protect Xiao Wanqiu. This was also the reason why Lin Fan acted dumb in front of other girls. He wouldn't flirt with other girls except for Xiao Wanqiu. "Who wants to have sex with you?" "Shameless." Xiao Wanqiu pouted and put on her cap and mask. "Speaking of which neighborhood is this? I feel like the houses here are all pretty high-end," Xiao Wanqiu said softly. She naturally held onto Lin Fan's arm as if they were a match made in heaven. "You'll know in a while. Now, keep a low profile and enter the district. You have to act more like my girlfriend." "You can't do this," said Lin Fan. "Then what else do you want?" Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. How would she know how to act as Lin Fan's girlfriend? "Just hold on to me with both hands." Lin Fan chuckled. "Like this?" Xiao Wanqiu asked, the blush on her pretty face deepening. "Yes, that's good." Lin Fan nodded. "Why do I feel like you're bullying me again?" Xiao Wanqiu said softly. She was still hugging Lin Fan's arm sweetly. "Let's go. We'll be fine once we pass through the entrance of the district safely," said Lin Fan with a smile. After all, the security in the Blue Wave Bay district had always been very good. They wouldn't let strangers enter the district. If they were recognized, Lin Fan couldn't guarantee that the security guard wouldn't spill the beans. If he didn't think for himself, he still had to think for his future wife. When they reached the entrance of the district, the eyes of several security guards lit up. Lin Fan's girlfriend had a great figure. "Good evening, Brother Fan." A security guard looked at Lin Fan enviously. "Evening." Lin Fan nodded. "Brother Fan, your girlfriend is really pretty," another security guard said. He didn't dare to keep staring at Xiao Wanqiu in front of Lin Fan. "It's all right. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first." Lin Fan waved his hand and brought Xiao Wanqiu through the entrance of the district. "All right. Take care, Brother Fan," the security guard said in a friendly manner. After Lin Fan left, a few security guards gathered together. "Did you guys see that just now?" Brother Fan's girlfriend is really very pretty. Although she's wearing a hat and mask, I can still feel that Brother Fan's girlfriend is very pretty. Yeah, she looks so much better than the girl who came to deliver clothes last time. Brother Fan is so lucky he's gonna get some action tonight. It's just that I feel that this girl looks a little familiar. So I don't care anymore. This is the life of a rich second-generation heir. He can get any pretty girl he wants. I also want to have a beautiful girlfriend like Brother Fan. Alright, let's not talk about Brother Fan's matters, let alone Brother Fan's girlfriend. Otherwise, if Brother Fan gets angry, all of us will have to bear the consequences. After entering the neighborhood, Xiao Wanqiu laughed. She felt that Lin Fan's acting skills were even better than hers. Xiao Wanqiu looked around. Shouldn't Lin Fan be living in a very small rented apartment? Why were the security guards so polite to Lin Fan? Explore Todd T stories at no/l/bin cm. As far as the eye could see, the houses here were all high-rise residential areas. The environment was beautiful, and the trees provided shade. There were street lamps along the streets, and there were gardens all around. There was also a very good view of the sea. She felt that the place she came from was like a paradise. It was different from the harsh living environment she imagined Lin Fan to be living in. Lin Fan lived in such a place. The further in they went, the more dazed Xiao Wanqiu became. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Any house in this place would cost a lot of money. The environment, security, and atmosphere here were all top-notch in her eyes. Xiao Wanqiu thought of the villa that Lin Fan had mentioned previously. Could it be that Lin Fan really lived in the villa? She still had a bet with Lin Fan. If she really lost the bet, wouldn't she have to kiss him? No, I can't let Lin Fan take advantage of me. Xiao Wanqiu remembered that Lin Fan had just given a few security guards cigarettes. She immediately looked at Lin Fan. Smoking is harmful to your health. You're not allowed to smoke. When Lin Fan heard that, he looked at Xiao Wanqiu and smiled. I don't smoke. I'm just sending cigarettes to distract the security guards. I don't want them to recognize you. Really? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes as the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Yes, said Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu held Lin Fan's arm as they walked along the garden path. The surroundings were silent. He could feel her breathing and her warmth. The moonlight shone on Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Although they had already passed the entrance of the district, Xiao Wanqiu still held onto Lin Fan's arm naturally. This is the Blue Wave Bay neighborhood, so the greenery, environment, and security here are all very good. The property prices here are also more expensive. I have a small house here that can be used for living. I'm a property owner in this place. That's why the security guards are so polite to me, Lin Fan said as he walked. There was no need to hide the fact that he had a Lake Heart villa from Xiao Wanqiu. He knew that Xiao Wanqiu had some hazy feelings for him, but when it came to matters of the heart, the couple had to be well matched. Xiao Wanqiu could ignore his family background, but Lin Fan could not. When they were together in the future, they could make those fans on Weibo shut up. He wanted to bring Xiao Wanqiu home to give her a sense of security. Xiao Wanqiu had once asked him to be her manager or act with her at the company. In her heart, she hoped that Lin Fan would become more outstanding. And now, Lin Fan wanted to show it to Xiao Wanqiu bit by bit. He wanted to show it to all the fans who felt that he wasn't worthy of her. A property owner in Blue Wave Bay District, the property prices here might be above 10 to 20 million yuan for an ordinary house. If it's a villa area, it might be over 100 million yuan. Lin Fan, are you really living in a villa here? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She had heard of the Blue Wave Bay district before. It was a high-end district in Shanghai. It's right here. Lin Fan brought Xiao Wanqiu to the entrance of the villa. When she saw the Lake Heart Villa, there was a trace of shock in Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eye. Lake Heart Villa, the most luxurious villa in the entire Blue Wave Bay district. The environment and geographical location here were indescribably good. Moreover, she had seen the news before. The villas here were worth 200 million yuan. Xiao Wanqiu had never stayed in a villa before. She was very knowledgeable, but when she saw Lin Fan's villa, she couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Fan lived in a villa worth 200 million? He walked to the door and automatically activated iris recognition. After verifying it, the door opened automatically. They had just entered the main door. The hall was more than 200 square meters. There were robots that served automatic services, neatly arranged furniture, and gorgeous crystal chandelier. There were 3 floors: the living room, kitchen, bedroom, esports hall, recording studio, exercise room, everything. It was very spacious and luxurious. There were many famous paintings and artworks on the wall. The room was large, and after they entered the front door of the mansion, they found another garden. On the ground were cobblestone paths, wide swimming pools, and barbecue grill. A football field. Wow. Lin Fan, this place is huge. Although I've seen some villas before, I've never been inside one before. Today, I feel that the villa is really big. Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes looked around. It's all right. Isn't it fine as long as the house can accommodate people? As for where to stay, what's the difference? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xiao Wanqiu's expression. The Lake Heart Villa is worth more than 200 million. Lin Fan, where did you get so much money from? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan curiously. She couldn't believe it. I've been working hard since I was in university. I've achieved something now. After all, you're already so outstanding. I have to do some things too. Otherwise, how can I catch up to you? Lin Fan said. As for what he didn't tell Xiao Wanqiu. He couldn't tell her that he had a system, right? Lin Fan, I believe in you. I'm not worried about what you do as long as you don't break the law. I thought you had always been renting a small house, so you opened a small restaurant just to experience life? Xiao Wanqiu said. The small restaurant is a business that my parents left for me. I'm only interested in opening a small restaurant, so I don't care if there are many businesses, said Lin Fan. Sit down and have a drink. Xiao Wanqiu sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. She mumbled, unknowingly, you've become so outstanding. However, no matter how much you've changed, you're still my desk mate and my personal chef. Meow, where's the vegetable salad today? For Lin Fan to have such achievements, other than feeling pleasantly surprised, Xiao Wanqiu also felt happy for him. As for where Lin Fan lived, she didn't care. What she cared about was him. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Wanqiu finally understood why Lin Fan wasn't willing to act with her and be her manager. While she was not looking, Lin Fan had been silently working hard to catch up to her. Xiao Wanqiu's heart ached. Lin Fan must have put in an unimaginable amount of effort behind her back. That kitten, Qiu was sleeping in Xiao Wanqiu's arms. Lin Fan smiled. Luckily, Xiao Wanqiu didn't ask him what he was doing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to explain. I'll help you make a vegetable salad later. I still have something important to do, Lin Fan said. He sat beside Xiao Wanqiu and took the kitten away from her. The kitten was very angry. Looking at Lin Fan, it ran away. What's wrong? Lin Fan, even if there's only you and me in the room, you're not allowed to bully me. Xiao Wanqiu spoke first. Who knew if Lin Fan would suddenly do something bad? Why would I bully you? This is indeed where I live. It's the Blue Wave Bay District and the Lake Heart Villa. Do you want to see my title deed? Lin Fan smiled. No. Xiao Wanqiu suddenly remembered something. Her face turned red and she buried herself in the sofa. She had a bet with Lin Fan. If she lost, she would have to kiss Lin Fan. But how could she have expected that Lin Fan really lived in a villa? Does that bet still count? Lin Fan sat down beside Xiao Wanqiu and asked with a gentle smile. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Her face was flushed red. She looked a little shy and a little aggrieved. Lin Fan was bullying her again. However, that was a bet she had personally agreed to. If she didn't fulfill it, she would forever be suppressed by Lin Fan and would never be able to raise her head again. Looking at Lin Fan's expression, Xiao Wanqiu had an urge to give him a good bite. Xiao Wanqiu took a deep breath and mustered her courage. Slowly, she approached Lin Fan. Looking at Lin Fan, who was so close, she said softly, "So, can you close your eyes first?" Lin Fan closed his eyes, his heart filled with anticipation. Xiao Wanqiu had never had intimate contact with any man on screen. This was probably her first kiss. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and mustered her courage. Her heart was thumping as she leaned forward and slowly approached Lin Fan. When she got close to Lin Fan, he opened his eyes and looked into Xiao Wanqiu's eyes. When Xiao Wanqiu saw Lin Fan, her face turned red. Before she could react, Lin Fan gently kissed her forehead. A sweet fragrance wafted into her nose, and a warm sensation traveled to her heart. "I'm gonna make dinner for you. What do you want to eat?" Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him and asked softly. Anything's fine." Xiao Wanqiu nodded her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan's back as he was preparing dinner. She then realized that Lin Fan had just kissed her forehead. "Smelly Lin Fan, you bullied me and bullied me again." Damn it, Xiao Wanqiu pouted her lips. However, she had a better impression of him. The feeling of getting along with Lin Fan was really good. Lin Fan was handsome and he was such a nice person. It was so embarrassing for her to take the initiative to kiss a guy. Hence, Lin Fan took the initiative to kiss her. "Dinner. How about braised fish?" Lin Fan turned around and smiled. Hearing the words braised fish, Xiao Wanqiu immediately became happy. Meow, meow. Xiao Wanqiu made a cute gesture and expression at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, then I'll post on Weibo. Otherwise, the popularity of the hot searches on the internet will increase." Xiao Wanqiu seemed to be seeking Lin Fan's opinion. Send it out. Clarify that we're not a couple. You're clearly my little piggy," Lin Fan said with a smile. You're the little pig I'm raising. You're my personal chef." Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan fiercely. "Your fierce look is a little cute," Lin Fan said seriously. "Meow, meow. Damn you, smelly Lin Fan. I'll scratch you. When Xiao Wanqiu heard that, she got even angrier. Seeing that Lin Fan was preparing dinner for her, Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly. She picked up her phone and took a selfie. She looked really good. At the same time, Xiao Wanqiu opened Weibo and wrote a few simple words. "We're not together yet." After confirming that there was no mistake, she clicked send. Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan weren't a couple yet. Faced with the uproar online, these few words were Xiao Wanqiu's response to the internet. The moment she posted it, countless fans immediately reposted and commented. 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. The comments and popularity were also increasing. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post was already trending. "Qiu is the most beautiful. I told you that our Qiu is not in a relationship yet. Stop spreading rumors. Love you, Qiu. It's time for those haters to take a look." Qiu's official statement is that she's not in love. You're not allowed to spread rumors. It's illegal to spread rumors. Qiu was only going to the restaurant for a meal. Besides, the food there is really delicious. Don't let others with any ulterior motives deceive you. Many fans were commenting excitedly. After all, the trending topic had been trending for almost a day, and Xiao Wanqiu finally responded. When Xiao Wanqiu responded, Yuehua Entertainment's official Weibo account immediately reposted it. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu bit her lollipop and commented on Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo. "Sister Wanqiu and I were just going for a meal. That restaurant's food is really delicious. Su Xiaoyu's comments were quickly pushed to the front. Even Su Xiaoyu stood up to refute the rumor. After commenting, Su Xiaoyu went to sleep. Sister Wanqiu, I can only help you guys here. Woo. The dog is going to sleep, Su Xiaoyu said, then took off her clothes, revealing her long, snow-white legs. She was preparing to take a bath, then have a good sleep after taking a bath. On the other side, another trending topic was pushed to second place. Lin Fan's restaurant, 100 Flavor Garden. The comments below were all praising Lin Fan's restaurant. Wow, did you guys know? Boss Lin Fan's restaurant is really delicious. I think Qiu and Xiaoyu went to the restaurant to eat delicious food. That's right. I even tried it today. It's really too delicious. It's a pity that it only opens for 4 hours a day. Other times, Lin Fan doesn't open a restaurant. It's said that good wine does not fear deep alleys. Could you tell me where Lin Fan's restaurant is? I also went to Boss Lin Fan's restaurant to eat. It's really amazing. Lin Fan's dishes are even better than famous chef. However, the location is quite remote. Maybe it's because he doesn't have much money. Can I sponsor Lin Fan? After Xiao Wanqiu posted on Weibo, the comments underwent a reversal. No one scolded Lin Fan anymore. Instead, more people praised Lin Fan's restaurant. This way, not only would the restaurant become popular, even Lin Fan would become popular. All sorts of fans on the internet took photos of Lin Fan, attracting the liking of many female fans. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's Weibo was also found by the fan. The number of fans increased from 132 to 10,000. 1 million. In just one night, the number of Lin Fan's fans had reached 1 million. Get latest UVLCH pictures on nvelbj/n.c/m. At that moment, Lin Fan was still cooking the braised fish seriously. He didn't know that he already had millions of fans. At the same time, many companies started contacting Lin Fan. There were restaurants, management companies, and live streaming companies. There were too many people who wanted to contact Lin Fan. 200,000 a month. Invite Lin Fan to our company to be a chef and share some of the company's shares with Lin Fan. Quickly contact Lin Fan. Does Lin Fan have any plans to become an artiste? Seize the opportunity and find a way to contact Lin Fan. If Lin Fan becomes an actor, he'll definitely become famous overnight. If Lin Fan can collaborate with Xiao Wanqiu for a movie, I'm afraid it'll completely blow up. Does anyone know Lin Fan's contact details? If you don't, go to the restaurant and stop him. Our company is willing to take out a live broadcasting contract of $5 million a year and quickly sign Lin Fan. If Lin Fan wants to raise the price, he can even get $10 million a year. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Repost Lin Fan's news. Any news of Lin Fan must be reposted immediately. Lin Fan's potential is too great. The company must capture such a talent. In this era, if there was popularity, there would be capital. Lin Fan was handsome and his culinary skills were superb. What was even more amazing was that Lin Fan knew Xiao Wanqiu. Such a relationship was enough for countless people to value Lin Fan. It wasn't just those foodie fans or fans who liked him because of his looks. Lin Fan's commercial value had increased rapidly. It was too difficult for the current Lin Fan not to become popular. After Lin Fan finished cooking dinner, he quietly tapped on his phone. Lin Fan saw that there were countless private messages on his Weibo. There were all sorts of comments from various companies that wanted to work with Lin Fan, including the first-tier live broadcast company, Bilibili, Douyu, Huya, etc. There were even all sorts of variety shows that wanted to invite Lin Fan, and they were all private messages from official Weibo account. The main reason was that none of these companies had Lin Fan's contact information. Right now, Lin Fan had completely become a popular person. I'm completely popular now. Lin Fan sat beside Xiao Wanqiu and silently looked at all the news on Weibo. His phone was almost jammed. Fine, he had to buy a new phone. As for how popular he had become, Lin Fan didn't care at all. No matter how popular he was, would he be as popular as his wife? People should be happy when they become popular. Why do I feel like you're different from others? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan curiously. Handsome people will always have their trouble. There are usually many girls chasing and blocking me on the streets, wanting to take a picture with me. Now that I'm so popular, it's hard for me to keep a low profile, said Lin Fan. He just wanted to be a god-level nouveau riche quietly and live a relaxed life. The reason why he was always trending was because he was too handsome. Meow. Meow, you're asking for it. Xiao Wanqiu giggled. Phi DDEW up TS on NOV/E/L in.com. It's good to be popular. Actually, I also want to try a relationship scene, but there's never a suitable male actor. Xiao Wanqiu sighed, looking a little disappointed. Girls were naturally emotional. She could act better in some emotional scenes, but there was no other way. Although those male actors were handsome, Xiao Wanqiu had no intention of working with them. Shouldn't holding hands, hugging, and kissing be done with the person you love? Only when she was with the person she loved could she be more invested and her acting skills become more realistic. It's fine. There will be one in the future. Lin Fan smiled. Fear. In the future, even if there's a suitable male actor, I don't want to act either. Xiao Wanqiu flipped her long hair. Why? Lin Fan asked. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu, his heart felt warm. There aren't so many reasons. If I don't want to act, then I don't want to act. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan. He was really a blockhead. Her relationship scenes, her first kiss on the screen, why would she give it to those male actors? Those male actors might have great acting skills, but they weren't Lin Fan. Lin Fan could tell what Xiao Wanqiu was thinking, but he didn't point it out. He just touched Xiao Wanqiu's cat ears hat and said, if I become an actor one day, I'll act with you in a relationship scene. I'll be the male lead and you'll be the female lead. How about that? Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face turned red and she said coquettishly, shameless. Who wants to act with you? Do you want to bully me? Do you want to openly bully me while acting? Do you want to NG more than 10 times with the director during kissing scenes? Lin Fan said righteously, why do I feel like I'm the one at a disadvantage when I'm filming a kissing scene with you? Xiao Wanqiu heard that and her chest heaved up and down. She looked at Lin Fan angrily and bit towards his arm. She didn't want to be a cat today. She wanted to be a dog. Roar. Bite. It hurts. Be gentle. Lin Fan said, are you a dog? A woo. A woo. Xiao Wanqiu's lips curled up. Who asked Lin Fan to bully her just now? You look like a husky when you howl. Lin Fan chuckled. Smelly Lin Fan, I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Wanqiu was so angry that her chest hurt. Damn Lin Fan. She was such a cute little puppy, yet she was called a husky? At Yuehua Entertainment, Su Yang sat in the office, silently reading the news on Weibo. He was lost in thought. Faced with such a huge controversy, Boss Lee was a little angry. The most important thing for female celebrities was gossip. If it was a normal official relationship, perhaps the fans would not be so agitated and would only give their blessing. However, if a female celebrity had a scandal with an ordinary person, it would be fatal. No fans would tolerate it, and the company would not tolerate it either. If the rumors were true, it would affect the career of female celebrities and they might lose their endorsement product. Many companies might not work with female celebrities. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's high school photo, as well as the video of him protecting Xiao Wanqiu at the entrance of the restaurant and beating up the burly man, were linked together and a rumor spread. Although it was the top trending topic on Weibo, the impact was not fatal. Why? Because there was no concrete evidence. What could a high school photo prove? At most, it meant that they were close in high school. Who didn't even have a photo with a classmate of the opposite sex in high school? Hence, CEO Li only wanted to give Xiao Wanqiu a warning. The company still followed the normal process of refuting rumors. Su Yang felt a glimmer of hope. The reason why Xiao Wanqiu hadn't filmed kissing scenes for so many years, how could it be because of Lin Fan? In Su Yang's eyes, Lin Fan was just a small fry who ran a restaurant. Even if Lin Fan signed a company and entered the entertainment industry, it would be extremely difficult to surpass him. After this piece of news was exposed, Xiao Wanqiu only needed one sentence to completely refute the rumors. As expected, Xiao Wanqiu's simple sentence immediately caused the reputation of the restaurant to turn around. Coupled with some of the company's operations, it also brought about the popularity of Lin Fan's restaurant. However, Su Yang felt his heart turn cold. Su Yang carefully looked at Xiao Wanqiu's post on Weibo. We're not together yet. To an ordinary person, it might seem like a simple denial, but Su Yang did not think so. Xiao Wanqiu's denial actually had another meaning. We're not together yet, but that doesn't mean we won't be together in the future. As for the comments on the internet, the ambiguity between the two of them, the photos, the crush, the love, or perhaps the reason why Xiao Wanqiu didn't act in the kissing scene was because of Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu did not respond to all the comments. She acquiesced. In other words, there was a high possibility that the reason why Xiao Wanqiu didn't act in kissing scenes and refused to get close to male actors was because of Lin Fan. Xiao Wanqiu was not denying the rumor. Instead, she was telling Su Yang that the person she liked was Lin Fan. Wanqiu, are you trying to make me give up? After spending so many years with you in the company, I thought that I would be able to win you over. Now, it seems like it was just a dream, but relationships aren't child's play. Even the best of lovers might break up. Not to mention you two haven't really been together. Lin Fan, although my position is higher than yours, my background is deeper than yours, and my family is richer than yours, let's have a fair competition. Su Yang looked up with some confidence. With Lin Fan's ability, there was still a long way to go before he could get close to Xiao Wanqiu's career. At this thought, Su Yang called his assistant. Master Su, it's late. What's the matter? The assistant asked. Contact Lin Fan and ask him if he wants to enter Yuehua as an artist. We can discuss the signing fee. He's a newcomer with potential. I can him in the entertainment industry unconditionally, Su Yang said. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he would make use of his power and the advantage of being a celebrity to suppress Lin Fan and pursue Xiao Wanqiu. However, Su Yang wanted to help Lin Fan. He wanted Lin Fan to join the company, cooperate with him, and compete fairly with him. If Lin Fan's family was poor and he didn't have the resources to enter the entertainment industry, then he would do his best to help Lin Fan. If Lin Fan couldn't solve the problem, he would solve it. Okay. The assistant nodded, feeling a little surprised. Su Yang was not only Yuehua Entertainment's #1 male artiste, but also Yuehua Entertainment's #1 artiste. His popularity was even higher than Xiao Wanqiu's. In the entire entertainment industry, he held a pivotal position. If he wanted to promote a newcomer, then the resources of this newcomer would be unimaginable. As long as the newcomer was outstanding enough, Su Yang would personally promote them, and they would definitely grow quickly. The assistant didn't dare to imagine Lin Fan's future. Lin Fan was handsome to begin with. If Lin Fan was willing to join Yuehua Entertainment, he would receive the help of Su Yang, Xiao Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoyu. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Lin Fan became an A-list celebrity. Of course, Su Yang did not know that the fair competition he wanted did not exist. Xiao Wanqiu refused to get close to any actor, but she was willing to be alone with Lin Fan. If Su Yang knew, he would doubt his life. No matter how hard he tried, he was not on the same starting point as Lin Fan. The next day, Lin Fan woke up and signed in. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining author level, master level. Ding, Congratulations, host, on obtaining screenwriter level, master level. All the relevant information has automatically entered master's mind and is integrated into your memory. Lin Fan thought that he would be able to sign on to receive a luxury car or school district house. He didn't expect to learn 2 skills this time. After graduating from university, Lin Fan's novels that he had written for 3 years had all ended in failure. Then, he opened a small restaurant and slowly worked to where he was today. After learning these 2 skills, Lin Fan felt that there was a lot more professional knowledge in his mind. He could understand the pros and cons of a book in an instant. Even his understanding of scripts had increased by a level. However, these skills didn't seem to be of much use. Lin Fan had a house and a car now. He only wanted to collect rent every day. He was relaxed and content. Occasionally, he would flirt with girls. It wasn't bad. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Master Su's assistant. I'm here on behalf of Yuehua Entertainment to discuss a contract with you." A female voice sounded. "Yuehua Entertainment, Su Yang?" Lin Fan replied. Su Yang was also an A-list celebrity and was very popular. He had a scandal with Xiao Wanqiu and slept with her for a night. What did that have to do with Su Yang? Su Yang wanted to steal his cat? Lin Fan immediately understood. After all, Lin Fan had seen such comments on Weibo before. The only person who could match up to Xiao Wanqiu was Su Yang. There were also some haters who criticized Lin Fan, saying that Lin Fan wasn't worthy of the current Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan didn't care about these comments, but the call from Su Yang's assistant immediately perked him up. It was fine to work with him, but it was too much to ask for his cat. "Yes, Mr. Lin. Our company thinks that you have a lot of potential and wants to sign a contract with you to become an artiste of our company. I will also promise in the contract that I will give you no less than 5 shows and variety shows a year. Master Su will also personally collaborate with you to film. Master Su hopes that you can join the company, and the contract price for you is 1 million a year. At the same time, this is only the most basic contract fee. We will give you a certain percentage of all the subsequent dividends from participating in variety shows and films. If you participate in 5 dramas or 5 variety shows in a year, then the total income you will receive will be over 5 million yuan. If Mr. Lin performs well, the company is willing to build a star creation program for you and nurture you to the best of their ability. The remuneration will continue to increase according to your personal ability. If you can become an A-list celebrity, your annual income might reach tens of millions. Of course, if you can reach the level of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, the remuneration for a film might start at 50 million, or even more than 100 million, the assistant said, expressing Yuehua Entertainment's sincerity. With an annual salary of at least 1 million, film resources, variety shows, and even the star creation project, anyone would be tempted by such condition. The key was that after entering the company, he could see Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang, and other big-name celebrities often. If there was a chance, they could even work together. Faced with Yuehua Entertainment's sincerity, Lin Fan only smiled. Lin Fan didn't have much money and his bank account only had $2 million. But most importantly, Lin Fan didn't lack money. He was the 2nd largest shareholder of the new era Lixing 5-star hotel, and he received tens of millions of yuan in dividends every year. "I have no intention of joining Yuehua Entertainment for now. Sorry. Right now, I just want to collect rent, open a small restaurant, and live a simple and peaceful life. Also, I don't lack money," said Lin Fan with a smile. "Okay, if you have any thoughts of cooperating, you can contact me again," the assistant replied. She was a little surprised but did not say it out loud, because Lin Fan had rejected Su Yang's invitation. "Meow, meow." The girl's voice came from behind. "Who asked you to sign the contract?" Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. She was wearing a facial mask and was a little curious. "Su Yang." Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and smiled. "I didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Xiao Wanqiu blinked, and her voice became gentle. "No, the contract fee is $1 million a year. There's also a star creation project and countless resources and so on. I rejected it," said Lin Fan with a smile. After hearing that, Xiao Wanqiu was a little angry. She looked fierce and cute. "Humph, you're my personal chef. Who dares to poach my people? Even if they want to poach you, 1 million a year is too little," Xiao Wanqiu said gently. She took off her mask, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face. "My little piggy is right." Lin Fan smiled. "Stupid Lin Fan? Who's your little piggy?" Shameless to the extreme, Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan and stretched her back. "Felt really good to sleep in Lin Fan's house for a night. Can you send me to Xiaoyu's house? She and I have a new variety show to shoot, and we've taken on an advertisement in the past few days. We're a little busy," Xiao Wanqiu said with a tired expression. I know. You have to rest well after you're done. You can't overwork yourself," Lin Fan said. He knew that Xiao Wanqiu had been very tired these few days. She would only be so relaxed when she was by his side. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Wanqiu was a little shy. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. "Stupid Lin Fan, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Find PD Tez on n/VLN.cm. You're my big sugar mommy. Eating braised fish costs money. I can't even open a small restaurant anymore. I'm just waiting to scam some of your food," said Lin Fan with a smile. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and looked at Lin Fan pitifully. Meow. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan couldn't bear to see her like this. Women were so good at acting and so pretty. How could men stand it? It was only Lin Fan who had strong self-control. If it was someone else with weaker self-control, they would have already gone up to eat her up. It's mainly because you look good. Lin Fan spoke the truth. After all, Xiao Wanqiu had good looks worth 9.9 points out of 10 and was very pretty. Occasionally, she was cute and her acting skills were superb. Her long legs were eye-catching and her breasts were big. Really? Xiao Wanqiu became even more shy. Her face was slightly red as she slightly lowered her head and lightly pursed her red lips like a pure and sweet girl. Fake. How pretty can a piglet be? Lin Fan complained. If he praised Xiao Wanqiu again, he really wouldn't be able to take it. Meow, meow, I'll bite you. Xiao Wanqiu bit down on him. Her innocent and naive image from before was completely gone. After the two of them bickered for a while, Xiao Wanqiu's face turned pink and she panted heavily. Lin Fan was the same. The sofa was in a mess. When are you gonna film a movie? I haven't seen your work in a year. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and asked, well, there aren't any good scripts. Some scripts are better, but there aren't any suitable guys to act in them, so I haven't acted in a year. Xiao Wanqiu flipped her long hair and smiled gently, as if she didn't care at all. Lin Fan, I remember that you used to write books. If you have time, do you want to write a script for me? The kind that doesn't involve kissing. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan expectantly. Writing scripts? I can give it a try. I've written a lot of scripts in the past, but I've never published them. However, without the relationship scenes, it would be more difficult for the script to stand out. After all, the market is more interested in watching the male and female leads' good looks and relationship scenes. Of course, the plot is also the most important, said Lin Fan. No, I don't want to kiss anyone else. Xiao Wanqiu pouted. This was her bottom line. She knew that the market was changing as well, but she didn't want to give her first kiss to other celebrities. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and was very angry. If she didn't produce anything in the entertainment industry for a few years, no matter how popular she was, she would be forgotten very quickly. Just relying on variety shows and advertisements could not allow her to penetrate into the memories of the people. Only works could allow an artiste to stand firmly in the entertainment industry. But Xiao Wanqiu was unwilling to kiss. Lin Fan understood. It just so happened that he had the skills of a master writer and a screenwriter, so it was not difficult for him to come up with a good script. For Xiao Wanqiu's future, if I don't enter hell, who will? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu, who was still pouting, and patted her head. He smiled and said, I'll help you write the script. I'll act the scene with you. How about it? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the serious Lin Fan. Her smile could topple cities. Yes. After Xiao Wanqiu nodded, her face turned red. Stupid Lin Fan, are you trying to bully me again? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes. Lin Fan actually wanted to act with her. Wasn't he trying to bully her? Am I that kind of person? Lin Fan asked righteously. Who knows? Xiao Wanqiu muttered softly. Do you really believe that I can write a script? After graduating from university, I wrote for 3 years. No one read the books I wrote, and I was often rejected by publishers, said Lin Fan with a smile. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. I believe you. It wasn't that she didn't want to film a kissing scene, she just wanted to film a kissing scene with the right person. But that right person never appeared. The right script did not appear either. However, she had an inexplicable trust in Lin Fan. She believed that Lin Fan would definitely be able to write a good script. Then I won't let you down. The prerequisite is that I have to collect money for the script. Lin Fan smiled. He had finally written a script, and of course, he had to earn money. He wouldn't write it for nothing. Of course, I'll help you earn a fortune. Xiao Wanqiu made a cute expression. I'm gonna shoot an advertisement with Xiao Yu for the next few days. I'll be filming a variety show soon, but during my break, you have to come to the company to pick me and Xiao Yu up for dinner. I paid for it. Xiao Wanqiu winked at Lin Fan. You're not allowed to reject it. Prepare a vegetable salad for me every day. Let's go. Send me to Xiao Yu's house. I still have work today. Here's the address. Xiao Wanqiu sent the address to Lin Fan. Get in the car. Lin Fan brought Xiao Wanqiu out of the door and went to the garage. When she opened the garage door, Xiao Wanqiu was stunned. In front of her were 2 cool sports cars and a tricycle. She still knew these 2 cars. The first was Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and the second was Koenigsegg. Both sports cars were worth hundreds of millions. There was no doubt that both cars were limited edition sports cars. Since when did Lin Fan live in a villa with 2 sports cars? Xiao Wanqiu was seeing things. Her beautiful eyes were a little moist. To fight to such an extent, what kind of hard work had Lin Fan put in during his university days and 3 years since graduation? She wasn't like other girls who would scream and admire sports cars or even want to throw themselves at Lin Fan. She wasn't a materialistic girl. She only felt her heart ache for Lin Fan subconsciously. If he wanted to fight for an asset worth hundreds of millions, he would have to go through unimaginable hardships. Xiao Wanqiu turned around and looked at Lin Fan. Her voice became gentle as she said, Lin Fan, all these years, we haven't contacted each other much. You must have had a hard time. Lin Fan smiled and opened the Bugatti's car door. He said, it's nothing. Get in. Wear your mask and hat. Don't let anyone recognize you. Xiao Wanqiu pouted. She had hundreds of millions of yuan worth of assets too, and only she knew the hardships required to obtain them. She had also started from zero and slowly developed until now. Stupid Lin Fan. He had worked so hard, but he still didn't tell her. When it came to entrepreneurship, she was willing to help Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan never came to her for help. After they got into the car and fastened their seatbelts, Lin Fan brought Xiao Wanqiu along as they drove towards Shanghai. Many girls screamed along the way. Bugatti, I see the hunk driving the Bugatti again. This hunk is super handsome. What's so cool about it? Maybe there's a hunk in the car. This car might only be worth a few million. It might even be a second-hand car. What's there to brag about? What do you know? This is a limited edition sports car. How can it be secondhand? And its price is 126 million. A few days ago, I saw Hunk driving a Bugatti on the streets. Maybe he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Oh dear, if only I could have such a handsome boyfriend. The main thing is, I'd like to ride in a sports car like Bugatti. Maybe this hunk's stamina is very good and he can do it in the car. Xiao Wanqiu could see the people outside the car window, but the people outside could not see her. Every time she saw these girls' expressions, she couldn't help but smile brightly. She understood why Lin Fan did not want to become popular. She also understood why Lin Fan was unwilling to accept Su Yang's invitation to become an artist of the company. Just driving the sports car alone made so many girls chase after Lin Fan. If he became popular, wouldn't there be even more girls? Xiao Wanqiu felt warmth in her heart. For the past few years, Lin Fan had never been in a relationship. Was it because of her? Soon, Lin Fan arrived at Su Xiaoyu's house. Su Xiaoyu had been waiting here for a long time. She held a thick cucumber in her hand and there was no one around. After taking a bite of the cucumber, Su Xiaoyu saw a Bugatti parked downstairs. Opening the car door, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu alighted. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and stood rooted to the ground. She had thought that Lin Fan would be riding a tricycle or driving an ordinary car. But how could she have known that Lin Fan was driving a Bugatti? Su Xiaoyu did not recognize the Bugatti, but she had her phone. After a quick search, she realized it turned out that this Bugatti was a limited edition luxury car in the world. It was priced at 126 million yuan, making many rich second-generation heirs flinch. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Even Su Xiaoyu couldn't afford such a sports car. If he had more than 100 million in liquid funds to buy a sports car, how rich would Lin Fan be? Lin Fan's assets had to be worth at least 500 million or even 1 billion. This was a conservative estimate by Su Xiaoyu. Who would have thought that Lin Fan was even richer than her? Sister Wanqiu, Lin Fan has such a good sports car. 126 million. Why haven't I heard of it before? Su Xiaoyu came back to her senses and held Xiao Wanqiu's arm. He also has a Lake Heart villa that's worth over 200 million in the Blue Wave Bay district. He opened a small restaurant just to enjoy life. Lin Fan is even more amazing than the two of us. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and praised him. However, she was a little happy in her heart. After all, who wouldn't want their little piggy to be outstanding? Wah 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 wah. Woo. Lin Fan, can I acknowledge you as my master? Master is on top, I'm on the bottom. Let me cozy up to you, okay? Su Xiaoyu looked surprised. A 200 million Lake Heart villa and a 100 million sports car. Turned out that Lin Fan was so outstanding. Although she was also a big star, the remuneration she earned had to be split by the company. Although she could also afford a villa and sports car, she would be completely broke after buying them. Earning 400 to 500 million yuan in cash was very difficult for her and Xiao Wanqiu, who had just entered the entertainment industry for a few years, even though they were already big stars. Xiaoyu, take note of your image. Xiao Wanqiu giggled and scratched Su Xiaoyu with a red face. Woo. Lin Fan, can I go to your house in the future? I'll go to your big villa with Sister Wanqiu to freeload off you. Su Xiaoyu cheered, still unable to conceal the excitement in her heart. Of course, Lin Fan smiled. Looking at Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu blinked and suddenly understood something. She looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Fan and asked softly, Sister Wanqiu, were you at Lin Fan's house last night? After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head and blushed even more. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu's reaction, how could Su Xiaoyu not understand? That despicable Lin Fan had actually taken away her cat so quickly. Sister Wanqiu, did you? Su Xiaoyu giggled and blinked at Xiao Wanqiu. Of course not. Don't spout nonsense. Last night, I just ate a braised fish. Xiao Wanqiu's face was red as she glared at Su Xiaoyu fiercely. Vischt en Velben, CM for new update. Alright. I know. Sister Wanqiu didn't do anything. Lin Fan, then Sister Wanqiu and I will go work now. Alright, the company Su Yang seems to like Sister Wanqiu. In a few days, you have to come to the company to pick us up for dinner. Otherwise, it'll be sad if someone else picks Sister Wanqiu up. Su Xiaoyu revealed an innocent and cute smile. Xiaoyu, if you spout nonsense again, I'll scratch you. Fierce. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu. I'll come and pick you guys up. Lin Fan nodded. Just as Lin Fan was about to turn around and leave, a gentle voice rang out. Meow. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes like a kitten. She made a cute gesture and gently tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's clothes. Huh? Lin Fan turned around and looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan, remember to send the script to me after writing it. You promised me that you would write a good script for me and act with me. Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red. She was gentle like water and sincere. Yes, I'll act with you. Then I'll write a few more kissing scenes in the script. Lin Fan smiled and patted Xiao Wanqiu's head gently. Stupid Lin Fan, even if you're acting, you can't bully me. Otherwise, I'll be like a cat. I'll be very fierce and bite you. Xiao Wanqiu made a fierce expression. However, she was so pretty she actually looked a little cute. Su Xiaoyu watched silently from the side. She felt wronged, weak, and helpless. Woo. You only know how to torture dogs. You guys have no conscience. Su Xiaoyu hugged Xiao Wanqiu from behind and said, Humph, Lin Fan, the cat is mine. You're not allowed to bully her. Lin Fan smiled and sat in the Bugatti. He stepped on the accelerator and left Su Xiaoyu's house. He could have lived a peaceful life, but because of her appearance, there was a change. However, Lin Fan wasn't too surprised by this change. After all, Xiao Wanqiu was a superstar, and countless fans liked her. Lin Fan had always wanted to live a relaxed life. He wanted to collect rent and flirt with girls. That would be great. However, the cat was going to be snatched away. He could not compromise on this. Her appearance had changed Lin Fan's salted fish mentality. With a competitor like Su Yang, Lin Fan wouldn't ignore it. Su-young had called him last time to rope him in and compete fairly with him. Lin Fan could tell. However, Lin Fan rejected Su-young's goodwill and did not join the company. However, this did not mean that Su-young would stop pursuing Xiaowanqiu. You want to steal my cat? Dream on. Even if Su-young was a big star and naturally had a huge advantage, Lin Fan wouldn't take a step back. Su-young, since you want to compete, let's fight. Ding. Detected some changes in Master's mentality. The system is upgrading. Ding. The system has been upgraded to version 2.0. After the system has been upgraded, Master only needs to complete missions and you can sign in. The things you receive after signing in will be of higher value. Mission. Master only needs to complete 20 orders in the restaurant to sign in. The system's reminder rang out. Lin Fan nodded. He hadn't obtained anything valuable in the past few days. After the system was upgraded, it was even more different. Opening a restaurant was something that Lin Fan had to do every day. After receiving the news of the system upgrade, Lin Fan drove the Bugatti to his restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, there were many fans waiting. There were also some pretty female fans who had been waiting here for a long time. They thought that Lin Fan would be very poor because he opened a restaurant. But when they saw Lin Fan get off the Bugatti, they were stunned. The girls around looked at Lin Fan's back view and were deeply shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Fan to be driving a Bugatti. Then, some girls checked the model of Lin Fan's car. Oh my god, brother Lin Fan is actually driving a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Isn't this a sports car worth over $100 million? There's only one limited edition sports car in the world. It's too cool. Wow, this is my first time seeing a sports car. Someone revealed a few days ago that there's a handsome hunk driving a Bugatti sports car in Shanghai. Many people want to see how handsome he is. Now I know today that it's Lin Fan. Brother Lin Fan, you hide your secrets well. Turns out that not only is the food you cook delicious, you're also so rich. Brother Lin Fan, do you still lack a girlfriend? Many girls exclaimed and quickly surrounded him. One of the girls was a reporter who interviewed Lin Fan. She asked, Lin Fan, if you're so rich, why did you open a small restaurant? Lin Fan turned around and smiled gently. I'm not interested in money. I didn't open a small restaurant to earn money. I just wanted to experience life and make some delicious food for everyone. TM crying. You're not interested in money. Lin Fan, do you still lack accessories? The sports car you drive costs hundreds of millions. We don't know how much money Lin Fan had. Of course, he's not interested in money. I don't care about that. I want to eat. Lin Fan's food is really delicious. I'm a fan. Hunk, are you and Xiaoqiu close? I saw that she was resting on your shoulder in high school. The photo is really beautiful. I think the two of you are very compatible. Many girls asked as they sat in Lin Fan's restaurant. Lin Fan started to busy himself. He avoided questions about Xiaowanqiu. His restaurant had reopened, and there might be another trending topic on Weibo. Of course, there would be many reporters looking for him, wanting to get some information out of him. Right now, Lin Fan could be considered a star. After working for 2 hours, Lin Fan had already completed more than 60 orders. Alright, I'm ending work today. If you want to eat, come back next time. Lin Fan smiled and prepared to pack up. It was time to go home and prepare for the sign-in after the system upgrade. Lin Fan had no choice. He was too popular. He could only reduce the opening time to 2 hours. Brother Lin Fan, didn't you say that you would open the restaurant for 4 hours? Why did you only open it for 2 hours? Don't. I still want to eat. I want to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs here again. And the regular pork ribs. Yes. Hot pot, I still want to eat hot pot. Brother Lin Fan, don't go. I'll add more money. A group of female fans surrounded Lin Fan. Lin Fan could only sigh out. He had only wanted to open a small shop quietly, but in the end, he had become the idol of so many girls. He become popular accidentally. What should I do? I'm waiting for an answer. These fans were all very cultured. After seeing Lin Fan close the door, they could only leave reluctantly. They would come to Lin Fan's restaurant tomorrow. When Lin Fan thought that he would be able to go home successfully, in the end, the door was blocked again. A girl in her early 20s with a good figure and over 8/10 points in looks stood in front of Lin Fan and bowed politely. Hello, Mr. Lin. We are employees of the Douyu platform. We are here to discuss a collaboration with you. Due to your good looks and popularity, the Douyu platform wants to sign a contract with you. You can become our contracted host. The contract fee is 5 million a year, and it doesn't include your dividends from tips. If you do well, the contract fee can double next year. As long as you sign the contract, we can immediately transfer 3 million to your bank account, the girl said. Go away, people from Douyu. We are staff members of Gallipoli Live Broadcast Company. Our company is willing to pay you a contract fee of 6 million a year. As long as you are willing to sign the contract, the company will give you a lot of support. Mr. Lin, we work for Huya, and our company is willing to pay 6.5 million. Move aside, people from live streaming platforms. We are a management company and are willing to sign a contract with you for 7 million a year. MR, Lin, do you think Shanghai Daily News can publish news about you? Do you have time to do an interview with us? MTR, Lin, we would like to invite you to record a program. Mr. Lin, don't go. Mr. Lin, can I give you more money? Can I not add money and add girls instead? There are many pretty girls in our company. If you want, you can. Lin Fan finally squeezed into the Bugatti and drove his sports car away. Had he become so popular? Douyu, Huya, Gallipoli, and other live streaming platforms, as well as the Shanghai Daily News, had all come to him to request for collaboration. Of course, Lin Fan wouldn't sign a contract with these companies. Once he signed the contract, he would be bound to these companies. Lin Fan liked freedom and didn't like to be restrained by these companies. Furthermore, Lin Fan really didn't lack money. He was driving the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and he had more than $2 million in his bank account. How could he be short of money? When Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the Blue Wave Bay District, he was even more stunned. Damn, someone was actually blocking him at the entrance of Blue Wave Bay District. Lin Fan got out of the car and went straight to the point. If you're from a live broadcasting company, management company, or Shanghai Daily News, you don't have to look for me anymore. Although I don't know how you found me, you've already interfered with my private life. Not only were there people blocking him at the entrance of the restaurant, but there were also people blocking him at the entrance of the Blue Wave Bay District. How was he going to bring the cat and dog home in the future? The other party was also a girl with 8/10 looks. The girl apologized. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Your address was revealed to us by Sister Xiaoyu. We are the recording staff of Keep Running. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu have already confirmed that they will participate in the recording of the program, so we want to specially invite you to participate in the final episode of Keep Running. We know that you and Xiao Wanqiu are classmates, so we hope that you two can appear on variety shows together. According to the plan, the recording of the last episode is on Xiao Wanqiu's birthday, so Sister Xiaoyu hopes that you can give her a surprise, the girl said with a gentle smile. Also, we won't tell anyone your address or any information. There's a confidentiality agreement here. The remuneration for recording the last episode is 1 million. The girl smiled politely. The contract is here. You can choose for yourself, the girl said. Is her birthday on the last day of the recording? Lin Fan asked as he looked at the girl. Yes, as long as you are willing to sign the contract, we will keep it a secret from Xiao Wanqiu. The girl nodded. Lin Fan wouldn't accept any other live streaming contracts, but Keep Running was one of the most popular variety shows and Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu would be there. Moreover, the last episode would be recorded on Xiao Wanqiu's birthday. As Xiao Wanqiu was usually busy, Lin Fan didn't meet her often. For so many years, he had never celebrated Xiao Wanqiu's birthday with her. If nothing went wrong, he would not be able to celebrate her birthday with her this year. She would probably feel a little disappointed. It was because of this that Su Xiaoyu found Keep Running. She told them Lin Fan's address because she knew that they could only wait for Lin Fan here. Normally, the dog looked very cute and did not take anything to heart, but Su Xiaoyu actually had such a warm and caring side. Other than giving Xiao Wanqiu a surprise, she could also receive 1 million yuan in remuneration. Sure. If the contract is fine, I'll sign it, said Lin Fan. All right, after the recording, the money will be transferred to your bank account. Pleasure doing business with you, the girl said. After the girl left, Lin Fan signed his first contract. There were still more than 2 months to Xiao Wanqiu's birthday. If it wasn't for her, Lin Fan wouldn't have signed such a contract. He wanted to celebrate her birthday with her and give her a surprise. That was all. It was not bad to earn 1 million yuan as well. At the same time, there was a message from Su Xiaoyu on WeChat. Su Xiaoyu, Master, you don't have to thank me, Lin Fan. Don't call me Master. It'll make me some really old. Su Xiaoyu, I'm not joking. I helped you so much. You have to bring me and Sister Wanqiu home and make us a feast. Also, this matter has to be kept secret. Lin Fan, I'll come and pick you guys up. Su Xiaoyu, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. I'm really happy. However, the competition in the entertainment industry is very intense. If you can write a good script, you have to help Sister Wanqiu. She hasn't accepted a new script for a year. The company might not be satisfied with her. Lin Fan, what will the company do to her? Su Xiaoyu, if Sister Wanqiu doesn't receive a good script this year, the company will definitely give her pressure. Anyway, it'll be terrible. If she loses commercial value, the company will give up on her and might even stop promoting her. Lin Fan, I understand. Lin Fan naturally understood that the entertainment industry nowadays depended on popularity, acting skills, and work. If Xiao Wanqiu never appeared on screen, the company would definitely give her a lot of pressure and force her to accept some scripts that she did not like. Coupled with the rumors that had recently spread about her and her refusal of the company's request, Yuchua Entertainment might even stop promoting Xiao Wanqiu. The company would choose to give up on a celebrity without commercial value. No matter how strong a celebrity was, they could not compete with a company. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu was only a girl. Lin Fan knew that Xiao Wanqiu would face a lot of pressure in the company. However, with him around, he would shoulder all the pressure. He would solve the problem of the script. He even promised the cat to act with her. After waking up, Lin Fan prepared to sign in for the day. Wonder what I can get after the system upgrades to 2.0. I hope it won't be a cash lottery ticket again, said Lin Fan as he put on his clothes. He had already drawn too many cash lottery tickets, and he could only get a few yuan each time. The highest he received was $100,000 in cash. To the current Lin Fan, this was too worthless. He had to pick up the cat and dog for dinner at his house. Driving the Bugatti would definitely not work. The Bugatti only had 2 seats, and Lin Fan urgently needed to buy a new car. Although Lin Fan had over $2 million in savings and didn't lack money, he couldn't afford a luxury car. The dividends from the company's shareholders and the remuneration from the filming of the show weren't small, but the settlement still required a period of time. Therefore, Lin Fan needed to receive something valuable. Ding. Signed in successfully. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 7 floors of the technology building. The relevant title deeds and information have been issued to the system inventory. Master, please take note. Lin Fan listened to the system's voice and retrieved the title deed and some information about the technology building. He knew about the technology building. It was right beside the Blue Wave Bay district. It had a total of 37 floors, and he had obtained 7 of them. They had a total of 38,000 square meters. Even if the average price was 100,000 per square meter, 7 stories of the technology building could be worth 3.8 billion. Indeed, after upgrading the system, the value of Lin Fan's prizes had increased many times over. Although he still could not sell them, if he rented out all 7 floors, it would be a considerable income. At this moment, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello. Lin Fan picked up the phone. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm the manager of Yunhang Technologies, Zhang Jinxiu. You can call me Xiao. A girl's voice sounded. May I know why you're looking for me? Lin Fan asked. It's like this, Mr. Lin, previously we had been renting 7 floors of the technology building. Now that the rental period is almost up, we want to invite you to have a chat, Zhang Jinxiu said politely. Sure, I have time at 3 p.m., said Lin Fan. All right, Mr. Lin. Our company has a car. Do you need me to bring you to the technology building? Zhang Jinxiu asked. No need. I have my own car. See you at 3 p.m., said Lin Fan. Understood, Mr. Lin, Zhang Jinxiu said. After hanging up, Lin Fan didn't expect the company to renew the rent so soon. If the renewal was successful, Lin Fan would become really rich. Lin Fan packed up and went to the restaurant to work for 2 hours. Unknowingly, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lin Fan drove the Bugatti and stepped on the accelerator, preparing to head to the technology building. The passersby were shocked again. After all, a sports car would attract attention on the road. When they reached the entrance, a girl in a formal outfit was already welcoming Lin Fan. Yunhang Technologies manager, Zhang Jinxiu, was dressed formally and politely. At the entrance of the technology building, there was a red carpet of nearly 50 meters. Zhang Jinxiu was waiting here personally because she was waiting for a big shot today, Lin Fan. When Lin Fan drove the Bugatti over, Zhang Jinxiu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She restrained herself very well. At a young age, Lin Fan already had the property rights to 7 floors of the technology building. It was equivalent to having 3.8 billion yuan worth of assets. He was also driving a Bugatti worth hundreds of millions. Lin Fan's assets were unfathomable. Most importantly, Lin Fan was really handsome. Zhang Jinxiu was only a girl. After working for so many years, this was the first time she was impressed by someone's look. Lin Fan was too handsome. Zhang Jinxiu had a good first impression of Lin Fan since he was so handsome. When Lin Fan drove here, he knew that Yunhang Technologies would be sending people to welcome him. This scene made Lin Fan have a better impression of Yunhang Technologies. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Fan? Zhang Jinxiu walked over and took the initiative to extend her hand. Yes, you must be the manager of Yunhang Technology. Lin Fan shook hands simply to show his friendliness. Please come with me. Mr. Lin, you really surprised me. You're so young and handsome, but you're already so successful, Zhang Jinxiu praised politely. TM still far from success. Lin Fan smiled. You're too humble. To have the property rights of 7 floors of the technology building is enough to prove that you're better than most people, Zhang Jinxiu said. Zhang Jinxiu welcomed Lin Fan into the office and he sat down. After receiving him, Zhang Jinxiu sat opposite Lin Fan. The serious business was about to begin. Lin Fan didn't speak first. He waited for Zhang Jinxiu to speak first. This time, he came to the technology building mainly to discuss the renewal of the rent. To put it another way, it was to negotiate. If the negotiations were successful, everyone would be happy. If they were not successful, the manager of Yunhang Technologies, Zhang Jinxiu, might be in a terrible state. In the technology building, once one rented it for business, they would have really high profit. Every year, countless companies wanted to rent houses in the technology building. This place symbolized high-end grandeur and gave customers a perfect experience. Companies that could rent levels in the technology building earned a lot of money every year. Follow Iwa's stories at nvl/by/n.com. It's like this. We've signed a 5-year contract before, and it's about to expire this year. Therefore, we came here to discuss the new rental fee with you. How much do you think would be a suitable amount? Zhang Jinxiu asked. Lin Fan wanted to understand the rental situation here first. He asked, when you signed the contract previously, what was the rent? Zhang Jinxiu said without hesitation, the rent I signed last time was 72 million a year. I'll sign the contract for another 5 years according to the original contract this year. I'll pay the rent every year. What do you think? Lin Fan didn't say anything. Before he came, he had already checked the information. The technology building had become more and more competitive in the past few years, and the profits it could earn were increasing. In other words, the technology building was even more popular than the school district houses in Begonia Garden. When he spoke to Yunhang Technologies about the renewal of the rent, the other party sent manager, Zhang Jinxiu. The moment Zhang Jinxiu spoke, she expressed Yunhang Technologies' attitude. Zhang Jinxiu looked like a girl in her early 20s. She was good-looking and she was smart. If they continued to sign the contract for 5 years without changing the rental fee, it would definitely be beneficial to Yunhang Technology. Lin Fan smiled. Zhang Jinxiu was sent by Yunhang Technology. She was pretty good at negotiation and protected the company's interest. However, it was impossible for him to be a sucker. After some thought, Lin Fan looked at Zhang Jinxiu. My suggestion is to increase the rent. Manager Zhang, I'm not interested in negotiation. I want to increase the annual rent to 80 million. In addition, I want 3% of the annual profits Yunhang Technologies earns in the technology building, said Lin Fan. The rent renewal price 5 years ago was 72 million a year, so the rent this year was naturally going to increase. There were too many companies who wanted to rent the technology building. Lin Fan had done a simple calculation. The annual profit of Yunhang Technologies was 200 million. Even if he deducted a year's rent and 3% of their profits, they could still earn more than 100 million. Even if Yunhang Technologies did not rent it, many companies would fight to rent it. All right. Zhang Jinxiu nodded and smiled. She was the manager of Yunhang Technologies and her negotiation skills were top-notch. However, she could tell that Lin Fan didn't really like to negotiate. If she insisted on negotiating, she might not be able to rent the 7 floors of the technology building. If that happened, the company's boss would definitely question her. If they could not complete the rent renewal, the company would lose 100 million yuan in profits every year. We'll follow Mr. Lin's suggestion and renew the rent at 80 million yuan a year. The company's net profit every year is about 200 million yuan. According to the 3% profit, it's more than 6 million yuan. Mr. Lin, take a look at this contract. If there's no problem, I'll inform the finance department once the contract is signed and transfer the money to your bank account. Zhang Jinxiu smiled. She could tell that Lin Fan wasn't someone who could be fooled easily. The rent of 86 million a year was something that both parties could accept. After signing the contract, Lin Fan shook hands with Zhang Jinxiu. He had officially signed a contract with Yunhang Technology. Lin Fan knew that the bottom line of Yunhang Technologies was about $90 million. However, Lin Fan didn't really care about those small benefits. After all, they were assets signed by the system. When Lin Fan reached home, he received a message from the bank. Your savings account ending in 6115 received 86 million yuan on July 1st, 16.30. You have a balance of 88,140,003.28 yuan. Construction Bank. Looking at the content of the message, Lin Fan smiled. He was already a multimillionaire now. With more than 80 million in savings, he would not have to worry about his life for the rest of his life. Shanghai's economic level was relatively high, but there weren't many people who had more than 80 million in cash. If we talked about asset, then Lin Fan was already someone with more than 5 billion assets. With so many savings, he would be more confident when he married a wife in the future. With so much money, Lin Fan's first goal was to go to the car dealership to buy a new car. After all, Lin Fan had promised Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu that he would pick them up from the company. The Bugatti and the Koenigsegg One were sports cars with only 2 seats. After putting on his clothes, Lin Fan walked to a car dealership. The moment he entered the car dealership, a girl immediately came up to him and bowed slightly. Get the latest CH on n/velbin.com. Welcome, sir. The girl's gentle and refined attitude surprised Lin Fan. He was wearing simple clothes, and according to some novels, he would be mocked and the protagonist would show off and get embarrassed. However, that wasn't the case in reality. This was a famous car dealership in Shanghai. The salespeople had undergone training. The girl's attitude was very good. The other salespeople didn't look down on Lin Fan. Instead, they all welcomed Lin Fan. Many of the salesgirls exclaimed when they saw Lin Fan, "Look, there's a handsome hunk at the door. That's right. He's so handsome. Although he looks plain, we're also working for him. I wonder what kind of car he wants. Damn it, why didn't I see Hunk earlier? Lingling beat me to him." The girls were envious of the salesperson called Lingling. She was a university student who came here to intern. She was only 21 years old, and she looked pretty good. As for Lin Fan's plain clothes, the girls didn't care. It was enough that Lin Fan was handsome. Furthermore, since he could come to the car dealership to buy a car, why would they look down on it? At least Lin Fan could afford a car. They couldn't even afford a car. "Hello, sir." Lingling looked at Lin Fan nervously. She had just started her internship and had already met such a handsome guy like Lin Fan. There were many guys in university, but none of them were like Lin Fan. "Hello." Lin Fan smiled. "Sir, what kind of car do you want? We have a Cherry A3 that costs around 83,000 yuan. Lingling took the initiative to introduce cars to Lin Fan. In Lingling's eyes, Lin Fan was about the same age as her. It was already very amazing that he could afford a car. To her knowledge, she was also recommending a car worth around 100,000 yuan to Lin Fan. It was cheap and would be acceptable to ordinary people. "No need. Help me recommend your shop's treasure." Lin Fan smiled. He came here to buy a car mainly to pick up Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu at the company. Of course, the quality could not be too low, and this car could be used to pick up his parents in the future. Lin Fan had more than 80 million in savings now. Of course, there was no need for him to buy a car that cost tens of thousands. Furthermore, the comfort and safety of a sports car were clearly better. The treasure of the shop? Lingling looked at Lin Fan curiously. After confirming that she hadn't heard wrong, she was pleasantly surprised. "All right, sir. Please follow me." Lingling didn't dare to believe him, but she still brought Lin Fan upstairs. The other salespeople were envious when they saw Lingling bringing Lin Fan upstairs. The moment Lin Fan opened his mouth, he wanted the treasure of their car dealership. Not long after Lingling came to the company, she met a handsome guy, and he was a super tycoon. He was tall, rich, and handsome. He was simply a rich second-generation heir. Many girls were envious. If she managed to suck up to a tycoon like Lin Fan successfully, wouldn't she have nothing to worry about in the future? A few girls immediately followed him upstairs quietly. "Sir, the treasure of our shop is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. This Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV has a lot of space in the car. There are a total of 4 seats, and they are matched with rectangular full LED headlights and a higher car front. This car has a dignified Parthenon-style air intake grille, a carriage-style door-opening design, and a whiskey decanter and cooler in the back. It's grand and high-end. Although it's not comparable to a sports car worth tens of millions, it has the best performance out of all SUV. Whether you drive on wet grass, mud road, snow, or sand, it can deal with it easily. It's also very safe. As for the price of this car, it's 6.4 million renminbi. Sir, what do you think? Ling introduced the company's treasurer to Lin Fan very seriously. Sure, TL, buy this. I'll swipe my card, said Lin Fan with a smile. This car was indeed not bad. Although it wasn't expensive, it was enough to drive Xia Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu. When Lin Fan took out his bank card so decisively, all the salespeople present looked at Lin Fan in unison. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were filled with shock and envy. Oh god, Lin Fan was really a rich, handsome man. Lin Fan didn't even need to go through the details of a luxury car worth $6.4 million. He just bought it on the spot. Ling looked at the card in her hand and could not believe it. She had prepared so much work in advance, but now, she could not use any of it. Was this the world of the rich? Mr. Lin, am I dreaming? The salesperson Ling looked at the bank card Lin Fan handed her and couldn't believe what was happening. This was a car worth 6.4 million yuan. It was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ordinary people would have to hesitate for a long time to buy a car worth 100,000 yuan. They would ask many questions and even ask for the price and a discount. However, Lin Fan directly let her swipe his card. He was so straightforward that he didn't even ask her questions to understand more about this car. Were all rich people like this? Of course you're not dreaming. I'll swipe my card and finish the rest of the procedures. Lin Fan smiled. As for insurance, he left it to the car dealership. Okay. Mr. Lin, please wait for a moment. There's tea made from the best Dahong Pao here. Mr. Lin, please sit here for a while. Please wait a moment, Ling said and took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Lin Fan. The best tea leaves, Dahong Pao, in the car dealership were usually prepared for VIPs and VIP customers. Lin Fan had already reached the level of the VIP customers in their shop. Such a person could only be described with one word, rich, Lin Fan sat on the sofa and took a sip of the Dahong Pao tea. Tasted pretty good. The service attitude here was not bad. When the salesperson Ling took his bank card and went to swipe his card for the paperwork, the other salespeople here had envious expression. Find up TEDovels on n/v/elbin.co/m. Is this the life of a tycoon? I can't imagine it. I'm so envious of Ling. When can such a tycoon come to my place to buy a car? Not only is he handsome, but he's also so rich. He doesn't even blink when buying a car. I just feel that this hunk looks quite familiar. Oh, I remember now. He's Lin Fan. He runs a small restaurant called 100 Flavor Garden and a Bugatti that's worth hundreds of millions. What's the English name again? Anyway, it's over 100 million yuan, a limited edition. D*MN. No wonder Lin Fan doesn't even need to ask about buying a car here. He has a sports car worth hundreds of millions. I remember now. He and Xiao Wanqiu were on the hot search list a few days ago. Look at him. Not only is he rich and handsome, but he can also see big celebrity. I heard that Lin Fan is also a top chef. His cooking is also very delicious. Many salespeople said softly. Their impression of Lin Fan had changed silently. Seeing Ling running around, the crowd couldn't help but feel envious. If she sold a car worth 6.4 million yuan, they wondered how much commission she would get. Most importantly, she had even recruited such a big client for the company. Lin Fan was so rich, the salespeople didn't think that he was just a small boss who opened a restaurant. Lin Fan was definitely a rich second-generation heir who had come out to experience life. To be able to afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions, how rich was Lin Fan's family fortune? Not long after, the paperwork was completed. The car dealership manager brought Ling over and handed the bank card to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, hello. The procedures have been completed. This is a VIP card for you. It has VIP services in all of our car dealerships and all of our branches. At the same time, we've given you a 5% discount on the car you've purchased this time. I received a total of $6.08 million from you. Here is the invoice and the relevant property rights certificate. The manager walked in front of Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. The service attitude of this shop was pretty good. He didn't lower the price, but the car dealership still gave him a discount. After all, it was cheaper by 320,000. Tay already registered the car plate and insurance for you. Mr. Lin, if you have any other requests, you can let us know. The manager bowed slightly and said, the car dealership naturally would not offend such a tycoon client. All right, I'll drive the car away then, said Lin Fan. A brand new car was in front of Lin Fan. The high-end, grand, and black SUV exuded a luxurious air. The thick, dignified, and domineering SUV bonnet had the spirit of ecstasy on it as well. A luxury car worth 6.4 million yuan. Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. Lin Fan sat in the car and stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove along the roads of Shanghai. Although Shanghai was the economic center of the country, that didn't mean that luxury cars could be seen anytime. A luxury car could always attract the attention of countless people. D*MN. Am I seeing things? Isn't this a Rolls-Royce? Does anyone know what model this car is and how much it costs? I don't know what model this is either, but this car is definitely a Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce car should cost at least a few million yuan. This is an SUV, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's another luxury car. Do you know that I've seen a Bugatti La Voiture Noire, a Koenigsegg one, and today's Rolls-Royce Cullinan? I've seen 3 sports cars. Could it be that the same person is driving these 3 sports cars? Who cares? What do so many sports cars have to do with my monthly salary of 3,000 yuan? F***CK. When can I be so rich that I can afford to drive such a luxury car? Actually, it doesn't matter what car it is. I just think the owner is very handsome. I wonder if the owner has a girlfriend. Lin Fan sat in the car. He was already used to this kind of life. Whether he was driving a luxury car or riding a tricycle out, many people would be surprised. As for buying this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Lin Fan could use it to pick up Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu or go back to his hometown to pick up his parent. When they returned to the Blue Wave Bay district, a few security guards looked at Lin Fan's car and looked at each other. E***CK, this is Brother Fan's 3rd luxury car, right? D***MN, it's another luxury car. Leslie, it's worth at least a few million. Brother Fan is really rich now. This is the life of a rich second-generation heir. Let alone these security guards. Even many property owners in the Blue Wave Bay district couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw Lin Fan driving such a car. This was really rich. A Lake Hart villa worth more than 200 million, 2 sports cars worth hundreds of millions, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth millions. Just these assets alone were worth more than 500 million. Just how rich was Lin Fan? They were starting to doubt Lin Fan as a rich second-generation heir. Just the car and the house he lived in alone had already exceeded $500 million in assets. Even an ordinary rich second-generation heir wouldn't be able to produce so much money. After returning home, Lin Fan started to study how to write script. Author level, master level, screenwriter level, master level. With these 2 skills, countless amounts of professional knowledge surged into Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan started to look at some of the works that he had written 3 years after graduating from university. With his current level, he could completely change these scripts into outstanding work. And the name of this work was Joy of Life. Once the adaptation was successful, Xiao Wanqiu would act as the female lead in this drama. Coupled with him acting as the male lead, this drama might become extremely popular. After a busy afternoon, Lin Fan stretched his back. After he had master-level writing skills and screenwriter skills, he vividly grasped the beginning, causes, experiences, and results of the story in the script. One wonderful story after another appeared under Lin Fan's pen, not for any reason but for Xiao Wanqiu. Without a good script, no matter how popular Xiao Wanqiu was, she would eventually lose her glow in the entertainment industry and be replaced. However, with him around, he could solve the problem of the script. At that moment, Lin Fan received a call from a girl, the property agent in Blue Wave Bay District, Xia Ranran. Hello. Lin Fan picked up the phone. Lin Fan, sorry to disturb you. Can you pay the property maintenance fee? It's 23,825 yuan in total. Xia Ranran's voice rang out. After all, with such a good villa, the property maintenance fee naturally wouldn't be low. Sure, Lin Fan said. Xia Ranran gave him a good feeling and was very polite to others. After Lin Fan agreed, Xia Ranran blushed. She had mustered her courage to call Lin Fan. Lin Fan was so handsome and outstanding. Which girl wouldn't like him? She was the same. Ever since she parted ways with Lin Fan last time, she had started to have some feelings for him. Read the latest stories and novelbin.com. If she didn't take the initiative, she might never be able to woo Lin Fan again. Is there anything else? Lin Fan smiled and asked, Lin Fan, I want to ask you a question. Can you answer me seriously? Xia Ranran asked seriously, her face turning even redder. Do you have a girlfriend? Xia Ranran took the initiative to ask and was already very shy. Although it was through the phone, he could still feel her nervousness, worry, and a little anticipation. It was said that there was a veil between a woman and a man when a woman chased a man. This was the first time she took the initiative to woo a boy. Lin Fan naturally understood what Xia Ranran meant. At this moment, he had 3 types of answers. First, he had a girlfriend, so he would reject her decisively. Second, he didn't have a girlfriend yet. Third, you're a good person, but there were a total of 3 types of answers. And Xia Ranran only had a chance with the second type of answer. And these 3 answers were usually the kind of standard answers girls would give boys when they rejected them. They might tell them that they were a nice guy and say that they were busy studying and working. However, the roles had reversed now. Xia Ranran was waiting for Lin Fan's answer. If Lin Fan said that he didn't have a girlfriend, Xia Ranran would find a way to meet him and she wouldn't give up. From the time Lin Fan was born until now, it had been 886 times that he had been wooed by girls. Xia Ranran was indeed not bad and was quite pretty. But Lin Fan looked at the kitten at home. He already had an answer in his heart. They've a girlfriend, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Oh no, when you have time, can Ting Ting and I meet your girlfriend? She must be very pretty, right? Xia Ranran asked softly. Yes, she's beautiful, said Lin Fan. Emichim, then I'll hang up first. Remember to pay the property management fee. If you don't, I'll have to go to your house to rush you to pay up, Xia Ranran said with a smile. Lin Fan didn't hear the change in Xia Ranran's emotions, but relationships were always like this. Although he didn't have a girlfriend yet, Lin Fan didn't want to flirt with other girls and didn't want to give them hope. This was the best response. Huju. Lin Fan touched the kitten that was sleeping at the computer desk. Meow, the kitten meowed and crawled into Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan looked at the screen on the computer. In it was the script he was revising. The wallpaper was a photo of Xia Wanqiu in a dress. She was very pretty. If fans saw this photo, they would probably go crazy. The Xia Wanqiu in this photo was devastatingly beautiful. Furthermore, this photo was taken when Lin Fan was alone with Xia Wanqiu. It was late at night and stars filled the sky. One man, one cat, and a wallpaper of a girl were enjoying the night's beauty and peace. In the middle of the night, Lin Fan was working when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Xia Wangqiu. Xia Wangyu, Lin Fan? Lin Fan, someone just confessed to me and asked me if I have a girlfriend. Xia Wangyu, who? Lin Fan, the property agent here. She's quite pretty. Xia Wangyu, how did you reply? Lin Fan, I said I have a girlfriend. Xia Wangqiu, fear. Xia Wangqiu, you really do. Lin Fan, not yet, but my mother is urging me. Why don't you pretend to be my girlfriend and come home with me? Let's handle my mother first. Xia Wangyu, angry. Stupid Lin Fan, who wants to pretend to be your girlfriend? You only know how to bully me. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Fan received a request for a video chat from Xia Wangqiu. After accepting it, Lin Fan saw Xia Wangqiu's expression. She had just taken a bath and was wearing pajamas. She had a delicate figure and a breathtaking bare face. Even the cat in Lin Fan's arms was stunned. It looked at Xia Wangyu and meowed continuously. Xia Wangqiu was too beautiful without makeup. This was also one of the reasons why she could become popular quickly. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Xia Wangqiu giggled. Meow meow, checking on you. Don't move. Lin Fan, check on me? Miss, I don't think I'm your boyfriend yet. Xia Wangqiu pouted and said, then try hanging up the video call on me. Xia Wangyu, let me see your room. Lin Fan silently circled the house with his phone. Xia Wangqiu, your performance was not bad. Lin Fan, why do I feel like I've lost out? Let me see your room too. Xia Wangqiu, meow, meow, there's no one at home. Lin Fan, then should I go to your house? Xia Wangyu, how dare you? Xia Wangyu, dream on. You're just thinking of bullying me. Lin Fan, Tvi already slept with you before for 2 nights. Fine, I didn't lose out. Xia Wangyu's pretty face turned red and she said coquettishly, who slept with you? Scum? It was all because you stayed at my house and didn't leave. As for that night at your house, it was all your fault. Xia Wangyu, let's continue. Show me your computer screen. Lin Fan, you're going too far. What else can be on my computer screen? Xia Wangyu mumbled, who knows? Who knows if there's anything unhealthy in the computer? Lin Fan said righteously, am I that kind of person? Even if I am, what do those unhealthy things have to do with you? Lin Fan was a little angry. Xia Wangqiu actually didn't believe him and even checked on him. It's okay that she checked on him. After all, he also checked on her. It was too much to look at the computer screen. After all, Xia Wangyu's photo was on the computer screen. If she saw this, wouldn't she be able to suppress him forever? Xia Wangyu said pitifully, Lin Fan, you're not allowed to look at those unhealthy things. Am I not pretty? Xia Wangyu was very aggrieved. She seemed to have tacitly agreed that Lin Fan was looking at that kind of thing on the computer. Her beautiful eyes were a little disappointed and a little angry. One couldn't help but pity her. She's moving and looks like she's about to cry. Looking at Xia Wangqiu, Lin Fan still couldn't refuse. Wasn't it just being suppressed by her in the future? So be it. It would be fine if he could suppress her again in the future. He could not let Xia Wangqiu doubt his upright character. When Xia Wangqiu was still on the 2nd level, he was already on the 5th level. Although he could only be suppressed by Xia Wangqiu, Lin Fan could give her a surprise when she suddenly checked on him. Lin Fan, T really didn't go see those unhealthy things. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my computer desktop. Xia Wangyu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the changes in Lin Fan's video. In the camera, Lin Fan's image turned into Lin Fan's computer desktop. On the computer desktop, only a Word document was open. It was the script of Joy of Life. Lin Fan's computer wallpaper was a photo of Xia Wangqiu wearing a skirt. Under the sunlight, she was wearing a dress and walking on the beach. She had long, snow-white legs. In the photo, she looked back and smiled. She was devastatingly beautiful and everything in the world seemed to stop for her. Xia Wangqiu looked at everything blankly. So Lin Fan hadn't seen those unhealthy things. He didn't want her to see the wallpaper on the computer. This was because the female lead on the wallpaper was her. When Xia Wangyu wanted to check up on him, Lin Fan was already prepared. His computer wallpaper had always been Xia Wangqiu. Xia Wangyu's sudden video chat made her take the initiative to look at Lin Fan's computer screen. In the end, it was her photo on the computer screen. Lin Fan gave Xia Wangyu a surprise. Xia Wangyu looked at the photo on Lin Fan's wallpaper and her face was flushed. Xia Wangyu, stupid Lin Fan, you secretly took photos of me. Lin Fan, really? I took it openly. Xia Wangyu, secretly using my photo and using it as your computer wallpaper. Shameless. Lin Fan, alright, I'll change the photo immediately. I shall change it to Su Xiaoyu's photo. She looks pretty good anyway. Xia Wangyu, how dare you? Lin Fan smiled and said deliberately, why not? You're not my girlfriend. Xia Wangyu, scumbag, you're trying to goad me. So be it. There are many guys who use my photos as wallpapers and phone screensavers. Do you look at my photo every day hundreds of times? On the wallpaper on Lin Fan's computer desk, the most eye-catching thing was Xia Wangqiu's long, snow-white legs and her beautiful face. There were no flaws. Lin Fan, who looks at your photo? Every day when I go out, there are many girls who want to see me. Today, there was a pretty girl who asked me if I had a girlfriend. Xia Wangyu, explanation is concealment. Lin Fan, actually, I don't look at it a few hundred times. Every day, when I turn on the computer, I just take a look. It's pleasing to the eye. Xia Wangyu, she looked at the Word document on Lin Fan's computer table. It was the script that Lin Fan was changing. It was late and he was still working hard. Xia Wangyu could not help but feel happy. Xia Wangyu's pretty face was slightly red and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She said, when you're not busy at night, we can video call. Xia Wangyu, Lin Fan, don't work so hard. Anyway, I haven't acted in a year. Maybe the company will have a good script. Lin Fan, that won't do. I have to finish it early. I have to arrange a few kissing scenes in the script and a few bed scenes. Xia Wangyu, you only know how to bully me. Meow meow, I'll bite you. You're not allowed to add bed scenes. When the time comes, there'll be so many people at the recording venue. If it's a bed scene, I'll have to take off my clothes. Maybe I'll even have to show my shoulder. Lin Fan, show your shoulders? That won't do. Xia Wangyu, I'm not your girlfriend yet. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Lin Fan, that won't do either. The weather is cold. Xia Wangyu, it'll be summer then Lin Fan. If I say no, it means no. The bed scenes have been deleted. Xia Wangyu, you're jealous. Lin Fan, angry.jpg1 Xia Wanxiu, I'm going to sleep. I still have work tomorrow. Come to the office in the afternoon to pick me and Xiao you up. The dog wants to eat the delicious food you make. After hanging up, Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Xia Wangyu's video chat with him made him much happier. Although this kind of life was indeed quite good, one had to admit that there was still a distance between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu. This distance was not something that money could measure. It was a common language between the two parties. There was also a difference between their values and the things they had to busy themselves with every day. If they were far apart, friction would gradually appear in their relationship. This was like how girls didn't understand the world of guys and boys didn't understand girls' thoughts. Therefore, even though Lin Fan didn't lack money now, he still had to work hard. Xiao Wanxiu had not acted in a year. If this went on, the company would definitely be unhappy with her. Thinking up to this point, Lin Fan continued to edit and perfect the script. He wanted to unleash 100% of his power, because this movie would be Xia Wanxiu's first relationship scene and her first kissing scene. At the same time, it was also his and Xia Wanxiu's first movie. For the cat, he could only throw caution to the wind. The next day, he got up and signed in. This time, he received a cash lottery ticket. What made Lin Fan feel pity was that ever since the system upgraded to version 2.0, he had to complete missions to get something better. Each time, the mission was different. However, Lin Fan still went to the restaurant to work for a few hours as usual. This time, Lin Fan was driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. It had to be said that when he drove out the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, it gave off a grand feeling. When he arrived at the restaurant, there were already many fans queuing up. Ever since it started trending on Weibo, Lin Fan's restaurant had become extremely popular. He didn't know how many people wanted to make a reservation, but they couldn't. The key was that Lin Fan's opening hours were not fixed, yet he only opened the shop for 2 hours a day. Wow, Lin Fan has changed cars again. He's not driving a Bugatti anymore. Isn't this car a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? If you don't understand, ask, what kind of car is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? I've only heard that Rolls-Royce seems awesome. Of course. A Rolls-Royce is a luxury car. No ordinary person can afford to drive it. Lin Fan is too handsome. This car should cost at least a few $1 million. Brother Lin Fan, how can you be so handsome and how can the food you cook be so delicious? I just want to ask, do you have a girlfriend? If not, can you consider me? Many girls gathered together and looked at Lin Fan. They all had a question in their hearts. Boys who were handsome, rich, and could cook were extremely attractive. Moreover, Lin Fan was still single. Countless girls wanted to woo him. However, Lin Fan naturally kept a safe distance from these girls. TM here to open a restaurant, not to date. I won't take photos or sign autographs here. Just sit down and eat quietly, said Lin Fan with a smile. After everyone ordered, Lin Fan started to get busy. The small restaurant was left behind by his parents for him. Although it wasn't very profitable, Lin Fan enjoyed this kind of life. It was Lin Fan's attitude that made these girls have a better impression of him. Lin Fan was upright, handsome, and clean. He was the Prince Charming of many girls. If Lin Fan liked multi-people exercise, who knew how many points he would lose in the hearts of girls? Wow, hunk, I love you. I'll listen to you. Let's eat here. As good as long as I can eat your cooking, Brother Lin Fan, you're too handsome. Brother Lin Fan is really a righteous person. Although we can't take a photo together, we can still secretly take a photo of him. If Brother Lin Fan becomes a big star in the future, I'll make a fortune. Lin Fan busied himself for 2 hours. With over $1,000 in income, it felt pretty good. He looked at the time. It was 3 in the afternoon and he was about to close shop. While many customers were reluctant to leave, Lin Fan's restaurant closed. He drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan not out to show off, but because this afternoon he and Xia Wangyu had an appointment. Why is Brother Lin Fan closing the shop? He only opened for 2 hours. It's only 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, we can only come back tomorrow. If only the restaurant could remain open. A restaurant selling such delicious food only opens for 2 hours a day. I'll give a poor review. Many customers sighed and left. The customers in the queue had no choice but to come back tomorrow. After everyone left, Lin Fan closed the restaurant's door. At this moment, a girl ran to Lin Fan's side. The shop is already closed. Come back tomorrow. Lin Fan smiled and closed the door. Lin Fan, you're really here, the girl said. Her eyes were a little red and she was crying. The girl was Lin Fan's university classmate, Su Shireen. She was selling clothes previously and she looked pretty good. Su Shireen, why are you here? Lin Fan smiled. Ever since Su Shireen came to his house to sit for a while, they hadn't seen each other again. Lin Fan, my brother, is critically ill. The hospital issued a notice of critical illness and he needs surgery. But I don't have money. Su Shireen cried powerlessly in front of Lin Fan with red eyes. How would it be easy for ordinary people to deal with the torture of illness while needing to pay an astronomical surgery fee? The astronomical surgical fee was enough to crush a family. Previously, Lin Fan knew that Su Shirin's brother was sick, so he bought over $100,000 worth of clothes. This way, Su Shirin could get a good commission. Lin Fan knew Su Shirin very well. She usually worked hard and had a lot of self-respect. Many rich second-generation heirs didn't manage to woo her. Although Lin Fan was rich, if he had given Su Shirin money back then, it would have hurt her pride. Lin Fan knew that Su Shirin wouldn't ask for help casually unless she was really desperate. What illness does your brother have? Lin Fan asked. Su Shirin lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Leukemia. Tvi already found a suitable bone marrow for my brother, but our family can't afford the surgery fee of $300,000. Lin Fan, can you lend me $300,000? I'll definitely pay you back in the future. As long as you can help me, I can do anything. Lin Fan, I'm still a virgin. Su Shirin mustered her courage and grabbed Lin Fan's sleeve. She knew that Lin Fan was her last hope. Phi DDEW up TS on NOV/E/L in dot. Her family had borrowed money from all the places they could. After so many days of treatment and surgery fees, it was enough to crush Su Shirin's family. After Su Shirin said this, she felt that she was very shameless. She had always treated Lin Fan as her Prince Charming, so she also wanted to be a perfect girl in Lin Fan's heart. At least she wouldn't chase after Lin Fan just because he was rich. This would only make Lin Fan think that she was a gold digger. However, she was not a gold digger. Which girl would not have a Prince Charming in their heart? After saying those words in front of Lin Fan, she felt that his impression of her had been shattered forever. Lin Fan might treat her as a woman who was willing to sell her body for money, but she wasn't. There was nothing she could do to explain. After saying such words, what right did she have to woo Lin Fan in the future? Su Shirin just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing that Lin Fan was stunned for 2 to 3 seconds without any reaction, Su Shirin cried again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. I know you have your difficulties. I'll take my leave first. Su Shirin didn't have the face to stand in front of Lin Fan. She just wanted to escape. Her attitude in front of her favorite boy had already hurt her self-esteem. The sentimental girl was always like that, thinking about many things. Su Shirin. Lin Fan grabbed Su Shirin's arm. Isn't it just a matter of money? I'll lend you $600,000 to help your brother treat his illness. Also, your health is important. You have to take care of your health too, said Lin Fan with a smile as he looked at Su Shirin. Huh? Su Shirin raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to reply to her like that. The moment Lin Fan opened his mouth, he was willing to lend her $600,000. In reality, $300,000 was only a basic fee for surgery. Her brother needed to be hospitalized, and her family needed to be taken care of. There were also some other costs that were not small. Lin Fan gently patted Su Shirin's head and said sternly, "Don't treat me as such a lecherous person. A girl should give her first time to the person she loves most. Don't make that kind of request to me again. Although you're indeed beautiful, I'm not that kind of person. Take good care of yourself. If you ever say such things in front of me again, I won't lend you money," said Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan was a man and he liked pretty girls. However, that didn't mean that Lin Fan would have any improper thoughts about any girl. Su Shirin stood rooted to the ground, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Fan as she nodded lightly. So Lin Fan wasn't that kind of person. Lin Fan didn't think of her as that kind of person. It was great to have such a friend. Lin Fan, thank you, really thank you. Don't make that kind of request again. Su Shirin looked at Lin Fan gratefully. Isn't that good? Also, you have to return this money in the future. It's not a free gift. When you earn big money in the future, you can return it to me, said Lin Fan with a smile. Of course, after I treat my brother, I'll definitely work hard and read him all the money to you. Su Shirin finally smiled. Even if Lin Fan didn't want her to pay him back, she would. This was her principle. Give me your bank card and I'll transfer the money to you now, Lin Fan said. 600,000 wasn't much to him, but to Su Shirin, it could save her brother's life. Yes, Su Shirin nodded and gave her bank account number to Lin Fan. All right, the transfer is successful. Go back and see your brother. If it's not enough, you can borrow more from me, said Lin Fan. Lin Fan, thank you. I will forever remember your life-saving grace. Su Shirin looked at Lin Fan. She felt that the boy in front of her had become so tall and handsome. She held the bank card in her hand, feeling touched. Only those who had borrowed money everywhere would know the difficulty of borrowing money. She raised her beautiful eyes, mustered her courage, and hugged Lin Fan. No matter what, she had to thank Lin Fan. She had no choice but to thank him in this manner. Looking at the weak girl in front of him, Lin Fan didn't place his hand on her to take advantage of her. He just let her hug him for a few seconds. A simple hug without any complicated meaning could give her the best comfort. "I'm leaving now." After Su Shirin said that, her face turned red and she jogged away. Su Shirin's appearance took up quite a bit of his time. At this moment, Lin Fan opened his phone. He realized that Xiao Wangyu had already sent him a WeChat message 10 minutes ago. "Xiao Wangyu, come and pick me and Xiao Yu up from work. Let's have dinner together. Xiao Wangyu." 2. Xiao Wangyu, jerk. You're not replying. Xiao Wangyu, I'm angry. Xiao Wangyu, fierce. There were a total of 32 unread messages on WeChat, all from Xiao Wangyu. There were also 18 missed calls from Xiao Wanqiu. Seeing so many unread messages and missed calls, Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. That was it. If the cat was angry, the consequences would be dire. "Lin Fan, I'm gonna pick you up right now. I was busy just now. Xiao Wangyu, Su Xiaoyu, master is coming soon. If you don't come, Sister Wanqiu will be bullied." "Lin Fan, Su Xiaoyu, with me around, Sister Wanqiu won't be bullied by others. Master, I'm hungry. Awoo, I want to eat a big meal. When Lin Fan saw Su Xiaoyu's message, he was a little angry. Was the cat going to be bullied? Who dared to bully his cat? Su Yang, it must be Su Yang. The last time Su Yang invited Lin Fan to Yuehua Entertainment, it was already a declaration of war. Lin Fan sat in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. He stepped on the accelerator and headed for Yuehua Entertainment. On the way, everyone exclaimed. Shanghai was very big, but there were very few people who could see sports cars every day. The roar of the SUV's engine and its cool and luxurious appearance became a unique scenery on Shanghai Street. Yuehua Entertainment. As a top entertainment company, Yuehua had many top celebrities under it. Su Yang, Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and many other celebrities were under Yuehua Entertainment. They also nurtured trainees who participated in all sorts of girl group shows in the hopes of debuting. In the company, every celebrity was in a hurry. Even Su Yang was the same, except for Xia Wanqiu. She had not taken on any scripts for a year and had only taken on a variety show recently. Su Xiaoyu happened to be free and rested with Xia Wangyu. Su Yang was wearing a sweater, jeans, and white shoes. He was tall and handsome. He was Yuehua Entertainment's top artiste, and he was even more popular than Xia Wangyu. The moment he entered the company, many people looked at him with respect. Good afternoon, Master Su. Is Master Su back from work? You've worked hard. Do you want some tea? Master Su, the office has been cleaned for you. There's also tea here that has been brewed for you. I even specially bought 2 cups of milk tea. The assistant walked over and looked at Su Yang, 2 cups of milk tea in her hand. Su Yang took the milk tea and sat in his office. After resting for a while, Su Yang knocked on Xia Wangyu's door with the milk tea. Wangyu, do you want some milk tea? Su Yang smiled gently. His smile was infectious. He took the initiative to hand Xia Wanqiu the milk tea. In the company, everyone knew that Su Yang was a warm man. He treated many people well and often bought milk tea for everyone. Of course, Su Yang was special to Xia Wangyu. He was so good to many people that it was convenient to give her milk tea. Thanks, but I'm not thirsty, and I'll get fat if I drink milk tea. Xia Wangyu smiled and replied politely. That's right, that's right. Su Yang, you actually gave Sister Wangyu milk tea. Are you trying to make us fat? Su Xiaoyu held Xia Wangyu's arm and rejected Su Yang's milk tea. You're right. Su Yang smiled apologetically and took back his milk tea. Wangyu, Xiaoyu, I have to work in a few days. Keep Running is a very popular variety show. Do you need my help? Su Yang asked thoughtfully. Xia Wangyu shook her head lightly, but Su Xiaoyu spoke first. No. I'll take good care of Sister Wangyu. Xia Wangyu looked at Su Xiaoyu with her beautiful eyes. She understood her. Usually, when she wanted to reject something, Su Xiaoyu would take the initiative to reject it for her. Su Yang did not pay much attention to it. He was very magnanimous. He smiled and said, Wangyu, you haven't accepted a good script for a year. Are you really unwilling to film a kissing scene? Yes, I don't want to, Xia Wanqiu replied. Su Yang nodded. It's fine. There's no hurry. I'll help you pay attention to good script. Xia Wangyu just sat there quietly. She looked completely different from how she looked in front of Lin Fan. She was also a little angry. That despicable Lin Fan didn't come to pick her up earlier. Alright, is there anything else? Sister Wangyu and I are preparing to get off work. Su Xiaoyu looked at Su Yang. TM going off work too. I've been too busy these days. Why don't I treat you guys to dinner tonight? Su Yang smiled. Fine, Su Yang's real goal was to treat them to a meal. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She was tempted when she heard about food. Xia Wangyu immediately tugged at Su Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu looked at Xia Wanqiu pitifully. Compared to Su Yang bringing them to eat, how could it be as delicious as Lin Fan's feast? Xia Wangyu smiled gently and said, I'm not hungry. Yu Xiaoyu immediately followed. Awoo, I'm not hungry either. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had already reached the entrance of the company. Xia Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu both rejected Su Yang. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the entrance of the company. It was time to get off work. Some employees of Yuehua Entertainment were also surprised. Even the company's security guards were the same. They knew this car. Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. D*MN. A luxury car. Isn't this a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 6 to 7 million yuan? Oh my god, don't stop him first. Let's see what the driver does. Did you guys see that? The owner of the car seems to be a handsome guy. He seems to be very handsome. This person seems a little familiar, right? He's Lin Fan. While everyone was exclaiming, Lin Fan slowly got out of the car. Leaves fell from the surrounding trees. It was like a scene from a movie. The surrounding world seemed to freeze. Lin Fan got out of the car. He was wearing a simple gray hoodie, but he had an extraordinary appearance and an unparalleled aura. He walked over step by step like the Prince Charming of many girls. As he slowly walked forward, everything in the world seemed to lose its color. The surrounding girls and security guards watched everything quietly. They had seen Lin Fan's photo before, but when they saw him in person, they realized Lin Fan's aura was extraordinary. It was an aura that could not be described with words. His appearance added some beauty to this midsummer night. Many girls looked at everything in a daze. Even the male lead in movies had never had such a temperament and handsome face like Lin Fan. The security guard didn't stop Lin Fan. All the security guards just looked at Lin Fan quietly. No one spoke. Lin Fan's gaze looked at Xia Wanqiu at the entrance of the company. Their eyes met. Just one look and Xia Wangyu blushed. Lin Fan, how could he be so handsome? She had seen many male celebrities before. Most of the male celebrities in the entertainment industry were very handsome. However, there were very few like Lin Fan. All test NOVL on novel.cm. Lin Fan walked up the stairs step by step. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. When Lin Fan arrived in front of Xia Wangyu, Su Yang was completely eclipsed. Everyone only had one thought. This was an instant kill. Meow meow. Xia Wanqiu made a cute gesture at Lin Fan. Her face was slightly red as she giggled. Want some milk tea? Lin Fan smiled and took out a cup of milk tea. Yes, Xia Wanqiu nodded and took the milk tea. Woo, Lin Fan, where's my milk tea? Su Xiaoyu pouted and looked at Lin Fan. There isn't any. Lin Fan smiled. Biased. Su Xiaoyu was furious and aggrieved. He was showing off his love in front of her. If it wasn't for her craving for Lin Fan's delicious food, she would have been angry. Su Yang felt his life turn dark. It was fine if Lin Fan was more handsome than him. What happened to not being thirsty? Didn't she say that she would get fat from drinking milk tea? They were both gifting milk tea, but why was the difference so huge? The key was that Xia Wanqiu still made such a cute gesture in front of Lin Fan. In front of him, she would always be very polite and maintain a distance. Su Yang felt a little sad and even envious of Lin Fan. Do you want to eat? My treat, said Lin Fan with a smile. All right. You're only here now. I'm so hungry. Su Xiaoyu looked excited. She could finally eat Lin Fan's delicious food. Braised fish. Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. Let's go, get in, Lin Fan said. He brought Xia Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu into the car, leaving Su Yang alone. Su Yang sighed. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Initially, Su Yang thought that Lin Fan was poor, but now he realized that Lin Fan's car was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. How could he be poor? Lin Fan was tall, rich, and handsome. Su Yang felt like he had lost. He had lost completely. He felt like he was being stuffed with dog food. Su Yang felt that life was too difficult for him. Wow, master, you're driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car costs a few $1,000,000, right? Su Xiaoyu sat in Lin Fan's car, looking surprised. The seat is so soft. I've never sat in such a good car before. Su Xiaoyu giggled and sat in the back seat with Xia Wanqiu. Yes, 6.4 million, said Lin Fan. Wow. Master, please be my sugar daddy. Su Xiaoyu was even more surprised. She knew that Lin Fan already had a Bugatti. In order to pick her and Xia Wanqiu up, he bought a new car. It was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. It was a luxury car worth $6.4 million. She knew that Lin Fan already had a Bugatti. In order to pick her and Xia Wanqiu up, he bought a new car. It was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV. It was a luxury car worth $6.4 million. I still have to wait for you guys to be my sugar mummies. Xiaoyu, your salary for filming a television drama should be tens of millions. If you film another movie and other variety shows, you'll earn even more, said Lin Fan with a smile. 6.4 million was a sum that ordinary people would never be able to earn in their entire life. But to Xia Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, it was just a matter of filming 1 or 2 dramas. Their endorsement fees were also astronomical. Awoo, all right. Then I'll be your sugar mummy. Su Xiaoyu patted her chest. Looking at Xia Wanqiu's fierce expression, Su Xiaoyu shrunk her head. The cat was going to get angry. Do I look like someone who would freeload? Lin Fan smiled. Who knows? Xia Wanqiu held the milk tea and was a little happy. Sister Wanqiu, I thought you didn't drink milk tea. Su Yang just gave you milk tea. Su Xiaoyu giggled and looked at Xia Wanqiu. Fierce. Xia Wanqiu was furious and looked at Su Xiaoyu fiercely. Awoo, I'm telling the truth. Master, Sister Wanqiu only wants your milk tea and doesn't want Su Yang. She even said she would get fat. I settled Su Yang's matter, but you didn't even give me milk tea. How biased. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Don't say it. Xia Wanqiu blushed. If Lin Fan knew all of this, how could she raise her head in front of him in the future? They stopped at the traffic light junction. Lin Fan turned around and stretched out his hand. He smiled and said, drink milk tea and you'll get fat. Give it to me. I'll throw it away. Xia Wanqiu protected the milk tea and said no. Xia Wanqiu held the milk tea in her hand. This is the first milk tea you bought for me after graduating from university. It's okay if I get fat. I just need to exercise more at night. Follow Iwa's stories at nvl/by/n.com. Lin Fan smiled and said, I'll accompany you. Su Xiaoyu, awur. Children's Day is over. You two only know how to bully dog. Count me in for exercise. That way we can exercise together. Lin Fan had a lot of gym equipment at home. It was pretty good for him to train his body. When they reached the entrance of the district, a few security guards looked at Lin Fan's car in confusion. D*MN, did you guys see that? There were 2 girls in Brother Fan's car just now. Is this the life of a rich second-generation heir? Could Brother Fan be doing double at night? Who knows? I'll pretend I didn't see it. But Brother Fan's car is really cool. It was evening. The lake was sparkling and the setting sun shone down. From the Lake Heart Villa, he could see the sea in the distance. Many girls were wearing bikinis and some children were playing. It was beautiful. Wow, master, your house is so big. Such a big villa. There are a total of 3 floors and a swimming pool. Su Xiaoyu entered Lin Fan's house and looked around like an old lady. Although celebrities lived in a good environment, most of them were very busy. In Lin Fan's house, Su Xiaoyu and Xia Wanqiu felt very comfortable. Here, they could be carefree. Meow. When the kitten saw Su Xiaoyu and Xia Wanqiu, it jumped into Xia Wanqiu's arms and rubbed its paws on her chest. Lin Fan, I want to eat. Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and petted the kitten, not caring about its action. Master, I want to eat too. It's rare for me to come here, so I want to eat a big meal today. Su Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, her snow white and smooth beautiful legs resting on the sofa. It was as if she had returned to her house, and she was not restrained at all. Lin Fan nodded. He looked at the cat in Xia Wanqiu's arms and was a little angry. He had never touched her before, and this cat had gotten to her first? It seemed like the sterilization time for this cat had to be brought forward to let this cat know the evil of human nature. In the villa, Su Xiaoyu was petting the cat and Xiao Wanqiu was bathing. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was cooking a feast. He had already prepared braised fish, fish soup, lobsters, roasted duck, stinky tofu, smashed cucumbers, and scrambled eggs. The last dish was Su Xiaoyu's favorite yuxiang shredded pork. Lin Fan sliced the pork into strips and added some wine. He added egg white, starch, and salt. He stirred the meat evenly and had already marinated it for 20 minutes. He made a fire and added oil into the pot. When the oil was heated to 50%, he turned down the heat to small heat and poured in fish-flavored seasonings, tree fungi, and winter bamboo shoot. Then he poured in fish gravy and added seasoning. A fragrant smell wafted over. Lin Fan stir-fried the shredded meat repeatedly and finally poured in a small bowl of gravy. He stir-fried it evenly and it was ready. The meat was tender, fresh, and smooth. It looked delicious. Lin Fan took out the yuxiang shredded pork. Unknowingly, it was already past 8 p.m. Lin Fan had made a whole table of food and they were all top-notch dishes. "Ah, master, how can your food be so delicious?" Su Xiaoyu had completely fallen. For Lin Fan, not only was Lin Fan handsome, but his cooking was also too amazing. Yes, delicious. Xiao Wanqiu had just taken a bath and was wearing her pajamas, outlining her perfect figure. The two girls had long, snow-white legs. Luckily, Lin Fan had a strong willpower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take it. "Lin Fan, you're shameless." Xiao Wanqiu saw Lin Fan's gaze and her face turned red. She found a blanket and covered her long leg. "Oh, whoa, shameless, shameless." Su Xiaoyu didn't care about that. Like a little foodie, she continued eating the yuxiang shredded pork, her mouth still oily. "Humph, smelly Lin Fan. If you peek again, I'll bite you." Xiao Wanqiu snorted softly. However, she was a little happy in her heart. "It's not big anyway. What's there to see?" Lin Fan said. Angry, Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan, her face red and angry. She stuck out her chest. Her chest wasn't small. "Sister Wanqiu, bite him." Su Xiaoyu was also very angry. She was flat to begin with, yet Lin Fan still dared to say that. On the other side, Xiao Wanqiu's manager, Yang Qing, was at the entrance of Blue Wave Bay District. She was blocked outside the door and could not enter the Blue Wave Bay District. Yang Qing felt like she had nothing to live for anymore. She had already expected to be scolded by her boss. Not only did she not keep an eye on Xiao Wanqiu, but she also did not keep an eye on Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were both goddesses. They should take note of their image and impact. In the end, both goddesses lived with Lin Fan like this. "Ding! Congratulations, master. You have successfully signed in to a god of singers, master level. The relevant information has already entered master's mind and is integrated into your memory." The system's voice sounded. On a new day, Lin Fan woke up and received a new skill, master level, god of singer. However, this was a waste because Lin Fan was already very familiar with singing and knew all the instruments very well. He was already very handsome. Coupled with the fact that he could play the guitar and the piano, he could attract countless girls' attention in university. In the school's art performance, many girls had fallen for Lin Fan. Now that he had obtained master level singing skills, his singing skills had improved a lot. All sorts of music theory knowledge and all sorts of songs that had never appeared in this world entered Lin Fan's mind. It's useless to have this master-level singing skill. I'm not going to become a superstar. Lin Fan smiled and stretched. He put on his clothes and washed up. Then he went out to the gym. Lin Fan's Lake Heart Villa had a gym. There were all sorts of gym equipment. To be able to maintain such good looks, other than sleeping and waking up early, the most important thing was to exercise. Lin Fan had 4 packs and a good figure. Coupled with his outstanding looks and handsomeness, he could kill many people with a simple outfit. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu stayed at Lin Fan's house for the night. It was a pity that Lin Fan's house was a little big and he had a lot of rooms. If he were to be in his rented apartment like in the past, he wouldn't be able to sleep on the same bed as them. Maybe Lin Fan would sleep on the floor. After exercising on the treadmill for 2 minutes, a cute voice sounded from behind. Meow, meow. Xiao Wanqiu had already put on her clothes. Behind Lin Fan, she made a cute gesture and smiled sweetly. Huh? Lin Fan stopped running and toured around. "Tiam, hungry." Xiao Wanqiu blushed and blinked. "What do you want to eat?" Lin Fan touched Xiao Wanqiu's cute cat ears hat and asked. "Want to eat everything." Xiao Wanqiu pouted, still reminiscing about last night's feast. "But I'll get fat if I eat more." "I'll eat vegetable salad." Xiao Wanqiu touched her flat stomach. "You call this fat?" Lin Fan touched Xiao Wanqiu's lower abdomen. "There was no fat." "Stupid Lin Fan. You're bullying me again." Xiao Wanqiu blushed and chased after Lin Fan. "Wow, flirting so early in the morning. The two of you only know how to bully dogs." Su Xiaoyu stuck her head out from the door and took a bite of a cucumber. It was really delicious. Xiao Wanqiu blushed and looked at Lin Fan. "Humph, Xiaoyu and I want to eat vegetable salad. Otherwise, I'll let Xiaoyu bite you. Dogs bite very fiercely. We can have a feast again." Su Xiaoyu licked the cucumber with anticipation. After the two girls finished their breakfast, Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Fan in admiration. Braised fish, fish soup, fish-flavored shredded pork, lobsters, barbecue, hot pot, everything Lin Fan made was especially delicious. But this was the first time she had seen someone make a vegetable salad so delicious. "Master, actually, I think you can apply for a national-level certificate. A national-level chef is super awesome," Su Xiaoyu said with a smile. "So good to have such an awesome master. The food is so delicious. If I really want to live here, I won't leave." Su Xiaoyu sighed. When Su Xiaoyu saw Xiao Wanqiu's fierce gaze, she immediately changed her words. "No, I can't stay here forever. Work is important. After breakfast, the three of them exercised in the gym for a while. At this moment, Yang Qing called. Yang Qing was burning with anxiety. The two goddesses had been taken away by Lin Fan. If someone were to expose them, their reputations might be ruined. Multi-people exercise was a taboo, especially when Xiao Wanyu and Su Xiaoyu were two big celebrities. Even if Yang Qing knew the severity of the matter, she could only persuade them. After the call, Xiao Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu went to work. After Yang Qing picked up the two girls, she sighed in the car. Wangyu, Xiaoyu, it's not that I want to criticize you, but what you're doing really makes me scared. Luckily, there weren't many people at the entrance of the company that day. Otherwise, if you were discovered living with Lin Fan, and you two are girls, who knows what Lin Fan's character is like? Yang Qing said, he has a very good character, Xiao Wangxiu said as she looked out of the car window. That's right. Lin Fan's character is super good. The food he makes is also very delicious. He's equivalent to a national chef. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Seeing that the two girls were so protective of Lin Fan, Yang Qing shook her head. Even if Lin Fan's character was good, Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu were only in their early 20s. Their careers were rising. If there were any other scandals at this time, it would definitely affect Xiao Wanxiu's career. To a female celebrity, the scandals were taboo. If Lin Fan had enough status to gain the approval of countless fans, it wouldn't be a big deal if Lin Fan and Xiao Wanxiu had a scandal. But in Yang Qing's eyes, Lin Fan wasn't good enough. No matter how handsome Lin Fan was or how rich he was, in the eyes of the fans, he was just a handsome restaurant owner. He didn't match up to Xiao Wangxiu's identity. Furthermore, at this delicate moment, Xiao Wanxiu had not accepted a script for a year. If any rumors spread, her competitors would seize the opportunity and directly affect her career. She couldn't talk to Xiao Wangyu, so she would talk to Lin Fan. Yang Qing didn't care how handsome Lin Fan was or how rich his family was. She was Xiao Wanxiu's manager and only cared about her. At the same time, a huge piece of news was officially announced on Weibo. Xiao Wanxiu would be participating in the recording of Keep Running this time. At the same time, Su Xiaoyu was among the other stars who participated. Keep Running was a popular variety show, and with Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu joining at the same time, it caused a huge uproar online. It had been a year since Xiao Wanxiu last appeared on screen. This was her first time joining a variety show, and it surprised countless of Xiao Wanxiu's fans. They entered the company. F0 low new hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Yang Qing met Su Yang. Su Yang sat there and took a sip of tea. Although Xiao Wangyu and Lin Fan had stuffed a handful of dog food into his mouth, he remained calm. Master Su, Yang Qing smiled politely. Is there any good script for Wanxiu recently? Su Yang asked. Not yet. Yang Qing sighed and shook her head. We can't go on like this. Today, a company cut off their endorsement deal with Wanxiu and chose a celebrity from Jiaxing Entertainment as their spokesperson. Wanxiu's popularity in the industry is gradually decreasing. Su Yang's gaze was deep. Yang Qing understood immediately. A company had cut off their endorsement deal with Xiao Wanxiu. Why? Because Xiao Wanxiu had no new works for a year, and her popularity was dropping. Jiaxing Entertainment was also a very capable company in the entertainment industry. With many artists under them, there would be a lot of competition. This endorsement product had changed direction, which meant that there were already endorsement companies who were dissatisfied with Xiao Wanxiu. If there were other scandals at this time, it would probably be even more unfavorable for Xiao Wanxiu. CEO Li hopes that Wangyu can try to accept other scripts and try to accept scripts that match the current audience's taste. Also, CEO Li doesn't want Wangyu to have any scandals again. Otherwise, the cutting off of one endorsement deal might just be the beginning. If Wanxiu doesn't receive a good script in the next 6 months, I'm afraid more endorsements will be snatched. At that time, let alone you, even I can't help her, Su Yang said. Master Su, I understand. Yang Qing nodded. It was indeed a problem with the script. Although participating in variety shows was indeed not bad, works could allow a celebrity to stand firmly in the entertainment industry. What he needed most now was a very good script. After Lin Fan sent Xiao Wanxiu and Su Xiaoyu off, he posted on Weibo that the restaurant would be temporarily closed. There were over 100 comments on Weibo expressing their regret. The most important thing now was to change a script that was suitable for Xiao Wanxiu. Because Lin Fan had also seen the trending topic on Weibo, Xiao Wangxiu's endorsement was changed to another celebrity's. Although the impact wasn't huge, Lin Fan still felt that something was wrong. He had wanted to maintain his salted fish mentality. He wanted to collect rent, flirt with girls, and open a restaurant. That would be great, but now, Lin Fan knew very well that he should become more outstanding. Except Su Yang's suggestion to become a celebrity artist at Yuehua Entertainment, that would probably not be of much help to Xiao Wanxiu. What Lin Fan wanted to do was to make himself outstanding enough. Xiao Wanxiu liked acting and had high expectations for her work. She also liked to show her unique value in that world and make more fans like her. It was because of this that Lin Fan had to go all out and write a good script. Just relying on the sign-in rewards of the system alone was not enough for Lin Fan to become strong enough. In order to become stronger, ability was the most important, followed by connection. Only by becoming stronger could he protect Xiao Wanxiu better from being bullied. His interaction with Xiao Wanxiu changed Lin Fan's mentality. He was the only one who could bully Xiao Wangyu. No one else could. After working for so many days, Lin Fan was almost done with the script. Visit v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. In the past 3 years of university, Lin Fan had written 5 to 6 million words worth of novel. However, no one had read them. This time, after Lin Fan's writing skills had reached master level, he could edit these scripts with ease. Lin Fan had written a total of 400,000 words into the script for Joy of Life. This was only the first season. The rest of the story was also quite interesting. However, this 4.00000 word script was enough to film a television drama with dozens of episodes. If the television drama became popular, he could write a second season. It's almost done. I just need to modify it a little more. Lin Fan had been busy for the entire day and it felt pretty good. Looking at the script, Lin Fan was instantly immersed in these stories. The story was written exceptionally brilliantly. In the script, there was the breathtaking story of the male lead, Fan Xian, in the capital, the story of his relationship with the female lead, Lin Wanner, and many kissing scenes. Lin Fan was even looking forward to these kissing scenes. After all, that would be Xia Wangxiu's first kiss on screen. When filming a kissing scene with Xia Wangxiu, Lin Fan didn't have many requests. A few dozen NGs would be enough. Lin Fan could already imagine the scene of him being chased by 80 million fans. He had no choice. The most important thing in a kissing scene was to be invested in relationship. It wasn't too much to NG dozens of times. Lin Fan even wrote the theme song of the script at the same time and fully displayed his master-level ability. The theme song, A Will Forever. Just as Lin Fan was about to rest, a call came in. It was the manager of Yunhang Technologies, Zhang Jinxiu. Hello, Mr. Lin. Are you free tonight? Since you rented 7th floor of the technology building to us, our boss wants to invite you to a banquet to express his gratitude to you in public, Zhang Jinxiu said with a smile. Yunhang Technologies had involvements in many sectors, not only in terms of research and development products, but also in offices, hotels, shops, catering, and many other fields. Of course, they were not limited to the technology building. However, the technology building was also an important part of Yunhang Technologies' business. There were 5-star hotels and some important shops that could bring in hundreds of millions of yuan a year. Of course, no matter how amazing Yunhang Technologies was, Zhang Jinxiu still wanted to invite Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was the landlord of Yunhang Technologies. He was equivalent to the boss of Yunhang Technologies. If Lin Fan didn't rent the technology building to Yunhang Technologies, they would lose a lot of profit. If she could invite Lin Fan, it would prove that Zhang Jinxiu's workability was outstanding. Yes, sure. Lin Fan nodded. To put it bluntly, it was a high-end gathering. If it was in the past, Lin Fan would definitely not participate in such boring gathering. But this time, it was completely different. If Lin Fan went to the gathering, he could get some connection. It might be useful in the future. If he wanted to become strong enough, he had to have both ability and connection. All right, Mr. Lin. I'll send you the time and address now. Welcome. Zhang Jinxiu smiled gently, but she was a little happy in her heart. She had successfully invited Lin Fan. In Zhang Jinxiu's eyes, Lin Fan was a big boss. Just the 7 floors of the technology building were equivalent to 3.8 billion S. Furthermore, Lin Fan had only recently become their new owner. In other words, Lin Fan had spent 3.8 billion yuan on the technology build. In addition, Lin Fan was driving a Bugatti sports car worth hundreds of millions and lived in a Lake Hart villa. Lin Fan's assets and skills were probably worth even more than her company's boss. It was because of this that Zhang Jinxiu wanted to invite Lin Fan. Lin Fan's status was enough to be on par with her boss. In fact, Lin Fan's status might even be above that of her boss. The gathering was on the 33rd floor of the technology building. At 7 p.m., Lin Fan drove the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. He was dressed simply as usual and arrived at the entrance of the technology building. Zhang Jinxiu was already waiting for Lin Fan. Welcome, Mr. Lin, Zhang Jinxiu said respectfully. She looked at Lin Fan with a faint smile. Hello. Lin Fan smiled. After reaching the 33rd floor, it was the banquet hall. The decorations were luxurious and there were bright crystal lamps. The waiters stood aside politely and the service here was very good. Many people were already sitting at the banquet. Many bosses in their 40s and 50s were sitting there, drinking and chatting with each other. When Lin Fan arrived, he attracted the attention of some people. Yunhang Technologies manager, Zhang Jinxiu, personally welcomed Lin Fan. This was enough to show how much she valued Lin Fan, and they could recognize it. A few days ago, Lin Fan and the superstar Xia Wanqiu were on the hot search list, and there were rumors spreading. Although the rumors were refuted, Lin Fan's status was different from the norm. Some people tried to check on Lin Fan's background. If they didn't check, they wouldn't know. But once they did, they got a shock. Lin Fan wasn't just a small boss who opened a restaurant. He also had 2 sports cars worth hundreds of millions. One was a Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and the other was a Koenigsegg one. They were both limited edition sports cars. Furthermore, Lin Fan had a Lake Hart villa that was worth $200 million. This was something that could be easily searched up. Most importantly, Lin Fan was also the second largest shareholder of the 5-star New Era Lishing Hotel and held 1/5 of the shares. This was only what could be found on the surface. They were gathered together today and knew an even more terrifying truth. Lin Fan was also the big boss of Yunhang Technology. He bought 7 floors of the technology building at a fixed price. It was worth 3.8 billion. Just the information on the surface alone was enough to make all the bosses present praise and admire him. Lin Fan was young, but he was already a successful entrepreneur. The technology building was a place that was relatively expensive in Shanghai. Furthermore, the visitor flow here was very high and the market was quite wide. Buying a 7-story technology building cost a total of 3.8 billion. Although the people at the banquet, including Yunhang Technologies, were all from companies that had a market value of more than $1 billion, or even a few billion. It was almost impossible for these companies to produce 3.8 billion yuan in cash at once. Meanwhile, Lin Fan could buy the 7 floors of the technology building and become the new owner. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Fan's strength and status had already far exceeded theirs. Indeed, all of Lin Fan's assets added up to a net worth of over $4 billion. The key was that Lin Fan was still so young, yet he had such achievement. If there was a way to describe it, it would be that heroes came from youngsters. Under Zhang Jinxiu's lead, the big boss of Yunhang Technologies, who was also the one who held this banquet, came to Lin Fan's side. "Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. I'm Yun Qian, the chairman of Yunhang Technology. I welcome you to collaborate with Yunhang Technology." Yun Qian extended his hand. Yun Qian was in his 50s and was a successful businessman. Yunhang Technology's market value was also very high, and their fields of development were very wide. That was all because of Yun Qian's ability. "Hello, Lin Fan." Lin Fan shook hands and looked at Yun Qian. Yun Qian's attitude was very enthusiastic. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and looked at the people at the banquet. He said, "Everyone, this is the honored guest invited by Yunhang Technology. He's the big boss who rented 7 floors of the technology building to us, Lin Fan." Many people had already guessed it. They stood up and raised their wine glasses as they walked towards Lin Fan. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Lu Biao, the chairman of Huayu." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Lin Hu, the chairman of the Golden Age KTV." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Lu Chong, the vice president of Huawei Technology." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Lin Bei." "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Yan Shui, the chairman of New Lixing Hotel." Many bosses walked over to shake hands with Lin Fan and introduced themselves warmly. These people were famous entrepreneurs in Shanghai and even all over the country. Their assets were worth hundreds of millions. But these entrepreneurs were polite in front of Lin Fan. They didn't dare to neglect him. Lin Fan was dressed very simply. However, to be able to appear in such an occasion, who would dare to underestimate Lin Fan? Not everyone could afford to buy 7 floors of the technology building, especially Yan Shui. When she saw Lin Fan in front of her, her eyes were filled with respect. Lin Fan was also the 2nd largest shareholder of New Era Lixing Hotel, but Lin Fan had never been to the company before. He had even refused to meet her. If it wasn't for this banquet, Yan Shui wouldn't have met Lin Fan. Yan Shui was still a little shocked. She understood why Lin Fan didn't go to the company to take a look. Lin Fan was someone who could casually take out $3.8 billion to buy 7 floors of the technology building. In other words, Lin Fan's pocket money might even be higher than the total market value of New Era Lixing Hotel. Lin Fan sat down and drank a few glasses of wine. He had to admit that the red wine here tasted pretty good. However, it was clear that Lin Fan had already become the center of attention. Many entrepreneurs came to look for Lin Fan to get to know him. This was how connections worked. For these entrepreneurs, the wider their connections, the more benefit they would receive. Of course, this banquet was more of a formality. Many bosses would sit together and discuss the direction and opportunities of collaboration. "Mr. Lin, you're young, but you have great achievement. You have the rights to 7 floors of the technology building. I don't know how many people will envy you." Yun Qian sat down and smiled at Lin Fan. "You're welcome. Mr. Yun, you're also a very capable person. Yunhang Technology's development in the past few years has been very fast," said Lin Fan with a smile as he clinked glasses with Yun Qian. "Haha, you keep saying so many polite words. Mr. Lin, if you have any needs or difficulties in the future, you can tell me. If it's something that I can do, I will definitely help you do it." Yun Qian drank 2 glasses of wine and patted his chest as he looked at Lin Fan. "Sure, then I won't stand on ceremony. If I have any trouble, I'll come look for you." Lin Fan smiled. Faced with such a passionate Yun Qian, Lin Fan didn't need to reject him. In the business world, the most important thing was not to make enemies for himself. Lin Fan was naturally happy to make a few more friends. Furthermore, Yunhang Technologies was a company with a high market value and its development was not bad. "Haha, that's true. I can't guarantee anything else, but I'll definitely do my best to help you settle your troubles." Yun Qian took another sip of wine. He wasn't that restrained in front of Lin Fan. "Come, have another drink," Yun Qian said with a smile. In the eyes of Yun Qian, Lin Fan was definitely worth cozying up to. Being able to get close to Lin Fan would be very beneficial to Yunhang Technology. If there were any difficulties, they could help each other. In the future, the development of Yunhang Technologies might require Lin Fan's help. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Fan and Yun Qian gradually became familiar with each other. "Won't be so distant from you. I'm older than you. In the future, I'll call you younger brother Lin," Yun Qian said happily. "Since you've said so, brother Yun, I really have something to ask you." Lin Fan didn't treat Yun Qian as an outsider. "What is it, brother? Just tell me." Yun Qian laughed. "I've recently written a script. Brother Yun, what should you pay attention to when adapting a script into a TV drama?" Lin Fan was unfamiliar with this industry. He could ask Xia Wangxiu, but the cat was busy. "Brother Lin, you even know how to write script? You're really extraordinary. You asked the right person. The first and most important thing about a script is the copyright. Go and register a copyright first. The second is the channels to submit your script. If a company sees your script, they will spend money to buy it. I happen to have a few channels. I'll help introduce you to a few. Yuehua Entertainment, Jiaxing Entertainment, and Joy Media. These 3 companies are not bad," Yun said with a smile. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you after I register the copyright," said Lin Fan with a smile. Out of the 3 companies Yun Qian knew, it happened that Xia Wangxiu was at Yuehua Entertainment. Lin Fan could have gone to look for Xia Wangyu directly, but if that happened, it might cause a scandal in the company and it wouldn't have a good impact on Xia Wangxiu. Furthermore, Lin Fan was very confident in the script he wrote. He didn't need to go through his wife's back door. If any of the three companies were willing to buy the script and compete with each other, Lin Fan wouldn't lose money. As long as a company was willing to buy the script, Lin Fan believed that the female lead in the script would be Xia Wanqiu, because the female lead of the script was tailor-made for Xia Wanqiu. At 10 p.m., most of the people at the banquet had left. "Shouxiu, send brother Lin home," Yun Qian said with a smile as he looked at Zhang Jinxiu. "All right." Zhang Jinxiu nodded and helped Lin Fan, who had drunk a lot. "Just drive my car." "Blue Wave Bay District, Lake Heart Villa," said Lin Fan with a smile as he sat in the front passenger seat of the Bugatti. "All right, Mr. Lin." Zhang Jinxiu nodded. Sitting in the Bugatti, Zhang Jinxiu had a strange feeling. So this was Lin Fan's car. Erich Man's car was indeed different. Zhang Jinxiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, and her cheeks were slightly red. Which girl didn't yearn for love? She even had a little anticipation in her heart. Would Lin Fan use the fact that he was drunk against her? Zhang Jinxiu was very confident in her looks. The main thing was that Lin Fan was so outstanding and handsome. Not to mention her, even other girls would be tempted. After all, once they slept with Lin Fan, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. However, Zhang Jinxiu was a little disappointed. After sending Lin Fan home, Lin Fan didn't even look at her, let alone have those bad thoughts. "Mr. Lin, have a good rest." Seeing that Lin Fan didn't have such thoughts, Zhang Jinxiu took the initiative to leave. She wouldn't chase after Lin Fan like a gold digger. Be careful," Lin Fan said and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Fan woke up and received a cash lottery ticket when he signed in. Then, Lin Fan went to the copyright center to register his script. After ensuring that the script was copyrighted, Lin Fan sent the script and outline of the first 4 episodes of Joy of Life to Yun Qian. Yun Qian quickly helped Lin Fan make the arrangements. The script for Joy of Life was submitted to Yuehua Entertainment, Jiaxing Entertainment, and Joy Media respectively. Since it was personally introduced by Yun Qian, the 3 companies quickly started reviewing the script. After he was done, Lin Fan drove the Bugatti to the restaurant and started his busy life again. Yuehua Entertainment, the script master Tianzheng, was reviewing the scripts submitted for the new quarter. Looking at these scripts, Tianzheng shook his head. There were no outstanding scripts. "Mr. Tianzheng, this is the script that CEO Yun recommended. Do take a look." A staff member sent the script to Tianzheng. "All right, I haven't seen a good script for half a year. This script's name is Joy of Life, right? I don't think it'll be a good script." Tianzheng sighed. "Mr. Tianzheng, this was recommended by CEO Yun. He said it was of a very high standard," the staff continued. After all, the Yun Qian and Yuehua Entertainment had a certain level of cooperation. A high standard? Who knows scripts better than me? This script's name doesn't look good. If it's a good script, I would eat it on the spot. Tianzheng was a little impatient. He had already read scripts for half a year but did not find any good script. Xia Wanqiu had high expectations for a script. In order to help Xia Wanqiu find a good script, Tianzheng's scalp turned numb. As for the scripts sent in by any layman, how good could they be? Tianzheng opened the document. He did not have much expectation. Tianzheng looked at Joy of Life script. Just by looking at the first page, his expression had already changed. When he read the second page, Tianzheng had already sat up straight and was reading the script word by word. When he read the third page, Tianzheng's expression had already changed. Who wrote the script? How could it be written so brilliantly? When he saw the 10th page, Tianzheng's gaze was solemn. He was a little surprised as he looked at every detail in the script serious. The female lead's actions and expressions when she spoke, the way she met the male lead, and some of the stories the male lead would have to experience after he went to the capital. When he flipped to page 25, Tianzheng had completely fallen for it. This script was simply a masterpiece. Discover W Story S on no//e/lbin.com. The relationship between the male and female leads, as well as the various crises the male lead faced in the television series, had completely attracted Tianzheng. Even he could not write such an interesting script. Tianzheng could already imagine what would happen if the script was filmed. Tianzheng was deeply immersed in the plot as scenes appeared in front of him, sometimes angry, sometimes touched, sometimes anxious. When he saw page 30, Tianzheng's eyes turned red and he could not help but cry. Asa, master of scripts, this was the first time Tianzheng had seen such a good script. Whether it was how the story developed, the character profile of the male and female leads, or the relationship scenes, they were all exquisite. On page 31, the script stopped. The script Lin Fan gave was only for the first 4 episodes, and he didn't give much after that. But Tianzheng was already deeply attracted to the story in the script. What a masterpiece. This is a freaking masterpiece. There's actually someone who can write such a good script. If I were to grade the script, I would definitely give it 100 points. The story inside is really too interesting. It's been half a year and I've never seen such a beautiful script. Tianzheng printed out the script as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Mr. Tianzheng, the staff was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Tianzheng praise a person's script like this. Quickly contact the author of this script. Our company wants this script. We can discuss the copyright fee. If we can film a television drama, it will definitely become extremely popular online. The author of this script probably has master-level skills. We can't underestimate him, Tianzheng said excitedly. This was the first time in his life that he was so excited about a script. Tianzheng immediately went to find CEO Li of Yuehua Entertainment. CEO Li, I saw a masterpiece today. The script's name is Joy of Life. In this script, every character is vividly portrayed. Its plot has ups and downs and nervous and exciting scenes. The key is that the relationship scenes in this script are also very good. We must get such a script. We will definitely be able to film a television drama that is extremely popular online, Tianzheng said happily. The appearance of an interesting script would be extremely beneficial to the entire company. If it was filmed into a television drama that could become popular, the company's market value would correspondingly increase. The celebrities who acted in this drama would also become popular, and they could receive more endorsement. At the same time, the audience would be able to see higher-level drama. It was a win-win situation. Xiaoli nodded and said, "Send the script to Wanyu and seek her opinion." "All right, Xiaoli." Even if Xiao Wanqiu is unwilling to act in this drama, the drama will still be able to become immensely popular with Su Xiaoyu as the female lead. To be able to write such a script, the author must have a master-level writing ability. In short, our company must think of a way to get this script. If we're slow, other companies might beat us to it, Tianzheng said. "Yeah, I know. The company will contact the author. It's rare to see a script that can receive Mr. Tianzheng's praise," CEO Li said thoughtfully. On the other hand, Tianzheng sent the script to Xiao Wanqiu immediately. A good script might create a brand new celebrity. Normally, the company would definitely let everyone compete fairly to act in the drama for this script. However, CEO Li directly handed the script to Xiao Wanqiu to let her take a look. Tianzheng knew that this was Xiao Wanqiu's status in the company. Even though she had not taken on any dramas for a year, she was still Yuehua's #1 female artist. Xiao Wanqiu was in her office. She had just finished recording the first episode of Keep Running and was a little tired. She opened WeChat and saw that Lin Fan hadn't sent her a message. TM angry. "Stupid Lin Fan, if you don't send me a message, I won't send one to you either." Xiao Wanqiu pouted and was a little unhappy. Looking at Lin Fan's chat window, Xiao Wanqiu stopped herself from sending him a message. At this moment, Xiao Wanqiu received a message from Tianzheng with a folder. "Script, Joy of Life. Xiaojiu, this is the new script the company gave you. What do you think?" Tianzheng sent a message. "Thank you, Mr. Tianzheng," Xiao Wanqiu replied politely. Xiao Wanqiu knew that the name of the script that Lin Fan had recently written was called Joy of Life. While she was busy recording the variety show, Lin Fan had already written a script for her. Of course, Xiao Wanqiu didn't reply immediately. She looked at Lin Fan's WeChat and smiled. "Then let's see how well this script was written." After Xiao Wanqiu looked at it for a while, she was completely immersed in the world of the script. There was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. It turned out that Lin Fan's script was so amazing. The stories and plot were too attractive. The female lead in the script was called Lin Wanner. She was very pretty and was a dream girl. Xiao Wanqiu had high expectations for the script, and this script attracted Xiao Wanqiu deeply. Such a nice script. Even if it wasn't written by Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu still wanted to act in this drama. The more she read the script, the redder Xiao Wanqiu's face became. The male and female leads in the script had a lot of relationship scenes and some kissing scenes. She knew that Lin Fan had promised her that he would be the male lead. I didn't expect your script to be so well written. It's just that there are so many kissing scenes in it. You only know how to bully me. I'm really angry." Xiao Wanqiu's face was red as she gently touched her chest to calm down. To Xiao Wanqiu, this kind of script was almost the most perfect script. At that moment, she decided to film this drama. Of course, the prerequisite was that the male lead was Lin Fan. If the male lead wasn't Lin Fan, she wouldn't film so many kissing scenes with others. "I've let you off easy, smelly Lin Fan. If you dare to keep bullying me when we're filming, I'll really bite you," Xiao Wanqiu said fiercely. At this moment, Tianzheng sent a message. "Tianzheng, Wanqiu, what do you think of this drama? Although the male and female leads have a lot of interaction, the plot is still pretty good. Are you willing to act as the female lead in this drama?" Xiao Wangyu's pretty face was slightly red as she slowly typed out a word. "Yes, Tianzheng. That's great, Wangyu. You'll definitely become more popular than you are now after acting as the female lead in this drama." Xiao Wangyu, "Mr. Tianzheng, what do you think of this script?" Tianzheng, "Needless to say, I haven't seen such a good script in so many years. The person who wrote this script is definitely a master-level screenwriter." Xiao Wangjiu, "I think so too." Xiao Wangyu, "Mr. Tianzheng, this script is really good, but I want to see who the male lead is before making the final decision. Is that okay?" Tianzheng, "Haha, no problem. Whatever male lead you want, CEO Li will definitely satisfy you. You haven't acted in a drama in more than a year. May this drama become extremely popular across the entire internet. Visit nvelben.cm for EW Oval." Xiao Wangyu, "Thank you, Mr. Tianzheng." Tianzheng, "This news has to be kept secret. You can't let others feel that the company is biased towards you. When the time comes, many people will sign up to be the female lead. The company will go through a series of procedures and finally choose you. You just have to fight for this script." Xiao Wangyu, "Yes, I understand." Xiao Wangyu leaned against the chair and suddenly felt relieved. She finally had a script and Lin Fan was going to be the male lead. Xiao Wangyu was looking forward to it. That blockhead did not know how to act. If he really NG'd more than 10 times during the kissing scenes with her, at the thought of this, Xiao Wangyu could not help but smile. But she didn't seem to know how to film a kissing scene. No matter how good her acting skills were, filming a kissing scene was different. She had never experienced it before. That was it. Xiao Wangqiu's face turned red again. She would be kissed by Lin Fan more than 10 times and in front of so many people. It was so embarrassing. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu received the same script. "Tianzheng, Xiaoyu, take a look. What do you think of this script?" "Dalyu Xiaoyu, "Awu, Mr. Tianzheng, this script is super nice. Who is the author?" Tianzheng, I haven't seen who the author is yet. The company is in contact with them. $Yu Xiaoyu, Mr. Tianzheng, you can't be biased. I also want a role. You can't reserve a spot only for Sister Wang Yu. Sister Wang Yu and I are going to act in a drama together again. Tianzheng, haha, don't worry. It's not too late to decide after the rest of the script is out. Su Xiaoyu, cute.jpg. $Yu Xiaoyu, Mr. Tianzheng is the best. Xiaoyu thanks Mr. Tianzheng. Tianzheng smiled kindly. Didn't he work at Yuehua Entertainment to find some good scripts? Especially Xia Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu. Xia Wangyu had not taken on a role for a year, and Su Xiaoyu had not taken on a new role for half a year. Yu Xiaoyu had only acted in one television drama and was working with Xia Wanqiu in that drama. Her popularity had already reached second place among the female artistes in the company. This drama was too good. The characters in it were all classic. Such a good opportunity naturally had to be given to Su Xiaoyu. A drama filmed by the two top female celebrities of Yuchu Entertainment would definitely be interesting. After obtaining Xia Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's approval, Tianzheng went to look for Su Yang. After all, in Tianzheng's opinion, he didn't know Lin Fan. Many people could act as the male lead in this movie. The male protagonist's character profile was smart and upright. Most importantly, he was handsome. It was fine as long as he was as handsome as the author. Su Yang obviously satisfied this request. As for the other male leads, they had to be chosen from the start. As for whether Xia Wangyu had the right to veto in the end, that was none of Tianzheng's business. Tianzheng, Su Yang, how's the script? Su Yang, the script is very good. The pace is obvious, the plot is fast, and the conflict is strong. The relationship between the male and female leads is very strong. It's the best script I've seen in recent years. Tianzheng, do you want to act in this drama? This company is going to buy it soon. The author of this script is too good at writing. Even I have to exclaim. Su Yang, Mr. Tianzheng, the roles you've arranged must be very good. This drama will definitely be popular. Tianzheng, haha, you're too humble. No matter how good the script is, without actors as hardworking as you, it won't be able to show its value. Su Yang, by the way, have you shown this drama to Wanqiu? Although there are more kissing scenes for the male and female leads, you have to give this drama to Wang Yu. She's very suitable to act as the female lead in it. If it really doesn't work, it's better to act as the male lead sister. This way she won't have kissing scenes. Wang Yu can't not have scripts anymore. Tianzheng, I've seen it. She's willing to act as the female lead. Su Yang, alright, understood. Su Yang looked calm, but he was excited. It was Xia Wangqiu's first time acting in a relationship scene, and she had a lot of scenes. Coupled with the outstanding script for this drama, it was almost certain that this drama would become extremely popular. Once the filming was completed, who knew how many people would like it? Moreover, the female lead and male lead could even film a kissing scene. This was something Su Yang was looking forward to. Most importantly, once this drama was released, Xia Wanqiu would no longer be under the company's pressure. Su Yang beamed. Xia Wanqiu was the female lead, then wouldn't he? The author who wrote this script was really a little genius. Su Yang was completely surprised and grateful. He would definitely be able to fight to be the male lead in this script. Lin Fan, at first I wanted you to come to the company to act together. You still have the right to fight with me for the male lead role in this movie. But you're not an actor. I can't help you even if I want to. I don't believe that you're just a restaurant owner. Do you think you can jump out to snatch the male lead from me? The male lead is mine. When the time comes, when I film a kissing scene with Wanqiu, I'll NG a few times to torture singles. Su Yang had not been so happy for a long time. He wanted to compete fairly with Lin Fan, but Lin Fan refused to come to Yuehua Entertainment. He had no choice. Who asked Lin Fan to not cherish such an opportunity? Even if Xia Wanqiu and Lin Fan's relationship was not ordinary, he was the one who could work with Xia Wanqiu and film a kissing scene with her. Su Yang, Mr. Tianzheng, I'll try my best to fight for the male lead. Tianzheng, alright, but I have to remind you that Wanqiu has the right to veto on the male lead. In other words, she can choose who to be the male lead. If she doesn't agree, Su Yang, that's fine. As long as Wang Yu has a drama to shoot, I can act in other roles. Su Yang was not someone who would take advantage of Xia Wanqiu by acting. He had always advocated fair competition. If Xia Wanqiu was unwilling to let him act as the male lead, he would not say anything. But one thing was certain, this male lead couldn't be Lin Fan. No matter who Xia Wanqiu acted with, she could abuse singles. Who asked Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu to torture him the last time? When Xia Wanqiu and the male lead filmed a kissing scene, they could torture Lin Fan properly. Anyway, no matter who was the male lead, there was no way he would be the one abused, right? During this period of time, Joshing Entertainment and Joy Media started to review Lin Fan's script, and the reactions of these two companies were surprisingly consistent. Who is the author of this script? Quickly find him for me and contact him. Joshing Entertainment must buy this script. There's still someone who can write such a script. It's emotional and the plot is wonderful. The script can be said to be a top-notch work. Can you contact the author who submitted the script? I want to meet him personally. TM crying. I've read so many scripts, but this script is the most touching. What kind of screenwriter can write the love stories in the script so well? Boss, I suggest that we must buy this script. If we can buy it and it becomes a television drama, our company will make a killing. The screenwriters of both companies made the same judgment. Lin Fan's script was too interesting. The language was smooth, the plot had ups and downs, and the character design was perfect. What their companies lacked the most was a script. Think about it. If the script was very good, the television series produced would not be bad. If it became popular throughout the internet, not only would it increase the popularity of the celebrities who acted in it, the company could also gain a lot of reputation. If an outstanding script was adapted into a movie, the value it could produce would be immeasurable. If a movie could earn 5 to 6 billion yuan at the box office, it would be a very good profit for the producers and investors. Of course, no matter what kind of movie or television drama it was, the core thing was the most primitive script. Lin Fan's script received the recognition of 3 companies at the same time. Lin Fan, who had just finished his work at the restaurant, received a call when he returned home. "Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. Are you the author of the script for Joy of Life? I'm Zhao Rui, a staff member of Joy Media. Our company wants to talk to you in person and buy the copyrights to your script." A staff member of Joy Media called and asked, "What's your offer?" Lin Fan asked, "Our company's intention is to pay 10,000 yuan per episode. We will pay a total of 460,000 yuan to buy the copyright to all the episodes of Joy of Life. Of course, the exact price can be negotiated," Zhao Rui said. "No need." Lin Fan frowned. The script that he wrote was only the first step. There were a total of 46 episodes, and Joy Media was only willing to pay 460,000 yuan to buy out his script. "Mr. Lin, there are actually some problems with your script. It might not be able to become popular if it's adapted into a television drama. You can first accumulate popularity. If this television drama becomes popular, we can still continue working together for your next script," Zhao Rui said. Before the person from Joy Media could finish speaking, Lin Fan had already hung up. Lin Fan didn't lack money and wouldn't sell his script for $460,000. It was obvious that Joy Media wanted to buy a high-level script at a low price. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't accept such an outcome. This was the first time Lin Fan had written a script. With Xia Wanqiu as the female lead, this movie would definitely become popular. After Lin Fan hung up, Joy Media staff Zhao Rui was a little disdainful. 460,000 yuan is already very high. An episode is 10,000 yuan. Your script for an episode is only 10,000 words, equivalent to $1 a word. You're still not satisfied. Although the script is well written, do you really think your script will become popular? Other than our company, I'm afraid no other company will come to take your script. Zhao Rui flipped through Lin Fan's script. "Lin Fan, if you come knocking again, I'll push the price down to 400,000. 400,000 for a script is not a small sum of money," Zhao Rui said confidently. In her opinion, the script story was pretty good, but Lin Fan was still a newcomer. If one wanted to film a good television drama, it wasn't enough just with the script. Was the script provided by a newcomer really that promising? The Joy Media behind Zhao Rui didn't really believe in Lin Fan. At the same time, Jiaxing Entertainment and Yuehua Entertainment contacted Lin Fan, especially Tian Zheng from Yuehua Entertainment. He was a little nervous. The script Lin Fan wrote was simply too perfect. It was such a perfect script, and it was even a script that Xia Wanqiu liked. It had been a year, but Xia Wanqiu did not have a script that she liked. Xia Wanqiu clearly wanted to be the female lead for this script, which meant that Tian Zheng had to buy the copyright of the script no matter what. In order to express the sincerity of the company, the great script master, Tian Zheng, personally came to talk to Lin Fan after receiving authorization from CEO Li. "Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Tian Zheng from Yuehua Entertainment. Our company is very sincere in wanting to sign a contract with you. When would you be free to meet me?" Tian Zheng smiled. "Hello, teacher Tian Zheng. I've heard of you. The recent popular movies were all scripts written by you," Lin Fan said with a smile. Of course, he knew Tian Zheng. He had heard Xia Wanqiu mention him many times. The script master in the entertainment industry had high standards. Yuehua Entertainment letting Tian Zheng contact him already represented how much Yuehua Entertainment valued the script, and also represented Yuehua Entertainment's sincerity. Lin Fan felt more comfortable with such sincerity. "Haha, Mr. Lin, please don't call me teacher. The script you wrote makes me exclaim in admiration for the rest of my life. Compared to the script, what are my past achievements? To be honest, Mr. Lin, even if the company wants to lower the price, I will definitely not agree. Your script is too attractive. I can guarantee that once you film a television drama, it will definitely be very popular," Tian Zheng said with a smile. This was the love the older generation of artists had for this industry. Although Tian Zheng was in the entertainment industry, he yearned for a real script and the improvement of the entire country's cultural level. Furthermore, it was also because of Tian Zheng's many scripts and Xia Wanqiu's hard work that Xia Wanqiu's current status was created. Lin Fan was very respectful of such an older artist. "How about this? Jiaxing Entertainment has contacted me just now. Both of your companies will offer a basic price. If the price is satisfactory, we can continue discussing in detail." Teacher Tian Zheng, what do you think? Lin Fan asked. Although this script was prepared for the cat, whether it was Jiaxing Entertainment or Yuehua Entertainment who bought the script's copyright, Xia Wanqiu could be the female lead. Of course, Lin Fan wouldn't lose out. After all, writing this script had cost Lin Fan a lot of effort. At the end of the day, everything boiled down to their offer. And if the two companies competed for this script together, Lin Fan would be able to benefit the most from it. Lin Fan would not accept an offer like Joy Media's offer of $10,000 per episode. At most, Lin Fan could open his own entertainment company. "All right, Mr. Lin. Let me contact you later," Tian Zheng said. He knew that this script was written very well and it had cost Lin Fan a lot of effort. In the end, everything boiled down to the copyright fee. On the other side, Jiaxing Entertainment staff were also preparing an offer for Lin Fan. Both companies only had one chance to make an offer. They had to state a basic price first, and there would only be value if they continue the negotiation. Jiaxing Entertainment, CEO Wang, Yuehua Entertainment is competing with us. We only have one chance to make an offer. If we can buy the script, the benefits will be endless. What kind of price do you think we should offer? The staff asked. Jiaxing Entertainment's boss, CEO Wang, sat there and flipped through Lin Fan's script. Initially, it was not up to the boss to decide on the acquisition of the script, but Lin Fan's script surprised all the screenwriters of Jiaxing Entertainment. Lin Fan's screenwriter level had already exceeded the level of the highest level in the industry. Even Yuehua Entertainment's screenwriter, Tianzheng, could not compare. This was still because they had not seen the rest of the script. If they had seen it, they wondered what kind of expression these famous screenwriters would have. Lin Fan was also extremely confident in his script. CEO Wang pondered for a moment and looked at the staff. He said, according to the standard of the best scriptwriter in the industry, the price is 280,000 per episode. Since Yuehua Entertainment wants to compete with us, we will increase the price. 300,000 per episode. After receiving CEO Wang's approval, the staff of Jiaxing Entertainment replied to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's script had a total of 46 episodes. According to the price of 300,000 per episode, that meant that Jiaxing Entertainment was willing to spend 13.8 million to buy the script's copyright. Jiaxing Entertainment fully approved of Lin Fan's script. On the other side, Tianzheng was also discussing with CEO Wang of Yuehua Entertainment. Xia Wangqiu was from Yuehua Entertainment. Xia Wanqiu would try her first relationship scene as a female lead for this script. In other words, Yuehua Entertainment could not lose the script no matter what, because the script would have three top celebrities joining it: Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang, especially Xia Wanqiu, who had never acted in a drama in a year. If she was confirmed to act in a new drama, who knew how many fans would be surprised? Xiao Li looked at Tianzheng and looked at the script carefully. With Xia Wangyu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang acting at the same time, even if the script is ordinary, the popularity will rise unprecedented. Moreover, this script is so exciting, so I only have one request. I must buy the copyright of this script at all costs. In Tianzheng's eyes, the story written in the script was too interesting and had extremely high commercial value. In Xiao Li's eyes, his evaluation of the script was even higher than Tianzheng. Such an exciting script was rare throughout the ages. Over the years, the development of television dramas had not been very good. Very few television dramas that were popular all over the internet appeared. At the end of the day, it was still about the script. An outstanding screenwriter was the soul of a script. In the whole of China, talent had always been the most important. An outstanding talent could drive the development of an industry, and the development of an industry could cause the entire culture to bloom and flourish. And Lin Fan was precisely such a talent. The ancients said that prodigies were common, but those who could recognize prodigies were not. When Xiao Li saw the script, he could tell Lin Fan's potential. Such a script had to be bought. He had to rope in such a talent. Therefore, he had to buy the script at all costs. This was Xiao Li's order. After receiving such an order, the higher-ups of Yuehua Entertainment quickly held an emergency meeting. Xiao Li sat at the head of the table and silently listened to everyone. There were many famous screenwriters in the meeting, as well as top celebrities like Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Su Yang. They only knew that the person who wrote the script had the surname Lin. Until now, even Tianzheng didn't know Lin Fan's name. Mr. Lin's script is indeed not bad. The character's logic is very clear. Furthermore, Wanqiu is willing to be the female lead. I suggest that we buy the rights to the script for Joy of Life at the price of a top screenwriter. In that case, the price for an episode will be around 280,000. For a total of 46 episodes, I'm afraid the total price will be 12.88 million. This is not a small number. Jiaxing Entertainment is our competitor, and we can only offer one, so I suggest that we buy the copyright of this script for 300,000 yuan per episode. The company's higher-ups were discussing amongst themselves. In their opinion, such a price was already the highest in the industry. It was quite a high price. Xiao Li did not say anything after hearing this. He just looked at Su Yang, Xia Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Li, my suggestion is 330,000 per episode. I think the script has that kind of potential, Su Yang said. After hearing everyone's suggestion, Xiao Li looked at Tianzheng. Jiaxing Entertainment has also discovered the merits that we can discover. The company must buy this script. My final decision is 400,000 for one episode. Xiao Li decided. When Xiao Li made his decision, everyone in the company was shocked. The script price for the top screenwriters in the industry was only 280,000 per episode. But Xiao Li was willing to pay 400,000 for Joy of Life's script. There were a total of 46 episodes, so the total price was 18.4 million. LL new ST rise at N0VE/LBI/.cm. He would use 18.4 million yuan to buy the script's copyright. This was already an astronomical figure. 18.4 million yuan probably exceeded the best in the industry. Tianzheng saw CEO Li's determination and his trust in him. To be willing to take 18.4 million yuan to buy the copyright of the show, how much risk would he have to take? 6. In other words, the company wanted to produce a television drama that was extremely popular online. Xia Wanqiu was paying attention the entire time. When she heard that it was 400,000 yuan per episode, she was a little happy. Lin Fan didn't ask her to get in through the back door. Instead, he used his own abilities to write a script that all the scriptwriters in the company valued. Unknowingly, Lin Fan had become so outstanding. Sister Wanqiu is so happy. Could the script be written by Master? Su Xiaoyu held Xia Wanqiu's arm and asked softly. Xia Wanqiu made a cute gesture. Wow, Master is really so awesome. Awoo, it was right for me to be his disciple. An episode costs 400,000 yuan. But Sister Wanqiu, are you going to shoot a kissing scene with Su Yang? Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. No. Xia Wanqiu turned around angrily. Could it be that you'll be filming kissing scenes with Master? Su Xiaoyu asked again. All the more reason to say no. He only knows how to bully me. Xia Wanqiu blushed. I was right after all. Sister Wanqiu's first kiss on screen is going to be handed out. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Xiaoyu, you're asking for it. Xia Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu fiercely. How did you know? Xia Wanqiu asked softly. She looked at Su Xiaoyu. Nowadays, the company even hid the news that she was the female lead. Su Xiaoyu took out a lollipop from somewhere. I'm smart. Lin Fan is so handsome. Who knows how many fans he'll attract when he acts. He'll naturally be able to act as the male lead. As for the company, who would dare to snatch the female lead from my Sister Wanqiu? Meow meow fierce. Xia Wanqiu immediately started scratching Su Xiaoyu. Although Su Xiaoyu was usually very cute, she was smarter than ordinary people and was very concerned about Xia Wanqiu and Lin Fan. Awoo, I'll scratch you too. Awoo, when Master comes, I'll say that you bullied the dog. Humph, he must be on my side. Who said that? He's my master. He definitely has to protect his disciple. Then he's still my deskmate. Sister Wanqiu, you're jealous I'm angry. Xia Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu often fought together. Their relationship was very good, but the friendship between the two girls was abnormally strong on the other side. Lin Fan received a message from Tianjin. Yuehua Entertainment was willing to pay 400,000 yuan for the script's copyright. Of course, Lin Fan chose to accept it. Jiaxing Entertainment offered a price of 300,000 per episode, and Yuehua Entertainment reported an additional 100,000 per episode. A total of 46 episodes, which was an additional 4.6 million. Lin Fan had worked hard for 3 days to change the script. Just the copyright fee for the script alone could be sold for 18.4 million renminbi. If he added up the 80 million in his bank card, Lin Fan's liquid funds had already exceeded 100 million. Furthermore, this script was prepared for Xia Wanqiu. Lin Fan had originally only wanted to enjoy his life quietly. However, because the script was written too well, he accidentally became a true billionaire. Tianjin was genuinely happy when he received the news that Lin Fan had agreed to sign the contract. In that case, the company could proceed with the follow-up work as soon as possible and adapt an IP that was extremely popular online. After Tianjin finished discussing the time, Lin Fan drove the Bugatti towards Yuehua Entertainment. It was time to officially sign the contract with Yuehua Entertainment. Lin Fan's Bugatti La Voiture Noire formed a unique scenery on the road. He stepped on the accelerator and felt the strong push of the sports car. Under the surprised gazes of the passers-by, Lin Fan drove towards Yuehua Entertainment. At Yuehua Entertainment, Tianjin also announced the good news of Lin Fan agreeing to the contract. Many of the screenwriters cheered. Not only did the company buy this script, but these screenwriters also had a wish to see the complete script for Joy of Life. Even if they were top screenwriters in the industry, they wouldn't be able to imagine the plot for the next few episodes of Lin Fan's script. In the script, the character designs of each character were quite distinct and three-dimensional, and it was a script where the main leads and supporting actors all had extremely high IQs. If there was a way to describe it, it would be perfect. Other than that, these screenwriters also wanted to see how amazing the author of the script was. In the eyes of these people, Lin Fan was an existence akin to a master. If they could learn from Lin Fan, the scriptwriter's understanding of scripts would rise to another level. Master Su, the script is confirmed. The scriptwriter will come to the company in the afternoon to sign the contract. The manager looked at Su Yang and said respectfully, I know. After all, the company offered 400,000 an episode. No screenwriter will refuse to sign it. Su Yang nodded slightly with a cold expression. Master Su, who do you think the female lead in this movie is? I think there are quite a lot of people in the company who want to fight for the female lead. I wonder if Xia Wanqiu will be the female lead this time, the manager said. The fact that Xia Wanqiu wanted to be the female lead was still kept secret in the company, and only a few people knew. The script was really too exciting. Some of the female celebrities in the company were also reading the script and wanted to take on this drama. As long as Wanqiu wants to fight, no one can win against her. Su Yang smiled and said, Understood, Master Su. I'll take my leave first, the manager said with a smile. Su Yang silently picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He was happy and excited. Similarly, as long as I want to be the male lead, no one can win against me. Wanqiu, even if you have the right to veto, there's no one more suitable than me to be the male lead. Lin Fan, I originally wanted to compete fairly, but unfortunately, you're still too far away from my life. Su Yang's gaze was indifferent. He took another sip of tea and shook his head. In short, Su Yang still had some hope. Perhaps he would be the male lead of this drama and could act with Xia Wanqiu. Lin Fan, you didn't expect that there would be a day when I would stuff dog food into your mouth, right? No matter who the male lead is, he can't force dog food on me. Could Lin Fan be the male lead? Su Yang was confident, but it was a pity that Lin Fan was still on the first level. He was already on the second level. Who asked the company to buy such a good script? Lin Fan, wait for the judgment of fate. At this thought, Su Yang went to work satisfied. Lin Fan didn't know that Su Yang had already thought so much. When he drove to Yuehua Entertainment, Soo-young had already taken a car to film. The unique roar of the engine was like that of a wild beast, exuding a unique charm. A sports car worth hundreds of millions, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, stopped at the entrance of Yuehua Entertainment in a beautiful drift. The car was cool and had an exquisite exhaust pipe. The doors opened slowly like butterfly wings. Everyone around couldn't help but look at the Bugatti at the company entrance. When Lin Fan got off the car, the air around him seemed to stop flowing. This time, Lin Fan was wearing clothes that were a little more formal. He had a tall figure and his clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind. He was handsome and had an unparalleled aura. He was driving a Bugatti sports car and was dressed formally. Lin Fan's aura and charm were unique to him. Even the leaves of the surrounding trees were complimenting Lin Fan's handsomeness. It was natural. Wow, what kind of sports car is this? One look and I can tell that he's very handsome. That hunk driving the sports car is even more handsome. I feel that his aura is so compatible with the sports car. That's it. I feel like I'm in love. I found it. This sports car is a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. It's actually a limited edition sports car. Oh my god, this is a sports car worth hundreds of millions. It's infuriating to compare oneself to others. How can there be such a handsome boy and how could he be so rich? The passersby were all attracted by Lin Fan. Even the two security guards at the door were stunned. They remembered this extremely handsome man, Lin Fan. The last time Lin Fan came, he was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth millions. But this time, Lin Fan was driving a sports car worth hundreds of millions. Visit v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. Oh my god, is this the world of big shots? The two security guards didn't stop Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's aura, the two of them didn't dare to stop him. Furthermore, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship made even the two security guards envious. At this moment, Tianzheng walked out. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Just as Tianzheng walked out of the door, he extended his hand and walked towards Lin Fan to shake his hand. "Hello, teacher Tianzheng." Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Mr. Lin, please come in. I didn't expect you to be so young, but your script is so outstanding." "I'm impressed," Tianzheng praised, his eyes filled with admiration. "Teacher Tianzheng, you're joking. I've brought the subsequent script. Maybe there are some areas that can be modified," said Lin Fan with a smile. Tianzheng was a senior in the industry after all, and Lin Fan was very polite to him. Even CEO Li had to address Tianzheng as teacher. Tianzheng was already close to 60 years old. In terms of screenwriting level, he could be said to have reached the peak and was worthy of everyone's respect. Tianzheng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said, "That's great. To be honest, all the screenwriters in the company think that your script is quite good." Lin Fan smiled and didn't refute him. He had written this script seriously. The plot and characters in the script were almost perfect. Although Lin Fan was usually a slacker, when it came to work, he was very serious. He wanted to create a perfect script and a perfect television drama. The security guards at the entrance widened their eyes. The master of the screenwriter world, Tianzheng, actually personally welcomed Lin Fan. Even the A-list celebrity Soo-young had never received such treatment. Since when did Lin Fan have such a status in Yuehua Entertainment? In the eyes of the security guards, Lin Fan's importance had increased by several levels. After entering the office, Tianzheng invited Lin Fan to sit down and personally made a cup of tea for him. "Mr. Lin, the contract has been drafted. If there's no problem, we can sign the contract," Tianzheng said. Lin Fan looked at the contract. After confirming that there was no problem, he signed his name and the relevant information. "Pleasure doing business with you." Lin Fan smiled and shook hands with Tianzheng. "Mr. Lin, pleasure doing business with you." Tianzheng also smiled. This meant that Lin Fan and Yuehua Entertainment's collaboration had officially been achieved. During this period of time, Xiao Wanqiu had been lacking a good script. Lin Fan had also helped her solve it perfectly. Let him and Xiao Wanqiu create the hottest television drama on the internet together. Not long after signing the contract, Lin Fan received a message on his phone. 18.4 million, the copyright fee for the script was in his hand. The next day, Yuehua Entertainment. It was no secret that the company had paid a high price to sign the copyright to the script for Joy of Life. It had already spread throughout the company. This represented the importance the company placed on the drama Joy of Life. Did you guys know that the company spent 18.4 million yuan yesterday to buy the rights to a script? I think it's called Joy of Life, D*MN. If there are a total of 46 episodes, won't each episode cost 400,000? The company actually hired such a top scriptwriter. I think the screenwriter's name is Lin Fan. He's a top script master. Even teacher Tianzheng thinks he's inferior. Even teacher Tianzheng can't compare to him? Then this drama will definitely be very interesting and might even become popular. I wonder who can be the female lead of this movie. I want to try too. The company has spent so much money, which means that if the company wants to build a top IP, it might be able to become popular throughout the internet. For us, this is also a chance. Many celebrities in the company started to pay attention to this matter. A good script often had a very important effect on an artist. Of course, the details of the shoot were also very important. If it was not up to par, the audience would not be convinced. On the other side, the famous screenwriters in the company were all sitting together, studying the script for Joy of Life. There were a total of 8 people in the office. They were originally discussing among themselves, but after an entire day, no one spoke, including Tianzheng. Everyone was deeply invested in this script. There were a total of 46 episodes. Every episode's details were written perfectly. The story of the male and female lead, the risks and crises the male lead faced in the capital, the duels between those with high IQ and the male lead's joy after escaping danger made this movie even more vivid. After an entire day, someone finally spoke. The script is amazing. For 100,000 per episode is definitely worth it. I've never seen such a good story before. This kind of story suits the current market. Once it's filmed, the effects will be amazing. Is Lin Fan really just a young man in his 20s? I feel that the script he wrote is completely like a master's work and technique. I've written scripts for 10 years, but I'm still far from Lin Fan's level. I worship Lin Fan. I can't compare to Lin Fan's script. There are still some things in the script that I don't understand. I have to talk to Lin Fan about it. How can you call him Lin Fan? I think you should call him Master Lin. There's no doubt that Master Lin's writing skills are above mine. Teacher Tianzheng, what do you think of this script? Tianzheng raised his glasses and carefully picked up the script. He only said 2 words, a masterpiece. Then, Tianzheng stood up and left. The excitement in his eyes was indescribable. There was no way to evaluate such a script with unnecessary fancy words. He wanted to look for CEO Li and quickly develop the adaptation plan for the script. When the other screenwriters saw Tianzheng rushing, they couldn't help but sigh. This is the first time I've seen Teacher Tianzheng evaluate a script like this. In my opinion, our company might really create a god-level IP. In CEO Li's office, CEO Li had just finished reading Lin Fan's script. CEO Li, Tianzheng sat in front of CEO Li. There's no need to praise it. The story behind the script is quite good. The company will immediately begin the casting plan and target all the celebrities. It's key for us to invite old actors with good acting skills, CEO Li said. I think we must use pretty girls as the female characters in this movie. Lin Warner, Fan Ruoruo, Haitang Duo, and Yi Linger. Although this is a drama with a lot of scheming and trickery, pretty female characters can also attract the attention of the audience. CEO Li smiled. As an A-list company, Yuehua Entertainment did not lack female artists. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were both very beautiful girls. Moreover, the 2 girls were only in their early 20s. They were at the most beautiful period in their lives. Of course, this drama was equivalent to being tailor-made for Xiao Wanqiu by the company. This would be Xiao Wanqiu's first relationship scene and first kissing scene. No one knew what kind of reaction it would cause in the entertainment industry. CEO Li, the male lead candidate, Tianzheng looked at CEO Li. Wanqiu has the right to veto. Let Wanqiu decide this matter. But what do you think of Lin Fan? CEO Li smiled and looked at Tianzheng. Tianzheng immediately understood. Lin Fan is very handsome. A few days ago, he even had a scandal with Xiao Wanqiu, and they've always been very close. If Lin Fan were to act as the male lead, CEO Li nodded and said, he's very suitable. Maybe this drama was prepared by Lin Fan for Xiao Wanqiu. Tianzheng was enlightened and was even more impressed with CEO Li. CEO Li, then Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu shouldn't be like the rumors on the internet. If not, it will affect Xiao Wanqiu's career and the company. CEO Li smiled and gently picked up the teacup. He said, Lin Fan drives a Bugatti sports car worth hundreds of millions and lives in a Lake Hart villa worth hundreds of millions. He's also the 2nd largest shareholder of the New Era Lixing Hotel. He also has the property rights to 7 floors of the technology building. To be able to write such an exquisite script, how can his background be ordinary? Even if Lin Fan is an ordinary person, who can stop him from being with Wanqiu? What I want to tell you is that the company won't stop their relationship. Instead, it will pave the way for them. Because Lin Fan has the ability to open an entertainment company alone, said CEO Li. Who were Yuehua Entertainment's faces? The A-list male artiste Su Yang. The A-list female artists Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu had a good relationship with Lin Fan. CEO Li knew very well. If the company pressured Xiao Wanqiu, what would the consequences be? Not only would the company lose a master-level screenwriter like Lin Fan, but they would also lose 2 A-list female celebrities. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were still young. Their futures were limitless. In the future, they would definitely stand even higher than now. Tianzheng understood. No matter how Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu felt, the company had to be prepared for this. CEO Li, I understand. In other words, the company wants to rope in a talent like Lin Fan. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. In the past, Xiao Wanqiu was never willing to film a kissing scene or a relationship scene on screen. But this time, she agreed to all of them and even asked for the veto power of the male lead because she knew from the start that Lin Fan had written the script. So, on the surface, there are many options for the male lead in this movie, but in reality, there's only one person who can be the male lead. Lin Fan. CEO Li nodded and said, in the end, it all depends on Wangiv's decision. No matter who becomes the male lead, this movie will become popular. Help me contact Lin Fan and see if he has some time to meet. You're right. The company must rope in such a talent. CEO Li smiled. As a boss, CEO Li was very smart. In his eyes, Lin Fan was someone who could be on the same level as him. With the script, CEO Li could tell that Lin Fan wrote the script for Xiao Wanqiu, and the male lead in Xiao Wanqiu's heart was definitely Lin Fan. Therefore, the first step to rope Lin Fan in was to make him the male lead of this movie. The second step to rope in Lin Fan was to show some sincerity. Lin Fan was working in the restaurant when he received a call from Tianzheng. Lin, do you have time tonight? CEO Li is having a private banquet and wants to invite you over, Tianzheng said with a smile. Sure, send me the time and location, said Lin Fan. Alright. Tianzheng smiled. F0 low new chapters at nov/el/bin/dot calm. After Lin Fan finished working, he stretched his back. It felt good to have more than 2,000 yuan in income from opening a restaurant for 2 hours. Lin Fan had already given Yuehua Entertainment the script. The rest of the matters were to discuss the role. The script was so interesting, so the female lead would naturally be Xiao Wanqiu. As for the male lead, he would have to rely on the cat to help him. After all, Lin Fan wasn't an artiste of Yuehua Entertainment yet. It would be difficult for him to become the male lead of the movie, and this time, CEO Li's invitation might be a signal. After the restaurant closed, Lin Fan received a message from Xiao Wangyu on WeChat. Xiao Wangyu, Lin Fan, do you like the script? Xiao Wangyu, Lin Fan, speak normally. Xiao Wangyu, fierce. Xiao Wangyu, humph, I don't really like it. There are too many kissing scenes between the male and female lead. Lin Fan, the plot needs it. I have no choice. Xiao Wangyu, stupid Lin Fan, I know you did it on purpose. You wanted to bully me. Lin Fan, look, there are many relationship scenes. The male and female leads will often have intimate action. Maybe there will be bed scenes occasionally. Xiao Wangyu's pretty face turned red. Do you still want to have bed scenes? Angry.jpg Lin Fan, there will be one in the future anyway. Xiao Wangyu, Lin Fan has withdrawn a message. Lin Fan, actually, I can choose not to act as the male lead. Xiao Wangyu, how dare you? Lin Fan, I'm not an artiste from Yuehua Entertainment yet. I don't have any acting experience and I don't know how to kiss either. It's more difficult for me to be the male lead. Furthermore, your company has many outstanding male celebrities. Xiao Wangyu, oh, I don't have any kissing experience either. It's fine. I have the right to veto the male lead Lin Fan. Did you refuse to take up kissing scenes because of me? Xiao Wangyu, narcissist. Xiao Wangyu, it's not because of you. If it's because of you, I'll be a little piggy. Lin Fan, alright, let's not tease my little pig. If anyone dares to snatch the male lead, I'll fight it out with him. Xiao Wangyu, also, I'm not your little piggy. You're the piggy. Lin Fan, 4, hashtag, 0, asterisk, Xiao Wangyu, I heard the script was sold for 18.4 million? Treat me to a meal Lin Fan, it's only so little. It's not even as high as your salary. Xiao Wangyu, humph, the status of a cat is higher than that of a piggy. Xiao Wangyu, I'm going to be busy. Can you send me home tonight? Lin Fan, TL only be able to go there later. Xiao Wangyu, yeah, I'm going home late too. Su Xiaoyu, is Master around? Su Xiaoyu, Master, don't be biased. I also want a good role. You're the screenwriter. You'll definitely be able to snatch it for me. Lin Fan, what role do you want? Su Xiaoyu, I want to act as the protagonist's sister, Fan Ruoruo. She's very pretty and has a great temperament. Lin Fan, no. Fan Ruoruo's character is dignified and virtuous. You're so cute, you're not suitable. Su Xiaoyu, a woo. My acting is very good. Lin Fan, I'll try my best. I only have the right to advise and not decide. The company will give you any role you want, right? Su Xiaoyu, how can it be so easy? Many people want to snatch my role. No matter what, thank you, master. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's WeChat, Lin Fan smiled. The script he wrote was indeed interesting. Fan Ruoruo appears many times in Joy of Life, and she was the protagonist's good sister. However, he couldn't make a decision on the specific role. Lin Fan was curious about what CEO Li was up to when he invited him this time. At 7 p.m., Lin Fan drove the Koenigsegg 1 to the restaurant. Tianzhang was at the entrance of the restaurant preparing to welcome Lin Fan. Koenigsegg 1 was also a sports car worth hundreds of millions. When Tianzhang saw it, his eyes were filled with shock. He had been a screenwriter for so many years and hadn't earned so much money. But Lin Fan's cars were all sports cars worth hundreds of millions. Tianzhang only had one thought in his mind. Who said that rich second-generation heirs were ignorant? A rich second-generation heir like Lin Fan not only had strong abilities, but he also had good qualities and was very handsome. He liked people very much. Most importantly, Lin Fan's script impressed Tianzhang. What made Tianzhang feel a little regretful was that Lin Fan hadn't finished the entire story of the 46 episodes of the script. Lin Fan's script had a grand view of the world and what the future story would be like. Tianzhang was curious. In other words, if Joy of Life could become a popular television drama, Lin Fan and Yuehua Entertainment would have to work together for a long time. Joy of Life 2, Joy of Life 3. Maybe every season would become popular. Mr. Lin, Tianzhang said with a smile. He looked at Lin Fan with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Hello, teacher Tianzhang. Lin Fan said with a smile. He walked forward and shook Tianzhang's hand. CEO Li is waiting for you. Tianzhang smiled. He liked Lin Fan's way of dealing with people more and more. Lin Fan was very capable. His future development would definitely be better than his, but he respected a senior like him very much. I know. Oh right, teacher Tianzhang, is there anything I need to change about the script I wrote? Lin Fan said humbly. When Tianzhang heard that, he waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, in my eyes, the script you wrote is a masterpiece. Every detail is very good, so how can there be any changes? As for the only regrettable thing, it's that there hasn't been a second season. Lin Fan smiled. If there was nothing he wanted to modify, he could rest assured. Although he had master-level screenwriter skills, there was no harm in learning from his senior. Before he entered the door, he saw CEO Li welcome him warmly. When Lin Fan saw this, he smiled and walked over. At the same time, he could see what CEO Li's true intention of inviting him here was tonight. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm Li Shuei, the CEO of Yuehua Entertainment, CEO Li said with a smile. He looked at Lin Fan. Although it was their first time meeting, he didn't feel distant. Hello, CEO Li. I'm Lin Fan, the screenwriter for the celebratory feast. Lin Fan smiled and shook hands with CEO Li. MTR, Lin, haha. Of course I know your name. You're the most popular person in the company now. Countless people want to act in your script. A master of the screenwriter world can write such an interesting work. Only Mr. Lin can do it, said CEO Li with a smile. CEO Li, you flatter me. I just casually wrote a script. Actually, it wasn't very well written, Lin Fan said humbly. When CEO Li heard that, he smiled and said, Mr. Lin is too humble. You can reach such a level just by casually writing a script. Our country lacks talents like you the most. Seeing CEO Li's attitude, Tianzhang could not help but be surprised. CEO Li was the CEO of Yuehua Entertainment and had a high status. The numerous top artists nurtured by Yuehua Entertainment was also done by CEO Li. Even the big-name celebrities in the entertainment industry had to be polite to Boss Li. But this was the first time CEO Li praised someone like this. Tianzhang knew that Lin Fan's status couldn't be measured by a small screenwriter. With Lin Fan's ability, he could build his own entertainment company and nurture his own artistes. Lin Fan's capital wasn't weaker than the entire company. As for Xiao Wangyu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Fan's relationship, everyone knew it. With Xiao Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu's popularity now, as the top female artists in the industry, they had countless fans, and their contract with Yuehua Entertainment was less than a year ago. If Yuehua Entertainment didn't handle this problem well, with Lin Fan around, the company might lose these two big celebrities. If they couldn't rope in Lin Fan today, Lin Fan might even have the ability to overthrow Yuehua Entertainment. Tianzheng knew very well that he had no right to speak here. He definitely couldn't see Lin Fan as a screenwriter. Lin Fan was someone that CEO Li had to take seriously. Mr. Lin, have a sip of our company's best tea. Westlake Longjing tea. Tastes mellow and fragrant, CEO Li said with a smile. The taste is really good, Lin Fan replied. After drinking a few cups of tea, CEO Li put down the teacup and looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan put down his teacup. They were finally getting to the main topic. CEO Li smiled and said, Lin, I won't keep you in suspense anymore. I'll tell you the truth. The script you wrote is one of the best scripts in the entire industry. And our country's market for movies and television can be said to be extremely easy to obtain. It's difficult to find a good script. To be honest, your ability to write scripts is no weaker than any famous screenwriter in the industry. So, Mr. Lin, your appearance has energized our entire industry. CEO Li spoke sincerely as he looked at Lin Fan. He was the boss of Yuehua Entertainment. On one hand, he wanted to nurture good talents and create profits for the company. On the other hand, he wanted to develop the entire country's cultural career. A good screenwriter was the soul of it. Lin, I want to formally invite you to work with Yuehua Entertainment and become a screenwriter for the company. However, I won't completely bind you to Yuehua Entertainment, and you don't have to work at Yuehua Entertainment every day. You just need to occasionally help the company read script, give some suggestions, and give some pointers to some of the company's screenwriter. Lion. CEO Li, any script you write is not restrained by Yuehua Entertainment. Any entertainment company can come and buy the script's copyright. The copyright fee will all be yours. In short, as long as you are willing to be in the company is willing to give you an annual salary of 5 mi. Said. In other words, Yuehua Entertainment didn't need Lin Fan to write scripts for the company. They just needed his name and him to occasionally help the other screenwriters in the company. He basically didn't need to do anything. From then on, Lin Fan had the right to enter Yuehua Entertainment at any time because on the surface, Lin Fan was equivalent to a member of Yuehua Entertainment. CEO Li had made a huge move. He wanted Lin Fan to come to the company and gave him a very high annual salary. This was one of the methods the company used to rope Lin Fan in. If $5 million wasn't enough to move Lin Fan, CEO Li still had a trump card. After Lin Fan had the right to enter and exit the company, he could come to the company to see Xiao Wanqiu at any time and talk to her without being affected. Even if Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu ate together and were photographed on trending, there wouldn't be any rumors because Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had a legitimate working relationship. Furthermore, Yuehua Entertainment letting Lin Fan have a title was equivalent to raising his status in the industry. When Lin Fan wrote scripts again in the future, the price might be even higher. Check new Uval chapters at novelbin.com. If Lin Fan's Joy of Life script became popular, he would probably become a top scriptwriter in the industry. Tianzhang was also a very capable person in the screenwriter world, but his hard work for a year, coupled with the money he earned from selling the script, only added up to about 3 million yuan. But when Lin Fan arrived, the company gave him such high treatment. The reason was simple. Lin Fan was worth roping in for the company. As the company's CEO Li's taste was quite unique. Otherwise, he would not have been able to nurture celebrities like Xiao Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu. Ordinary female celebrities were still doing minor roles in their 20s, but Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu already had tens of millions of fans. When Lin Fan heard that, he chuckled out. CEO Li's intention to rope him in was very obvious. Not only could one receive a lot of benefits by hanging out at Yuehua Entertainment, but they could also receive an annual salary of 5 million yuan. There were no restrictions, and anyone would definitely agree. CEO Li, I still have to open a small restaurant. I'm usually quite busy, said Lin Fan. 6 million. CEO Li smiled. CEO Li, I still have to write scripts usually. I'm afraid. Lin Fan continued. 7 million, CEO Li said again. CEO Li, I still have a cat to raise at home. Lin Fan looked at Chief Li silently. 9 million. Chief Li looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Actually, it's not a matter of money. The main thing is that I think it's good to be a screenwriter in the company. Lin Fan smiled. How could he not want to get $9 million for nothing? He could still see Xiao Wangyu often in the future. Lin Fan naturally knew the benefits of this. Working with Lin Fan was a happy thing for both parties. At the same time, CEO Li waved his hand and a female assistant walked out. The contract had already been drafted. After checking that there were no problems, Lin Fan signed his name. MTR. Lin, welcome to Yuehua Entertainment. Pleasure doing business with you. CEO Li stood up and extended his hand to Lin Fan. CEO Li, pleasure doing business with you. Lin Fan shook hands. He had only written a script and accidentally received an annual salary of 9 million yuan. If Lin Fan wrote a script and sold it, he could earn a huge sum of money and he would not be restrained by Yuehua Entertainment. On the other side, Tianzheng watched everything silently. He was also the company's top screenwriter. Although his skills weren't as good as Lin Fan's, he was still a little envious when he saw the company give Lin Fan an annual salary of 9 million. His annual salary in the company was already at the top of the industry. It was only 300,000 yuan. He could only earn about 3 million yuan if he produced a few scripts every year. But Lin Fan signed a contract of $9 million directly. It was the kind where he could earn money doing pretty much nothing. Of course, although he was envious, he wasn't jealous. Tianzheng also knew that Lin Fan's abilities far exceeded his. Lin Fan's future development was immeasurable. However, for some reason, Tianzheng felt a little desolate and helpless. This was probably the difference between him and the big boss. Anyone else might feel a little jealous, but Tianzheng did not. Although he was envious of Lin Fan's status in the company, he had to admit that Lin Fan had his status in the company because of Xiao Wanqiu. CEO Li wanted to rope Lin Fan in partly because of Lin Fan's value and partly because of Xiao Wangyu. I didn't rope Lin Fan in. What if Lin Fan kidnapped Xiao Wangyu? Tianzheng felt more comforted. For a talent like Lin Fan, no matter where he went, no matter which company he went to, he would be able to display his worth and promote the development of the entire film and television market. He would then be able to promote the rise of the entire country's culture. With Lin Fan's existence and the country's increasing development, perhaps one day, the country's movies would be able to compare to Hollywood one. As for Lin Fan being able to sign a contract worth 9 million, Tianzheng could only be envious. The world of big shots was different from that of ordinary people like him. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan left the place satisfied. He had received 9 million yuan from attending a banquet. Ever since he signed the contract, Lin Fan and CEO Li could take more amicably. Both parties already had an official cooperative relationship, and their statuses were equal. CEO Li wanted to rope Lin Fan in, and Lin Fan could earn some money at the same time. Moreover, he could meet Xiao Wangyu openly in the future. The distance between Lin Fan and CEO Li decreased. It was easy to talk to smart people. Both parties had obtained what they wanted. Of course, after Lin Fan received the money, he would care about the company's work and help some of the company's screenwriters. Looking at the time, it was already 9 p.m. Lin Fan then remembered that he hadn't signed in today. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have received 2 lottery tickets. Note, you can get luxury cars, villas, cash, artificial islands, helicopters, and other product. You can get anything you want. There's even a chance of getting a young model. The system's voice sounded. Lin Fan, the lottery ticket has already been handed to Master. Master, do you want to use it? The system's dull voice entered Lin Fan's mind. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't want to get any young model. The main thing was that he wasn't interested and he didn't need such a woman. If he could get cash, a villa, or a helicopter, that would be good. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a bottle of Coca-Cola. Lin Fan, looking at the Coca-Cola in his hand, Lin Fan opened it and took a sip. He was a little speechless. He had never drawn anything good from the system. The highest draw for the cash lottery was 100,000 yuan, and the lowest draw was 1 yuan. A lottery ticket that could drop epic and gold equipment, a luxury car, villa, or helicopter, how grand. But Lin Fan had drawn a bottle of Coca-Cola. TL draw again, said Lin Fan. He didn't believe it. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received 50 million DNF coins. DNE coins? They're not even as good as Coke. At least Coke can be drunk. F*CK your DNF coin. F*CK Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. If he signed in normally, he could at least get something. As for these lottery tickets, Lin Fan no longer believed in them. This was even more scammy than QQ's giveaway. Looking at this bottle of Coca-Cola and the 50,000 DNF coins, Lin Fan sighed. If he wanted to earn big money, he had to work hard. He would rather believe that something fell into his lap than believe in the lottery tickets released by the system. Unknowingly, it was already 21.20. Lin Fan looked at the time and remembered something important. Xiao Wangyu was still waiting for him at the company. He had to send Xiao Wangyu home. But now, he had been delayed for 20 minutes for a bottle of Coca-Cola and DNF coins. Sitting in the Koenigsegg 1, Lin Fan stepped on the accelerator and drove along the roads of Shanghai. Yuehua Entertainment. Many celebrities were still working, and Xiao Wanqiu was the same. The company was working overtime to study Lin Fan's script. Xiao Wanqiu had been reading the script in the office, and Su Xiaoyu had already gone home. As Xiao Wanqiu's manager, Yang Qing had always been in the company. Su Yang drove a Maybach 62 sports car to the first floor of the company building. Lin Fan drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan the last time. It's worth $6.4 million. Although Lin Fan is richer, he's still lacking compared to me. A few days ago, I bit the bullet and spent 10 million yuan to buy a Maybach 62S sports car. I'm not poor either. How can I not be able to afford a sports car? Even if I can lose in everything else, I can't lose in terms of my aura. Su Yang was very thoughtful. When a man went out to drive, of course he had to drive a big car. Ever since Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of the company in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Soo-young had been thinking about this. How did he lose? Wasn't it just that his car wasn't as good as Lin Fan? Now that he drove a sports car worth tens of millions, Lin Fan's Rolls-Royce Cullinan was clearly not enough. Soo-young was a little happy. His car could crush Lin Fan now. The next time he saw Lin Fan, he would have won in terms of aura. It was late and Xiao Wangqiu was still working. Of course, Soo-young wanted to send her home. After a while, Xiao Wangqiu and Yang Qing walked to the entrance of the company. Master Su. Yang Qing greeted. Soo-young nodded and leaned against the Maybach 62s. He looked calm, symbolizing success. Soo-young slowly walked forward, inadvertently revealing his Rolex watch. If a man wanted to defeat his opponent in temperament, not only did he have to have an awesome car, but his watch also had to be cool. Soo-young walked to Xiao Wangqiu's side and smiled warmly. Wangqiu, Sister Yang, let me send you home. This was the correct way to flirt. Don't appear too intentional. Soo-young believed that he had done it properly and would send Yang Qing home as well. Thank you, Master Su, Yang Qing said. She looked at Soo-young and was elated. After all, Soo-young was Yuehua's #1 male artiste. Xiao Wangqiu smiled politely and said, no need. There's someone coming to pick me up later. Soo-young's eyes lit up. Could the person who was going to send Xiao Wangqiu home be Lin Fan? This was perfect. His sports car worth $10 million was enough to kill Lin Fan's Rolls-Royce Cullinan instant. Soo-young had some expectation. Although Xiao Wangqiu had rejected him, he wanted Lin Fan to see his determination to compete with him. At least in terms of the car he drove, he would not lose. Wandiu, let me send you home. My car is big enough. Look, it's getting late, Soo-young said again. There's really no need. Xiao Wangqiu smiled lightly. Her beautiful eyes looked forward, but she was a little angry in her heart. Stupid Lin Fan, come pick me up already. If he didn't pick her up, she wouldn't know how to reject Soo-young. And at that moment, not far away, a cool sports car turned. The sports car's headlights flickered with a dazzling charm. In the dark night, they were like dazzling stars. A sports car stopped at the entrance of the company, next to Soo-young's car. This sports car was the limited edition Koenigsegg one. It was a sports car worth more than 100 million yuan. In terms of looks and temperament, it was difficult for other sports cars to surpass it. Lin Fan got off the car and walked in front of Xiao Wangqiu. Let me send you home. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xiao Wangqiu. Xiao Wangqiu put on her cat ears hat and nodded lightly. Okay. Lin Fan opened the passenger seat for Xiao Wangqiu and she sat in. Soo-young was stunned. He was also an A-list celebrity and had a lot of saving. He had seen many cars. Soo-young looked at his $10 million Maybach 62S and Lin Fan's Koenigsegg one. Why does it feel like I'm being insta-killed again? Lin Fan, don't you F***king drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Why was he driving a Koenigsegg one? This was a sports car worth hundreds of millions. It was 10 times more expensive than his Maybach 62S. The Maybach 62S seemed like a timid elementary school student in front of the Koenigsegg one. It lost its unique temperament. At this thought, Soo-young could not help but secretly hide his Rolex watch. Lin Fan did not notice Soo-young's small action. Soo-young, good evening. Lin Fan greeted Soo-young. Oh, good evening. Soo-young laughed dryly. Well, look, there's no more space in my car. Sister Yang is a girl. I'll have to trouble you to send Sister Yang home, said Lin Fan with a smile. Soo-young looked at Yang Qing, who was full of anticipation beside him. He could only nod bitterly in his heart and pretend that nothing had happened. What kind of fucking life was this? Check new Uvel CH at novilbin.com. Alright, be careful. I'll send Wangqiu home first, Lin Fan said with a smile. He patted Soo-young on the shoulder and entered the Koenigsegg one. Soo-young looked at Xiao Wangqiu sitting in Lin Fan's front passenger seat, then at Yang Qing sitting in his front passenger seat. He felt like his life had become a little gray again. They were both driving sports cars. Why was the difference so great? Soo-young was a little tired. However, this did not affect Soo-young's determination. How could he give up so easily for the girl he liked? After all, he was still the top male artiste of the company and had a pivotal position in the company. New ST rise at n/vel/b/i/n. Lin Fan was a layman after all. Even if he drove a Koenigsegg one, he wasn't a male artiste from Yuehua Entertainment. In other words, he still had an absolute advantage when competing to become joy of life's male lead. At that time, he would act with Xiao Wangqiu and Lin Fan could only watch from the side and get stuffed with dog food. Soo-young was full of enthusiasm. Tomorrow was the day of the script's casting, and tomorrow was the day he would kill Lin Fan. Soo-young did not know that Lin Fan was the screenwriter for Joy of Life, nor did he know that Lin Fan had signed an annual salary of 9 million yuan with Boss Lee. If Soo-young knew, he would not have such thoughts. Lin Fan was a big boss that even CEO Lee had to respect. Lin Fan drove the Koenigsegg one to Xiao Wangqiu's house. He got out of the car and opened the car door for Xiao Wangqiu. A gentle breeze blew as Xiao Wangqiu alighted. Meow? Meow. Xiao Wangqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and let out a cute smile. Go home. See you tomorrow. Lin Fan leaned on the Koenigsegg one and looked at Xiao Wangqiu with a bright smile. See you tomorrow? Xiao Wangqiu blinked curiously. CEO Lee invited me to become a nominal screenwriter for Yuehua Entertainment, said Lin Fan with a smile. Well, then I can meet you at the company. I want to eat a vegetable salad. Xiao Wangqiu was a little surprised. What she was surprised about wasn't Lin Fan's position. To be a screenwriter, there was a very formal selection process, but CEO Lee took the initiative to invite Lin Fan. In that case, the way he'd be treated would be completely different. CEO Lee didn't bully little piggy, right? Xia Wangyu walked in front of Lin Fan and raised her beautiful eyes. "No, it's you who should hurry back and rest," said Lin Fan. "Oh, I know. Xiao Li doesn't dare to bully my little piggy. Otherwise, the cat will be very fierce," Xia Wangyu said. "Who's your little piggy?" Lin Fan complained. Lin Fan walked forward and said softly, "In the future, let Sister Yang send you home at night. Otherwise, if the media takes photos of us, we'll be trending again." Lin Fan just didn't want Xia Wangyu to suffer too much from public opinion. Xia Wangyu turned around, her side profile making one's heart flutter. She looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. Everything around her seemed to freeze for her smile. She walked to Lin Fan's side and looked at him. Her smile could topple cities, but I don't mind. The next day, Yuehua Entertainment was holding a meeting because Lin Fan had become the top scriptwriter in Yuehua Entertainment. When this news was announced, many people in the company were shocked. A script written by Lin Fan had directly made him a top screenwriter in the company. A top screenwriter's annual salary wasn't low. "Everyone, I hereby announce that Lin Fan has become the company's top screenwriter," Xiao Li said as he looked at Lin Fan in admiration. In reality, Lin Fan wasn't the company's top screenwriter. He was just a nominal screenwriter in the company. The script he wrote still had exclusive copyright. The top screenwriter role also helped Lin Fan have a legal identity in the company. Of course, with Lin Fan's ability, it wasn't a problem for him to be a top screenwriter. Even the script master, Tianzheng, couldn't help but admire Lin Fan's screenwriting ability. "Congratulations, congratulations. Master Lin will be a big screenwriter in the future. You have to guide us more in the future." TM satisfied to be able to learn from Master Lin. A top screenwriter, Lin Fan is really amazing. However, Lin Fan's script is really good. "Congratulations." At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Fan and started clapping. Some of the company's screenwriters even called Lin Fan Master Lin. The news of Lin Fan becoming the company's top screenwriter spread like wildfire. "Alright, we have to get down to business. The screenwriter for Joy of Life is Lin Fan. The script's production plan is about to begin. If you have any questions, you can ask Lin Fan," Xiao Li said. After the meeting ended, Xiao Li patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. Just this action alone made many people in the company see how much Xiao Li valued Lin Fan. Without any selection, Lin Fan became the company's top screenwriter. His annual salary was at least $1 million. Furthermore, Lin Fan was the scriptwriter for Joy of Life. Immediately, many people came to shake hands with Lin Fan. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the screenwriter Lu Lin. Please take care of me in the future. Congratulations to Mr. Lin for becoming a top screenwriter. I'm producer Lu. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. I'm director Lu Benkai." Xia Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu didn't specially come to look for Lin Fan. After all, there were so many people in the company and they all knew that Lin Fan had become the company's top screenwriter. As for Su Yang, he was not in the office at all. In the afternoon, the casting selection officially started in Yuehua Entertainment. Joy of Life script was completely popular in the entire Yuehua Entertainment. Many girls wanted to be the female lead in Joy of Life script. There was also a lot of competition in the company. Countless female artists wanted to chase Xia Wangyu down and replace her. Xia Wangyu's biggest weakness was that she was unwilling to film a relationship scene. The roles Yuehua Entertainment wanted to confirm today were mainly the male and female lead. At the meeting, many people were sitting together. Xia Wangyu, Lin Fan, Su Xiaoyu, Tianzheng, the company's producer Lu, and other relevant professional staff. "I want to be the female lead of this movie because I think I'm very suitable for this role," a girl said. Her voice was clear and her singing was very good. She was the third-ranked female artiste in the company, Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing was Su Xiaoyu's best friend. She got along well with Su Xiaoyu, and there were a total of 17 female artists who were fighting for the female lead role. "I also want to try to be the female lead of this drama. Yeah, there are a lot of scenes for the female lead in this drama, and it tests her acting skills. I think my acting skills are alright. Why don't we try the female lead scenes and let the producer and director decide?" "Woo, I still want to be the female lead," Su Xiaoyu pouted. She had also spoken. At this moment, a girl walked into the meeting and sat beside Su Xiaoyu. "I want to be the female lead too." Xia Wangyu's beautiful eyes looked at everyone. It was just 8 simple words, but they were powerful and resonating. The company's #1 female artiste, Xia Wangyu, was actually competing to be the female lead of this movie. When Xia Wangxiu sat down, the aura on her was no longer as cute as before. In the entertainment industry, the competition was fierce and cruel. This drama was indeed very good, so she would compete for the female lead role in this drama. There was no other way. Who asked the cat to have such good acting skills? She usually looked like her usual self in front of Lin Fan. She was very cute and beautiful. She looked completely different in front of everyone in the company, like a real goddess. When Xia Wangxiu sat down, the other female artists were all a little shocked. Even Xia Wangxiu was competing to be the female lead of this drama. However, Xia Wangyu had not acted for a year, and her acting skills in relationship scenes were not necessarily better than theirs. It was not certain who could compete for the female lead role, and many female artists still had no intention of giving up. Xia Wangyu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and some female artists with outstanding looks were all here to compete to be the female lead. For a moment, the producer, director, and other screenwriters were all stunned. In a drama, the script was its soul, and the ones who could portray the script well were the actors. Producer Lu smiled and looked around the room. "Lin Fan, you wrote the script for this drama. Who do you think is more suitable to be the female lead?" up TED chapters NN. Velbin.com producer Lu, director Lu Benkai, basically knew that the female lead was Xiao Wanqiu. However, they could not say it out loud. The task of revealing who the female lead would be was handed to Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was the scriptwriter for this movie and also the company's top scriptwriter. When Lin Fan heard that, sure enough, the problem returned to him. Everyone, when I first wrote this script, I spent a lot of effort on every character. You don't necessarily have to be the female lead. Every character has its unique shine. When I was creating the female lead, I created it with a girl in mind as the protagonist. In my heart, I already have a candidate for the female lead. She is Xiao Wanqiu. When everyone heard Lin Fan's words, they fell silent. On the other hand, Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red as she looked at Lin Fan. When Lin Fan was writing the script, his mind was probably filled with her. Stupid Lin Fan. All he knew was to bully her. Who asked her to be pretty? Xiao Wanqiu's heart warmed. She would just give Lin Fan a small reward next time. Mr. Lu and Lu Benkai looked at each other and said, alright, in that case, we'll choose Xiao Wanqiu as the female lead. Lin Jingjing. Other female artists in the company, the screenwriters, were they going to choose the female lead so sloppily? When Lin Fan said that the female lead was Xiao Wanqiu, the female lead immediately became Xiao Wanqiu. But everyone could not say anything. That was Xiao Wanqiu. With Xiao Wanqiu as the female lead of this drama, no one would say anything. Furthermore, the script was written by Lin Fan. He had a say in the matter. Lin Jingjing looked at Su Xiaoyu and felt that something was wrong. Why did she smell dog food? Su Xiaoyu spread her hands. The dog had already smelled it. However, Lin Jingjing quickly compromised. Who asked her to not be as pretty as Xiao Wanqiu? Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu was her good friend. She was also happy for Xiao Wanqiu that she could break through and act in a relationship scene. When they confirmed that Xiao Wanqiu was the female lead, the company was shocked. Xiao Wanqiu, who had not acted for a year, was finally going to make a comeback. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone stood up and applauded. Xiao Wanqiu was going to be the female lead of Joy of Life. Some male actors were also tempted. It seemed that the male and female leads in this movie had a lot of scenes, a lot of relationship scenes, and even kissing scenes. Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on screen had never been given out. Countless fans were looking forward to this day. Her first kiss was still there. Many male actors wanted to be the male lead in this drama. Once they became the male lead, wouldn't they be able to? Of course, they did not know that Xiao Wanqiu had the right to veto the male lead. After a round of applause, the female lead was confirmed. Then, the male lead should be decided. Su Yang drove the Maybach 62s and stopped at the entrance of the company. Su Yang looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that there was no sports car like the Koenigsegg one. However, Su Yang saw another sports car, a Bugatti. Was there anyone in the company who drove a Bugatti? No matter what, it couldn't be Lin Fan who drove the Bugatti, right? Lin Fan already had a sports car. Could he buy a second sports car? Su Yang didn't care. Master Su, the company is currently selecting a male lead. Aren't you going to try? The manager asked Su Yang. It's fine. There's no hurry. You can go ahead. Su Yang nodded with a calm expression. After the manager left, Su Yang straightened his clothes. He was wearing a custom-made suit that was worth tens of thousands of yuan. Was he going to fight to be the male lead? Of course he was going to fight. However, Su Yang did not panic at all. What kind of person was he? He was the #1 male artiste in the company. And at the same time, the #2 to #10 male artists in the company had no time to take up another drama. In other words, he was the only one in the company who could take up the role of the male lead in this drama. Other than him, no one else could take it. Although Su Yang knew that Xiao Wanqiu had the right to veto, who else could she choose other than him? Lin Fan, I invited you to my company, but you didn't accept it. Now, the company has a good script, and this male lead can only be me. You've always been the one showing off dog food to me. It's time for me to show you dog food. Maybe I can even act and make her fall in love with me. After all, this is the convenience of work. Su Yang was confident. As the male lead, he had to appear at the last moment. Then, Xiao Wanqiu would want him to be the male lead. Such an entrance was so pretentious and cool. Then, he would gesture to everyone with a cold expression. It was simply a high-end and grand upgrade. When the time came for the Weibo official announcement, he would be the male lead. He wondered how Lin Fan would react when he saw that. No matter what, he had won this step. Su Yang was looking forward to it. He lowered his head to look at his polished leather shoes and his hairstyle. Su Yang calculated the time and walked towards the meeting hall. When Su Yang arrived at the conference hall, he heard producer Lu's voice. Xiao Wanqiu, who do you think is suitable to be the male lead in this drama? Su Yang smiled when he saw this. Come on, your male lead is going to appear. When Su Yang walked into the conference hall, Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red. Under everyone's expectant gazes, she said, I think the most suitable male lead for this drama is Lin Fan. The entire conference hall was in an uproar. The male lead that Xiao Wanqiu had chosen was the person that CEO Li valued, Lin Fan. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu blush, how could the artists not understand? They were being fed dog food again. Lin Fan wanted Xiao Wanqiu to be the female lead, and Xiao Wanqiu wanted Lin Fan to be the male lead. It turned out that everything had been decided long ago. They were only here to see the result. Of course, there were still cheers because the male and female leads of the company had all been confirmed. All the attention was on Lin Fan alone. No one noticed Su Yang walking into the conference hall. Everyone was clapping and congratulating Lin Fan. Su Yang, the top male artiste of Yuehua Entertainment, stood rooted to the ground, completely petrified. For some reason, Su Yang felt his heart ache. Luckily, no one noticed him. He looked at his new clothes, his new shoes, and his new hair. He felt that there was a lot of excess. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wangyu. Xia Wangyu looked at Lin Fan with a red face. Su Yang looked at all of this and felt a little lonely and cold. Su Yang, why? Is it different from what I thought? Su Yang felt desolate. He was Yuehua's #1 male artiste. As the #1 male artiste of Yuehua, the company usually gave him a lot of preferential treatment. His popularity was not lower than Xia Wanqiu. He was even called the National Prince Charming on the internet. However, after meeting Lin Fan, Su Yang understood the difference between them. Not only was he stuffed with dog food every day, but his male lead had also flown away. Lin Fan was even the male lead chosen by Xia Wanqiu. Su Yang could not say anything. He had lost to Lin Fan once again. Su Yang thought for a few seconds before looking up again. Without the male lead, he had other scenes. In the past, he didn't think much of Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was just the owner of a small restaurant. But now, Lin Fan was driving a Koenigsegg sports car worth hundreds of millions and was even the male lead of Joy of Life. Lin Fan had already become an opponent worth taking seriously. Of course, Su Yang would not give up so easily. Su Yang smiled and swept away the gloom from before. He walked in front of Lin Fan. Congratulations to Lin Fan for becoming the male lead of this movie. With Lin Fan joining, this movie will definitely become popular. Su Yang extended his hand and smiled politely. Lin Fan shook Su Yang's hand and said, being able to film a drama well is the result of all of our efforts. So, in order to film this drama well, all of us will work hard together. Beside him, Lu Benkai nodded as well. Look at the lineup for our movie. Lin Fan, Su Yang, Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and many other actors haven't been confirmed. However, they can be confirmed in the next few days. Just as Lin Fan said, let's work together to create a popular television series. Online, everyone cheered. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wanqiu and felt a little happy. Initially, he did not want to act and only wanted to live a simple, happy, and quiet life. But for Xia Wangyu, he walked in without hesitation. The script for this movie was written by him personally, and the female lead was also the girl he was most familiar with. Therefore, no matter what, this movie would become extremely popular online. Only when Xia Wanqiu really matured and became one of the top artists in the industry would no one dare to bully her. The water in the entertainment industry was very dirty. Even top celebrities might be bullied sometimes. What Lin Fan wanted to do was to become Xia Wangyu's strongest support. Lin Fan wanted to make sure that no one in the entire entertainment industry would dare to bully his cat. If anyone dared to bully the cat, Lin Fan would definitely not let them off. This was also the reason why he chose to write the script and act with Xia Wanqiu. Read lat st chapters at nouveau.c/o/m only. Of course, there was another small reason. He could act a kissing scene with Xia Wanqiu and NG more than 10 times. There were many things that were said during the meeting, but Lin Fan didn't listen to them anymore. After everyone left, Lin Fan was still thinking about the entire script's operation. Joy of Life was only the beginning. Lin Fan would make Xia Wanqiu become a top artiste step by step and fulfill her dreams. Meow meow. Xia Wanqiu stood in front of Lin Fan and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Her finger gently tapped on Lin Fan's chest. Have the meetings ended? Lin Fan came back to his senses and looked at the girl in front of him. He smiled brightly. When he smiled, he was a little handsome. Even Xia Wanqiu, who had seen many handsome guys, was stunned. How could this blockhead always be so handsome? "I'm hungry," Xia Wangyu said softly like a kitten, looking aggrieved. "Let's go home and eat." Lin Fan smiled. He could only live a peaceful life for a few days. After these few days, Joy of Life should slowly start filming. Lin Fan, I never thought that you would be the male lead and can act in the same drama as me. I'm really happy. Xia Wanqiu smiled sweetly. She had never been so happy before. In the past, when they were in high school, they acted in a play together. She and Lin Fan even received the first level prize from the school. She and Lin Fan had once looked at the stars at night and thought about their lives after university and their future. They had once promised to go to university together, but in the end, she became an artiste due to fate. Lin Fan was unknown after university. The distance between them should have increased, but the shackles of fate made them walk together again. This time, they would never be apart, acting together, working together, being on the set with Lin Fan cooking for her. If you let me be the male lead, you'll be craving for my feast. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulder. Humph, if you don't make a vegetable salad, I'll scratch you. Xia Wanqiu pouted and her face turned red. When the cat was cute, it seemed to melt Lin Fan. It's just that I don't really know how to act in kissing scene. Do you want to practice in advance? It won't be good if the director NGs me more than 10 times, Lin Fan said seriously. The most important thing in acting was acting skills. If your acting skills weren't good, the director would keep NGing you. Training in advance? Dream on. Stupid Lin Fan. I finally understand. You're just trying to bully me. Xia Wangqiu's blush had already spread to her neck. She had never acted in a kissing scene before. How can that be called bullying you? This is called a plot requirement, Lin Fan explained righteously. TL punch your chest. Xia Wanqiu hit Lin Fan's chest with a look of anger. Let's go home and have a feast. Lin Fan patted Xia Wangyu's head and let her hammer his chest. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing were peeking. Wow, a head pat kill, I'm so envious. It feels so good to have a boyfriend, Su Xiaoyu complained with an envious expression. So the Lin Fan you guys were talking about is so awesome. I've finally seen him. There aren't many people who can make Chocho blush. I admire this Lin Fan. Lin Jingjing's clear and ethereal voice rang out. As a goddess of singers, her singing was quite good. Even her voice was very nice. Of course, Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Is Lin Fan really that awesome? He drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions. He lives in a mansion worth hundreds of millions. He even runs a restaurant. Most importantly, his cooking is also delicious. Lin Jingjing swallowed her saliva. Who didn't love boys who cooked well? People lived to be happy. To enjoy the beauty of the world, feasting was something almost every girl liked. Especially delicious feasts, they were even more irresistible. They wanted to eat them every day and did not want to stop. Master's feast is super delicious. Even Master's cucumbers feel different from the norm. They taste different. Anyway, you'll know when you go. Su Xiaoyu giggled. Lin Jingjing's eyes were filled with shock. What kind of magic did Lin Fan have to be able to charm Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu so deeply? However, as for the feast, Lin Jingjing shook her head. Su Xiaoyu had never seen a feast made by a true professional chef. Xiao Wangyu and Su Xiaoyu were going to Lin Fan's house tonight. She wanted to follow them. Wasn't it just a feast? She didn't want to eat it. Even if she starved to death and jumped down from here, she wouldn't eat Lin Fan's feast. Su Yang was sitting there silently drinking tea. Although he pretended pretty well, he still felt hurt. Throughout the meeting, Lin Fan and Xiao Wangyu would look at each other from time to time. Su Yang's heart was filled with dog food. The detestable Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were being lovey-dovey. When had Su Yang been so defeated? When Lin Fan and Xiao Wangyu filmed the kissing scene, he swore that he would hide far away and would never be stuffed with dog food again. On the other hand, the fact that Lin Fan could become the male lead of Joy of Life exceeded his expectation. Master Su, the screenwriter for Joy of Life, is Lin Fan. I heard that CEO Li even personally invited Lin Fan to attend the banquet. From then on, Lin Fan will be the top screenwriter in the company. That's why Lin Fan could discuss the script together with them in the company. In the end, Xiao Wangyu made Lin Fan the male lead. That's probably why the assistant said, Lin Fan is the screenwriter for Joy of Life? I didn't expect Lin Fan to have such ability. He's actually a screenwriting master that even teacher Tianjing has to admire. I've underestimated Lin Fan, Su Yang said. Master Su, with your ability, I think it's very easy for you to suppress Lin Fan in the company, the assistant said. She felt indignant for Su Yang. After all, Su Yang was the one who brought Xiao Wanqiu to fame, but Xiao Wangyu let Lin Fan be the male lead. Su Yang shook his head. There's no need. Even I have to participate in this drama. Instead of thinking about such unorthodox things, it's better to work with Lin Fan on a popular online television series. Point 1. As for matters of the heart, I said that I would compete fairly with Lin Fan. The current Lin Fan is already qualified to be my opponent. Su Yang smiled calmly. As a mature artiste, the most important thing was not to admit defeat. As long as Xiao Wangyu and Lin Fan didn't make an official announcement, he still had a chance. If what happened previously was just a small fight, then from now on, it was a head-on battle between him and Lin Fan. At the entrance of the district in Blue Wave Bay, Lin Fan drove the Koenigsegg 1. Xiao Wanqiu was sitting in the front passenger seat. There was another car behind her. Lin Jingjing and Su Xiaoyu were in the car. After the security guard greeted Lin Fan, he let both cars in. My goodness, did you guys see that? There were 3 beautiful girls in the car. Is this the life of a rich, second-generation heir? Damn, last time he brought 2 girls home. This time it's 3. He's going to do multi-people exercise. I'm envious. We can't imagine the life and happiness of the rich. Sai, let's pretend we didn't see it. After entering the villa, Lin Jingjing was shocked. Lin Fan really lived in a villa 7-sit N-C/M for L Testvels. Furthermore, it was a Lake Heart villa that was worth more than 200 million yuan. Such renovation made Lin Jingjing feel a little shocked. This was their last day of rest. After that, Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing had to work. Xiao Wangyu, Su Xiaoyu had to film the variety show Keep Running and still had to prepare to film Joy of Life. The 3 girls sat on the sofa. Xiao Wangyu looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. It was just that with Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing around, she couldn't talk to Lin Fan. Xiao Wangyu was a little angry. Their world was gone. In the future, she wouldn't come to Lin Fan's house. If she did, she would come secretly. Lin Jingjing was wearing shorts and Su Xiaoyu was wearing a skirt. It was summer and every one of them had long, snow-white legs. All he knew was to look at other girls' legs. Her legs were also very long and slender. She was angry, fierce. Lin Fan only glanced at Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing occasionally. It was impossible for him not to look at them, but in Xiao Wanqiu's eyes, it became Lin Fan looking at their long legs. Lin Fan started to prepare a feast. Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing went to the 2nd floor of the villa, leaving Xiao Wanqiu behind. Fear, Xiao Wanqiu said as she looked at Lin Fan. Huh? Lin Fan washed his hands and sat beside Xiao Wanqiu. He could feel that she wasn't too happy. Scum. Xiao Wanqiu tilted her head to the side. What made my cat unhappy? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and was a little puzzled. Who's your cat? Trash. Xiao Wanqiu was even angrier. Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wanqiu looked quite cute when she was jealous. Didn't he just take a few glances at Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing's long legs? That already made Xiao Wanqiu jealous. Actually, he didn't do it on purpose. Although Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing were indeed pretty, they were not as pretty as Xiao Wanqiu. To let you eat braised fish tonight, said Lin Fan with a smile. I don't want it, Xiao Wanqiu said. Vegetable salad? Lin Fan asked again. I don't want that either. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and became even angrier. When a girl said she didn't want something, one mustn't think that she didn't want it. Not only must he make her braised carp, but he also had to make a super increased portion and add braised hairtail. Lin Fan took out a red rose from somewhere and smiled. Is it pretty? Xiao Wangqiu looked at the flower in Lin Fan's hand and nodded gently. Lin Fan placed the flower in Xiao Wangqiu's hand and said gently, "S as pretty as you." Xiao Wangqiu's pretty face turned red as she took the flower and said, "Humph, old-fashioned sweet nothing. There's nothing new about them. I'm not talking to you anymore." Lin Fan leaned close to Xiao Wangqiu and their eyes met. Looking at the familiar girl who was blushing for him, Lin Fan felt like his mind was about to explode. Unknowingly, he leaned towards Xiao Wangqiu. The two of them were getting closer and closer. They could feel each other's breathing and warmth, and they could even almost hear each other's heartbeat. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Wu Su Xiaoyu walked down excitedly. She held a thick, long, and tender cucumber and took a bite. She and Lin Jingjing were playing happily upstairs. The sudden voice made Lin Fan suddenly understand what he was doing. He hurriedly stood up and pretended that nothing had happened. Xiao Wangqiu's face was also flushed red, and she had just come to her senses. When Su Xiaoyu saw this, she felt like a dog that had made a mistake. "Mr. Wanqiu, master, I didn't see anything. Why don't you guys continue?" Xiao Wangqiu stood up as well. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Fan before chasing after Su Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, you're asking for it. Fierce." Su Xiaoyu turned around and ran. Sister Wangqiu is going to bully the dog." The two girls quickly stuck together and bickered happily. Lin Fan returned to the kitchen silently. He picked up the kitchen knife and wanted to smack his forehead. Fuck, that was such a good opportunity. Why couldn't he be faster? Lin Fan made a lot of dishes in the kitchen. There were braised carp that Xiao Wanqiu liked to eat, lamb skewers, spicy chicken, dried potato chips, cucumber with a knife, and tomato fish soup. The fragrance assailed their nostrils. The fragrance from Lin Fan's feast attracted Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. It was another feast. Although she would gain weight after eating, she could just train her body afterward. Wow, thank you so much for your big meal, master. This is the last delicious meal before we film Joy of Life. In the future, we won't be able to eat meat. Su Xiaoyu picked up a mutton skewer. The meat was tender and delicious. The fat followed the meat skewer into her mouth as she took a bite. It was simply a delicacy. Braised carp is also delicious. Xiao Wanqiu ate her favorite braised fish. Looking at such a delicious meal, Lin Jingjing swallowed her saliva. Why did it feel a little delicious? She had just said that she would rather starve to death than eat Lin Fan's feast. After all, she had eaten many feasts prepared by professional chefs. However, Lin Jingjing felt that the food in front of her was very delicious. "Let's eat together." "You're welcome." Lin Fan smiled and looked at Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing finally couldn't resist the temptation. She took a bite of Lin Fan's dried potato slices and drank a small mouthful of tomato fish soup. After taking a bite, Lin Jingjing's eyes widened. Oh my god, how could there be such delicious food in the world? The dried potato slices had a delicious taste. The fish soup was fresh and tender. After drinking a mouthful, he felt his body warm up. When the delicious food entered her mouth, the pleasure spread throughout her body. The potato slices, this fish soup, and the lamb skewers. Lin Jingjing felt like she was seeing a new century. Such a feast was all home-cooked food. After taking 1 or 2 bites, she felt that Lin Fan's feast was even better than a professional chef. Lin Fan's screenwriter skills were top-notch. Even the food he made was at master level. Lin Jingjing was conquered. "Lin Fan, how can your feast be so delicious? I also want to eat this braised carp. How can the meat feel so good? This is probably the best meat I've ever eaten. Is there more? I still want to eat." Lin Jingjing turned into a foodie and started to eat Lin Fan's feast. She felt as if her life had entered a new realm. Lin Jingjing finally understood why Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu took the risk to come to Lin Fan's house. With such a delicious feast, who wouldn't want to eat it? "No," said Lin Fan with a smile. He cleaned up the table and looked at the 3 girls who still wanted more. This was 6 dishes and a soup. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, the cat and dog, were really glutton. Now that it was over, there was another silence. "Lin Fan, your cooking is so delicious. Chocho's life will definitely be very good in the future. I'm so envious," Lin Jingjing said as she looked at Xiao Wanqiu, who was sitting in the middle. Yes, Sister Wanqiu will be super happy in the future." Su Xiaoyu blinked as well. There were no outsiders here, and the 3 girls had a very good relationship. Discover EW chapters at novelby.co. Xiao Wanqiu blushed. "You two don't spout nonsense." Lin Fan did not reply and just smiled. When they were in high school, many teachers thought that they were in a relationship. It was the same now. "This place is very big. The 3 of you can find a room to rest first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the company and prepare to film a popular television series online," said Lin Fan with some anticipation. "Yes, good night, scum." Xiao Wanqiu nodded and pulled Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing upstairs. At night, when he slept, Lin Fan lay on the bed and took a deep breath. The script was already written and the roles had been chosen. He wondered how good the director was. The director was also very important regarding the effects of a television drama. If he had the ability to direct, then with the script he wrote and the ability to direct, he would definitely be able to film a popular television drama and movie on the internet. The next day, Lin Fan woke up and signed in as usual. "I have to get something good this time. The lottery ticket you gave me last time is still fresh in my memory." Lin Fan pressed his palms together. Ding. Signed in successfully. "Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 3 lottery tickets. The draw is successful. Congratulations to Master for getting 5 yuan in cash. The draw is successful. Congratulations to Master for obtaining a bottle of iced tea. Lin Fan, was life that tragic and heartless? The last 3 lottery vouchers only gave him a bottle of Coke and some game coin. This time, he received a bottle of iced tea. The system is messing with me? The draw is successful. Congratulations, Master, for successfully obtaining directing ability, God level. It wasn't until the 3rd draw that Lin Fan's expression lit up. God level directing ability. Instantly, an endless amount of knowledge surged into Lin Fan's mind. He had just wanted directing ability last night, and he had drawn it today. Perfect. With his strong screenwriting and directing skills, every work that Lin Fan filmed in the entertainment industry would probably become extremely popular. But I don't need this directing ability. I already have Liu Benkai as a director. Lin Fan shook his head. It wasn't bad to have one more skill. After arriving at Yuehua Entertainment, the preparations for the filming officially began. It was a script seminar. The script of Joy of Life was quite perfect, but the grasp of the opposing characters depended on an actor's own foundation. Therefore, it was very important to discuss the script. At the script seminar, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu sat together. The task of analyzing the script was handed over to Tianzhe. He explained the script to everyone. Then, Su Yang, who was very capable at his work, analyzed the script on stage logically. Everyone, this is all I know about the script for now. You can discuss it among yourselves first. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Su Yang smiled. He looked at Xiao Wanqiu, looking forward to discussing some script problems with her. After all, his official duel with Lin Fan had already begun. As the company's male lead, Su Yang would never easily give up on the person he liked. At this thought, Su Yang walked in front of Xiao Wanqiu politely. Wanqiu, is there anything you don't understand about the subtle changes in the female lead's expression when she meets the male lead Fan Xian? Su Yang was an expert at flirting. He immediately asked a question. As long as Xiao Wanqiu nodded, they could continue chatting. Xiao Wanqiu was seriously reading the script. When she heard Su Yang's voice, she looked at Lin Fan and was a little angry. Meow meow. Lin Fan had actually fallen asleep at the script seminar. The main thing was that the script was written by him. It was quite boring to listen to other people's analysis. When Lin Fan woke up, he saw Xiao Wanqiu and smiled brightly. Is there anything you don't understand? Xiao Wanqiu nodded. Su Yang makes sense. In the movie, when the male and female leads meet for the first time, how should the female lead's expression change? Lin Fan analyzed seriously. The female lead is Lin Wanner, the daughter of the current prime minister. The first time she met the male lead was under the chopping board, holding a drumstick in her hand. The female lead should be a little afraid. I can't help but feel pity for her. She's so moving. When the male lead sees a beautiful woman, he should feel love at first sight. Xiao Wanqiu giggled. Then let me see how you look like you fell in love at first sight. Lin Fan, I don't know how to. Xiao Wanqiu was angry. How can you act if you don't know how? You have to train hard. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Your acting skills are good. Come and demonstrate what it's like to fall in love at first sight. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were having a good interaction. The two of them only had eyes for each other. As for Su Yang, he stood alone beside Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. He was ignored. Su Yang felt desolate. Weren't they supposed to discuss the script? Why was he being fed dog food again? Su Yang looked at Su Xiaoyu. He did not believe it. Was there a problem with his charm? In the past, when he was in the company, everyone liked him. Many female artists wanted to act with him. Why had everything changed since Lin Fan arrived? This didn't make sense. Su Yang had just walked to Su Xiaoyu's side and had yet to speak when Su Xiaoyu spoke first. Lin Fan, I also have a question that I don't understand. Should I act like this in my role? Su Xiaoyu ran to Lin Fan's side excitedly. For a moment, Su Yang felt like he was the backdrop. How could life be so miserable? Su Yang looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with envy. Could it be that there was something wrong with his charm? Su Yang shook his head. I want some peace and quiet. I'll discuss the script with Jingjing. Lin Jingjing stood up and ran to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan, my role feels pretty good. I have a lot of scenes too. There's just a small problem. Lin Fan, come and help us. Your script is so nice. I'm worried that I won't be able to act well here. Why does this character have to be like this? Can you change it to be a little better? Wow, this script is simply amazing. I love it, I love it. Lin Fan, can you explain it to us more clearly? Su Yang stood in the hall silently. Everyone surrounded Lin Fan. On one hand, Lin Fan was the male lead of this movie. Most importantly, Lin Fan was the scriptwriter for this show. The screenwriter controlled the soul of the entire script, every character's psychological activities and state. Therefore, everyone went to look for Lin Fan at the same time. In their eyes, Lin Fan was simply their idol. He wrote the script so well and was so handsome. Most importantly, he was so rich. Who in the company didn't like him? Su Yang, the manager beside him, picked up a glass of water and brought it to Su Yang. Master Su, have a drink. Su Yang silently picked up the water and took a sip. For some reason, the water tasted bitter. He had wanted to compete fairly with Lin Fan, but before he could, he had already lost. At Joy Media had previously offered Lin Fan 10,000 per episode, or Joy of Life script. At that time, the decision was made by Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui was responsible for scripts and was also responsible for nurturing the company's artistes. Sister Rui, Yuehua Entertainment spent 18.4 million yuan to bid for Lin Fan's script. It said that Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Su Yang, and other A-list celebrities are all participating in the drama Joy of Life. There will also be older actors who have good acting skills participate. This drama might become popular. Besides, the script is really well written. It might affect our new drama general and I, the staff said beside Zhao Rui. Find EW chapters on nve/lbi.com. Zhao Rui pondered for a moment. She had a lot of influence in the company, and Joy Media and Yuehua Entertainment were also competing. Joy of Life script is indeed well written, but Lin Fan is just a newcomer. Back then, I was already praising Lin Fan by being willing to give him 10,000 yuan for the episode. I didn't expect Yuehua to buy it for that ridiculously inflated price. However, since there are so many A-list celebrities joining, if the male lead is Su Yang and the female lead is Xiao Wanqiu, the popularity of the show will probably rise unprecedentedly. I too. If this drama can become popular, then I hope that it won't be Xiao Wanqiu who becomes popular. Xiao Wanqiu hasn't acted in more than a year, and her popularity is still very high. If her popularity rises again, I'm afraid Yuehua Entertainment will completely surpass our Joy Media, Zhao Rui said. Then what should we do? The staff asked. Zhao Rui smiled calmly. Contact CEO Chen and invest in Yuehua Entertainment's drama. If this drama can become popular, there will be a lot of benefit. Also, find a way to let CEO Chen replace Xiao Wanqiu with our company's Wang Menghan. Wang Menghan was a female artiste from Joy Media. Her popularity was on the same level as Xiao Wanqiu's. In dramas, even if the female lead had been decided beforehand, the investors could still request to change the female lead. This was because if they wanted to film a television drama, other than the actors and scripts, the most important thing was the investor. Without money, how could they film a television drama? At the same time, gather as much dirt as possible on Xiao Wanqiu, so that she can't act in this television drama, Zhao Rui said. The staff shook his head. Sister Rui, I'm afraid that's not enough. Scandals are not fatal to Xiao Wanqiu. Zhao Rui shook her head gently. Remember, this is the entertainment industry. Ask CEO Chen to put pressure on Xiao Wanqiu. If Xiao Wanqiu doesn't accept the unspoken rules, then we can justifiably replace her with Wang Menghan as the female lead. This way, if the television series becomes really popular, our company's popularity wouldn't be too bad either. If Xiao Wanqiu accepts the unspoken rule, Zhao Rui's eyes flashed. The eyes of the staff beside her lit up. It'll ruin Xiao Wanqiu's reputation. Yuehua Entertainment did not know about these plans of Joy Media. With so many top celebrities joining, it meant that many investors were needed. Initially, many investors could invest in the drama. However, when they heard that Lin Fan was going to be the male lead, many investors stopped in their track. A newcomer becoming the male lead meant that there was a high possibility that the television series would fail. These investors wanted to replace the male lead with Su Yang, but Yuehua Entertainment rejected them, and the total investment Joy of Life gathered was only 200 million. Just as Yuehua Entertainment was overwrought by this matter, a company called Qianling Economic Media wanted to become the biggest investor of the drama and also wanted to invest 200 million. In that case, Joy of Life would have gathered 400 million in investment. Alright, the investment problem is finally resolved. Su Yang walked into the company and finally looked relieved. With the investment, they could start acting in this TV series. Master Su, CEO Chen wants to invite you, Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and the producer and director to a gala to celebrate the start of the filming of this drama, the female manager said. It's only right. After all, CEO Chen is the biggest investor in our movie, Su Yang said. Artistes did not dare to offend the investors. Even if some big bosses among the investors took advantage of female celebrities, most female celebrities would tolerate it. This was also a kind of unspoken rule in the entertainment industry. But CEO Chen didn't contact Lin Fan, the female manager said again. Su Yang fell silent. Although the male and female leads had been decided on in the company, if Qianling Economic Media's big boss, CEO Chen, did not agree, it would be troublesome. It's fine. Let's see what CEO Chen means tonight, Su Yang said. He had a bad feeling. No matter what happened at the gala tonight, he would help Lin Fan put in a good word. Normally, when the investors made things difficult, it would be very effective for him to step in. The investors in the industry would also give him face. At this time, Su Yang wouldn't take the opportunity to kick Lin Fan while he was down. After all, they were going to act in a television drama together, and they were all from the same company. Damn it, this new investor actually didn't invite my master. Su Xiaoyu looked very angry. Sister Wanqiu, do you think this new investor is dissatisfied with master? Su Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu shook her head lightly. Everything depended on tonight's gala. If he can't be the male lead of this drama, then I won't act as the female lead of this drama. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes with a hint of determination. She would rather give up a good script and a chance to become famous. She only wanted to film a relationship scene with Lin Fan and a kissing scene. She did not know what the new investor was up to. However, she knew that if there was any trouble, she would face it with Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't care that CEO Chen didn't invite him. Xiao Wanqiu sent a message on WeChat. Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan, I'm going to pick you up tonight. Be careful. Xiao Wanqiu, don't worry, I'll be with Xiaoyu. There are so many people in the company. There won't be any danger. Lin Fan, that's good. Xiao Wanqiu, if the investor doesn't let you act as the male lead, I won't act as the female lead either. Xiao Wanqiu, you're my personal chef. I want to protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll let the dog bite him. Xiao Wanqiu, I'm off. I'm getting in the car. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu's WeChat message, Lin Fan felt warmth in his heart. He was not famous or popular, but he became the male protagonist of the drama. The investors might not be satisfied, but Xiao Wanqiu wanted to advance and retreat with Lin Fan. Lin Fan had never seen such a cute and pretty girl before. Lin Fan could have been a god-level nouveau riche quietly, but he chose to enter the entertainment industry. Because Lin Fan knew that Xiao Wanqiu's dream was to be a good actor and produce good works. No matter how much trouble she would face in the entertainment industry, Lin Fan would help Xiao Wanqiu go further and further on the things she liked. She liked to film dramas and movies, so he would accompany her and perform wonderful works. At night, in a large restaurant, Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang, Lin Jingjing, Lu Benkai, Lu Mao, and the other staff went to the investors' cocktail party. On the surface, the gala was to celebrate the filming of this television drama, but no one knew what the big boss was thinking. The big boss of the investor this time was the boss of Qianling Economic Media, Chen Hongguang, CEO Chen. Good evening. CEO Chen smiled and sat down. He was slightly fat and had a fat beer belly. He looked to be in his 50s and didn't look very kind. Hello, CEO Chen, Su Yang said politely. Hello, CEO Chen. Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing were also very polite. This was a public place, and in front of them was the big boss of the investor. No artiste was willing to offend the boss of the investor. There were already unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. If anyone dared to offend the investor's boss, it would be very tragic. Some female artistes in the entertainment industry could only be forced to stand with big bosses and take photos with them. Sometimes they would even be hugged by big bosses and could only swallow their anger. Seeing the beautiful Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing, CEO Chen smiled. They were indeed pretty. How could Xiao Wanqiu be so beautiful? She was much prettier than other female celebrities and was very pure. Most importantly, she had never kissed anyone before. Come, let's have a drink first to celebrate the filming of this television drama. CEO Li picked up a glass of wine and smiled at everyone. Su Yang picked up a glass of wine and down. Lu Mao and Lu Benkai also drank a glass of wine. As for Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing, they did not drink. Seeing that the three girls were not drinking, CEO Chen's smile gradually disappeared. Come. Give CEO Chen face. A sip is fine, the big man in black beside CEO Chen said. Although he seemed to be very polite to the three girls, he had a forced nature. Is it okay if I just have a sip? Su Xiaoyu stepped out first and looked at CEO Chen. She still didn't know CEO Chen's attitude, nor did she know why CEO Chen didn't invite Lin Fan to this gala. It was fine to drink a mouthful of wine at the opening of the event as a way to give the investor faith. However, it would be too much if he continued to force them to drink. They came here mainly to see what CEO Chen was up to. Su Xiaoyu was very cute at home and played around everywhere. Outside, Su Xiaoyu would protect Xiao Wanqiu and Lin Jingjing. Even a dog would bite when it was anxious. Sure. CEO Chen spoke. Other than the small episode at the opening of the event, nothing else happened. CEO Chen didn't talk about Lin Fan. He just chatted with everyone. It was just that during the entire gala, CEO Chen would look at Xiao Wanqiu from time to time. This made Xiao Wanqiu feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to the washroom, Xiao Wanqiu said and stood up. Sister Wanqiu, I'll accompany you. Su Xiaoyu stood up sensibly. When Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu returned from the washroom and walked to the corridor, a man in a black suit, the man in black beside CEO Chen just now, stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Miss Xiao Wanqiu, CEO Chen wants me to tell you something privately. May I ask if Miss Su Xiaoyu can leave first? The man in black asked. All right, then you two can chat first. Su Xiaoyu blinked, but she secretly turned on the recording pen she had prepared in her hand and placed it in Xiao Wanqiu's pocket. This was a 5-star hotel, and the security was very good. No one dared to do anything to her in broad daylight. After Su Xiaoyu left, the man in black looked at Xiao Wanqiu and said, Miss Xiao Wanqiu, our CEO Chen is very interested in your acting skills and wants to see the moon with you tonight and discuss about acting. Is that okay? Otherwise, CEO Chen might feel that your acting skills aren't good enough and might be a little dissatisfied. The man in black was very tactful. Xiao Wanqiu immediately understood. This was a common unspoken rule in the entertainment industry. The biggest investor of the script this time, CEO Chen, wanted to sleep with her, and the meaning of the threat was very obvious. If she refused, CEO Chen would deliberately say that her acting skills were not good enough and take the opportunity to replace the female lead in Joy of Life. Even Yuehua Entertainment would not easily offend investors who could produce 200 million yuan in cash. Hence, in the entertainment industry, many celebrities would swallow their anger and be forced to compromise. They could only choose between their future and their innocence. Xiao Wanqiu replied decisively, no. After saying that, Xiao Wanqiu went to hold Su Xiaoyu's hand. Xiao Wanqiu understood everything. This new investor, CEO Chen, was not targeting Lin Fan but her. She also knew that if she rejected him, she would probably not be able to be the female lead of this drama. But so what? Her first kiss, her first time, they should all be for the person she loved the most. If she was willing to compromise, she wouldn't have stopped filming for a year. She had her own principle. She could not compromise with anyone. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu walked along the corridor, her eyes turning red. This was the script that Lin Fan had painstakingly written for her. She cherished it. She just wanted to be Lin Fan's female lead. However, why did the heavens want to snatch away this opportunity? This was not what she wanted. Su Xiaoyu held Xiao Wanqiu's arm and was very angry. She stomped her feet. The cucumber that she had just stolen was also broken by her. Su Xiaoyu picked up her phone and sent Lin Fan a message. Su Xiaoyu, Master, Qian Hongguang bullied Sister Wanqiu and wanted to sleep with her. I even secretly recorded it. I have evidence. After seeing the news, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He threw his phone into the car, swung the door shut, and stepped on the accelerator. The engine of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire roared to life as he drove it straight out the front door of Blue Wave Bay. Screw Chen Hongguang. He wrote the script and was willing to be the male lead. He did not want to be a salted fish anymore because he wanted to protect Xiao Wanqiu's development in the entertainment industry. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of anything. He wasn't afraid of any investors targeting him. But if anyone wanted to target Xiao Wanqiu, then don't blame him for not being polite. When Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu returned to the gala, CEO Chen's attitude changed slightly. CEO Chen did not expect that a female artiste would dare to reject his request. This way, he could find a random reason to replace Xiao Wanqiu as the female lead. This was Chen Hongguang's true intention. Come, everyone, have another drink. This wine is a good wine that I bought. Everyone has to drink it tonight. If you don't drink it, you're not giving me faith. CEO Chen raised his glass as if nothing had happened. Su Yang had no choice but to drink a glass of wine. Lu Benkai and Lu liked to drink wine, and they were used to such gathering. They also started to drink. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were indifferent. Come, Wanqiu, drink. CEO Chen raised his cup and looked at Xiao Wanqiu. I can't drink. Xiao Wanqiu refused. That won't do. You have to drink. Are you looking down on me? CEO Chen smiled coldly and picked up the wine glass. The burly man in black who was looking for Xiao Wanqiu also said, if CEO Chen wants you to drink, drink. Su Yang stood up and took the glass. Wanqiu really can't drink. CEO Chen, why don't I drink for her? Didn't you understand? What I want to say is to let Xiao Wanqiu drink this glass of wine. Are you drinking or not? CEO Chen held the wine glass and stood up. He looked at Xiao Wanqiu. His attitude was no longer as friendly as before. The other investors also looked at Xiao Wanqiu coldly. Sister Wanqiu said that she can't drink. Su Xiaoyu held Xiao Wanqiu's hand tightly. Damn it, I'll want you to drink. Don't you understand? CEO Chen sneered. Or do you not want to be the female lead in Joy of Life? CEO Chen. Su Yang had just opened his mouth to speak. Shut up. CEO Chen looked at Su Yang coldly. Su Yang was stunned and did not dare to speak anymore. 7 sit n velb /n dot c / m for L test vels offending CEO Chen today was equivalent to offending many investors. The bosses of various big investors knew each other. Once they offended one, their future career would be affected. Just then, one person walked into the banquet hall alone. When he appeared, everyone's attention was on him. His arrival gave her a sense of security. When Xiao Wanqiu saw him, she strongly suppressed the urge to cry. Lin Fan was here. Lin Fan walked in front of Xiao Wanqiu and shielded her behind him. His calm voice sounded, but it gave people a high sense of security. Lin Fan held Chen Hongguang's arm. Didn't she say that she can't drink? Or are you deaf? For a moment, CEO Chen felt that he could no longer move his arm. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? CEO Chen said as he looked at Lin Fan. The burly man in black beside him immediately attacked. F***CKU, can't you see that CEO Chen is talking? Since when is it your turn to talk in front of him? The man in black threw a punch at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's right hand blocked his punch. He grabbed with his right hand and swung it. A right hook hit the burly man's sternum accurately. There was a crack. The man in black fell to the ground. You, the man in black said. He hadn't expected that the skinny Lin Fan would be able to punch him to the ground. CHCK for EWST rise on no/V/L/bin. C0M. Lin Fan didn't even look at the man in black on the ground. From the start to the end, Lin Fan's expression didn't change at all. Everyone was stunned by what happened. From the moment he walked in, Lin Fan's aura had already surpassed everyone here. Su Yang's obsequiousness and Lu Benkai's trepidation were completely different from Lin Fan's aura. It was as if the entire gala was under Lin Fan's control. This was a sense of security. Waiter, 100 bottles of white wine, please. Heard that you like to persuade girls to drink. I'm free today and I wanted to treat you to a drink. If you can't finish it, you won't give me Lin Fan face. Lin Fan held CEO Chen's arm. CEO Chen still couldn't move. Come, CEO Chen, drink. Lin Fan held CEO Chen's arm and controlled it step by step. Lin Fan, what right do you have to make me drink? What can you do to me if I don't drink? What kind of person was CEO Chen? He looked at Lin Fan with anger. As the big boss of Chenling Economic Media, when had he ever been treated like this? Wasn't he just persuading Xiao Wanqiu to drink wine and forcing her to drink a few glasses of white wine? What was wrong with that? When Lin Fan heard that, he just smiled coldly. There were 100 bottles of white wine on the table. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of white wine and threw it at the table expressionless. Bang! There was a loud and clear sound. The bottle shattered and wine splashed everywhere. F***CK. Want you to drink. Don't you understand? Lin Fan was still expressionless. He was holding a broken wine bottle. Want to sleep with Xiao Wanqiu? Want to keep making Xiao Wanqiu drink? Have you asked for my permission? No one knew what Lin Fan was going to do next. Everyone was stunned by his aura. Lin Fan had trained his body since he was young. Even though he didn't know any martial arts, he could definitely deal with ordinary people. Security. Chen Hongguang shouted. What shocked Chen Hongguang was that none of the hotel's security guards came to help. All the security guards and waiters were very respectful to Lin Fan. The new era Lixing Hotel had branches all over Shanghai. As the top 5-star hotel, every waiter here knew Lin Fan. Lin Fan was the second largest shareholder of this company. If CEO Chen has any problems, you can look for me. This hotel is mine. Are you drinking or not? Lin Fan said calmly. He picked up the broken bottle and pointed at Chen Hongguang's head. T'll drink, I'll drink. Isn't it just drinking? CEO Chen looked at Lin Fan's aura and was a little shocked. Lin Fan was actually a major shareholder of this hotel. Then, Lin Fan's foundation might be. Come. Continue. Next bottle. Lin Fan smiled without any expression. Lin Fan, why don't we? Suyang was just about to say something. After all, Lin Fan was offending the biggest investor of Joy of Life. Shut up. Lin Fan didn't even look at Suyang. After Xiao Qian drank 4 bottles of wine, he started to vomit. Lin Fan put down his hand and grabbed Xia Wanqiu's arm, walking towards the door. At the same time, Xiao Qian, who was behind them, said, Lin Fan, Xia Wanqiu, you're the male and female leads of this drama, right? I just need one sentence to make you guys unable to be the male and female lead. I'll also let you guys know the price you have to pay. I'll terminate my contract with Yuehua Entertainment, and you guys won't be able to obtain investors like me anymore. Lin Fan turned around. The script is mine. Do I need you to be the investor? Do I need you to decide who can be the male and female leads? Alright, if you want to kill me, hurry up. Otherwise, if you bully my people, I will kill you first tomorrow. Lin Fan said he would never compromise with anyone. Since Chen Hongguang had made Xia Wangyu suffer and wanted to sleep with her, Lin Fan didn't have to be polite to Chen Hongguang. If he dared to come here, he wasn't afraid of falling out with Chen Hongguang. Furthermore, Lin Fan wouldn't give his opponent any chance to take revenge on him. If he said that he wanted to kill Chenling Economic Media in a day, he had to do it. This was a society ruled by law. Lin Fan wouldn't kill anyone, much less hit someone. Even if he hit the man in black, it was the man in black who attacked him first. Lin Fan's method of making Chen Hongguang drink was also Lin Fan treating him to wine. There were no legal loopholes. Kill me in a day? You're just a small screenwriter and a small celebrity. Even if you're a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel, so what if you have a deep background? I want to see how you can kill me in one day. Xiao Qian smiled coldly. Lin Fan didn't say anything else. He just held Xia Wanqiu's arm and walked out of the entrance of Chenling Economic Media openly. No one spoke. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Lin Fan told Chen Hongguang in front of everyone that he would definitely destroy a company worth more than $1 billion in a day. Whether Lin Fan could do it or not, Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing only felt that Lin Fan was so domineering. Lin Fan, who had just been at the gala, was completely different from Suyang. When Lin Fan did things, he wouldn't consider the consequence. What he wanted was only justice. What he wanted was for Xia Wanqiu to not be bullied. This also meant that the investment plan for Lin Fan's Joy of Life had completely failed. What they might have to face next was the withdrawal of funds from the investors. The script could no longer be filmed, and the company might even face immense pressure. In the entertainment industry, there were only 2 paths to take, either to compromise or resist and be buried. Lin Fan gave the third option. That was, he would kill whoever wanted him dead. Xia Wangyu's beautiful eyes were slightly red. Every single word and expression of Lin Fan's were imprinted in her mind. This was her desk mate Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I can leave the entertainment industry with you and never act again. Chen Hongguang won't dare to do anything to us. Xia Wangyu lowered her head and said softly, making a girl touched was simple. Stand by her side when she needed help the most. Lin Fan had done it. Xia Wangyu knew the consequences of offending investors. Even a top artiste with her own independent company might not dare to offend their investors easily. For someone like her, if she offended the investor, what she would face next would be endless revenge from the investor. Lin Fan smiled and patted Xia Wanqiu's head. He said gently, believe me, with me around, in this world, no one can bully you. But Xia Wanqiu looked up at Lin Fan. Your man is very amazing. Lin Fan smiled confidently. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Who's your woman? Scumbag, don't spout nonsense. Xia Wanqiu's face turned red. Even at this moment, Lin Fan was still bullying her. Just joking. Don't worry. I'll kill Chenling Economic Media in a day. Lin Fan said seriously. Liar. Xia Wangyu stuck out her tongue. Chenling Economic Media was also a company with a market value of more than $1 billion. Chen Hongguang was even more experienced. How could it be easy to kill him? Let's make a bet, said Lin Fan with a smile. Bet on what? Xia Wangyu looked at Lin Fan. If twin, you'll sleep at my house. If you win, I'll sleep at your house, said Lin Fan. Meow. Meow, stupid Lin Fan. You're daydreaming. Xia Wangyu sat in Lin Fan's passenger seat. No matter what the final result was, she was still very happy. The way Lin Fan protected her was really handsome. Just like in high school, there were gangsters who wanted to stop her. Then Lin Fan came. He chased the gangsters away and sent her home every day. Xia Wanqiu thought of the stories that happened in high school and felt sweet in her heart. Whether it was in the past or now, the person beside her had always been Lin Fan. If only he could be like this forever. Just like that, Xia Wanqiu fell asleep in Lin Fan's car. The car stopped in front of Xia Wanqiu's house. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wanqiu, who had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, and his heart felt warm. With such a girl by his side, it was worth it no matter what he did. Lin Fan took off a coat and draped it over Xia Wanqiu. He picked her up and walked towards her house. Lin Fan smiled. Although he was just hugging her waist and legs, he could still feel a soft sensation. Felt good. If he could move up a little more, he would be able to touch her chest. However, Lin Fan still resisted the urge. He wouldn't take advantage of girl, much less bully them while they were sleeping. He brought her upstairs and opened the door. Yang Qing was in the room. When she saw Xia Wanqiu, Yang Qing was shocked. The 2 youngsters did not even exercise restraint when they were together. Why was she so tired that she fell asleep? Visit v3lb/n.cm for new OVL Sister Yang. I'll leave Chocho in your care. I'm gonna busy myself first. Something happened today. You'll know when you ask Xiaoyu. Lin Fan smiled and carried Xia Wangyu to the bed. Alright, is Wanqiu alright? Yang Qing asked and covered Xia Wangyu with the blanket. With me around, everything will be fine. After Lin Fan said that, he walked out and drove the Bugatti home. If he said that he wanted to kill Qianling Economic Media in a day, Lin Fan wouldn't delay it. An entertainment company worth billions? Lin Fan didn't care. It was enough to start with Chen Hongguang and his company. Then, Lin Fan called the boss of Yunhang Technologies, Yun Chen. Brother Lin, why did you only remember to call me now? Is there a problem? I'll help you settle it. Yun Chen laughed and said, Brother Yun, I'm not joking. I've indeed met with some trouble. Can I ask you a favor? Lin Fan asked seriously. When Yun Chen heard Lin Fan's tone, his expression turned serious. He knew that Lin Fan wasn't joking. Brother Lin, what happened? Lin Fan said, do you know Qianling Economic Media? The boss is Chen Hongguang. When Yun Chen heard that, he nodded. Isn't that an entertainment company that has just risen in the past 2 years? I've never heard of the boss, Chen Hongguang. Lin Fan said, I want to destroy this company in a day at all costs. Brother Yun, do you have any ideas? Yun Chen smoked a cigarette and his eyes narrowed. Brother Lin, are you serious? Lin Fan smiled. Do I seem like I'm joking? Yun Chen said, Brother Lin, I should mourn for this Chen Hongguang for 3 minutes. To be remembered by you, this company probably won't be able to go far. It's very difficult to destroy a company worth a few billion though. Lin Fan nodded and said, Brother Yun, I know it's very difficult but I have a way. First, check on Chen Hongguang. Check all his information and which company's artistes he has worked with before. I think he must have slept with many female celebrities. Second, check if any artistes under Chen Hongguang have been banned. If there are, find a way to get their contact details and collect evidence. Third, check all of Chen Hongguang's relatives and his company's business dealing. Then, check on the tax filings of this company and do a complete check. There are still many other ways. Leave it to me. Brother Yun, you should have a lot of technical talents on your side. Help me out. Tonight, we'll investigate the entire Qianling Economic Media. Tomorrow, I want this company to be completely banned. Lin Fan said with a serious expression. He definitely wouldn't give Chen Hongguang any time to react. Lin Fan had to do what he said. As for the loss of an investor for Joy of Life, Lin Fan wasn't worried. He would be the investor of the drama Joy of Life. After Yun Chen heard that, he said, Brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely help you find something tonight. I seem to have heard of this Chen Hongguang before. Once I have any information, I will inform you. Alright, then I'll get back to work. Lin Fan hung up. After hanging up the call, CEO Li from Yuehua Entertainment called as well. There was no doubt that Chen Hongguang's 200 million yuan investment had been withdrawn. Once the investors withdrew their funds, the filming of the television series would be completely affected. Whether it was actors or directors, they all had a schedule. If he delayed it for a day, the filming of the television drama would also be delayed for a day. The relevant spokesperson and other investors might not be satisfied. Logically speaking, the fault of the investors withdrawing their funds would be on the actors. If an actor caused a drama to be unable to be filmed, the company might ban them to appease those investors. Lin Fan took this opportunity to see what CEO Li's attitude was. Hello, CEO Li. I'm Lin Fan, said Lin Fan. I'll know everything that happened today. I want to tell you, F***CK Chen Hongguang, F***CK Qianling Economic Media. He thinks he's a big shot? Brother Lin, you did well tonight. So what if it's an investor? Can an investor bully our company's young lady? Brother Lin, if you want to kill this company, count me in. The entire Yuehua will support you. I also promise you here that the company will protect the artistes under us and won't let Wanqiu suffer like this again. As for the investors, we'll think of another way. Can we not film this television series even without his investment? CEO Li said. The moment he spoke, he expressed Yuehua's attitude. Between Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu and the investors, Yuehua would naturally choose Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu. Furthermore, CEO Li had heard about Lin Fan's performance tonight. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of Chen Hongguang's revenge at all. Until now. Even CEO Li didn't know how deep Lin Fan's background was. Someone who wasn't afraid of a company worth more than 1 billion yuan. One could imagine what kind of background he had. Discover EW chapters at novelby.co. Lin Fan's asset capabilities, and any one of them were definitely not inferior to that of Qianling Economic Media. In CEO Li's opinion, Chen Hongguang had really kicked an iron plate this time. CEO Li could also tell very clearly. Lin Fan's personal assets were worth at least tens of billions. With so many assets, Lin Fan's true background was unfathomable. Even without these backgrounds, Lin Fan's ability to write scripts was enough for the company to take him seriously. Furthermore, Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu's relationship was so good. CEO Li could already predict the tragic state of Qianling Economic Media. This would be Lin Fan's first time taking action. Therefore, in the middle of the night, CEO Li immediately expressed Yuehua's attitude. If Lin Fan created an entertainment company and took Xia Wanqiu away, Yuehua Entertainment would really lose out. Brother Lin, is there anything I can help you with? CEO Li smiled. Not for now. CEO Li, you just have to help me protect Qiuqiu. Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan wasn't from Yuehua Entertainment. He had always been Yuehua's screenwriter in name. A top screenwriter was just a reasonable title to stay in the company. Even the filming of the film Joy of Life was a separate contract. Of course, such a thing had already happened before the remuneration of the film was confirmed. Brother Lin, don't worry. If anyone dares to have any bad thoughts about the celebrities in our company, The company will attack them with all their might and guarantee the safety of the celebrities. CEO Lee promised Lin Fan again. After hanging up, CEO Lee heaved a sigh of relief. He would rather offend an investor worth a few billion than Lin Fan. CEO Lee, what should we do? A male assistant stood beside CEO Lee and bowed slightly. TL wait for a day. 1 day later, if Lin Fan can't take down Qianling Economic Media, Yuehua will personally take action. I don't believe we won't be able to kill him. He actually wanted to use unspoken rules on our company. Precious artiste. CEO Li slammed the table angrily. CEO Li attached great importance to Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Could be said that CEO Li single-handedly made Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu famous. Although Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu still had a lot of room for improvement, CEO Li would not force them to do things they did not want to do. In CEO Li's opinion, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were the company's future. There was also Lin Jingjing, who had just started her career. She sang well and had great potential. It was CEO Li's dream to nurture celebrities and push the entire country's acting industry forward. In the end, an investor actually dared to bully Xiao Wangyu. Was he courting death? Did they really think that Yuehua Entertainment was the same as those ordinary small entertainment companies? Also, during this period of time, increase the number of bodyguards and protect the female artists in our company, CEO Li said and made a decision. D*MN, those investors can come if they want to. All of them are so arrogant. We've already given them face and they still want to use the unspoken rules and make the entertainment industry foul. It's as though I won't be able to film a television drama without them. If they don't come, I'll personally spend money to invest. CEO Li was also a little angry. Although Yuehua was still far from being the best artiste company, when it came to principles, CEO Li would never give in, much less give pressure to the artists under him. On the other side, Su Xiaoyu made a call. Why does our good daughter have time to call dad? Were the tens of millions of yuan in pocket money I transferred you last week not enough? Do I need to transfer you a few hundred million yuan more? The middle-aged man's voice rang. Aya, dad, I have something to tell you, Su Xiaoyu said coquettishly. Tell me, why do you want to be a celebrity? Isn't it better to go home and inherit our family fortune? Or did someone bully our precious princess? The middle-aged man said. Su Xiaoyu pouted. Dad, I'm very awesome. I'm already a big star now. The middle-aged man chuckled. Yes. My baby daughter is the best. Yu Xiaoyu continued. Dad, that's a given. Recently, someone bullied me and wanted to sleep with me. I'm very angry. Who? The middle-aged man was stunned, and even his tone changed. Is that Qianling Economic Media? The boss is called Qian Hongguang. He's so annoying, Su Xiaoyu said sweetly. What the F***, Qianling Economic Media, right? How dare they want to sleep with my daughter? Xiaoyu, wait and see, your father will F*** King kill him. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeve. Yu Xiaoyu blinked. Dad, don't worry. Let's wait for a day. If that company is still alive after a day, I'll ask Dad for help. Why wait a day? I won't say anything else. If he dares to bully you, I'll kill him today, the middle-aged man said. No, Dad is the best. Wait a day. I'll kill him myself. Su Xiaoyu revealed a cute smile. By the way, Dad, you can collect information about this company. If you have information, you can send it to me. Sure. Let me know when you need me. Also, when can you find a boyfriend outside to bring home? The middle-aged man patted his chest. Dad, it's not easy to find a boyfriend. Su Xiaoyu sounded aggrieved. All right. As fine as long as you're happy. There's no need to care about the man's family fortune. Our family doesn't care about being well-matched in social status. Anyway, no matter how rich the man is, he won't be as rich as your dad. Who wouldn't like my daughter who's so beautiful? As for that company, Dad will help you gather information. The middle-aged man looked very proud. Mua, Dad dotes on me the most. Bye. Su Xiaoyu hung up. Su Xiaoyu knew that the other party wanted to sleep with Xiao Wangyu and knew that this matter was unrelated to her father. However, when she complained to her father, she immediately changed the way she spoke about this matter. This was because Su Xiaoyu also wanted to kill Qian Hongguang. Master, Xiaoyu is still very amazing. If you can't destroy that company, I'll help you secretly behind your back. Su Xiaoyu was holding a banana in her mouth. She was wearing pajamas and lying on the bed. Her snow-white legs were together, making countless men salivate. And in Qianling Economic Media, Qian Hongguang lay on a soft bed with a cigarette in his mouth and two women with heavy makeup in his arm. Qian Hongguang was on the phone, looking very confident. Lin Fan only has this background? You usually ride a lousy tricycle and open a restaurant. You're just a small newcomer screenwriter, and your biggest background is a small shareholder of a billion-dollar hotel. What are you being so arrogant for? I thought you were so awesome. Do you think you can soar to the sky just because you're the male lead? Without our company's investment, you still want to shoot a successful television drama? TM just gonna lie here today. I want to see how you're going to kill me in a day. The next day, Lin Fan signed in on time. It was said that if one signed in, they could achieve whatever they wanted. If Lin Fan had more martial arts skills, he could protect himself and Xiao Wangyu better. System, it's time to show your ability. Even if he couldn't learn more martial arts, it was good to get a few $100 million in cash. That way, Lin Fan could invest in joy of life. Until now, Lin Fan only had about $100 million in cash. The rest were fixed assets that couldn't be sold. To Lin Fan, the most urgent thing was money. If he had a lot of money, would he need other companies to invest in him? He wouldn't need them. Heavens, earth, even if I couldn't obtain awesome martial arts, I could still get a few 100 million yuan in cash, right? Otherwise, if he didn't have money, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to take out 200 million yuan to invest in the script. How could the stupid author continue making up stories? Lin Fan had long seen through the tricks of the system. It was time for the two things he needed the most to come. Ding. Signed in successfully. Congratulations to Master for obtaining 3 lottery tickets. The first lottery ticket is a cash lottery ticket. You can receive any amount from 1 to 10 million yuan in cash. The second lottery ticket is a physical object lottery ticket. You can receive a helicopter, an artificial island, a $1 trillion sports car, a $1 trillion mansion, and so on. The third lottery ticket is a random lottery ticket. Due to the low probability of drawing something good in the past, the system has automatically increased the chance of drawing. Master has a 90% chance of drawing something good. With the explanation of the system, Lin Fan understood everything. As expected, the system would give him whatever he wanted. Surely the lottery this time would not be like before. This was a 90% chance of winning something good. Come on, $1 billion in cash and some good stuff like a plane. Ding, the draw is successful. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 1,000 yuan. Ding, the draw is successful. Congratulations, Master, for drawing a bottle of Mizone worth 4 yuan. Lin Fan collapsed onto the bed and sighed. What happened to the routine? The common routine in novels shouldn't be like this. Lin Fan felt a little bitter. Other masters would draw good things and reach the peak of their lives. His system had been scamming him. What was the use of 1,000 yuan in cash? Lin Fan's daily bank interest was about $15,000. As for a bottle of Mizone, was it special just because it was worth 4 yuan? What happened to the 90% chance of winning something good? Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining perfect acting skills, God level. The system's voice sounded. Lin Fan finally accepted this fact. It seemed like it was impossible to get a lot of cash through the system. Dog system, dog draw probability. It was impossible to draw something good at the lottery. He could only barely maintain his life with his own 2 hands. Since that was the case, Lin Fan no longer placed his hopes on the system. With so many skills, he could earn a lot of money. Unknowingly, it was already 8 a.m. in the morning. At the same time, Yun Qian called. Lin Fan took a look. All right, there was information. Brother Lin, I have to say that your judgment is too accurate. If I were alone, I really wouldn't know how to deal with this Qian Hongguang. We've already found out. Qian Hongguang has a criminal record to begin with, and he used his position to sleep with no less than 20 female artistes. Of course, some female artistes rejected him and were banned by the company. According to what you said, we'll follow the clues and investigate. Fine if we don't investigate, but once we do, we'll be shocked. Qian Hongguang once threatened a female artiste, but she didn't agree and he even forced her to have sex with him. After that, he even banned her. This can already be considered rape. We spent more than 2 million yuan to bail that female artiste out and finally obtained this information. We even have voice evidence recorded from that time. In addition, we have also discovered that something is wrong after checking on Qianling Economic Media. This company uses shooting lousy films and other methods to launder money. There is plenty of evidence of tax evasion. If we take out all this evidence, it will be enough to completely crush Qian Hongguang and this company. Yun Qian said excitedly. It was easier said than done to destroy a company, but their company had such a talent who could find so much information. It was precisely because of this that Yun Qian seized the opportunity and could crush them in one go. Alright, there are even videos of Qian Hongguang and some female artistes here. Brother Lin, do you want to take a look? I have to admit that those female artistes have pretty good figures, Yun Qian said with a smile. No need. I'm not interested in those female artistes. Lin Fan shook his head. He never watched those pornography films. No matter how pretty those girls were, they couldn't compare to Xia Wanqiu. Their figures weren't as good as hers and their breasts weren't as big as hers either. There was no way to compare. Brother Yun, thank you very much. Send me all the information. As for how much you spent, I'll transfer it to you, said Lin Fan. He wouldn't let Yun Qian help for nothing. Brother Lin, I've already sent it to your email. As for the money, do you think I'm that kind of person? I heard that you're a great chef. One day you can just treat me to a big meal. Let's have a drink together. Yun Qian laughed and didn't care about the millions at all. At this level, Yun Qian felt that the most important thing was favor. To be able to let Lin Fan owe him a favor was much more important than the million. At the end of the day, it was because of Lin Fan's value that Yun Qian valued him. Aha, no problem. I'll treat you and sister-in-law to a feast one day. I'll arrange for abalones, lobsters, red wine, and so on, said Lin Fan with a smile. He would remember this favor. Alright, if you need any help, look for me again. Yun Qian happily hung up. Lin Fan opened his email and looked through all the information that had been sent over. Lin Fan immediately contacted CEO Li and sent all the information over. When CEO Li saw this news, he was a little shocked. He found so much information in 12 hours, and it was all solid evidence. Brother Lin has really broadened my horizon. You're indeed not an ordinary person. Seeing so much information, CEO Li was a little surprised. He knew that Lin Fan's background couldn't be underestimated. Now that he saw so much information, CEO Li was deeply shocked. Lin Fan was indeed not an ordinary person. CEO Li, I'll leave the rest to you, said Lin Fan with a smile. Understood. With this evidence, Qian Hongguang and Qianling Economic Media will definitely die today, CEO Li replied. After Lin Fan was done, he drove the Bugatti to the office. It was time to start a new day. It did not matter if there was one less investor. Visit no v3lb/n. CM for nouveau, he would be the male lead and Xiao Wangyu would still be the female lead. He would be the investor of the new drama Joy of Life. And half an hour later, on Weibo, 3 trending topics had officially reached the top. The Public Security Bureau was activated at the same time. There was concrete evidence. What they did next was to arrest someone. The first trending topic was Qianling Economic Media evaded tax worth 80 million. The second trending topic was Chen Hongguang uses unspoken rules on female artistes. The third trending topic, Qianling Economic Media's boss suspected of rape. The 3 trending topics instantly caused a huge uproar. And there was plenty of evidence. These pieces of news almost exploded on the internet. Countless netizens cursed F***ck. Chen Hongguang. It's this kind of person who destroys the entertainment industry. This person seems to have committed rape. We have to arrest him. We must give him the death sentence. The death sentence must be carried out immediately. These 2 trending topics that suddenly appeared almost took the life of Qianling Economic Media immediately, and it attracted the attention of the country. The evidence was conclusive. Chen Hongguang's crimes would require him to be jailed for at least 10 years. At this moment, Chen Hongguang was still lying on the bed quietly. Just like that? Didn't you promise to let me die in a day? Am I not still alive and well now? Chen Hongguang smiled. He rarely committed any crimes. At most, he had evaded taxes and slept with a few female artistes. How could ordinary people notice these things? Even if he wanted to contact those female artistes that he had raped, who else could contact them other than him? As for the evidence of his company's tax evasion, it had long been cleaned up by him. Furthermore, Lin Fan was just a small restaurant owner and a hotel shareholder. What could he do? Lin Fan, I'm waiting here. If you can't kill me, I'm gonna kill you next. Chen Hongguang's eyes shone with a cold glint. Xiao Chen, look. A woman beside him looked at the Weibo trending topics on her phone and was stunned. What should I look at? Chen Hongguang looked at his phone and was shocked. He broke out in cold sweat. The deepest things he had hidden all along had actually been dug out. How was this possible? Find the new ST ovals on n//velbin.com. Hadn't he already destroyed all the evidence? And now they were all trending on Weibo. There was probably only one person who did it. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, F***ck your mother. Chen Hongguang felt a chill down his spine. He remembered Lin Fan's word. He would kill him in a day and destroy his entire company. He thought that Lin Fan was just bragging. Who knew that in just 12 hours, he had already gone onto Weibo's trending topic list. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. The police were here. Chen Hongguang's eyes were filled with pain. He only felt a hint of shock. B***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Chen Hongguang got up and stood beside the window, but he did not have the courage to jump down. This was the 28th floor. Chen Hongguang closed his eyes in pain. His face was pale as he sat down. Powerlessly, he had offended the wrong person. Who would have known that Lin Fan was really that awesome? If he said that he would kill him in a day, it would definitely not exceed 2 days. If he didn't want to sleep with Xiao Wanqiu and help Joy Media replace the female lead, this wouldn't have happened. The total charges for his 2 crimes would mean he had to spend at least 10 years in jail. Now, his fate, future, and career were all completely destroyed. At the same time, the news of Chen Hongguang being arrested was also trending on Weibo. Such news quickly spread to Yuehua Entertainment. D***MN. Lin Fan is way too awesome. He's too handsome. He really caused that Qianling Economic Media to close down. Wow. I used to know that Lin Fan was just a restaurant owner and screenwriter. Now I know that Lin Fan is so cool. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so outstanding. Many celebrities were filled with respect and admiration for Lin Fan. Lin Fan had completely become a celebrity in the company. There were many girls in the entertainment industry who would face such a problem, but Lin Fan was the first to solve it so directly. Even Su Yang was shocked by Lin Fan. What Lin Fan could do, he couldn't. He might compromise before investors, but Lin Fan wouldn't. Su Yang finally understood the difference between him and Lin Fan. Perhaps this was why Xiao Wanqiu treated Lin Fan so specially. Su Yang sighed. He was completely convinced. Luckily, he did not become Lin Fan's enemy, or else Su Yang would have been scared. Lin Fan looked very handsome and was just an ordinary screenwriter. But in reality, Lin Fan was a true big boss in the company. He had hundreds of millions of assets and was also the second largest shareholder of New Lixing Hotel. He had a close relationship with Yunhang Technologies, a big company, and was also someone CEO Li wanted to rope in. Most importantly, Lin Fan was Xiao Wanqiu's middle and high school deskmate. If he wanted to compete with Lin Fan, his starting point would have been different. Su Xiaoyu ran to Xiao Wanqiu's office and said in surprise, "Sister Wanqiu, Master really did it. Master is amazing." Xiao Wanqiu had also taken a closer look at Weibo. She raised her beautiful eyes and smiled lightly. She did not speak, but her heart was warm. It was great to have him around. In the Joy of Life film crew, producer Lu looked at the many actors present excitedly. Everyone, although there's one less investor, the investment problem of our television series has been completely resolved. Lin Fan will be our company's largest investor. He will be investing in the drama Joy of Life. The investment amount will be 100 million. It's still lacking from the total investment we made previous. Everyone's remuneration must be reduced slightly. But after this television series becomes popular, Everyone will get a good share of the profit. Mr. Lu smiled. Everyone looked at each other, the admiration in their eyes deepening. That was 100 million. If it was an investment by a big company, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Lin Fan alone had invested 100 million. Many celebrities might have hundreds of millions in assets, but it was very difficult to have 100 million in liquid funds. Su Yang secretly gave him a thumbs up. As expected of a big boss who could drive a sports car worth hundreds of million, he casually invested 100 million. Awesome, if Brother Fan can protect us in the future, who would dare to bully people from our company? Brother Fan is amazing. Not only did he write a script for us, he even became the male lead and is now the biggest investor in our movie. It's fine if the remuneration is lower, as long as we can act out this script. Well, forget having my remuneration lowered, I would even be willing to be paid nothing. Brother Fan's script is too wonderful. It's my honor to be able to act in this drama. The producer, Lu Mao, and the director, Lu Benkai, were all a little pleased. In reality, Qian Hongguang's attitude that day made them very unhappy. Damn, they even dared to bully Xia Wanqiu. Although Mr. Lu and Lu Benkai were a producer and director respectively, the two of them were Xia Wanqiu's fan. Although the script for this drama was very good, because the male lead was Lin Fan, many investors were unwilling to invest in it. But those investors didn't know that Lin Fan was the soul of this drama. Since the outside world was not optimistic about joy of life, then let them use this television drama to shock the entire entertainment industry. The roles of the actors in the television drama Joy of Life were finally decided. The male lead, Lin Fan. The female lead, Xia Wangyu. Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and the others were all important supporting actors. There were also some other famous actors and veteran actors who were also involved in the filming of this television drama. Among them was the famous teacher Chun Qing, who played the role of the Qing Emperor in Joy of Life. New ST rise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Chun Qing's acting skills were very good, and he was even an old actor recognized by the country and countless audience. Hence, many people called him Teacher Chun Qing. Other than that, there was also the old actor Teacher Wu. He was also very important. In Joy of Life, the female lead, Lin Wanner, the Qing Emperor, Chun Pingping, the eldest princess, Fan Ruoruo, Wang Qinian, Si Lily, Fan Xija, and other important characters, all had important relationships with the male lead and required very good acting skills to pull off well. And these characters were all played by actors with very good acting skill. Only Lin Fan was a newcomer. Lin Fan drove to the filming location. Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu were sitting in the same car. Meow, meow, what are you thinking about? Xia Wangyu looked at Lin Fan curiously. TM going to film in a while. It's also my first time acting in my life. Lin Fan smiled and looked at the girl beside him. Point one. Well, you're the male lead of this drama. Whether it can become popular or not will depend on you. Xia Wangyu blinked and smiled sweetly. You're the female lead in this drama, you know. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wangyu. Of course, if the two of us work together, we'll definitely be able to produce a very good television drama. Xia Wangyu's beautiful eyes were also filled with anticipation. Lin Fan sat beside Xia Wangyu and smiled. Then, why don't we tell the director later that we'll finish the kissing scenes first? Xia Wangyu's face turned red. Jerk, I don't want to. Lin Fan continued, anyway, there will be a day when we have to film a kissing scene. Why don't we finish all the relationship scenes at once? Otherwise, every time I act in a relationship scene with you, I'll have to get into character first. After all, in the drama, you're my fiancé. Xia Wangyu blushed and asked, if you're filming with me, why do you have to get into character first? Lin Fan smiled. If I don't get into character, what if I can't hold it in and I don't want to let go after kissing? Xia Wangyu glared at Lin Fan. Stupid Lin Fan, how dare you? Fierce. Xia Wangyu put on her cat ears hat and stretched out her two cat claws, looking at Lin Fan with a fierce expression. When the driver heard Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu's words, he sweated. Was there such a public display of affection? The key was that Xia Wangyu was so beautiful that he almost couldn't take it anymore. The driver sighed. Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu were together every day and they were still so loving. How could Lin Fan stand it? When they arrived at the filming location, they put on makeup and put on ancient clothes. The makeup artist looked at Lin Fan and sighed. V's been a makeup artist for years, and this has never happened before, the makeup artist said. In the past, when I put on makeup for people, sometimes it was to emphasize the character. Other times, it was to make the character look better on screen. But this is the first time I've seen someone as handsome as you. Without much makeup, you still look very good on screen. You're at least at the Prince Charming level. The makeup artist looked at Lin Fan. How did Lin Fan's face become so handsome? There were no flaws on screen. Furthermore, this was the first time the makeup artist had seen Lin Fan. Although the makeup artist didn't know how good Lin Fan's acting skills were, just by looking at his face, she was already impressed. If she were a dozen years younger, she might have wooed Lin Fan instead. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Actually, it doesn't matter what you look like. The key is that you have to rely on your acting skills to film a television drama and let the audience remember you using your acting skills. Lin Fan smiled. After the makeup artist heard that, she looked at Lin Fan approvingly. He was such a righteous artiste and was so handsome. After the makeup was done, filming officially started. After all the actors had their schedules. In order to speed up the progress, they had to film a few scenes simultaneously. The one who received the most attention was Lin Fan, because Lin Fan was the male lead in this movie, and in this movie, the male lead had the most scenes. Therefore, basically all the plots revolved around the male lead, other than the first episode, which required a child actor to act as the male lead when he was young. Towards the end, Lin Fan had to act with everyone. Lin Fan's first scene was a fighting scene. Director Lu Benkai, some staff, the martial arts director, and producer Lu were also here watching this scene. Xia Wangyu, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing were also watching Lin Fan's first scene. They were all very concerned about Lin Fan. If his acting skills weren't good, they could go forward and talk to him and share their experience. Lin Fan, don't be too nervous. It's normal for a newcomer to not perform well in their first drama, Lu Benkai said. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and didn't want to give him any pressure. Acting required very good acting skills, although Lu Benkai said that on the surface, he was actually a little worried. If Lin Fan didn't act well, it would affect the overall quality of this drama. It might even cause this drama to fail. No matter how good the script was, if the performance was not good enough, the audience would not approve of the drama and it would look ridiculous. Lin Fan, you can do it. Su Yang consoled Lin Fan. Lin Fan's first scene attracted a lot of attention. Even the veteran actors, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu, stood beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a newcomer after all, and his acting foundation wasn't strong enough. If didn't act well, the effect of this drama would be greatly reduced. Lin Fan was acting with Xia Wangyu and acting as the male and female lead. If something happened to Lin Fan's acting, there might be countless criticisms online. After communicating with the martial arts director, Lin Fan and Tang Zijing's actor officially started acting. The main plot of this episode was that Lin Fan had been framed and someone wanted to kill him. Tang Zijing received a secret order from the prosecutor's office to kill Lin Fan. Then he fought with Lin Fan. In the end, Lin Fan pretended to kill Tang Zijing in order to investigate the truth about his parents. He bid farewell to Uncle Wu Zhu, and then Lin Fan went to the capital. Although this series of events seemed simple, it required a lot of acting skill. The expression when he was framed, the battle and duel between him and his opponent, the thoughts of the protagonist, and the strong acting skills when he wanted to investigate the truth. Every detail was very important. I declare that the filming of Joy of Life has officially begun, Lu Benkai said. He was still a little worried, but he didn't show it. After filming officially started, Lin Fan started acting for the first time in his career. Don't forget that this script was written by Lin Fan. No one knew better than Lin Fan how to control and shape the characters. Whether it was the martial arts scenes or the other details, Lin Fan acted out everything vividly. And it only took one take for the plot to pass. Director Lu Benkai and producer Lu were completely stunned when they saw the effect on the screen. Lin Fan's acting skills were actually so good. Every detail and action was too perfect. Not to mention director Lu Benkai. Even the martial arts director at the side could not discover any problem. Lu Benkai could not help but doubt his life. Wasn't Lin Fan a newcomer? There was only one way to describe Lin Fan's acting skills. God-level acting skills. They were perfect. You've worked hard. We're finally done filming this scene. Lin Fan shook hands with the actor. Brother Fan, you've worked hard. Your acting skills are really amazing. I've been acting for 5 years. I only have a lot of pressure when I act in front of Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu. Today I met you. Your acting skills shocked me. You don't lose to the two teachers, the male actor praised and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan smiled and said humbly, Teacher Chan and Teacher Wu are both seniors in the industry. Furthermore, they're both veteran actors. Their acting skills are amazing. My ordinary acting skills are still far from there. The male actor shook his head. If your acting is called ordinary acting, I'll eat this rock on the spot. When Lin Fan finished acting, Su Xiaoyu picked up a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Master, drink some water. Su Xiaoyu held a bottle of water and looked at Lin Fan. The scene you acted in just now, wow, your acting skills are even better than mine. Sister Wang Yu was also stunned. Su Xiaoyu praised. Is that so? I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Fan smiled. Of course. Look, even Sister Wanqiu is blushing. Su Xiaoyu giggled. You're the one who's blushing. Xia Wanqiu pouted and rolled her eyes at Su Xiaoyu. However, she felt happy for Lin Fan. On the other side, many actors went to surround Lu Benkai to look at the finished product. D*MN, Brother Fan's acting skills aren't weaker than that of an A-list celebrity. Look at his expression and actions. I feel like he was refining it. How can a newcomer be at this level? F***CK. Not only does Brother Fan know how to write scripts, he's also handsome and has such good acting skills. Who was the one who said that Brother Fan wasn't suitable to be the male lead? Look at how face-slapping this is. Brother Fan is the most suitable person for the male lead. TMF King stunned. I'm suddenly looking forward to Brother Fan and our superstar sister Wangyu acting in a relationship scene. Yeah, Brother Fan's acting is so good, and Xia Wangkiv's acting is also top-notch. Most importantly, this is Xia Wangyu's first time acting in a relationship scene. It's also her first time acting in a kissing scene. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. I also want to be the male lead. Forget it, let me tell you secretly. Xia Wanqiu chose Brother Fan as her male lead. If Brother Fan doesn't act as the male lead, she might not act as the female lead. This is Brother Fan's unique charm. They were high school deskmates, a group of actors side. Not only were they impressed by Lin Fan's acting skills, but they were also looking forward to the next scenes, especially how it would look like when Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu acted together. Lu Mao and Lu Benkai sat together. If anyone dares to say that Lin Fan isn't suitable to be the male lead, I'll definitely F***King beat them up. Others act like CR*P, while Lin Fan can clear a scene after just one take. Who can compare to Lin Fan? Mr. Lu said, this feels terrible, Ma Fei. I'm completely convinced of his acting skills. I was quite worried previously, but now it seems like the most suitable male lead is Lin Fan. Coupled with Lin Fan's handsome look, this drama is almost guaranteed to do well, Lu Benkai exclaimed. On the other side, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu, who were called the two veteran actors, also smiled happily. The younger generation would surpass them in time. His acting was perfect. Old Hua, I don't think I've seen such an amazing newcomer in a long time. The last person I saw with such good acting skills was Su Xiaoyu. Teacher Chen smiled. Old Chen, you're going too far. The last person with such good acting skills was clearly Xia Wangyu, Teacher Wu said. But I have to admit that Xia Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's acting skills are pretty good. However, when they were just newcomers, they also encountered a lot of difficulty. The improvements afterwards were very obvious, but Lin Fan is completely different. It's just like playing Fight the Landlord. Lin Fan started off with a rocket. Lin Fan's acting is amazing. With such acting skills, wait until the day it broadcasts. Who knows how much popularity it would attract. I think Lin Fan might become a superstar in the future. Teacher Chen sighed. Lin Fan is really young and promising. I heard that the script for this drama was written by Lin Fan. There was a company whose CEO wanted to sleep with Xia Wanqiu and was forced back by Lin Fan. Guess what happened to that company now? They were shut down and the company's boss was even arrested. They have to be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison, Teacher Wu said. Haha, maybe you and I will have to act in other scripts written by Lin Fan in the future. I really like this drama, Joy of Life. I can act in it without any remuneration. Teacher Chen nodded. The other surrounding actors could not help but gasp. Get latest Uval CH pictures on nvelbj/n. C/M. The two old actors in the entertainment industry who were respected by everyone were actually praising Lin Fan. This was the first time they had praised someone like this in their lives. In fact, their evaluation of Lin Fan was that Lin Fan might become a superstar in the future. They had never even given Xia Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu such an evaluation. One could imagine how important Lin Fan was to the two old actors. After filming this scene, Lin Fan went to watch the film. After looking through it, Lin Fan shook his head. Director Liu, to be honest, there's still room for improvement in this scene. Look, if you shoot from this angle, the image and effects will be better. It's the same for fighting scene. If you change the angle, not only will you be able to perfectly show the expressions and actions of the characters, but you will also be able to see some of the differences in light and shadow, said Lin Fan as he looked at Liu Benkai. After all, Lin Fan had god-level directing skills now. This was a script written by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's attainments in this drama were too high. Therefore, I have a small suggestion. Let's reshoot the scene that we just filmed. What do you think? Some details can be improved. Only these details can make the audience like a drama, said Lin Fan. After hearing Lin Fan's suggestion, Liu Benkai was enlightened. That's right, why didn't he think of that? In the process of communicating, Liu Benkai discovered a very shocking fact. He was already a famous director. He realized that in terms of directing, Lin Fan knew more than him and had even deeper knowledge than him. Lin Fan's attainments in acting were even higher than his. Was Lin Fan really just a small screenwriter? Why was he so proficient in directing and acting? He felt like Lin Fan was omnipotent. Lin Fan, I'm stunned. How do you know more about directing than me? Liu Benkai sighed and asked. I just know a little. Lin Fan smiled. 1. You're too humble. F***CK, I saw a monster today. He has good acting skills, writes good scripts, and is even a director. I'll listen to you. If this scene is filmed again, it will definitely have the most perfect effect. Liu Benkai laughed. There was no jealousy, only surprise. He hadn't expected that by being a director and filming a television drama, he would be able to learn something from Lin Fan. Lin Fan's seriousness towards filming, his attainments in various fields, and even his knowledge in directing were all top-notch in his eyes. Director Lin Fan's acting is too amazing. The thing is, isn't he a screenwriter? How does he know how to direct? Mr. Liu asked with a blank expression. Usually, when acting, it was the director who was picking on the actors. If the actor did not act well, the director had the right to NG and ask the actor to reshoot until he was satisfied. In other words, the director had a lot of power. Just now, Lin Fan and the actor's opening scene, fighting scenes, and gazes were all impeccable. However, after Lin Fan saw the scene after it was shot, he immediately gave Liu Benkai more suggestions, including how to position the camera and which angle to shoot from. There were also some details that Lin Fan handled better than Liu Ben. This surprised Liu Mao. Lin Fan was way too amazing. How would I know? Not only is Lin Fan's acting skills very good, the key is his attitude towards acting. He even knows more about directing than me. He's probably an all-rounder talent. Let's go for a second take. We'll shoot again until it's perfect. Previously, I was still worried about Lin Fan's acting skill. Now, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. With such a good actor and so many veteran actors with good acting skills, we will definitely be able to make this drama, Joy of Life, a classic work, Liu Benkai said and patted Liu Mao's shoulder. Thus, many of the actors present watched Lin Fan and the male actor act together again. This time, many of the details were done better. Everyone could not help but fall into a daze. Even Su Yang, who had superb acting skills, praised the scene. Lin Fan is really not an ordinary person. His acting skills, I'm impressed. When I act with Lin Fan, I can't possibly lose to him, right? Su Yang said. Master is too handsome. Look at this backflip and this punch. It's so handsome. Su Xiaoyu held Xia Wanqiu's arm and screamed at the side like she was Lin Fan's fan. Xiaoyu, take note of your image, Xia Wangyu said softly with a blush. All right. I'll be dignified, a lady, and maintain a pretty image. But Master's acting is still so good. Su Xiaoyu was a big star. When she saw that Lin Fan's acting was so good, she cheered like a child. Sister Wangyu, I'm a little envious of you. You're able to be the female lead, act with Master, and even have kissing scenes. Su Xiaoyu blinked. You want to act in a kissing scene too? Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes looked at Su Xiaoyu. Yes, yes, yes. I've never acted in a kissing scene before. Su Xiaoyu nodded excitedly and took another bite of the cucumber. Fierce. Xiao Wangyu glared at Su Xiaoyu. I don't dare anymore. Sister Wanqiu, you're fierce again. Su Xiaoyu had an innocent look in her eyes and looked pitifully. When Lin Fan and the actor named Tang Zijing were done filming, they went to Lu Benkai with Lin Fan and looked at the scene that had just been taken. God, he's really godly. Lin Fan, the effects of using the technique you just taught me are many times better than before. This technique seems to be quite novel in China. Lin Fan, could it be that you've studied it in Hollywood? Lu Benkai asked. The actor acting as Tang Zijing exclaimed, amazing. I only made a few simple actions and filmed it using this method. Feels so cool. Brother Fan, I worship you. Lin Fan just waved his hand. No, I just know a little about directing. Then, after filming the scene, it was time for Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu to act together. In the script, the male protagonist entered the capital and first went to the temple to exchange blows with a cold-faced guard. Then, the male protagonist entered the temple and saw that the offering table was moving. The male protagonist hesitantly lifted the tablecloth and saw a beautiful little fairy, holding a drumstick looking at him in shock. Then, the male and female protagonist scenes officially started. In this scene, the male protagonist had to perform the feeling of falling in love with the female protagonist at first sight. The male protagonist's acting skills had to be very good, and the female protagonist had to act pure and beautiful, like a goddess descending to the mortal world. This scene could be said to be one of the beginning stages of the entire drama. Furthermore, with Xiao Wanqiu's popularity, if she could film it well, it would make this drama, Joy of Life, extremely popular. But the most important thing in this scene was their acting skill. Lin Fan and Xiao Wangyu had never acted in a relationship scenes before, which worried Lu Benkai. If they didn't act well here, the entire drama would collapse. Teichi most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velbj.co/m. Some people were indeed good at acting, but relationship scenes were different from other scenes. This required someone with experience to act well. For example, if a 4-year-old child acted as an emperor, no matter how good his acting skills were, he would not be able to act like an emperor. Could Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu act well in this drama? Lin Fan, Xiao Wangyu, don't be too nervous. Think of the other party as your first love and then start acting, Lu Benkai said. By the way, Su Yang, you can share your experience with them. Lu Benkai looked at Su Yang. Su Yang, who was eating a popsicle, heard the director call his name and could not help but freeze. Lin Fan and Xiao Wangyu were acting out a relationship scene and acting out the feeling of love at first sight. Did he have to come along? Su Yang could not help but feel bitter. He still could not avoid these two's public display of affection. 1. Why was his fate so dark? However, Su Yang could not refuse. He could only bite the bullet and walk to Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Ahem. Lin Fan, act like you fell in love with Xiao Wanqiu at first sight. Xiao Wangyu, act out this feeling too. Yes, 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 that's it. You've acted well. You have to look each other in the eye. Well, you guys can train by yourselves first. Su Yang watched Lin Fan act out his love for Xiao Wangyu at first sight. Xiao Wanqiu's face was red, her heart was moved, and her sweet smile was lively and cute like a fairy. Looking at the intimate interaction between the two of them, Su Yang's mentality collapsed. He was initially glad that he did not have to watch their public displays of affections, but now he could not even hide. After the two of them finished practicing the script, Su Yang decided to leave. Su Yang, don't go yet. The filming is about to begin. If they don't act well the first time, you can go up and teach him. After all, you have experience in dating, Lu Benkai said. Su Yang, F***. Lu Benkai said, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Su Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. He smiled and said, all right, fine, the public display of affection just now was just a prelude. Now that filming was about to begin, he still couldn't avoid it. The director had already spoken. How could he refuse? He could only stand in the coma and watch the two of them show off their love. He seemed to be the only person in his world, lonely and cold. Of course, no one noticed Su Yang's miserable state. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wangyu took a look as well, her face slightly red. They were about to begin filming their first relationship scene. This scene was rather important. It attracted everyone's attention. The male and female leads were the souls of a television drama. Director Lu Benkai and all the staff also started working seriously. The purpose was to film this scene well. Director Lu, do you think they can act out this scene well? I feel like it's a little difficult. After all, the two of them don't have any experience, Lu Mao said. Let's give it a try. If they don't do a good job, they can practice more. We have so many veteran actors with good acting skills here. If they can't do it once, we'll shoot it 10 times. They'll do a good job eventually, Lu Benkai said. Under everyone's worried gazes, Lin Fan and Xiao Wangyu's officially started filming their scenes. The cameras focused on Lin Fan and Xiao Wangyu. According to the script, Lin Fan slowly lifted the tablecloth and saw the girl who was as beautiful as a goddess, Xiao Wanqiu. Lin Fan's eyes widened as everything around him seemed to freeze up. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wangyu and perfectly displayed the feeling of love at first sight. Then it was their conversation. Let me ask you something. Are you an assassin? Don't think so. Were you sent by an immortal? Don't think so, but I think you are. Immediately after, they slowly stood up from under the table. Xiao Wangyu had a devastatingly beautiful face and she looked pure and beautiful when she was wearing ancient clothes. She was wearing a pure white long dress and looked like a daughter of a rich family. At this moment, the scene froze again. As for the protagonist, Lin Fan, He was injured previously and spat out another mouthful of blood. What happened to you? The female lead, Xiao Wanqiu, asked. TM used to coughing blood. Lin Fan replied. Then, in the later scenes, Xiao Wanqiu ran away, revealing a perfect back view and the unique shyness of a girl. The entire scene was very smooth. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu acted out the feeling when the male and female leads first met. When the performance was over, everyone in the production team stared blankly at everything. This was the first time Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu acted in a relationship scene. The acting was so sincere and smooth the entire time. Whether it was Lin Fan's love at first sight or Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills, they were both very good. Visit novlbin.c/m for the L-test updates. After all, in this drama, Xiao Wanqiu was Lin Fan's fiancé. There were too many scenes between the two of them. D***M. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu acted too well. There weren't any flaws. Lin Fan, look of love at first sight completely exceeded my imagination. Haven't the two of them never acted in a relationship before? Why are they so good at their first relationship scene? They're completely acting as themselves. So sweet. I'm an actor and I'm already moved. It makes me think of Xiao Wanqiu leaning on Lin Fan's shoulder in high school. It's so sweet that it's explosive. I didn't expect the two of them to act so well together. It's really amazing. If the show really broadcasts, I don't know how much of a reaction it will cause. Xiao Wanqiu is the goddess in many people's heart. Her first relationship scene is so beautiful. Lin Fan's acting skills are really too perfect. He's not only good at acting in martial arts scenes, he's also very good at normal scenes. Now, even his relationship scenes are so perfect. Many actors were shocked. After seeing Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting, they even felt like they were in a relationship. This also made many actors more confident in this drama. Director Liu Benkai and producer Lu Mao applauded. The two of them looked at each other with indescribable surprise. Lin Fan was so handsome and Xiao Wanqiu was so beautiful. Coupled with their acting skills, the work they presented was perfect. Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, I have to say that your acting skills impressed me. If you can maintain this state and continue, this drama will definitely become popular. Liu Benkai praised. Lu Mao nodded as well. I feel like these two roles belong to you guys. No one can replace you, and no one can act better than you guys. You flatter me. Wanqiu and I were just acting as ourselves. These two roles really suit us. Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wanqiu blushed and wanted to bite Lin Fan. She wasn't acting out her true colors with Lin Fan. She was Lin Fan's fiancé in the movie. She didn't have such a close relationship with Lin Fan in real life. She was not acting out her true color. That despicable Lin Fan was bullying her again. However, Xiao Wanqiu could not say it yet or even express it. She and Lin Fan were only colleagues in front of everyone. There were so many people here. If there was really any scandal, it could be posted online at any time. Watching Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu leave, Su Yang looked at their backs silently and felt bitter. Was he ignored again? Other people did not know Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship, but Su Yang did. The details between the two of them and some small actions were not something ordinary friends would do. For example, Xiao Wanqiu would wear a cat-eared hat in front of Lin Fan and make cute gestures and meow. However, Xiao Wanqiu was always very polite in front of Su Yang. She kept her distance and smiled. As for any cute actions, forget it. Only Su Xiaoyu would occasionally be cute in front of Su Yang. This was Su Xiaoyu's nature. She was the same to everyone. When a goddess acted cute in front of others and kept her distance in front of you, Su Yang understood everything. His goddess dream shattered. The filming continued. The weather was hot and the clothes were warm. Lin Fan bought some ice cream and held an umbrella silently as he walked to Xiao Wanqiu's side. Huh? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Do you want some ice cream? Lin Fan took out an ice cream and held the umbrella with his other hand. Most of the angle of the umbrella was on Xiao Wanqiu's side. When Xiao Wanqiu saw the ice cream, her eyes lit up and her face turned slightly red. Help me open the ice cream's packaging. All right. Lin Fan nodded. After tearing open the ice cream packaging, he handed the ice cream to Xiao Wanqiu. Thank you, official. Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly. She put her hands together and bowed slightly. She was like the female lead in the drama, immortal and like a real fairy. Lin Fan saw Xiao Wanqiu suddenly start acting. Furthermore, she was so beautiful that it made his heart flutter. The ice cream in Lin Fan's mouth fell to the ground. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan's embarrassed expression and giggled. Her smile was so beautiful that it seemed to melt Lin Fan. Damn woman, pay me my ice cream. Lin Fan was furious and his heart ached. In such a hot day, an ice cream could save lives. I refuse to pay. I'm running. Xiao Wanqiu ran off. Lin Fan chased after her while Xiao Wanqiu ran in front. The weather was hot and Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's hearts were warm. When Su Yang was about to give the ice cream to Xiao Wanqiu, he saw everything. Bang. Su Yang's ice cream fell to the ground. Su Yang looked at the ice cream on the ground, picked it up, and silently placed it in the trash can. The weather was hot, but Su Yang's heart was cold. Why did Lin Fan do everything that he could think of? And the two of them were still fighting with each other. At this moment, Lin Jingjing walked to Su Yang's side and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Her pleasant voice came. Do you want some water? Thank you. Su Yang nodded. He looked at Lin Jingjing beside him and remembered that his world did not seem so lonely. Are you unhappy? Do you want me to sing you a song? Lin Jingjing sat beside Su Yang. Her legs were closed as she silently watched Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu fight. All right. Su Yang nodded. Then I'll sing Miss You 3000. Lin Jingjing started singing. Her singing was very good, and Su Yang listened to Lin Jingjing's singing silently. You sing really well, Soo-young praised. Thanks, I'll get to work first. Lin Jingjing nodded happily and jogged away. What are you doing? Soo-young looked at Lin Jingjing as she picked up half a box of mineral water. Lin Jingjing pointed at Lin Fan in the distance. Lin Fan has worked so hard filming. I'm planning to send half a box of mineral water to him and buy him 2 ice cream. Do you want to join me? Soo-young silently looked at the bottle of mineral water in his hand, then looked at Lin Jingjing and shook his head. Seeing Lin Jingjing carry half a box of mineral water to Lin Fan and say that she wanted to buy ice cream for him, Soo-young once again felt the difference between Lin Fan and himself. When Lin Jingjing went to his side, he had a fantasy that perhaps he should treasure the person in front of him. Then, the person in front of him carried a bunch of mineral water and went to look for Lin Fan. Soo-young's mentality really collapsed this time. This was not how it should be. So Lin Jingjing came here to give him a bottle of water because he happened to be on the way. As for singing, it was just that she simply wanted to sing a song. Soo-young had even had an illusion that she liked him. Now that he saw the reality in front of him, Soo-young finally understood the ruthlessness of reality. He also wanted to eat ice cream. Why didn't Lin Jingjing buy him ice cream? On the other side, Yang Qing ran in front of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Yang Qing was a little anxious. Xiao Wanqiu was Yuehua's signboard and the goddess in many people's heart. There was no need to talk about the many Xiao Wanqiu fans on the internet. Even in the entertainment industry, many people liked Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu's look, temperament, and character were all very likable. Furthermore, Xiao Wanqiu's family background was very simple. She usually lived very thriftily, was simple and pretty, and had her own principles. She never filmed kissing scenes, making other male actors like her even more. Wanqiu were still in the film crew. You have to take note of your image. You have to keep your distance when you should. You can't stick together every day, Yang Qing said with a bitter expression. If a video were to spread, they could barely explain why they were together every day using the excuse of discussing script. But the film crew were not stupid. Everyone saw it. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship was really not ordinary. Lin Fan, you too. Even if you want to show off your love, you can't go overboard. Otherwise, everyone will be stuffed with your dog food, Yang Qing said. She was just a manager, so she didn't dare to speak too harshly. When Xiao Wanqiu heard that, her face turned red and she glared at Lin Fan fiercely. I have nothing to do with him. We're really discussing the script, Xiao Wanqiu said, taking the initiative to defend Lin Fan. Sister Yang, we're indeed discussing the script. It's normal to hold an umbrella for a girl in such hot weather. Eating ice cream can lower one's temperature, said Lin Fan with a smile. Alright, then take note not to go too far. If you really can't hold it in anymore, you have to go to the room too. Yang Qing sighed. This was her final bottom line. They couldn't just do that in broad daylight, right? After Yang Qing finished speaking, she left. She couldn't stay here anymore. She would be stuffed with dog food every day. The main thing was that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills were too good. There was no fault in them and no one could help. Over the next month or so, the filming for Joy of Life was carried out in an orderly manner. The entire filming process was very smooth. The main leads of Joy of Life were almost all capable actors, and there were also many veteran actors who joined them. The entire drama's atmosphere immediately soared. Coupled with the acting between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu and the complete script, Lin Fan helped Lu Benkai a lot. The entire television drama was filmed very quickly. The busiest were Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. The two of them would even find time to film the variety show Keep Running. After more than a month, more than half of the script had been filmed. The entire filming process was exceptionally smooth. In a few days, it would be over. During this period of time, Lu Benkai was completely impressed by Lin Fan. Alright, this episode is done. It's been more than a month and I've never filmed Lin Fan's scenes a second time. He almost always only needs one take. His acting skills are simply too perfect, Lu Benkai said with a smile. The veteran actor, Teacher Chun, nodded and said, I've worked with so many actors before. Lin Fan's control of his acting skills and his own aura are all very strong. This is still Lin Fan's first television drama, right? If he films a few more shows, his improvement might be even greater, and he might even surpass us old actors. When Lin Fan heard that, he smiled and said, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu are my senior. There are still many things I want to learn from you guys. Hearing that, Teacher Chun smiled. There were too few newcomers like Lin Fan who had such good acting skills and ability but were still so humble. In the past, Teacher Chun looked down on some young actors. This was because these young actors refused to suffer. They had to stop working even if their fingers were scratched. They even had to shout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 when memorizing lines. As a result, there were no good works in the entire country's entertainment industry. There were rarely any phenomenal works among television dramas and movies. Hollywood had even far surpassed them. Regarding the current development of the country, these veteran actors could only express their helplessness. But now that Lin Fan had appeared, Teacher Chun felt a little more hopeful. There weren't many talents like Lin Fan. Perhaps in the future, the development of the entire country's entertainment industry would be inseparable from a talent like Lin Fan. After filming for such a long time, Yuehua's CEO Li contacted director Lu Benkai. How's the progress? Lin Fan is a newcomer and his acting skills are not mature enough. He might meet some problems during filming. You have to pardon him. You have 4 months to shoot the script. Take your time, CEO Li said on the phone. Lu Benkai laughed bitterly and shook his head. CEO Li, you don't know, but Lin Fan's acting skills have really won over everyone in our film crew. Even the 2 veteran actors are praising Lin Fan. To be honest, I feel that as a director, I'm not as useful as Lin Fan. During the entire filming process, Lin Fan often points out some problems for me. his understanding of directing is deeper than mine. The filming process was also very smooth. There was almost no need for retakes. We only spent a month or so and we had already filmed 70% of the script. We originally thought that it would take a long time, but it was mainly because Lin Fan's acting skills were too good. Of course, the cast this time is also very strong, Liu Benkai praised. Xiao Li held his phone. When he heard Liu Benkai praise Lin Fan, he was stunned. How was this possible? Other than being a screenwriter, Lin Fan also had such good acting skills. Most importantly, Lin Fan was even better at directing than Liu Benkai. Furthermore, the filming progress was so fast, Xiao Li was completely shocked. Lin Fan, a newcomer to the entertainment industry, actually had such strong abilities. Your Vorite stories. Liu Benkai continued to praise Xiao Li. A talent like Lin Fan must be roped in. I feel that just this drama, Joy of Life, alone will definitely be popular on the internet. Our cast of actors is very luxurious. Coupled with Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's outstanding acting skills and the breathtaking plot, it will be enough to attract the attention of the audience. What's worth mentioning is that the filming of Joy of Life hasn't been completed yet. If it becomes really popular at that time, countless fans will look forward to the second season of Joy of Life. Many companies will also fight to ask Lin Fan for a new script, Liu Benkai said. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Xiao Li nodded. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Fan's ability. He thought that Lin Fan could only write scripts, but he hadn't expected that other than scriptwriting, Lin Fan's other abilities were also shocking. Xiao Li smiled. With someone like Lin Fan around, he could push the entire country's cultural and entertainment industries forward. As for if Joy of Life became popular, Xiao Li would naturally buy Lin Fan scripts for adaptation at a high price. If that was the case, classic television dramas might even be released one after another. There aren't many actors who can receive such praise from director Liu. Looks like Lin Fan is really not ordinary, Xiao Li said with a smile. Liu Benkai shook his head. Xiao Li, you know what kind of person I am. I've seen many people with good acting skills, but this is the first time I've seen someone with Lin Fan's acting skills. It's not only his acting skills, but also his character. The meticulousness he shows towards his works makes me deeply understand that such a person is a true talent, the hope of the country's future, and also the hope of our entertainment industry. In the entertainment industry, not only does one need good acting skills, the more important thing is one's character. After working for so many years, I've never been impressed by anyone. Lin Fan is the first, Liu Benkai praised. After working with him for more than a month, Liu Benkai had the easiest job as the director. The actors' acting skills were all so good that they could basically pass all the scenes after filming one. In the past, when filming a television drama, some actors would recite numbers if they could not memorize their line. Some actors would even have to send themselves to the hospital if their fingers were scratched. Some handsome young celebrities were even more so. Some big-name celebrities did not even come and just ask the film crew to help with editing their scenes. With such an attitude, how could they produce outstanding works? Therefore, this was also the reason why Liu Benkai was impressed by Lin Fan. They were all handsome young celebrities, but Lin Fan was much better than those famous actors. At the same time, the cast of Joy of Life was officially announced on Weibo. TV drama, Joy of Life. Director, Liu Benkai. Lead actors, Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu. Main actors, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Lin Yanran, Guo Ryu. Original author, Lin Fan. When the official announcement was made on Weibo, the popularity immediately soared. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In less than half a day, the popularity soared to 4 million. The expectations of the public were too high. This was because there were many outstanding actors and veteran actors gathered in the drama. There were countless viewers online and many of them were Xiao Wanqiu's fans. They were even more excited and started promoting crazily on Weibo. Xiao Wanqiu had not filmed new dramas for a year. There were many haters who said that Xiao Wanqiu did not know how to act in relationship scenes, and there were even people who spread rumors that Xiao Wanqiu was banned. But on this day, it was officially announced on Weibo. Filming started for Joy of Life, and it had already been filming for more than a month. This drama would be Xiao Wanqiu's first film after a year of retreat. The audience also knew that Xiao Wanqiu had high expectations for the script. This made countless fans anticipate this show even more. The official announcement of Joy of Life caused a stir on the internet, because the female lead was Xiao Wanqiu, and this drama was also where she would film her first relationship scene. Chocho has finally announced it. Everyone, please pay more attention to the television drama, Joy of Life. Chocho is the female lead and is going to film relationship scenes. I'll definitely binge this drama. Chocho is so beautiful. Xiao Wanqiu. Love you, love you. Wow, this drama will definitely become popular. I'll definitely binge it. It's been a year and there's finally a drama to watch. Does anyone know when it will be released? The discussion on Weibo was just the beginning. Attentive members of the audience found something very serious. There was no doubt that the female lead was Xiao Wanqiu. All the audience knew that Su Yang was the #1 male actor in Yuehua. In many dramas, Su Yang was the male lead. However, only in Joy of Life, Su Yang was not the male lead. The male lead was Lin Fan. Lin Fan, a newcomer in the entertainment industry who had never filmed before. Lin Fan becoming the male lead of this drama immediately caused a heated discussion on the internet. D*MN. Did you guys notice? The male lead for Joy of Life is Lin Fan. I know Lin Fan. He's the owner of the restaurant who makes delicious food. He's also Xiao Wanqiu's high school desk mate. I heard that he's very handsome. The script for the show was also written by Lin Fan. Could it be that other than cooking well, Lin Fan also knows how to write scripts? *MN that Lin Fan is too awesome. I was wondering why Lin Fan's restaurant wasn't open, so he went to film. The relationship scenes they filmed must be very sweet. I'm looking forward to it. It's not fair. Lin Fan is just a newcomer. What right does he have to be the male lead of this drama? The male lead should be Soo-young. Can Lin Fan be the male lead with his acting skills? I don't think he graduated from Beijing Film Academy. At the same time, many negative comments about Lin Fan appeared on the internet. There were positive comments and many negative ones, and the negative comments were far more than the positive one. This was because there were too many capable actors in this drama. Lin Fan was a newcomer and he seemed out of place in this drama. There were even more doubts about Lin Fan on Weibo. This was normal, let alone Lin Fan, even if it was a popular young hunk. If he didn't have acting skills, he would be criticized badly online. Yuehua still had many competitors, and their competitors would take the opportunity to attack Joy of Life. They wanted to make the reputation of this drama hit rock bottom before the drama was broadcast. The comments on Weibo were also quickly led by the marketing account. Can Lin Fan really be the male lead? If he doesn't act well, won't the show be ruined? Lin Fan didn't even graduate from Beijing Film Academy. How can a restaurant owner be the male lead? Change the male lead, or I won't watch. Can you all be a little more rational? At least watch the drama before you speak. As the comments flooded in, Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post made countless fans fall into great shock. Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post only had 2 words. These 2 words immediately dispelled all the fans' doubt. He can. Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post made countless fans exclaim. In the past, when faced with all sorts of negative news, Xiao Wanqiu would never post on Weibo. But today, when Lin Fan was doubted by the entire internet, Xiao Wanqiu took the initiative to post on Weibo. There were not many words, but they were very powerful. She supported Lin Fan. One Weibo post from Xiao Wanqiu was not enough. Soon after, Su Xiaoyu also posted something. Everything depends on the work. Lin Fan's acting is superb. Lin Jingjing didn't post on Weibo, but she liked both of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's Weibo posts, representing her attitude. Soo-young also came out and wrote a Weibo post. It also included a photo of him and Lin Fan with their arms on each other's shoulders. Lin Fan's acting is very good. Everyone, don't worry. The roles of protagonist and supporting actor are all the same. As long as they can produce the most perfect work, that's good enough. Soo-young was speaking up for Lin Fan. As for that photo, it was to tell the outside world that he had a good relationship with Lin Fan. Even the famous director Liu Benkai posted on Weibo to support Lin Fan. When everyone in the industry stood forward, the doubts on the internet gradually disappeared. Yes, Chocho is right. It depends on the work. The television series hasn't even been released yet. What are some haters doing? Did Lin Fan do something wrong? Why are they attacking him? Lin Fan is so handsome. I still have photos of him and Xiao Wanqiu in high school. They're really pretty. Maybe they'll act very well in this drama. I'm looking forward to it. Brother Lin Fan, we believe in you. You're so handsome and have such a good character. You'll definitely be able to slap those haters' faces with your acting skill. Follow EW Stories at n/velb/in.com. In the crew, Soo-young sat there silently. He looked at Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post and felt bitter. This was probably the difference between him and Lin Fan. They were both men, so why couldn't he get Xiao Wanqiu's liking? In the past month or so, Soo-young had felt the pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy of life. No matter what, no matter how loving the two of you are, you can't force dog food on me. When you guys film, I'll hide far away, Soo-young said inside. As long as he stayed far away, could he be stuffed with dog food again? Filming had always been going smoothly, but today there was a problem. There was only one scene today, and this scene was especially important. That was the kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. In the drama, they had many kissing scenes too, but most of them were deleted. There had to be more hazy beauty between relationships. There were many kissing scenes in the first and second scripts of Joy of Life. There weren't many kissing scenes in Joy of Life's first script, but this kissing scene was extremely important. This was Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on screen, and also her first kiss in real life. Most importantly, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills were quite superb. But Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu both had a flaw. That was, they had never acted in a kissing scene before. Even such a handsome Lin Fan and such a beautiful Xiao Wanqiu still had their first kiss. If they were filming a kissing scene, they could not just kiss each other. That way, there would be no feelings and the audience would not be passionate. A kissing scene represented that the two of them were naturally very close, and it was a result of a deep relationship. If the kissing scene was filmed well, countless fans would be moved. This kissing scene could further establish the height of this drama. If they did not act well, this scene would probably become a hot topic. No matter how good their acting skills were, it was difficult for someone who had never filmed a kissing scene to act out a kissing scene properly. For example, if an actor wanted to act as a doctor, it would be best if they worked in a hospital for a period of time and learned from the ground. If they wanted to act as a farmer, they had to go deep into the life of a farmer and understand their methods. This was a process of growth that every actor had to experience. It was impossible for them to fantasize in their minds. If they were acting as a farmer or a doctor, it would be easier for the actor to act well. But if it was a kissing scene, the male and female actors would be nervous and it would not have any effect. This scene was destined to not be filmed in a way that concealed their faces. They had to really kiss. Even if they were filmed in that way, the audience would be able to tell that they did not really kiss. Su Xiaoyu held a thick banana. She peeled the banana skin and licked the banana, feeling happy and excited. Oh yeah, Sister Wancho is going to film a kissing scene with Master today. I'm going to take a video of it with my phone and save it. This is Sister Wancho's first kiss and also Master's first kiss. I'm so envious. Su Xiaoyu gently took a bite of the banana and swallowed. Kissing scene. I've acted in some before. It's actually normal. As long as the actor opposite is handsome enough, it's still acceptable, Lin Jingjing said from the side. But if Lin Fan and Qiuqiu were to act in a kissing scene, I don't think it would be difficult. Aren't they very close? Xiaoyu, do you think they're really together? Lin Jingjing asked. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. After taking a bite of the banana, she said, not yet. Sister Wancho doesn't dare to say it. Master isn't taking the initiative. Although they have a good relationship, the better their relationship is, the harder it is to film a kissing scene. It would be easier to film a kissing scene with a stranger. Lin Jingjing nodded in agreement. I wonder where Su Yang went today. Why didn't I see him? Su Yang, who was hiding in his room, lay on the bed. He had already seen through everything. He knew that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were filming a kissing scene today, so he had long hidden far away. Lying in a house, could he still be stuffed with dog food? Su Yang was very confident in this. At the filming location, the kissing scene had already started filming. There was no transition or wait. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and felt a little nervous. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, her face slightly red as her heart thumped. This was her first kissing scene. Xiao Wanqiu, who had always been relaxed, did not know how to film this scene today. So many people were still watching. In the future, when the television drama was released, there would be many viewers. Nawaz, Xiao Wanqiu knew the importance of this kissing scene, but she still felt nervous. Lin Fan stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu and gently touched her head. Lin Fan's hands cupped Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks and slowly kissed her red lip. Before he could kiss her, the director shouted cut. Lu Benkai looked at Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu and said, no, the feelings aren't right. Also, your expressions aren't good. You're both too nervous. It's obvious that you don't have any experience in kissing scene. If you continue acting like this, you won't be able to pass the scene. Meow, meow, stupid Lin Fan, you're bullying me. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against the wall and felt a little wrong. She didn't know how to film a kissing scene. Ahem, isn't this what the plot needs? Fine, let's do it again. This time, I want to kiss you faster. That way, I'll be able to kiss you. Lin Fan smiled. Fierce. I'll hit you. Xiao Wanqiu hit Lin Fan's chest. In the eyes of others, their hearts almost melted. Could Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu show off their love like this? Come, do it again, Lu Benkai shouted. Lin Fan had learned his lesson this time and quickly kissed Xiao Wanqiu. As long as he was faster than the director, he could kiss her first. After all, this was a job and he wasn't taking advantage of her. Then, before he could kiss her, the director shouted cut. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Fan, why are you rushing so quickly? This is a kissing scene, not a fighting scene. Lu Benkai was a little helpless. Faced with two people who did not know how to film kissing scenes, Lu Benkai felt a little helpless. Where's Su Yang? Quickly call Su Yang over and ask him to impart his experience. To Lin Fan, after all, Su Yang has filmed many kissing scenes, Lu Benkai shouted. He immediately called Su Yang, who was lying in the house. After hearing that, Su Yang dropped his phone on the bed. Su Yang stood in the room motionless. Was this King impossible to avoid? Su Yang was dressed. His life was bleak. In the end, he did not manage to dodge it. However, he could not refuse this matter. Although Su Yang did not want to be stuffed with dog food, he wanted to see Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu film this scene well. Even though Lin Fan was Su Yang's competitor, Su Yang would still help him. He had always emphasized on fair competition with Lin Fan. If he didn't enter hell, who would? Wasn't it just a kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu? Anyway, he had filmed so many kissing scenes. Could he be stuffed full by Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's dog food? When he arrived at the filming location and saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang felt a little envious. Xiao Wanqiu was so beautiful. Her first kiss was going to be given to Lin Fan. Why wasn't he Lin Fan? Visit no v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. However, this was all acting. Su Yang comforted himself. It was all acting. If it was reality, how could Xiao Wanqiu agree to kiss Lin Fan? In reality, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were just friends. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Yang was certain of this. Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, kissing scenes aren't filmed like this. Most importantly, you have to invest in your character and the current plot. Then, you have to slowly kiss each other. You have to have feelings for each other and treat each other as your true lover, Su Yang said. True lover? Xiao Wanqiu blinked, seemingly understanding. Right, communicate with each other. I'm going to leave soon. It's not difficult to act in a kissing scene. The most important thing is to put your heart and soul into it, Su Yang said and patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Beside him, Lu Benkai stopped Su Yang. Su Yang, don't leave yet. Watch them, finish acting. If there are any problems, you can continue to guide them. Su Yang felt his life turn dark again. Director Lu, I need to watch them, finish acting? This was simply killing someone's heart. He really didn't want to be stuffed with dog food, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Fan looked at Lu Benkai and said, I want to talk to Wanqiu alone. Can we film later? Lu Benkai nodded. Hurry up and come back. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu walked to an empty corner. Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red. She did not speak and looked very quiet. She was still wearing ancient clothes. Most importantly, she was still so beautiful in ancient clothes, like a true fairy. Anyone who saw her would be tempted. This scene was her first kiss. Hence, this scene was exceptionally important. Lin Fan wanted to film this scene properly with Xiao Wanqiu. Wandiu, I know you don't really like kissing scenes, but there's nothing we can do about it. We have to film it well this time, Lin Fan said with a smile. Trash, you don't like kissing scenes. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and turned around. So you like kissing scenes? Then, shall we give it a try now? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Xiao Wanqiu was angry. Her chest heaved up and down. Do I look like such a casual girl? Trash, trash, dumb pig trotter, Xiao Wanqiu said angrily with a fierce look. It wasn't that she didn't like to finish filming, she just wanted to film a kissing scene with the person she liked. But Lin Fan couldn't even tell that and only knew how to bully her. This idiot Lin Fan actually dared to persuade her. The man had to take the initiative when filming a kissing scene. She just stood there, waiting for Lin Fan to kiss her. It was all Lin Fan's fault, but now he was still bullying her. He even wanted to film more kissing scenes. He was too annoying. Lin Fan smiled and grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's arm. Let's go and film. We'll definitely film well this time, as long as I can think of you as a lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and nodded her head gently, smiling sweetly. She was standing in front of Lin Fan. There was no need to think of her as a lover. Returning to the filming location, Xiao Wanqiu was still standing at the same spot, her face slightly red. This time, she was serious too. She had to give up her first kiss on the screen and her first kiss in real life eventually. This scene was almost the highlight of the entire drama, so she had to film it well, as long as she treated Lin Fan as a lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, recalling many stories. In high school, they were often together. Whether it was in class or after school, many people thought that they were a couple. Only Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu knew that they weren't a couple. In the hazy days of high school, many people wooed Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, but they rejected others. She still remembered that afternoon when she and Lin Fan were studying in the classroom. For some reason, someone locked the classroom door. She was tired from studying and fell asleep quietly on Lin Fan's shoulder. When it was time for class, she was still in the same position. Lin Fan was studying seriously. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against Lin Fan and fell asleep. It was very sweet. Someone even took a photo and posted it online. The last time Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's scandal was trending, it was because of that photo. Xiao Wanqiu never knew how it felt to be someone's lover. But in this scene, she was Lin Fan's fiancé and had countless connections with him. The current her was truly immersed in her role and treated herself as Lin Fan's future wife. In the plot, Lin Fan would need a long time to reach a dangerous place. This was the last time she would see him before she left. Therefore, Lin Fan would kiss her and tell her that he would marry her when he returned. They were a sweet couple in the drama, and she wanted to send him off. In the plot, Xiao Wanqiu was also Lin Fan's mental support and his fiancé. She was about to leave the person she loved the most. There was a lot of reluctance in her heart, and it was also what this scene was about to film. Lin Fan was serious as well. He perked up and treated Xiao Wanqiu as his lover. They were playing in the sea of flowers and chasing each other. High-pitched laughter rang out from time to time. Following the director's announcement, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu strolled through the sea of flowers and immediately said many touching words of love. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan seemed to have figured something out. She was already a superstar, why would she take the risk to come to his restaurant? Faced with scandals, she could have just refuted them, but she had to ask Lin Fan's attitude first. She never filmed kissing scenes and never acted in relationship scenes. She would rather give up many chances to continue climbing up, and she would stick to her original intention. TT wasn't that she didn't like to film kissing scenes, but because she was waiting for someone. This person was Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood everything. He suddenly remembered back in high school. If he could hold her hand that afternoon, their fate might have already changed. All his feelings were integrated into this plot. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan slowly walked forward. His gaze was focused, and he seemed to only have eyes for her. And in her world, he was the only one. He gently brushed her cheek, then he kissed her. Everything in this world froze. This scene would forever be fixed in the video camera. That touch was cold and tender, sweet and wonderful. He gently hugged her waist and kissed her red lips. Lin Fan had already forgotten everything about the world. All he could see was the girl in front of him. Even though it was just acting, Lin Fan treated it as reality. There were many girls who threw themselves at Lin Fan, but Lin Fan had never taken advantage of any girl. He also wanted to give his first kiss to the person he liked the most. Lin Fan had already forgotten what happened next. He could only feel the girl in his arms. Then, Lin Fan slowly let go of Xiao Wanqiu's lips. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose face was slightly red, Lin Fan continued to finish the plot. When countless people saw this scene, their hearts had already melted. Su Xiaoyu licked a banana, her eyes filled with tears and envy. Such a relationship was wonderful. If she could have such a relationship, how wonderful would that be? Su Yang smiled. This scene was really well filmed. He just felt bitter for some reason. He felt sure he didn't have to eat tonight. He was stuffed full with dog food. Director Lu Benkai, producer Lu Mao, and all the actors were immersed in such a beautiful scene. Lin Fan's eyes were so sincere. He was so reluctant to part with the woman he liked and was filled with endless love. Xiao Wanqiu treasured the scene before her, sending the man she loved far away. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had acted this scene to the extreme. Almost no one could surpass Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's act. Their relationship was sincere and their hearts were clear. Only two people who truly loved each other could have such an effect. Everyone wanted to praise Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu for their acting skill. Their acting skills were too perfect. Many girls' eyes turned red when they saw this. Some of the younger girls were already crying. As for the kissing scene, they had already forgotten about it. What they saw was not just a kissing scene, but two true lovers. They would hold hands and grow old together. Although this idiom was not used to describe lovers, it could still reflect the mood in front of him. The best scene was probably this. The director only came back to his senses after filming. Everyone applauded. After the scene was filmed, it meant that the filming of the first season of Joy of Life was completed. The order of filming was different from the order of broadcasting a television drama. It had to be edited and processed later on. Joy of Life's filming was done. You uvels up tes on nov/l/bi.com. Many male actors wanted to film a kissing scene with Xiao Wanqiu, but when they saw the scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, they felt ashamed. They were not like Lin Fan. Lin Fan's acting was perfect. The kissing scene was even sweeter for everyone present. If such a kissing scene could really be released, who knew how much of a stir it would cause? Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on the screen was given to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's first kiss had also been given to Xiao Wanqiu. Although the kissing scene between the two of them was not that skillful, and even a little distant, however, this did not affect the feelings one would feel after watching this scene. TT was precisely because of the kissing scene between the two of them that this drama was even more perfect. In Joy of Life, the male and female leads never had any relationship scenes to begin with. They were not familiar with kissing scenes, but it could make people feel the reality of this movie even more clearly. After filming, Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red, and she gently pursed her red lips. Lin Fan was still craving for more. He wanted to kiss her more, but the plot didn't allow it. Damn it. He said that he would NG more than 10 times, but he only kissed her once. Director, look at the scene just now. Do you want to film again? I feel like it's not done yet, said Lin Fan with a smile. No need. You guys filmed this scene perfectly. Lu Benkai said and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. I think so too. Lu Mao nodded. Stupid Lin Fan, the director already said that filming once is enough. Or, do you still want it? Xiao Wanqiu said softly as she looked at Lin Fan. Her red lips were so tender and soft that Lin Fan had the urge to continue kissing them. But the filming was over. They couldn't kiss anymore. If he kissed her again, it would be a public display of affection and he would be trending all over the internet. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and was a little angry. She couldn't seduce people like this. The next time he brought Xiao Wanqiu home, if Xiao Wanqiu still dared to challenge his physiological limits like this, Lin Fan wouldn't have to tolerate it anymore. He would directly teach her how to be a human and let her bid farewell to her period for 10 months. Now that he saw so much information, Xiao Li was deeply shocked. Lin Fan was indeed not an ordinary person. Xiao Li, I'll leave the rest to you, said Lin Fan with a smile. Understood. With this evidence, Chen Hongguang and Qianling Economic Media will definitely die today, Xiao Li replied. After Lin Fan was done, he drove the Bugatti to the office. It was time to start a new day. It did not matter if there was one less investor. Visit nouveau.v3lb/n.cm for nouveau. He would be the male lead and Xiao Wanqiu would still be the female lead. He would be the investor of the new drama Joy of Life. And half an hour later, on Weibo, 3 trending topics had officially reached the top. The Public Security Bureau was activated at the same time. There was concrete evidence. What they did next was to arrest someone. The first trending topic was Qianling Economic Media evaded tax worth 80 million. The second trending topic was Chen Hongguang uses unspoken rules on female artistes. The third trending topic, Qianling Economic Media's boss suspected of rape. The 3 trending topics instantly caused a huge uproar. And there was plenty of evidence. These pieces of news almost exploded on the internet. Countless netizens cursed F***CK, Chen Hongguang. It's this kind of person who destroys the entertainment industry. This person seems to have committed rape. We have to arrest him. We must give him the death sentence. The death sentence must be carried out immediately. These 2 trending topics that suddenly appeared almost took the life of Qianling Economic Media immediately, and it attracted the attention of the country. The evidence was conclusive. Chen Hongguang's crimes would require him to be jailed for at least 10 years. At this moment, Chen Hongguang was still lying on the bed quietly. Just like that? Didn't you promise to let me die in a day? Am I not still alive and well now? Chen Hongguang smiled. He rarely committed any crimes. At most, he had evaded taxes and slept with a few female artistes. How could ordinary people notice these things? Even if he wanted to contact those female artistes that he had raped, who else could contact them other than him? As for the evidence of his company's tax evasion, it had long been cleaned up by him. Furthermore, Lin Fan was just a small restaurant owner and a hotel shareholder. What could he do? Lin Fan, I'm waiting here. If you can't kill me, I'm gonna kill you next. Chen Hongguang's eyes shone with a cold glint. Xiao Chen, look. A woman beside him looked at the Weibo trending topics on her phone and was stunned. What should I look at? Chen Hongguang looked at his phone and was shocked. He broke out in cold sweat. The deepest things he had hidden all along had actually been dug out. How was this possible? Find the new ST uvels on n//velbin.com. Hadn't he already destroyed all the evidence? And now they were all trending on Weibo. There was probably only one person who did it, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, F***CK your mother. Chen Hongguang felt a chill down his spine. He remembered Lin Fan's word. He would kill him in a day and destroy his entire company. He thought that Lin Fan was just bragging. Who knew that in just 12 hours, he had already gone onto Weibo's trending topic list. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. The police were here. Chen Hongguang's eyes were filled with pain. He only felt a hint of shock. B***CK, F***CK, F***CK. Chen Hongguang got up and stood beside the window, but he did not have the courage to jump down. This was the 28th floor. Chen Hongguang closed his eyes in pain. His face was pale as he sat down. Powerlessly, he had offended the wrong person. Who would have known that Lin Fan was really that awesome? If he said that he would kill him in a day, it would definitely not exceed 2 days. If he didn't want to sleep with Xiao Wanqiu and help Joy Media replace the female lead, this wouldn't have happened. The total charges for his 2 crimes would mean he had to spend at least 10 years in jail. Now, his fate, future, and career were all completely destroyed. At the same time, the news of Chen Hongguang being arrested was also trending on Weibo. Such news quickly spread to Yuehua Entertainment. D***MN. Lin Fan is way too awesome. He's too handsome. He really caused that Chenling Economic Media to close down. Wow. I used to know that Lin Fan was just a restaurant owner and screenwriter. Now I know that Lin Fan is so cool. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so outstanding. Many celebrities were filled with respect and admiration for Lin Fan. Lin Fan had completely become a celebrity in the company. There were many girls in the entertainment industry who would face such a problem, but Lin Fan was the first to solve it so directly. Even Su Yang was shocked by Lin Fan. What Lin Fan could do, he couldn't. He might compromise before investors, but Lin Fan wouldn't. Su Yang finally understood the difference between him and Lin Fan. Perhaps this was why Xiao Wanqiu treated Lin Fan so specially. Su Yang sighed. He was completely convinced. Luckily, he did not become Lin Fan's enemy, or else Su Yang would have been scared. Lin Fan looked very handsome and was just an ordinary screenwriter. But in reality, Lin Fan was a true big boss in the company. He had hundreds of millions of assets and was also the second largest shareholder of New Lixing Hotel. He had a close relationship with Yunhang Technologies, a big company, and was also someone CEO Li wanted to rope in. Most importantly, Lin Fan was Xiao Wanqiu's middle and high school deskmate. If he wanted to compete with Lin Fan, his starting point would have been different. Su Xiaoyu ran to Xiao Wanqiu's office and said in surprise, "Sister Wanqiu, Master really did it. Master is amazing." Xiao Wanqiu had also taken a closer look at Weibo. She raised her beautiful eyes and smiled lightly. She did not speak, but her heart was warm. It was great to have him around. In the Joy of Life film crew, producer Lu looked at the many actors present excitedly. Everyone, although there's one less investor, the investment problem of our television series has been completely resolved. Lin Fan will be our company's largest investor. He will be investing in the drama Joy of Life. The investment amount will be 100 million. It's still lacking from the total investment we made previously. Everyone's remuneration must be reduced slightly. But after this television series becomes popular, everyone will get a good share of the profit. Mr. Lu smiled. Everyone looked at each other, the admiration in their eyes deepening. That was 100 million. If it was an investment by a big company, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Lin Fan alone had invested 100 million. Many celebrities might have hundreds of millions in assets, but it was very difficult to have 100 million in liquid funds. Su Yang secretly gave him a thumbs up. As expected of a big boss who could drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions, he casually invested 100 million. Awesome. If Brother Fan can protect us in the future, who would dare to bully people from our company? Brother Fan is amazing. Not only did he write a script for us, he even became the male lead and is now the biggest investor in our movie. It's fine if the remuneration is lower, as long as we can act out this script. Well, forget having my remuneration lowered, I would even be willing to be paid nothing. Brother Fan's script is too wonderful. It's my honor to be able to act in this drama. The producer, Lu Mao, and the director, Lu Benkai, were all a little pleased. In reality, Chen Hongguang's attitude that day made them very unhappy. Damn, they even dared to bully Xiao Wanqiu. Although Mr. Lu and Lu Benkai were a producer and director respectively, the two of them were Xiao Wanqiu's fan. Although the script for this drama was very good, because the male lead was Lin Fan, many investors were unwilling to invest in it. But those investors didn't know that Lin Fan was the soul of this drama. Since the outside world was not optimistic about Joy of Life, then let them use this television drama to shock the entire entertainment industry. The roles of the actors in the television drama Joy of Life were finally decided. The male lead, Lin Fan. The female lead, Xiao Wanqiu. Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, and the others were all important supporting actors. There were also some other famous actors and veteran actors who were also involved in the filming of this television drama. Among them was the famous teacher Chun Qing, who played the role of the Qing Emperor in Joy of Life. New ST rise at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Chun Qing's acting skills were very good, and he was even an old actor recognized by the country and countless audience. Hence, many people called him Teacher Chun Qing. Other than that, there was also the old actor Teacher Wu. He was also very important. In Joy of Life, the female lead, Lin Wanner, the Qing Emperor, Chun Pingping, the eldest princess, Fan Ruoruo, Wang Qinian, Si Lily, Fan Xija, and other important characters, all had important relationships with the male lead and required very good acting skills to pull off well. And these characters were all played by actors with very good acting skills. Only Lin Fan was a newcomer. Lin Fan drove to the filming location. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were sitting in the same car. Meow, meow, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan curiously. TM going to film in a while. It's also my first time acting in my life. Lin Fan smiled and looked at the girl beside him. Point 1. Well, you're the male lead of this drama. Whether it can become popular or not will depend on you. Xia Wangyu blinked and smiled sweetly. You're the female lead in this drama, you know. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wangyu. Of course, if the two of us work together, we'll definitely be able to produce a very good television drama. Xia Wangyu's beautiful eyes were also filled with anticipation. Lin Fan sat beside Xia Wangyu and smiled. Then, why don't we tell the director later that we'll finish the kissing scenes first? Xia Wangyu's face turned red. Jerk, I don't want to. Lin Fan continued, anyway, there will be a day when we have to film a kissing scene. Why don't we finish all the relationship scenes at once? Otherwise, every time I act in a relationship scene with you, I'll have to get into character first. After all, in the drama, you're my fiancé. Xia Wangyu blushed and asked, if you're filming with me, why do you have to get into character first? Lin Fan smiled. If I don't get into character, what if I can't hold it in and I don't want to let go after kissing? Xia Wangyu glared at Lin Fan. Stupid Lin Fan, how dare you? Fierce. Xia Wangyu put on her cat ears hat and stretched out her 2 cat claws, looking at Lin Fan with a fierce expression. When the driver heard Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu's word, he sweated. Was there such a public display of affection? The key was that Xia Wangyu was so beautiful that he almost couldn't take it anymore. The driver sighed. Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu were together every day and they were still so loving. How could Lin Fan stand it? When they arrived at the filming location, they put on makeup and put on ancient clothes. The makeup artist looked at Lin Fan and sighed. V's been a makeup artist for years, and this has never happened before, the makeup artist said. In the past, when I put on makeup for people, sometimes it was to emphasize the character. Other times, it was to make the character look better on screen. But this is the first time I've seen someone as handsome as you. Without much makeup, you still look very good on screen. You're at least at the Prince Charming level. The makeup artist looked at Lin Fan. How did Lin Fan's face become so handsome? There were no flaws on screen. Furthermore, this was the first time the makeup artist had seen Lin Fan. Although the makeup artist didn't know how good Lin Fan's acting skills were, just by looking at his face, she was already impressed. If she were a dozen years younger, she might have wooed Lin Fan instead. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Actually, it doesn't matter what you look like. The key is that you have to rely on your acting skills to film a television drama and let the audience remember you using your acting skills. Lin Fan smiled. After the makeup artist heard that, she looked at Lin Fan approvingly. He was such a righteous artiste and was so handsome. After the makeup was done, filming officially started. After all the actors had their schedules. In order to speed up the progress, they had to film a few scenes simultaneously. The one who received the most attention was Lin Fan, because Lin Fan was the male lead in this movie, and in this movie, the male lead had the most scenes. Therefore, basically all the plots revolved around the male lead, other than the first episode, which required a child actor to act as the male lead when he was young. Towards the end, Lin Fan had to act with everyone. Lin Fan's first scene was a fighting scene. Director Liu Benkai, some staff, the martial arts director, and producer Liu were also here watching this scene. Xia Wangyu, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing were also watching Lin Fan's first scene. They were all very concerned about Lin Fan. If his acting skills weren't good, they could go forward and talk to him and share their experience. Lin Fan, don't be too nervous. It's normal for a newcomer to not perform well in their first drama, Liu Benkai said. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and didn't want to give him any pressure. Acting required very good acting skill. Although Liu Benkai said that on the surface, he was actually a little worried. If Lin Fan didn't act well, it would affect the overall quality of this drama. It might even cause this drama to fail. No matter how good the script was, if the performance was not good enough, the audience would not approve of the drama and it would look ridiculous. Lin Fan, you can do it. Su Yang consoled Lin Fan. Lin Fan's first scene attracted a lot of attention. Even the veteran actors, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu, stood beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a newcomer after all, and his acting foundation wasn't strong enough. If didn't act well, the effect of this drama would be greatly reduced. Lin Fan was acting with Xia Wangyu and acting as the male and female lead. If something happened to Lin Fan's acting, there might be countless criticisms online. After communicating with the martial arts director, Lin Fan and Tang Zijing's actor officially started acting. The main plot of this episode was that Lin Fan had been framed and someone wanted to kill him. Tang Zijing received a secret order from the prosecutor's office to kill Lin Fan. Then he fought with Lin Fan. In the end, Lin Fan pretended to kill Tang Zijing in order to investigate the truth about his parents. He bid farewell to Uncle Wu Zhu, and then Lin Fan went to the capital. Although this series of events seemed simple, it required a lot of acting skill. The expression when he was framed, the battle and duel between him and his opponent, the thoughts of the protagonist, and the strong acting skills when he wanted to investigate the truth. Every detail was very important. I declare that the filming of Joy of Life has officially begun, Liu Benkai said. He was still a little worried, but he didn't show it. After filming officially started, Lin Fan started acting for the first time in his career. Don't forget that this script was written by Lin Fan. No one knew better than Lin Fan how to control and shape the character. Whether it was the martial arts scenes or the other details, Lin Fan acted out everything vividly, and it only took one take for the plot to pass. Director Liu Benkai and producer Liu were completely stunned when they saw the effect on the screen. Lin Fan's acting skills were actually so good. Every detail and action was too perfect. Not to mention director Liu Benkai, Even the martial arts director at the side could not discover any problem. Lu Benkai could not help but doubt his life. Wasn't Lin Fan a newcomer? There was only one way to describe Lin Fan's acting skills. God-level acting skills. They were perfect. You've worked hard. We're finally done filming this scene. Lin Fan shook hands with the actor. Brother Fan, you've worked hard. Your acting skills are really amazing. I've been acting for 5 years. I only have a lot of pressure when I act in front of Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu. Today, I met you. Your acting skills shocked me. You don't lose to the two teachers, the male actor praised and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan smiled and said humbly, Teacher Chan and Teacher Wu are both seniors in the industry. Furthermore, they're both veteran actors. Their acting skills are amazing. My ordinary acting skills are still far from theirs. The male actor shook his head. If your acting is called ordinary acting, I'll eat this rock on the spot. When Lin Fan finished acting, Su Xiaoyu picked up a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Master, drink some water. Su Xiaoyu held a bottle of water and looked at Lin Fan. The scene you acted in just now, wow, your acting skills are even better than mine. Sister Wang Yu was also stunned. Su Xiaoyu praised. Is that so? I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. Lin Fan smiled. Of course. Look, even Sister Wanqiu is blushing. Su Xiaoyu giggled. You're the one who's blushing. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and rolled her eyes at Su Xiaoyu. However, she felt happy for Lin Fan. On the other side, many actors went to surround Lu Benkai to look at the finished product. D*MN, Brother Fan's acting skills aren't weaker than that of an A-list celebrity. Look at his expression and action. I feel like he was refining it. How can a newcomer be at this level? F*CK, not only does Brother Fan know how to write scripts, he's also handsome and has such good acting skills. Who was the one who said that Brother Fan wasn't suitable to be the male lead? Look at how face-slapping this is. Brother Fan is the most suitable person for the male lead. TMF *King stunned. I'm suddenly looking forward to Brother Fan and our superstar sister Wang Yu acting in a relationship scene. Yeah, Brother Fan's acting is so good, and Xiao Wangqiu's acting is also top-notch. Most importantly, this is Xiao Wangyu's first time acting in a relationship scene. It's also her first time acting in a kissing scene. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful. I also want to be the male lead. Forget it. Let me tell you secretly. Xiao Wanqiu chose Brother Fan as her male lead. If Brother Fan doesn't act as the male lead, she might not act as the female lead. This is Brother Fan's unique charm. They were high school deskmates, a group of actors side. Not only were they impressed by Lin Fan's acting skills, but they were also looking forward to the next scenes, especially how it would look like when Lin Fan and Xiao Wangqiu acted together. Lu Mao and Lu Benkai sat together. If anyone dares to say that Lin Fan isn't suitable to be the male lead, I'll definitely F*King beat them up. Others act like CR*P, while Lin Fan can clear a scene after just one take. Who can compare to Lin Fan? Mr. Lu said, this feels terrible, Ma Fei. I'm completely convinced of his acting skill. I was quite worried previously, but now it seems like the most suitable male lead is Lin Fan. Coupled with Lin Fan's handsome look, this drama is almost guaranteed to do well, Lu Benkai exclaimed. On the other side, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu, who were called the two veteran actors, also smiled. Happily, the younger generation would surpass them in time. His acting was perfect. Old Hua, I don't think I've seen such an amazing newcomer in a long time. The last person I saw with such good acting skills was Su Xiaoyu. Teacher Chen smiled. Old Chen, you're going too far. The last person with such good acting skills was clearly Xiao Wangqiu, Teacher Wu said. But I have to admit that Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's acting skills are pretty good. However, when they were just newcomers, they also encountered a lot of difficulty. The improvements afterwards were very obvious, but Lin Fan is completely different. It's just like playing Fight the Landlord. Lin Fan started off with a rock. Lin Fan's acting is amazing. With such acting skills, wait until the day it broadcasts, who knows how much popularity it would attract. I think Lin Fan might become a superstar in the future. Teacher Chen sighed. Lin Fan is really young and promising. I heard that the script for this drama was written by Lin Fan. There was a company whose CEO wanted to sleep with Xiao Wanqiu and was forced back by Lin Fan. Guess what happened to that company now? They were shut down and the company's boss was even arrested. They have to be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison, Teacher Wu said. Haha, maybe you and I will have to act in other scripts written by Lin Fan in the future. I really like this drama, Joy of Life. I can act in it without any remuneration. Teacher Chen nodded. The other surrounding actors could not help but gasp. Get latest CHPters on NVELBJ/N. C/M. The two old actors in the entertainment industry who were respected by everyone were actually praising Lin Fan. This was the first time they had praised someone like this in their life. In fact, their evaluation of Lin Fan was that Lin Fan might become a superstar in the future. They had never even given Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu such an evaluation. One could imagine how important Lin Fan was to the two old actors. After filming the scene, Lin Fan went to watch the film. After looking through it, Lin Fan shook his head. Director Lu, to be honest, there's still room for improvement in this scene. Look, if you shoot from this angle, the image and effects will be better. It's the same for fighting scene. If you change the angle, not only will you be able to perfectly show the expressions and actions of the characters, but you will also be able to see some of the differences in light and shadow, said Lin Fan as he looked at Lu Benkai. After all, Lin Fan had god-level directing skills now. This was a script written by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's attainments in this drama were too high. Therefore, I have a small suggestion. Let's reshoot the scene that we just filmed. What do you think? Some details can be improved. Only these details can make the audience like a drama, said Lin Fan. After hearing Lin Fan's suggestion, Lu Benkai was enlightened. That's right, why didn't he think of that? In the process of communicating, Lu Benkai discovered a very shocking fact. He was already a famous director. He realized that in terms of directing, Lin Fan knew more than him and had even deeper knowledge than him. Lin Fan's attainments in acting were even higher than his. Was Lin Fan really just a small screenwriter? Why was he so proficient in directing and acting? He felt like Lin Fan was omnipotent. Lin Fan, I'm stunned. How do you know more about directing than me? Lu Benkai sighed and asked, I just know a little. Lin Fan smiled. 1. You're too humble. F***CK, I saw a monster today. He has good acting skills, writes good scripts, and is even a director. I'll listen to you. If this scene is filmed again, it will definitely have the most perfect effect. Lu Benkai laughed. There was no jealousy, only surprise. He hadn't expected that by being a director and filming a television drama, he would be able to learn something from Lin Fan. Lin Fan's seriousness towards filming, his attainments in various fields, and even his knowledge in directing were all top-notch in his eye. Director Lin Fan's acting is too amazing. The thing is, isn't he a screenwriter? How does he know how to direct? Mr. Lu asked with a blank expression. Usually, when acting, it was the director who was picking on the actors. If the actor did not act well, the director had the right to NG and ask the actor to reshoot until he was satisfied. In other words, the director had a lot of power. Just now, Lin Fan and the actor's opening scene, fighting scenes, and gazes were all impeccable. However, after Lin Fan saw the scene after it was shot, he immediately gave Lu Benkai more suggestions, including how to position the camera and which angle to shoot from. There were also some details that Lin Fan handled better than Lu Ben. This surprised Lu Mao. Lin Fan was way too amazing. How would I know? Not only is Lin Fan's acting skills very good, the key is his attitude towards acting. He even knows more about directing than me. He's probably an all-rounder talent. Let's go for a second take. We'll shoot again until it's perfect. Previously, I was still worried about Lin Fan's acting skill. Now, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. With such a good actor and so many veteran actors with good acting skills, we will definitely be able to make this drama, Joy of Life, a classic work, Lu Benkai said and patted Lu Mao's shoulder. Thus, many of the actors present watched Lin Fan and the male actor act together again. This time, many of the details were done better. Everyone could not help but fall into a daze. Even Su Yang, who had superb acting skills, praised the scene. Lin Fan is really not an ordinary person. His acting skills, I'm impressed. When I act with Lin Fan, I can't possibly lose to him, right? Su Yang said, Master is too handsome. Look at this backflip and this punch. It's so handsome. Su Xiaoyu held Xiao Wanqiu's arm and screamed at the side like she was Lin Fan's fan. Xiaoyu, take note of your image, Xiao Wanqiu said softly with a blush. All right. I'll be dignified, a lady, and maintain a pretty image. But Master's acting is still so good. Su Xiaoyu was a big star. When she saw that Lin Fan's acting was so good, she cheered like a child. Sister Wanqiu, I'm a little envious of you. You're able to be the female lead, act with Master, and even have kissing scenes. Su Xiaoyu blinked. You want to act in a kissing scene too? Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes looked at Su Xiaoyu. Yes. I've never acted in a kissing scene before. Su Xiaoyu nodded excitedly and took another bite of the cucumber. Fierce. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Su Xiaoyu. Awu, I don't dare anymore. Awu, Sister Wanqiu, you're fierce again. Su Xiaoyu had an innocent look in her eyes and looked pitifully. When Lin Fan and the actor named Tang Zijing were done filming, they went to Lu Benkai with Lin Fan and looked at the scene that had just been taken. God, he's really godly. Lin Fan, the effects of using the technique you just taught me are many times better than before. This technique seems to be quite novel in China. Lin Fan, could it be that you've studied it in Hollywood? Lu Benkai asked. The actor acting as Tang Zijing exclaimed, Amazing, I only made a few simple actions and filmed it using this method. Feels so cool. Brother Fan, I worship you. Lin Fan just waved his hand. No, I just know a little about directing. Then, after filming the scene, it was time for Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu to act together. In the script, the male protagonist entered the capital and first went to the temple to exchange blows with a cold-faced guard. Then, the male protagonist entered the temple and saw that the offering table was moving. The male protagonist hesitantly lifted the tablecloth and saw a beautiful little fairy, holding a drumstick looking at him in shock. Then, the male and female protagonist scenes officially started. In this scene, the male protagonist had to perform the feeling of falling in love with the female protagonist at first sight. The male protagonist's acting skills had to be very good, and the female protagonist had to act pure and beautiful, like a goddess descending to the mortal world. This scene could be said to be one of the beginning stages of the entire drama. Furthermore, with Xiao Wanqiu's popularity, if she could film it well, it would make this drama, Joy of Life, extremely popular. But the most important thing in this scene was their acting skill. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had never acted in a relationship scenes before, which worried Lu Benkai. If they didn't act well here, the entire drama would collapse. Teichi most up-to-date novels are published on n0velbj.co/m. Some people were indeed good at acting, but relationship scenes were different from other scenes. This required someone with experience to act well. For example, if a 4-year-old child acted as an emperor, no matter how good his acting skills were, he would not be able to act like an emperor. Could Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu act well in this drama? Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, don't be too nervous. Think of the other party as your first love and then start acting, Lu Benkai said. By the way, Soo-young, you can share your experience with them. Lu Benkai looked at Soo-young. Soo-young, who was eating a popsicle, heard the director call his name and could not help but freeze. Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu were acting out a relationship scene and acting out the feeling of love at first sight. Did he have to come along? Soo-young could not help but feel bitter. He still could not avoid these two's public display of affection. 1. Why was his fate so dark? However, Soo-young could not refuse. He could only bite the bullet and walk to Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu. Ahem. Lin Fan, act like you fell in love with Xia Wanqiu at first sight. Xia Wangyu, act out this feeling too. Yes, that's it. You've acted well. You have to look each other in the eye. Well, you guys can train by yourselves first. Soo-young watched Lin Fan act out his love for Xia Wangyu at first sight. Xia Wanqiu's face was red, her heart was moved, and her sweet smile was lively and cute like a fairy. Looking at the intimate interaction between the two of them, Soo-young's mentality collapsed. He was initially glad that he did not have to watch their public displays of affections, but now he could not even hide. After the two of them finished practicing the script, Soo-young decided to leave. Soo-young, don't go yet. The filming is about to begin. If they don't act well the first time, you can go up and teach him. After all, you have experience in dating, Lu Benkai said. Soo-young, F***. Lu Benkai said, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Soo-young took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. He smiled and said, all right, fine, the public display of affection just now was just a prelude. Now that filming was about to begin, he still couldn't avoid it. The director had already spoken. How could he refuse? He could only stand in the Comer and watch the two of them show off their love. He seemed to be the only person in his world. Lonely and cold. Of course, no one noticed Soo-young's miserable state. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wanqiu. Xia Wangyu took a look as well, her face slightly red. They were about to begin filming their first relationship scene. This scene was rather important. It attracted everyone's attention. The male and female leads were the souls of a television drama. Director Lu Benkai and all the staff also started working serious. The purpose was to film this scene well. Director Lu, do you think they can act out this scene well? I feel like it's a little difficult. After all, the two of them don't have any experience, Lu Mao said. Let's give it a try. If they don't do a good job, they can practice more. We have so many veteran actors with good acting skills here. If they can't do it once, we'll shoot it 10 times. They'll do a good job eventually, Lu Benkai said. Under everyone's worried gazes, Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu's officially started filming their scene. The cameras focused on Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu. According to the script, Lin Fan slowly lifted the tablecloth and saw the girl who was as beautiful as a goddess, Xia Wanqiu. Lin Fan's eyes widened as everything around him seemed to freeze up. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wangyu and perfectly displayed the feeling of love at first sight. Then it was their conversation. Let me ask you something. Are you an assassin? Don't think so. Were you sent by an immortal? Don't think so. But I think you are. Immediately after, they slowly stood up from under the table. Xia Wangyu had a devastatingly beautiful face, and she looked pure and beautiful when she was wearing ancient clothes. She was wearing a pure white long dress and looked like a daughter of a rich family. At this moment, the scene froze again. As for the protagonist, Lin Fan, he was injured previously and spat out another mouthful of blood. What happened to you? The female lead, Xia Wanqiu, asked. TM used to coughing blood. Lin Fan replied. Then, in the later scenes, Xia Wanqiu ran away, revealing a perfect back view and the unique shyness of a girl. The entire scene was very smooth. Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu acted out the feeling when the male and female leads first met. When the performance was over, everyone in the production team stared blankly at everything. This was the first time Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu acted in a relationship scene. The acting was so sincere and smooth the entire time. Whether it was Lin Fan's love at first sight or Xia Wanqiu's acting skills, they were both very good. Visit novlbin.c/m for the L-test updates. After all, in this drama, Xia Wanqiu was Lin Fan's fiancée. There were too many scenes between the two of them. D***Gemin. Lin Fan and Xia Wangyu acted too well. There weren't any flaws. Lin Fan's look of love at first sight completely exceeded my imagination. Haven't the two of them never acted in a relationship before? Why are they so good at their first relationship scene? They're completely acting as themselves. So sweet. I'm an actor and I'm already moved. It makes me think of Xia Wanqiu leaning on Lin Fan's shoulder in high school. It's so sweet that it's explosive. I didn't expect the two of them to act so well together. It's really amazing. If the show really broadcasts, I don't know how much of a reaction it will cause. Xia Wangyu is the goddess in many people's heart. Her first relationship scene is so beautiful. Lin Fan's acting skills are really too perfect. He's not only good at acting in martial arts scenes, he's also very good at normal scenes. Now, even his relationship scenes are so perfect. Many actors were shocked. After seeing Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu's acting, they even felt like they were in a relationship. This also made many actors more confident in this drama. Director Lu Benkai and producer Lu Mao applauded. The two of them looked at each other with indescribable surprise. Lin Fan was so handsome and Xia Wanqiu was so beautiful. Coupled with their acting skills, the work they presented was perfect. Lin Fan, Xia Wangyu, I have to say that your acting skills impressed me. If you can maintain this state and continue, this drama will definitely become popular. Lu Benkai praised. Lu Mao nodded as well. I feel like these two roles belong to you guys. No one can replace you, and no one can act better than you guys. You flatter me. Wang Yu and I were just acting as ourselves. These two roles really suit us. Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wang Yu blushed and wanted to bite Lin Fan. She wasn't acting out her true colors with Lin Fan. She was Lin Fan's fiancée in the movie. She didn't have such a close relationship with Lin Fan in real life. She was not acting out her true color. That despicable Lin Fan was bullying her again. However, Xiao Wang Yu could not say it yet or even express it. She and Lin Fan were only colleagues in front of everyone. There were so many people here. If there was really any scandal, it could be posted online at any time. Watching Lin Fan and Xiao Wang Yu leave, Su Yang looked at their backs silently and felt bitter. Was he ignored again? Other people did not know Lin Fan and Xiao Wang Yu's relationship, but Su Yang did. The details between the two of them and some small actions were not something ordinary friends would do. For example, Xiao Wang Yu would wear a cat-eared hat in front of Lin Fan and make cute gestures and meow. However, Xiao Wang Yu was always very polite in front of Su Yang. She kept her distance and smiled. As for any cute actions, forget it. Only Su Xiaoyu would occasionally be cute in front of Su Yang. This was Su Xiaoyu's nature. She was the same to everyone. When a goddess acted cute in front of others and kept her distance in front of you, Su Yang understood everything. His goddess dream shattered. The filming continued. The weather was hot and the clothes were warm. Lin Fan bought some ice cream and held an umbrella silently as he walked to Xiao Wang Yu's side. Huh? Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. Do you want some ice cream? Lin Fan took out an ice cream and held the umbrella with his other hand. Most of the angle of the umbrella was on Xiao Wangqiu's side. When Xiao Wangqiu saw the ice cream, her eyes lit up and her face turned slightly red. Help me open the ice cream's packaging. All right. Lin Fan nodded. After tearing open the ice cream packaging, he handed the ice cream to Xiao Wangqiu. Thank you, official. Xiao Wangqiu smiled sweetly. She put her hands together and bowed slightly. She was like the female lead in the drama, immortal and like a real fairy. Lin Fan saw Xiao Wangqiu suddenly start acting. Furthermore, she was so beautiful that it made his heart flutter. The ice cream in Lin Fan's mouth fell to the ground. Xiao Wangqiu looked at Lin Fan's embarrassed expression and giggled. Her smile was so beautiful that it seemed to melt Lin Fan. Damn woman, pay me my ice cream. Lin Fan was furious and his heart ached. In such a hot day, an ice cream could save lives. Tunt, I refused to pay. I'm running. Xiao Wangqiu ran off. Lin Fan chased after her while Xiao Wangqiu ran in front. The weather was hot and Lin Fan and Xiao Wangqiu's hearts were warm. When Su Yang was about to give the ice cream to Xiao Wangqiu, he saw everything. Bang. Su Yang's ice cream fell to the ground. Su Yang looked at the ice cream on the ground, picked it up, and silently placed it in the trash can. The weather was hot, but Su Yang's heart was cold. Why did Lin Fan do everything that he could think of? And the two of them were still fighting with each other. At this moment, Lin Jingjing walked to Su Yang's side and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Her pleasant voice came. Do you want some water? Thank you. Su Yang nodded. He looked at Lin Jingjing beside him and remembered that his world did not seem so lonely. Are you unhappy? Do you want me to sing you a song? Lin Jingjing sat beside Su Yang. Her legs were closed as she silently watched Lin Fan and Xiao Wangqiu fight. All right. Su Yang nodded. Then I'll sing Miss You 3000. Lin Jingjing started singing. Her singing was very good, and Su Yang listened to Lin Jingjing's singing silently. You sing really well, Su Yang praised. Thanks, I'll get to work first. Lin Jingjing nodded happily and jogged away. What are you doing? Su Yang looked at Lin Jingjing as she picked up half a box of mineral water. Lin Jingjing pointed at Lin Fan in the distance. Lin Fan has worked so hard filming. I'm planning to send half a box of mineral water to him and buy him 2 ice cream. Do you want to join me? Su Yang silently looked at the bottle of mineral water in his hand, then looked at Lin Jingjing and shook his head. Seeing Lin Jingjing carry half a box of mineral water to Lin Fan and say that she wanted to buy ice cream for him, Su Yang once again felt the difference between Lin Fan and himself. When Lin Jingjing went to his side, he had a fantasy that perhaps he should treasure the person in front of him. Then, the person in front of him carried a bunch of mineral water and went to look for Lin Fan. Su Yang's mentality really collapsed this time. This was not how it should be. So Lin Jingjing came here to give him a bottle of water because he happened to be on the way. As for singing, it was just that she simply wanted to sing a song. Su Yang had even had an illusion that she liked him. Now that he saw the reality in front of him, Su Yang finally understood the ruthlessness of reality. He also wanted to eat ice cream. Why didn't Lin Jingjing buy him ice cream? On the other side, Yang Qing ran in front of Lin Fan and Xiao Wangqiu. Yang Qing was a little anxious. Xiao Wangqiu was Yuehua's signboard and the goddess in many people's hearts. There was no need to talk about the many Xiao Wangqiu fans on the internet. Even in the entertainment industry, many people liked Xiao Wangqiu. Xiao Wangqiu's look, temperament, and character were all very likable. Furthermore, Xiao Wangqiu's family background was very simple. She usually lived very thriftily, was simple and pretty, and had her own principle. She never filmed kissing scenes, making other male actors like her even more. Wangqiu were still in the film crew. You have to take note of your image. You have to keep your distance when you should. You can't stick together every day, Yang Qing said with a bitter expression. If a video were to spread, they could barely explain why they were together every day using the excuse of discussing script. But the film crew were not stupid. Everyone saw it. Lin Fan and Xiao Wangqiu's relationship was really not ordinary. Lin Fan, you too. Even if you want to show off your love, you can't go overboard. Otherwise, everyone will be stuffed with your dog food, Yang Qing said. She was just a manager, so she didn't dare to speak too harshly. When Xiao Wangqiu heard that, her face turned red and she glared at Lin Fan fiercely. I have nothing to do with him. We're really discussing the script, Xiao Wanqiu said, taking the initiative to defend Lin Fan. Sister Yang, we're indeed discussing the script. It's normal to hold an umbrella for a girl in such hot weather. Eating ice cream can lower one's temperature, said Lin Fan with a smile. All right, then take note not to go too far. If you really can't hold it in anymore, you have to go to the room too. Yang Qing sighed. This was her final bottom line. They couldn't just do that in broad daylight, right? After Yang Qing finished speaking, she left. She couldn't stay here anymore. She would be stuffed with dog food every day. The main thing was that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills were too good. There was no fault in them and no one could help. Over the next month or so, the filming for Joy of Life was carried out in an orderly manner. The entire filming process was very smooth. The main leads of Joy of Life were almost all capable actors, and there were also many veteran actors who joined them. The entire drama's atmosphere immediately soared. Coupled with the acting between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu and the complete script, Lin Fan helped Lu Benkai a lot. The entire television drama was filmed very quickly. The busiest were Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. The two of them would even find time to film the variety show Keep Running. After more than a month, more than half of the script had been filmed. The entire filming process was exceptionally smooth. In a few days, it would be over. During this period of time, Lu Benkai was completely impressed by Lin Fan. Alright, this episode is done. It's been more than a month and I've never filmed Lin Fan's scenes a second time. He almost always only needs one take. His acting skills are simply too perfect, Lu Benkai said with a smile. The veteran actor, Teacher Chun, nodded and said, I've worked with so many actors before. Lin Fan's control of his acting skills and his own aura are all very strong. This is still Lin Fan's first television drama, right? If he films a few more shows, his improvement might be even greater, and he might even surpass us old actors. When Lin Fan heard that, he smiled and said, Teacher Chun and Teacher Wu are my seniors. There are still many things I want to learn from you guys. Hearing that, Teacher Chun smiled. There were too few newcomers like Lin Fan who had such good acting skills and ability but were still so humble. In the past, Teacher Chun looked down on some young actors. This was because these young actors refused to suffer. They had to stop working even if their fingers were scratched. They even had to shout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 when memorizing lines. As a result, there were no good works in the entire country's entertainment industry. There were rarely any phenomenal works among television dramas and movies. Hollywood had even far surpassed them. Regarding the current development of the country, these veteran actors could only express their helplessness. But now that Lin Fan had appeared, Teacher Chun felt a little more hopeful. There weren't many talents like Lin Fan. Perhaps in the future, the development of the entire country's entertainment industry would be inseparable from a talent like Lin Fan. After filming for such a long time, Yuehua CEO Li contacted director Lu Benkai. How's the progress? Lin Fan is a newcomer and his acting skills are not mature enough. He might meet some problems during filming. You have to pardon him. You have 4 months to shoot the script. Take your time, CEO Li said on the phone. Lu Benkai laughed bitterly and shook his head. CEO Li, you don't know but Lin Fan's acting skills have really won over everyone in our film crew. Even the 2 veteran actors are praising Lin Fan. To be honest, I feel that as a director, I'm not as useful as Lin Fan. During the entire filming process, Lin Fan often points out some problems for me. His understanding of directing is deeper than mine. The filming process was also very smooth. There was almost no need for retake. We only spent a month or so and we had already filmed 70% of the script. We originally thought that it would take a long time, but it was mainly because Lin Fan's acting skills were too good. Of course, the cast this time is also very strong, Lu Benkai praised. CEO Li held his phone. When he heard Lu Benkai praise Lin Fan, he was stunned. How was this possible? Other than being a screenwriter, Lin Fan also had such good acting skills. Most importantly, Lin Fan was even better at directing than Lu Benkai. Furthermore, the filming progress was so fast, CEO Li was completely shocked. Lin Fan, a newcomer to the entertainment industry, actually had such strong abilities. Your Vorite stories. Lu Benkai continued to praise CEO Li. A talent like Lin Fan must be roped in. I feel that just this drama, Joy of Life, alone will definitely be popular on the internet. Our cast of actors is very luxurious. Coupled with Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's outstanding acting skills and the breathtaking plot, it will be enough to attract the attention of the audience. What's worth mentioning is that the filming of Joy of Life hasn't been completed yet. If it becomes really popular at that time, countless fans will look forward to the second season of Joy of Life. Many companies will also fight to ask Lin Fan for a new script, Lu Benkai said. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. CEO Li nodded. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Fan's ability. He thought that Lin Fan could only write script, but he hadn't expected that other than scriptwriting, Lin Fan's other abilities were also shocking. CEO Li smiled. With someone like Lin Fan around, he could push the entire country's cultural and entertainment industries forward. As for if Joy of Life became popular, CEO Li would naturally buy Lin Fan scripts for adaptation at a high price. If that was the case, classic television dramas might even be released one after another. There aren't many actors who can receive such praise from director Lu. Looks like Lin Fan is really not ordinary, CEO Li said with a smile. Lu Benkai shook his head. CEO Li, you know what kind of person I am. I've seen many people with good acting skills, but this is the first time I've seen someone with Lin Fan's acting skill. It's not only his acting skills, but also his character. The meticulousness he shows towards his works makes me deeply understand that such a person is a true talent, the hope of the country's future. and also the hope of our entertainment industry. In the entertainment industry, not only does one need good acting skills, the more important thing is one's character. After working for so many years, I've never been impressed by anyone. Lin Fan is the first Liu Benkai praised. After working with him for more than a month, Liu Benkai had the easiest job as the director. The actors' acting skills were all so good that they could basically pass all the scenes after filming one. In the past, when filming a television drama, some actors would recite numbers if they could not memorize their lines. Some actors would even have to send themselves to the hospital if their fingers were scratched. Some handsome young celebrities were even more so. Some big-name celebrities did not even come and just ask the film crew to help with editing their scene. With such an attitude, how could they produce outstanding works? Therefore, this was also the reason why Liu Benkai was impressed by Lin Fan. They were all handsome young celebrities, but Lin Fan was much better than those famous actors. At the same time, the cast of Joy of Life was officially announced on Weibo. TV drama, Joy of Life. Director, Liu Benkai. Lead actors, Lin Fan, Xia Wanqiu. Main actors, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Lin Yanran, Guo Ryu. Original author, Lin Fan. When the official announcement was made on Weibo, the popularity immediately soared. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In less than half a day, the popularity soared to 4 million. The expectations of the public were too high. This was because there were many outstanding actors and veteran actors gathered in the drama. There were countless viewers online and many of them were Xia Wanqiu's fans. They were even more excited and started promoting crazily on Weibo. Xia Wanqiu had not filmed new dramas for a year. There were many haters who said that Xia Wanqiu did not know how to act in relationship scenes, and there were even people who spread rumors that Xia Wanqiu was banned. But on this day, it was officially announced on Weibo. Filming started for Joy of Life, and it had already been filming for more than a month. This drama would be Xia Wanqiu's first film after a year of retreat. The audience also knew that Xia Wanqiu had high expectations for the script. This made countless fans anticipate this show even more. The official announcement of Joy of Life caused a stir on the internet, because the female lead was Xia Wanqiu, and this drama was also where she would film her first relationship scene. Qiu has finally announced it. Everyone, please pay more attention to the television drama, Joy of Life. Qiu is the female lead and is going to film relationship scene. I'll definitely binge this drama. Qiu is so beautiful. Xia Wanqiu. Love you. Love you. Wow, this drama will definitely become popular. I'll definitely binge it. It's been a year and there's finally a drama to watch. Does anyone know when it will be released? The discussion on Weibo was just the beginning. Attentive members of the audience found something very serious. There was no doubt that the female lead was Xia Wanqiu. All the audience knew that Su Yang was the #1 male actor in Yuehua. In many dramas, Su Yang was the male lead. However, only in Joy of Life, Su Yang was not the male lead. The male lead was Lin Fan. Lin Fan, a newcomer in the entertainment industry who had never filmed before. Lin Fan becoming the male lead of this drama immediately caused a heated discussion on the internet. D*MN. Did you guys notice? The male lead for Joy of Life is Lin Fan. I know Lin Fan. He's the owner of the restaurant who makes delicious food. He's also Xia Wanqiu's high school desk mate. I heard that he's very handsome. The script for the show was also written by Lin Fan. Could it be that other than cooking well, Lin Fan also knows how to write script? D*MN that Lin Fan is too awesome. I was wondering why Lin Fan's restaurant wasn't open, so he went to film. The relationship scenes they filmed must be very sweet. I'm looking forward to it. It's not fair. Lin Fan is just a newcomer. What right does he have to be the male lead of this drama? The male lead should be Su Yang. Can Lin Fan be the male lead with his acting skills? I don't think he graduated from Beijing Film Academy. At the same time, many negative comments about Lin Fan appeared on the internet. There were positive comments and many negative ones, and the negative comments were far more than the positive one. This was because there were too many capable actors in this drama. Lin Fan was a newcomer and he seemed out of place in this drama. There were even more doubts about Lin Fan on Weibo. This was normal, let alone Lin Fan. Even if it was a popular young hunk, if he didn't have acting skills, he would be criticized badly online. Yuehua still had many competitors, and their competitors would take the opportunity to attack Joy of Life. They wanted to make the reputation of this drama hit rock bottom before the drama was broadcast. The comments on Weibo were also quickly led by the marketing account. Can Lin Fan really be the male lead? If he doesn't act well, won't the show be ruined? Lin Fan didn't even graduate from Beijing Film Academy. How can a restaurant owner be the male lead? Change the male lead, or I won't watch. Can you all be a little more rational? At least watch the drama before you speak. As the comments flooded in, Xia Wanqiu's Weibo post made countless fans fall into great shock. Xia Wanqiu's Weibo post only had 2 words. These 2 words immediately dispelled all the fans' doubt. He can. Xia Wanqiu's Weibo post made countless fans exclaim. In the past, when faced with all sorts of negative news, Xia Wanqiu would never post on Weibo. But today, when Lin Fan was doubted by the entire internet, Xia Wanqiu took the initiative to post on Weibo. There were not many words, but they were very powerful. She supported Lin Fan. One Weibo post from Xia Wanqiu was not enough. Soon after, Su Xiaoyu also posted something. Everything depends on the work. Lin Fan's acting is superb. Lin Jingjing didn't post on Weibo, but she liked both of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's Weibo posts representing her attitude. Su Yang also came out and wrote a Weibo post. It also included a photo of him and Lin Fan with their arms on each other's shoulders. Lin Fan's acting is very good. Everyone, don't worry. The roles of protagonist and supporting actor are all the same. As long as they can produce the most perfect work, that's good enough. Su Yang was speaking up for Lin Fan. As for that photo, it was to tell the outside world that he had a good relationship with Lin Fan. Even the famous director Liu Benkai posted on Weibo to support Lin Fan. When everyone in the industry stood forward, the doubts on the internet gradually disappeared. Yes, Chocho is right. It depends on the work. The television series hasn't even been released yet. What are some haters doing? Did Lin Fan do something wrong? Why are they attacking him? Lin Fan is so handsome. I still have photos of him and Xiao Wanqiu in high school. They're really pretty. Maybe they'll act very well in this drama. I'm looking forward to it. Brother Lin Fan, we believe in you. You're so handsome and have such a good character. You'll definitely be able to slap those haters' faces with your acting skills. Follow EW Stories at n/velb/in.com. In the crew, Su Yang sat there silently. He looked at Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post and felt bitter. This was probably the difference between him and Lin Fan. They were both men, so why couldn't he get Xiao Wanqiu's liking? In the past month or so, Su Yang had felt the pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy of life. No matter what, no matter how loving the two of you are, you can't force dog food on me. When you guys film, I'll hide far away, Su Yang said inside. As long as he stayed far away, could he be stuffed with dog food again? Filming had always been going smoothly, but today there was a problem. There was only one scene today, and this scene was especially important. That was the kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. In the drama, they had many kissing scenes too, but most of them were deleted. There had to be more hazy beauty between relationships. There were many kissing scenes in the first and second scripts of Joy of Life. There weren't many kissing scenes in Joy of Life's first script, but this kissing scene was extremely important. This was Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on screen, and also her first kiss in real life. Most importantly, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills were quite superb. But Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu both had a flaw. That was, they had never acted in a kissing scene before. Even such a handsome Lin Fan and such a beautiful Xiao Wanqiu still had their first kiss. If they were filming a kissing scene, they could not just kiss each other. That way, there would be no feelings and the audience would not be passionate. A kissing scene represented that the two of them were naturally very close, and it was a result of a deep relationship. If the kissing scene was filmed well, countless fans would be moved. This kissing scene could further establish the height of this drama. If they did not act well, this scene would probably become a hot topic. No matter how good their acting skills were, it was difficult for someone who had never filmed a kissing scene to act out a kissing scene properly. For example, if an actor wanted to act as a doctor, it would be best if they worked in a hospital for a period of time and learned from the ground. If they wanted to act as a farmer, they had to go deep into the life of a farmer and understand their method. This was a process of growth that every actor had to experience. It was impossible for them to fantasize in their mind. If they were acting as a farmer or a doctor, it would be easier for the actor to act well. But if it was a kissing scene, the male and female actors would be nervous and it would not have any effect. This scene was destined to not be filmed in a way that concealed their faces. They had to really kiss. Even if they were filmed in that way, the audience would be able to tell that they did not really kiss. Su Xiaoyu held a thick banana. She peeled the banana skin and licked the banana, feeling happy and excited. Oh yeah, Sister Wanqiu is going to film a kissing scene with Master today. I'm going to take a video of it with my phone and save it. This is Sister Wanqiu's first kiss, and also Master's first kiss. I'm so envious. Su Xiaoyu gently took a bite of the banana and swallowed. Kissing scene. I've acted in some before. It's actually normal. As long as the actor opposite is handsome enough, it's still acceptable, Lin Jingjing said from the side. But if Lin Fan and Chocho were to act in a kissing scene, I don't think it would be difficult. Aren't they very close? Xiaoyu, do you think they're really together? Lin Jingjing asked. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. After taking a bite of the banana, she said, not yet. Sister Wanqiu doesn't dare to say it. Master isn't taking the initiative. Although they have a good relationship, the better their relationship is, the harder it is to film a kissing scene. It would be easier to film a kissing scene with a stranger. Lin Jingjing nodded in agreement. I wonder where Su Yang went today. Why didn't I see him? Su Yang, who was hiding in his room, lay on the bed. He had already seen through everything. He knew that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were filming a kissing scene today, so he had long hidden far away. Lying in a house, could he still be stuffed with dog food? Su Yang was very confident in this. At the filming location, the kissing scene had already started filming. There was no transition or wait. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and felt a little nervous. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, her face slightly red as her heart thumped. This was her first kissing scene. Xiao Wanqiu, who had always been relaxed, did not know how to film this scene today. So many people were still watching. In the future, when the television drama was released, there would be many viewers. Xiao Wanqiu knew the importance of this kissing scene, but she still felt nervous. Lin Fan stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu and gently touched her head. Lin Fan's hands cupped Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks and slowly kissed her red lips. Before he could kiss her, the director shouted cut. Liu Benkai looked at Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu and said, no, the feelings aren't right. Also, your expressions aren't good. You're both too nervous. It's obvious that you don't have any experience in kissing scene. If you continue acting like this, you won't be able to pass the scene. Meow, meow, stupid Lin Fan, you're bullying me. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against the wall and felt a little wronged. She didn't know how to film a kissing scene. Ahem, isn't this what the plot needs? Fine, let's do it again. This time, I want to kiss you faster. That way, I'll be able to kiss you. Lin Fan smiled. Fierce. I'll hit you. Xiao Wanqiu hit Lin Fan's chest. In the eyes of others, their hearts almost melted. Could Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu show off their love like this? Come, do it again, Lu Benkai shouted. Lin Fan had learned his lesson this time and quickly kissed Xiao Wanqiu. As long as he was faster than the director, he could kiss her first. After all, this was a job and he wasn't taking advantage of her. Then, before he could kiss her, the director shouted, cut. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Fan, why are you rushing so quickly? This is a kissing scene, not a fighting scene. Lu Benkai was a little helpless. Faced with two people who did not know how to film kissing scenes, Lu Benkai felt a little helpless. Where's Su Yang? Quickly call Su Yang over and ask him to impart his experience. To Lin Fan. After all, Su Yang has filmed many kissing scenes, Lu Benkai shouted. He immediately called Su Yang, who was lying in the house. After hearing that, Su Yang dropped his phone on the bed. Su Yang stood in the room motionless. Was this ***king impossible to avoid? Su Yang was dressed. His life was bleak. In the end, he did not manage to dodge it. However, he could not refuse this matter. Although Su Yang did not want to be stuffed with dog food, he wanted to see Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu film this scene well. Even though Lin Fan was Su Yang's competitor, Su Yang would still help him. He had always emphasized on fair competition with Lin Fan. If he didn't enter hell, who would? Wasn't it just a kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu? Anyway, he had filmed so many kissing scenes. Could he be stuffed full by Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's dog food? When he arrived at the filming location and saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang felt a little envious. Xiao Wanqiu was so beautiful. Her first kiss was going to be given to Lin Fan. Why wasn't he Lin Fan? Visit no v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. However, this was all acting. Su Yang comforted himself. It was all acting. If it was reality, how could Xiao Wanqiu agree to kiss Lin Fan? In reality, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were just friends. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Yang was certain of this. Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, kissing scenes aren't filmed like this. Most importantly, you have to invest in your character and the current plot. Then, you have to slowly kiss each other. You have to have feelings for each other and treat each other as your true lover, Su Yang said. True lover? Xiao Wanqiu blinked, seemingly understanding. Right, communicate with each other. I'm going to leave soon. It's not difficult to act in a kissing scene. The most important thing is to put your heart and soul into it, Su Yang said and patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Beside him, Lu Benkai stopped Su Yang. Su Yang, don't leave yet. Watch them. Finish acting. If there are any problems, you can continue to guide them. Su Yang felt his life turn dark again. Director Lu, I need to watch them. Finish acting? This was simply killing someone's heart. He really didn't want to be stuffed with dog food, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Fan looked at Lu Benkai and said, I want to talk to Wanqiu alone. Can we film later? Lu Benkai nodded. Hurry up and come back. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu walked to an empty corner. Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red. She did not speak and looked very quiet. She was still wearing ancient clothes. Most importantly, she was still so beautiful in ancient clothes, like a true fairy. Anyone who saw her would be tempted. This scene was her first kiss. Hence, this scene was exceptionally important. Lin Fan wanted to film this scene properly with Xiao Wanqiu. Wandiu, I know you don't really like kissing scenes, but there's nothing we can do about it. We have to film it well this time, Lin Fan said with a smile. Trash, you don't like kissing scenes. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and turned around. So you like kissing scenes? Then, shall we give it a try now? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Xiao Wanqiu was angry. Her chest heaved up and down. Do I look like such a casual girl? Trash, trash, dumb pig trotter, Xiao Wanqiu said angrily with a fierce look. It wasn't that she didn't like to finish filming, she just wanted to film a kissing scene with the person she liked. But Lin Fan couldn't even tell that and only knew how to bully her. This idiot Lin Fan actually dared to persuade her. The man had to take the initiative when filming a kissing scene. She just stood there, waiting for Lin Fan to kiss her. It was all Lin Fan's fault, but now he was still bullying her. He even wanted to film more kissing scenes. He was too annoying. Lin Fan smiled and grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's arm. Let's go and film. We'll definitely film well this time, as long as I can think of you as a lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and nodded her head gently, smiling sweetly. She was standing in front of Lin Fan. There was no need to think of her as a lover. Returning to the filming location, Xiao Wanqiu was still standing at the same spot, her face slightly red. This time, she was serious too. She had to give up her first kiss on the screen and her first kiss in real life eventually. This scene was almost the highlight of the entire drama, so she had to film it well. As long as she treated Lin Fan as a lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, recalling many stories. In high school, they were often together. Whether it was in class or after school, many people thought that they were a couple. Only Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu knew that they weren't a couple. In the hazy days of high school, many people wooed Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, but they rejected others. She still remembered that afternoon when she and Lin Fan were studying in the classroom. For some reason, someone locked the classroom door. She was tired from studying and fell asleep quietly on Lin Fan's shoulder. When it was time for class, she was still in the same position. Lin Fan was studying seriously. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against Lin Fan and fell asleep. It was very sweet. Someone even took a photo and posted it online. The last time Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's scandal was trending, it was because of that photo. Xiao Wanqiu never knew how it felt to be someone's lover. But in this scene, she was Lin Fan's fiancée and had countless connections with him. The current her was truly immersed in her role and treated herself as Lin Fan's future wife. In the plot, Lin Fan would need a long time to reach a dangerous place. This was the last time she would see him before she left. Therefore, Lin Fan would kiss her and tell her that he would marry her when he returned. They were a sweet couple in the drama, and she wanted to send him off. In the plot, Xiao Wanqiu was also Lin Fan's mental support and his fiancée. She was about to leave the person she loved the most. There was a lot of reluctance in her heart, and it was also what this scene was about to film. Lin Fan was serious as well. He perked up and treated Xiao Wanqiu as his lover. They were playing in the sea of flowers and chasing each other. High-pitched laughter rang out from time to time. Following the director's announcement, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu strolled through the sea of flowers and immediately said many touching words of love. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan seemed to have figured something out. She was already a superstar, why would she take the risk to come to his restaurant? Faced with scandals, she could have just refuted them, but she had to ask Lin Fan's attitude first. She never filmed kissing scenes and never acted in relationship scenes. She would rather give up many chances to continue climbing up, and she would stick to her original intention. TT wasn't that she didn't like to film kissing scene, but because she was waiting for someone. This person was Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood everything. He suddenly remembered back in high school. If he could hold her hand that afternoon, their fate might have already changed. All his feelings were integrated into this plot. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan slowly walked forward. His gaze was focused, and he seemed to only have eyes for her. And in her world, he was the only one. He gently brushed her cheek, then he kissed her. Everything in this world froze. This scene would forever be fixed in the video camera. That touch was cold and tender, sweet and wonderful. He gently hugged her waist and kissed her red lip. Lin Fan had already forgotten everything about the world. All he could see was the girl in front of him. Even though it was just acting, Lin Fan treated it as reality. There were many girls who threw themselves at Lin Fan, but Lin Fan had never taken advantage of any girl. He also wanted to give his first kiss to the person he liked the most. Lin Fan had already forgotten what happened next. He could only feel the girl in his arm. Then, Lin Fan slowly let go of Xiao Wanqiu's lips. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose face was slightly red, Lin Fan continued to finish the plot. When countless people saw this scene, their hearts had already melted. Su Xiaoyu licked a banana, her eyes filled with tears and envy. Such a relationship was wonderful. If she could have such a relationship, how wonderful would that be? Su Yang smiled. This scene was really well filmed. He just felt bitter for some reason. He felt sure he didn't have to eat tonight. He was stuffed full with dog food. Director Lu Benkai, producer Lu Mao, and all the actors were immersed in such a beautiful scene. Lin Fan's eyes were so sincere. He was so reluctant to part with the woman he liked and was filled with endless love. Xiao Wanqiu treasured the scene before her, sending the man she loved far away. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had acted the scene to the extreme. Almost no one could surpass Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's act. Their relationship was sincere and their hearts were clear. Only two people who truly loved each other could have such an effect. Everyone wanted to praise Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu for their acting skill. Their acting skills were too perfect. Many girls' eyes turned red when they saw this. Some of the younger girls were already crying. As for the kissing scene, they had already forgotten about it. What they saw was not just a kissing scene, but two true lovers. They would hold hands and grow old together. Although this idiom was not used to describe lovers, it could still reflect the mood in front of him. The best scene was probably this. The director only came back to his senses after filming. Everyone applauded. After the scene was filmed, it meant that the filming of the first season of Joy of Life was completed. The order of filming was different from the order of broadcasting a television drama. It had to be edited and processed later on. Joy of Life's filming was done. You uvels up Tez on NOV/L/BI.com. Many male actors wanted to film a kissing scene with Xiao Wanqiu, but when they saw the scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, they felt ashamed. They were not like Lin Fan. Lin Fan's acting was perfect. The kissing scene was even sweeter for everyone present. If such a kissing scene could really be released, who knew how much of a stir it would cause? Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on the screen was given to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's first kiss had also been given to Xiao Wanqiu. Although the kissing scene between the two of them was not that skillful, and even a little distant, however, this did not affect the feelings one would feel after watching this scene. TT was precisely because of the kissing scene between the two of them that this drama was even more perfect. In Joy of Life, the male and female leads never had any relationship scenes to begin with. They were not familiar with kissing scenes, but it could make people feel the reality of this movie even more clearly. After filming, Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red, and she gently pursed her red lips. Lin Fan was still craving for more. He wanted to kiss her more, but the plot didn't allow it. Damn it, he said that he would NG more than 10 times, but he only kissed her once. Director, look at the scene just now. Do you want to film again? I feel like it's not done yet, said Lin Fan with a smile. No need. You guys filmed the scene perfectly. Lu Benkai said and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. I think so too. Lu Mao nodded. Stupid Lin Fan, the director already said that filming once is enough. Or, do you still want it? Xiao Wanqiu said softly as she looked at Lin Fan. Her red lips were so tender and soft that Lin Fan had the urge to continue kissing them. But the filming was over. They couldn't kiss anymore. If he kissed her again, it would be a public display of affection and he would be trending all over the internet. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and was a little angry. She couldn't seduce people like this. The next time he brought Xiao Wanqiu home, if Xiao Wanqiu still dared to challenge his physiological limits like this, Lin Fan wouldn't have to tolerate it anymore. He would directly teach her how to be a human and let her bid farewell to her period for 10 months. No matter how much you want it, I won't give it to you. Humph, time to eat dinner. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan's expression and smiled. After all, she and Lin Fan didn't have a close relationship. No matter how many times they kissed in dramas, it was impossible to really kiss in reality. Xiao Wanqiu was extremely smart. She could tell that Lin Fan still wanted it. This was also the reason why she was happy. So Lin Fan had feelings for her. Xiao Wanqiu was very happy in her heart, but she couldn't show it on the surface. Girls still had to be reserved, and even if he wanted to kiss her, he couldn't do it in front of so many people. Who asked Lin Fan to act so seriously just now? If he said one wrong line, he could do it all over again. I'm so regretful. Lin Fan shook his head. He had said that he would NG more than 10 times, but he still hadn't done it. Lin Fan wasn't someone who would brainlessly take advantage of Xiao Wanqiu. Although he said that, on the surface, he wouldn't actually do that. When he was filming a kissing scene with Xiao Wanqiu, he would not extend his tongue out rudely. Although Lin Fan really wanted to, he still didn't do it. This was also the reason why Xiao Wanqiu had such a good impression of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was always different from the others. When she interacted with him, she was very happy. As expected, the feelings in the shows are all fake. It's better to have feelings in reality. Lin Fan looked at the sky and recalled what he had just experienced. He wanted to continue discussing the kissing scene with Su Yang, but Lin Fan could no longer find Su Yang. He didn't know where Su Yang had gone. Then, Lin Fan went to director Lu Benkai to take a look at the scene. After looking at it, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again, "Hey, Lin Fan's acting skills are so cool. The kissing scene here is also super warm. We really can't compare. Once this drama gets broadcasted, it'll definitely become extremely popular on the internet." Lin Fan's godly acting skills will definitely dispel the prejudices of those people on the internet against him. D***Gemin. How can Lin Fan act so well? I'm just a little envious. I also want my goddess's first kiss. Listening to everyone around him, Lin Fan smiled. Even though it was filming, he really took Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to wash his face. Unknowingly, more than a month of filming had passed. After Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's kissing scene was completed, it announced the completion of the filming of Joy of Life. The source of this content N/O/V/L/N. Lin Fan's first script was finally completed. EXT was the post-production, and after a series of procedures, it could officially premiere. As this was a parallel world, the flow of television dramas here and in real life was not identical. The auditing speed in this world was much faster. In other words, after filming was completed, it wouldn't take long for the television series to be on screen. And the film crew, everyone gathered together. Director Lu Benkai, the producer Lu Mao, as well as many actors and staff were here. Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Su Yang, and many others were taking photos for remembrance. Su Xiaoyu was excitedly taking a photo with Lin Fan. The main thing was, Lin Fan was too handsome. Many actors looked at Lin Fan in admiration and excitement. How can Lin Fan be so handsome? Lin Fan, can we take a photo together? Lin Fan, can I get your autograph? Feel that after this television drama airs, it will definitely become popular. The key is that Lin Fan is dressed so simply today, but he's so handsome. Well, these years, I've never seen anyone as handsome as Lin Fan. Wonder if Lin Fan has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. Lin Fan is a rich and handsome man who drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions. He's also an investor of Joy of Life. Do you know how much he invested? 100 million. D***MN, is Lin Fan that awesome? His script was well written. He's handsome, and his acting skills are so good. In the end, you told me that he's very rich. I think I'm in love with him. After many actors worked with Lin Fan, they were convinced by his acting skills and character. They had gradually forgotten Lin Fan's original identity. Lin Fan was rich and handsome, and the entire Shanghai, Lin Fan's net worth could be ranked at the forefront. Just Lin Fan's car and villa alone would make many people look up to him. Lin Fan was still a restaurant owner and could cook a delicious meal. The most attractive thing was that Lin Fan was still single. No matter how well Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu acted in the drama, no matter how sincere and invested their relationship was, Lin Fan was still single in real life. Many girls had thought they could predict how good Lin Fan's future would be. Even if they couldn't be Lin Fan's girlfriend, they just had to build a good relationship with him. Think about it. If Lin Fan wrote another stunning script and they could get 1 or 2 roles, it would be very beneficial to their development. The acting skills of an actor were very important, but everyone knew that an outstanding script was even more important. Lin Fan was a script master. Just this alone was enough to attract many outstanding actors. Many actresses surrounded Lin Fan, wanting to take a photo with him. There were also some 18 to 19-year-old girls who had not graduated from Beijing Film Academy. All of them had fair skin and beautiful long legs, and they surrounded Lin Fan. It was just a simple photo, and there weren't any ambiguous action. Lin Fan didn't reject these actresses. After all, there were many male actors taking photos with him. Lin Fan wasn't the type to avoid girls. He was also a normal person, so taking photos was no big deal. Sister Wanqiu, do you think the photo looks good? Master is really handsome. Taking a photo with him gives the feeling of a fairy taking a photo with a prince. Su Xiaoyu happily walked to Xiao Wanqiu's side with her phone. Xiao Wanqiu only smiled, her pretty face still a little red. She had just filmed a kissing scene with Lin Fan, Her first kiss had also been given to Lin Fan. Although she and Lin Fan were just ordinary friends and their relationship wasn't that good, for some reason, Xiao Wanqiu still blushed. Seeing that others were taking photos with Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu finally mustered her courage. She also wanted to take photos with Lin Fan. After graduating from high school for so many years, she rarely took photos with Lin Fan. Want to take a photo together? Lin Fan smiled and walked to Xiao Wanqiu's side. Xiao Wanqiu nodded her head gently. She picked up her phone and took a photo with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was very handsome and she was very pretty. When people saw the two of them taking photos together, they felt that they were really a match made in heaven. Lin Fan, that won't do. Your pose isn't pretty. Change your pose. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. She corrected Lin Fan's pose. Humph, if you want to take a photo, just take it. You can't touch my shoulder and you're bullying me. I'm fierce to you. Meow. Xiao Wanqiu made her kitten gesture again and it was still so cute. When Lin Fan took photos with the other girls, Xiao Wanqiu wouldn't be jealous. No matter how pretty those girls were, they were not as pretty as her. The image on the phone camera froze at this moment. Su Yang was about to take a photo with Xiao Wanqiu when he saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wandiu taking photos together. He silently chose to turn around and leave. His background seemed a little lonely. When he saw Xiao Wanqiu make such a cute gesture at Lin Fan, acting coquettishly and pretending to be angry, Su Yang understood. There were some girls that he could not woo. Beautiful girls all had cute sides, but only the people closest to them could see this side of them. If she turned into his wife, she would also have a coveting side in bed too. However, only by turning her into his wife could he see how she looked in bed. Su Yang sighed silently. This world belonged to Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, not him. Su Yang saw Lin Jingjing, and Lin Jingjing saw Su Yang. Want to take a photo together? Su Yang smiled. Sure. Lin Jingjing nodded. Her cheeks were slightly red and she smiled like a flower. As for what Su Xiaoyu was doing, she was holding a cucumber in her mouth. She took a small bite and touched her stomach. The dog was hungry, but there was no one to cook for her. She was aggrieved, weak, and helpless. Master, I'm hungry. Su Xiaoyu pouted and looked aggrieved. Ever since she got used to eating Lin Fan's dishes, she didn't want to eat other people's dishes. I'm hungry too. I haven't had a feast in more than a month. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. Alright, you want me to help you guys cook up a feast? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanqiu nodded. Her favorite dish was braised fish. There was no need to mention Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had been craving for Lin Fan's noodles for a long time. Especially the egg noodles, noodles in bean paste, and sliced noodles, they were all very delicious. Lin Fan smiled brightly and leaned forward to joke with the two girls. You can ask me to make dinner. But how about, you give me a kiss in return first? Su Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it. She leaned forward and kissed Lin Fan. Master, we can eat the dinner you make now. Su Xiaoyu giggled and held Xiao Wanqiu's arm, quickly dodging back. When she returned, Su Xiaoyu realized what she had done wrong. When she heard there was going to be delicious food, she just couldn't help it. That was it. Now the cat was angry. She was going to be bitten. You really kissed me. I was just joking. Lin Fan smiled. Felt good to be kissed by a beautiful woman. It was a pity that it wasn't the cat that came to kiss him. Sister Wandiu, I was wrong. Su Xiaoyu pulled Xiao Wanqiu, looking aggrieved. Stupid Lin Fan, you keep your word. If remember correctly, that was Xiaoyu's first kiss. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu. She knew Su Xiaoyu's character. Although she was angry, she had already kissed him. What else could she do? If she got angry here, wouldn't others think that she had a closer relationship with Lin Fan? Master, you're too naughty. Su Xiaoyu's chest heaved up and down. Lin Fan, he didn't seem to have done anything. Even if it was a kiss, it was Su Xiaoyu who kissed him on her own accord. How did he become a bad person? It's fine. I'll go talk to Director Liu. I'll cook a feast for you guys tonight. Lin Fan smiled and walked forward. He gently patted Xiao Wanqiu's head and turned to leave. Lin Fan knew that it was time for his peaceful life to end. Today was the last day he could enjoy. After today, he had new work to do. For the past month, although he had been filming, he had been completely focused. The filming process had been very smooth and he enjoyed this feeling. Everything was simple when he was in the production team. Once he left the production team and faced the entire society, he would face all sorts of dangers. Lin Fan knew that the current him wasn't strong enough to protect Xiao Wanqiu. The waters of the entertainment industry were very deep. Joy of Life was his first work, and it would also be a start. Only by becoming truly strong could he protect Xiao Wanqiu from any grievance. Lin Fan didn't want to see investors wanting to sleep with Xiao Wanqiu anymore. When he turned around, Lin Fan's eyes were exceptionally clear. At the celebratory banquet, many people sat together chatting happily. Only Lin Fan wasn't around. Speaking of Lin Fan, where did he go? Lu Benkai looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wandiu raised her beautiful eyes and said, he went to make dinner. Make dinner? There's no need for that. I invited a few Sichuan cuisine masters for today's celebratory banquet. It's enough to make a delicious feast for everyone. Lin Fan is the main actor. Filming is already so tiring. How can he cook personally? Lu Benkai said. He didn't say the other sentence. No matter how good Lin Fan's acting was, how could his cooking skills compare to that of those Sichuan cuisine masters? Sichuan cuisine masters were all top-notch chefs. Usually, these people worked in 5-star hotels and were chefs of 5-star hotels. It was already very good of him to be able to invite them here to cook. No matter how good Lin Fan was at cooking feast, he couldn't cause trouble for the two Sichuan cuisine masters. After all, there were specialists in every field. That's right. Wanqiu, Xiaoyu, this is your fault. You have to believe that the Sichuan cuisine masters we found for everyone make very good food. Don't make Lin Fan work so hard, Lu Mao said. Su Yang nodded as well. I know that Lin Fan owns a small restaurant. I heard that the food he makes is pretty good, but I feel bad about letting Lin Fan cook for all of us. Xiao Wanqiu looked at everyone and blushed. Lin Fan was clearly cooking a feast for her. Everyone might have some doubts in their hearts, but they didn't know that although Lin Fan only opened a small restaurant, his culinary skills weren't inferior to any masters. Xiao Wandiu said, Lin Fan's food is quite delicious. Su Xiaoyu nodded as well. Could a 5-star chef be more amazing than her master? Her house was filled with top chefs, but when compared to Lin Fan's feast, there was no comparison. Even the cucumbers and bananas at Lin Fan's house were so delicious. Lu Benkai shook his head and said, that won't do. I'll personally invite Lin Fan back and eat the dinner made by the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters. On one hand, Lu Benkai didn't want Lin Fan to work so hard to cook. On the other hand, he felt that Lin Fan's feast definitely couldn't compare to those 2 Sichuan cuisine masters. Xiao Wanqiu didn't say anything else. Lu Benkai wanted to look for Lin Fan, but she couldn't stop him. When Lu Benkai walked into the kitchen, the scene before him completely stunned him. The 2 Sichuan cuisine masters that he had invited were standing beside Lin Fan politely and helping him out. One of them was holding soy sauce and vinegar, while the other was holding salt and other condiment. The 2 Sichuan cuisine masters stood respectfully beside Lin Fan like apprentices. Then he looked at how Lin Fan cooked. It was simply smooth like flowing water. Add oil and salt, said Lin Fan. Master Lin, I understand, Li Shuwen said. He was also a famous Sichuan cuisine master. In the past, he was the one who taught others how to cook, but today he was helping Lin Fan. Cut this tomato. Remember to cut it well. If you don't cut it well, you can't use it, said Lin Fan. He looked at the other Sichuan cuisine master, Li Shueping. All right. Master Lin, this is the first time I've seen your cooking skills. Also, how can your feast be so delicious? Li Shueping said with some admiration in his eyes. When Lin Fan entered, he immediately found some problems with their cooking. Then Lin Fan started cooking. The 2 Sichuan cuisine masters were both stunned. Lin Fan's cooking skills, control of the fire, and proficiency in cooking, as well as some details, had completely exceeded their understanding. Even steamed pork slices could give off a fragrant smell. It was fragrant, tender, and smooth. It looked very delicious. When the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters took a bite, they realized that Lin Fan's feast had far exceeded theirs. This was simply a delicacy. When Lin Fan continued cooking, all the details were seen by the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was as if they had discovered a new world. They looked at Lin Fan's feast. It was on a completely different level from theirs. Most importantly, Lin Fan's cooking skills even exceeded theirs by a lot. The egg fried rice that they made could at most be called delicious egg fried rice. After eating a mouthful of Lin Fan's egg fried rice, the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters felt that they were about to fall in love with such egg fried rice. The feeling of eating one mouthful was as though they had discovered an immortal grade feast in a paradise. Taking a sip of Lin Fan's fish soup was like discovering a fine wine. Even if they were masters in cooking, there was a huge difference in their cooking skills. These were culinary skills and national techniques, and they had been handed down for thousands of years. Only those who had reached a certain level of research in cooking could cook such a feast. The 2 Sichuan cuisine masters were completely stunned. They hadn't expected to learn so much from cooking a feast for everyone here. Looking at the respectful attitudes of the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters, Lu Benkai stood rooted to the ground. But you two are masters of Sichuan cuisine. Could it be that Lin Fan's feast was even better than that made by these 2 Sichuan cuisine masters? Holy **T. What the F***CK, 2 Sichuan cuisine masters helping Lin Fan. If I tell others about this, no one will believe me. You're top-notch masters. When will you help others? I have to say, Lin Fan looks really professional when he cooks big meals, Lu Benkai sighed and said. He had never seen such a scene. He had invited 2 Sichuan cuisine masters, but they instead asked Lin Fan how to cook. Lin Fan was really a master chef. Lu Benkai was completely convinced. Just how many unimaginable abilities did Lin Fan have? Lu Benkai had been standing there the entire time, watching everything silently. Every action Lin Fan took while cooking, as well as the scene of 2 Sichuan cuisine masters consulting Lin Fan. Lu Benkai started to doubt his life. Every time Lin Fan made a dish, the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters would feel a little surprised. These were the dishes made by a true master. Although they were all simple dishes, the simpler the dish, the better it was at showing a chef's ability. At this level, chefs had already returned to their original simplicity. It did not matter how flashy they looked when they cooked. The most important thing was their grasp of the entire dish. Lu Mao, who was waiting outside, was a little confused. Lu Benkai had been away for so long and still hadn't returned. Could something have happened? That shouldn't be the case. Was it that nice to see people cooking in the kitchen? Lu Mao immediately wanted to take a look in the kitchen. When he reached the kitchen, he stood rooted to the ground like Lu Benkai. Holy **T. RE add updated st rise at n//vel/bin.com. Lin Fan is really a master chef. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were right. Even the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters were shocked by how Lin Fan cooked. Lu Mao patted Lu Benkai's shoulder. Looking at the expressions of the 2 Sichuan cuisine masters, Lu Benkai and Lu Mao were deeply shocked. Anyone could cook, but only a true chef could make 2 masters feel a heartfelt admiration for them. After they finished cooking, Li Shuwen and Li Shueping, the chefs of 2 famous 5-star hotels, bowed to Lin Fan. Thank you, Master Lin. for your guidance. Master Lin, your cooking skills are really superb. We originally thought that we had done well enough, but your dishes are quite outstanding. The two of us can't compare to you. Thank you, Master Lin, for pointing us in the right direction and letting us benefit greatly. Li Shuwen sighed. In the cooking world, Lin Fan was equivalent to his senior. I was just cooking casually. There's no need to exaggerate. Lin Fan smiled and said, Master Lin is too humble. Oh right, Master Lin, you can participate in the National Culinary Arts Competition. If you can pass, you might be able to obtain some very old recipes. They are all skills that have been passed down for many years in the country. If you can learn these skills passed down from generation to generation, you can also make even better recipes, Li Shuwen said. A national culinary competition? Let's talk about it when I have time in the future, said Lin Fan without taking it to heart. Remember, if you want to really cook a feast well, the most important thing is to stand from the customer's perspective. As long as you're in the food and beverage business, it's best to use the freshest ingredients. Don't use the oil repeatedly. It's not good for the customer's health. These small details will determine the quality of the entire dish. Only if the customers are satisfied and they're healthy after eating will the five-star hotel's brand be developed. Lin Fan reminded them. Working in the food and beverage industry, if one pursued profits too much and neglected the customer's experience, they would not be able to do well. Only if one served the customers sincerely could any store in the food and beverage industry thrive. Master Lin, we've learned something. The two Sichuan cuisine masters bowed deeply to Lin Fan again. The two Sichuan cuisine masters looked at Lin Fan with deep respect. Lin Fan's last sentence enlightened the two of them. The most important thing as a chef, they had to take this seriously. Lead actors, Lin Fan, Xia Wanqiu. Main actors, Su Yang, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Lin Yanran, Guo Riyu. Original author, Lin Fan. When the official announcement was made on Weibo, the popularity immediately soared. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. In less than half a day, the popularity soared to 4 million. The expectations of the public were too high. This was because there were many outstanding actors and veteran actors gathered in the drama. There were countless viewers online and many of them were Xia Wanqiu's fans. They were even more excited and started promoting crazily on Weibo. Xia Wanqiu had not filmed new dramas for a year. There were many haters who said that Xia Wanqiu did not know how to act in relationship scenes, and there were even people who spread rumors that Xia Wanqiu was banned. But on this day, it was officially announced on Weibo. Filming started for Joy of Life, and it had already been filming for more than a month. This drama would be Xia Wanqiu's first film after a year of retreat. The audience also knew that Xia Wanqiu had high expectations for the script. This made countless fans anticipate this show even more. The official announcement of Joy of Life caused a stir on the internet, because the female lead was Xia Wanqiu, and this drama was also where she would film her first relationship scene. Qiu has finally announced it. Everyone, please pay more attention to the television drama Joy of Life. Qiu is the female lead and is going to film relationship scene. I'll definitely binge this drama. Qiu is so beautiful. Xia Wanqiu, love you. Love you. Wow, this drama will definitely become popular. I'll definitely binge it. It's been a year and there's finally a drama to watch. Does anyone know when it will be released? The discussion on Weibo was just the beginning. Attentive members of the audience found something very serious. There was no doubt that the female lead was Xia Wanqiu. All the audience knew that Su Yang was the #1 male actor in Yuehua. In many dramas, Su Yang was the male lead. However, only in Joy of Life, Su Yang was not the male lead. The male lead was Lin Fan. Lin Fan, a newcomer in the entertainment industry who had never filmed before. Lin Fan becoming the male lead of this drama immediately caused a heated discussion on the internet. D*MN. Did you guys notice? The male lead for Joy of Life is Lin Fan. I know Lin Fan. He's the owner of the restaurant who makes delicious food. He's also Xia Wanqiu's high school desk mate. I heard that he's very handsome. The script for the show was also written by Lin Fan. Could it be that other than cooking well, Lin Fan also knows how to write scripts? D*MN. That Lin Fan is too awesome. I was wondering why Lin Fan's restaurant wasn't open. So he went to film. The relationship scenes they filmed must be very sweet. I'm looking forward to it. It's not fair. Lin Fan is just a newcomer. What right does he have to be the male lead of this drama? The male lead should be Su Yang. Can Lin Fan be the male lead with his acting skills? I don't think he graduated from Beijing Film Academy. At the same time, many negative comments about Lin Fan appeared on the internet. There were positive comments and many negative ones, and the negative comments were far more than the positive one. This was because there were too many capable actors in this drama. Lin Fan was a newcomer and he seemed out of place in this drama. There were even more doubts about Lin Fan on Weibo. This was normal, let alone Lin Fan, even if it was a popular young hunk. If he didn't have acting skills, he would be criticized badly online. Yuehua still had many competitors, and their competitors would take the opportunity to attack Joy of Life. They wanted to make the reputation of this drama hit rock bottom before the drama was broadcast. The comments on Weibo were also quickly led by the marketing account. Can Lin Fan really be the male lead? If he doesn't act well, won't the show be ruined? Lin Fan didn't even graduate from Beijing Film Academy. How can a restaurant owner be the male lead? Change the male lead, or I won't watch. Can you all be a little more rational? At least watch the drama before you speak. As the comments flooded in, Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post made countless fans fall into great shock. Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post only had 2 words. These 2 words immediately dispelled all the fans' doubt. He can. Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post made countless fans exclaim. In the past, when faced with all sorts of negative news, Xiao Wanqiu would never post on Weibo. But today, when Lin Fan was doubted by the entire internet, Xiao Wanqiu took the initiative to post on Weibo. There were not many words, but they were very powerful. She supported Lin Fan. One Weibo post from Xiao Wanqiu was not enough. Soon after, Su Xiaoyu also posted something. Everything depends on the work. Lin Fan's acting is superb. Lin Jingjing didn't post on Weibo, but she liked both of Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu's Weibo posts, representing her attitude. Su Yang also came out and wrote a Weibo post. It also included a photo of him and Lin Fan with their arms on each other's shoulders. Lin Fan's acting is very good. Everyone, don't worry. The roles of protagonist and supporting actor are all the same. As long as they can produce the most perfect work, that's good enough. Su Yang was speaking up for Lin Fan. As for that photo, it was to tell the outside world that he had a good relationship with Lin Fan. Even the famous director Liu Benkai posted on Weibo to support Lin Fan. When everyone in the industry stood forward, the doubts on the internet gradually disappeared. Yes, Chocho is right. It depends on the work. The television series hasn't even been released yet. What are some haters doing? Did Lin Fan do something wrong? Why are they attacking him? Lin Fan is so handsome. I still have photos of him and Xiao Wanqiu in high school. They're really pretty. Maybe they'll act very well in this drama. I'm looking forward to it. Brother Lin Fan, we believe in you. You're so handsome and have such a good character. You'll definitely be able to slap those haters' faces with your acting skills. Follow EW Stories at n/velb/in.com. In the crew, Su Yang sat there silently. He looked at Xiao Wanqiu's Weibo post and felt bitter. This was probably the difference between him and Lin Fan. They were both men, so why couldn't he get Xiao Wanqiu's liking? In the past month or so, Su Yang had felt the pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy of life. No matter what, no matter how loving the two of you are, you can't force dog food on me. When you guys film, I'll hide far away, Su Yang said inside. As long as he stayed far away, could he be stuffed with dog food again? Filming had always been going smoothly, but today there was a problem. There was only one scene today, and this scene was especially important. That was the kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. In the drama, they had many kissing scenes too, but most of them were deleted. There had to be more hazy beauty between relationships. There were many kissing scenes in the first and second scripts of Joy of Life. There weren't many kissing scenes in Joy of Life's first script, but this kissing scene was extremely important. This was Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on screen, and also her first kiss in real life. Most importantly, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills were quite superb. But Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu both had a flaw. That was, they had never acted in a kissing scene before. Even such a handsome Lin Fan and such a beautiful Xiao Wanqiu still had their first kiss. If they were filming a kissing scene, they could not just kiss each other. That way, there would be no feelings and the audience would not be passionate. A kissing scene represented that the two of them were naturally very close, and it was a result of a deep relationship. If the kissing scene was filmed well, countless fans would be moved. This kissing scene could further establish the height of this drama. If they did not act well, this scene would probably become a hot topic. No matter how good their acting skills were, it was difficult for someone who had never filmed a kissing scene to act out a kissing scene properly. For example, if an actor wanted to act as a doctor, it would be best if they worked in a hospital for a period of time and learned from the ground. If they wanted to act as a farmer, they had to go deep into the life of a farmer and understand their methods. This was a process of growth that every actor had to experience. It was impossible for them to fantasize in their mind. If they were acting as a farmer or a doctor, it would be easier for the actor to act well. But if it was a kissing scene, the male and female actors would be nervous and it would not have any effect. This scene was destined to not be filmed in a way that concealed their faces. They had to really kiss. Even if they were filmed in that way, the audience would be able to tell that they did not really kiss. Su Xiaoyu held a thick banana. She peeled the banana skin and licked the banana, feeling happy and excited. Oh yeah, Sister Wanqiu is going to film a kissing scene with Master today. I'm going to take a video of it with my phone and save it. This is Sister Wanqiu's first kiss, and also Master's first kiss. I'm so envious. Su Xiaoyu gently took a bite of the banana and swallowed. Kissing scene. I've acted in some before. It's actually normal. As long as the actor opposite is handsome enough, it's still acceptable, Lin Jingjing said from the side. But if Lin Fan and Chocho were to act in a kissing scene, I don't think it would be difficult. Aren't they very close? Xiaoyu, do you think they're really together? Lin Jingjing asked. Su Xiaoyu shook her head. After taking a bite of the banana, she said, not yet. Sister Wanqiu doesn't dare to say it. Master isn't taking the initiative. Although they have a good relationship, the better their relationship is, the harder it is to film a kissing scene. It would be easier to film a kissing scene with a stranger. Lin Jingjing nodded in agreement. I wonder where Su Yang went today. Why didn't I see him? Su Yang, who was hiding in his room, lay on the bed. He had already seen through everything. He knew that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were filming a kissing scene today, so he had long hidden far away. Lying in a house, could he still be stuffed with dog food? Soo-young was very confident in this. At the filming location, the kissing scene had already started filming. There was no transition or wait. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu and felt a little nervous. Xiao Wanqiu lowered her head, her face slightly red as her heart thumped. This was her first kissing scene. Xiao Wanqiu, who had always been relaxed, did not know how to film this scene today. So many people were still watching. In the future, when the television drama was released, there would be many viewers. Xiao Wanqiu knew the importance of this kissing scene, but she still felt nervous. Lin Fan stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu and gently touched her head. Lin Fan's hands cupped Xiao Wanqiu's cheeks and slowly kissed her red lips. Before he could kiss her, the director shouted cut. Lu Benkai looked at Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu and said, "No, the feelings aren't right. Also, your expressions aren't good. You're both too nervous. It's obvious that you don't have any experience in kissing scenes. If you continue acting like this, you won't be able to pass the scene." "Meow, meow, stupid Lin Fan, you're bullying me." Xiao Wanqiu leaned against the wall and felt a little wronged. She didn't know how to film a kissing scene. Ahem, isn't this what the plot needs? Fine, let's do it again. This time, I want to kiss you faster. That way, I'll be able to kiss you. Lin Fan smiled. Fierce. "I'll hit you." Xiao Wanqiu hit Lin Fan's chest. In the eyes of others, their hearts almost melted. Could Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu show off their love like this? "Come, do it again," Lu Benkai shouted. Lin Fan had learned his lesson this time and quickly kissed Xiao Wanqiu. As long as he was faster than the director, he could kiss her first. After all, this was a job and he wasn't taking advantage of her. Then, before he could kiss her, the director shouted cut. "Stop, stop, stop. Lin Fan, why are you rushing so quickly? This is a kissing scene, not a fighting scene." Lu Benkai was a little helpless. Faced with two people who did not know how to film kissing scenes, Lu Benkai felt a little helpless. "Where's Soo-young? Quickly call Soo-young over and ask him to impart his experience." To Lin Fan. After all, Soo-young has filmed many kissing scenes, Lu Benkai shouted. He immediately called Soo-young, who was lying in the house. After hearing that, Soo-young dropped his phone on the bed. Soo-young stood in the room motionless. Was this king impossible to avoid? Soo-young was dressed. His life was bleak. In the end, he did not manage to dodge it. However, he could not refuse this matter. Although Soo-young did not want to be stuffed with dog food, he wanted to see Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu film this scene well. Even though Lin Fan was Soo-young's competitor, Soo-young would still help him. He had always emphasized on fair competition with Lin Fan. If he didn't enter hell, who would? Wasn't it just a kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu? Anyway, he had filmed so many kissing scenes. Could he be stuffed full by Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's dog food? When he arrived at the filming location and saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, Soo-young felt a little envious. Xiao Wanqiu was so beautiful. Her first kiss was going to be given to Lin Fan. Why wasn't he Lin Fan? Visit v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. However, this was all acting. Soo-young comforted himself. It was all acting. If it was reality, how could Xiao Wanqiu agree to kiss Lin Fan? In reality, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were just friends. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend. Soo-young was certain of this. Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu, kissing scenes aren't filmed like this. Most importantly, you have to invest in your character and the current plot. Then, you have to slowly kiss each other. You have to have feelings for each other and treat each other as your true lover, Soo-young said. True lover? Xiao Wanqiu blinked, seemingly understanding. Right, communicate with each other. I'm going to leave soon. It's not difficult to act in a kissing scene. The most important thing is to put your heart and soul into it, Soo-young said and patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Beside him, Lu Benkai stopped Soo-young. Soo-young, don't leave yet. Watch them. Finish acting. If there are any problems, you can continue to guide them. Soo-young felt his life turn dark again. Director Lu, I need to watch them. Finish acting? This was simply killing someone's heart. He really didn't want to be stuffed with dog food, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Fan looked at Lu Benkai and said, I want to talk to Wanqiu alone. Can we film later? Lu Benkai nodded. Hurry up and come back. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu walked to an empty corner. Xiao Wanqiu's face was slightly red. She did not speak and looked very quiet. She was still wearing ancient clothes. Most importantly, she was still so beautiful in ancient clothes, like a true fairy. Anyone who saw her would be tempted. This scene was her first kiss. Hence, this scene was exceptionally important. Lin Fan wanted to film this scene properly with Xiao Wanqiu. Wandiu, I know you don't really like kissing scenes, but there's nothing we can do about it. We have to film it well this time, Lin Fan said with a smile. Trash, you don't like kissing scenes. Xiao Wanqiu pouted and turned around. So you like kissing scenes? Then, shall we give it a try now? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Xiao Wanqiu was angry. Her chest heaved up and down. Do I look like such a casual girl? Trash, trash, dumb pig trotter, Xiao Wanqiu said angrily with a fierce look. It wasn't that she didn't like to finish filming, she just wanted to film a kissing scene with the person she liked. But Lin Fan couldn't even tell that and only knew how to bully her. This idiot Lin Fan actually dared to persuade her. The man had to take the initiative when filming a kissing scene. She just stood there, waiting for Lin Fan to kiss her. It was all Lin Fan's fault, but now he was still bullying her. He even wanted to film more kissing scenes. He was too annoying. Lin Fan smiled and grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's arm. Let's go and film. We'll definitely film well this time, as long as I can think of you as a lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and nodded her head gently, smiling sweetly. She was standing in front of Lin Fan. There was no need to think of her as a lover. Returning to the filming location, Xiao Wanqiu was still standing at the same spot, her face slightly red. This time, she was serious too. She had to give up her first kiss on the screen and her first kiss in real life eventually. This scene was almost the highlight of the entire drama, so she had to film it well. As long as she treated Lin Fan as a lover. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, recalling many stories. In high school, they were often together. Whether it was in class or after school, many people thought that they were a couple. Only Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu knew that they weren't a couple. In the hazy days of high school, many people wooed Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, but they rejected others. She still remembered that afternoon when she and Lin Fan were studying in the classroom. For some reason, someone locked the classroom door. She was tired from studying and fell asleep quietly on Lin Fan's shoulder. When it was time for class, she was still in the same position. Lin Fan was studying seriously. Xiao Wanqiu leaned against Lin Fan and fell asleep. It was very sweet. Someone even took a photo and posted it online. The last time Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's scandal was trending, it was because of that photo. Xiao Wanqiu never knew how it felt to be someone's lover. But in this scene, she was Lin Fan's fiancée and had countless connections with him. The current her was truly immersed in her role and treated herself as Lin Fan's future wife. In the plot, Lin Fan would need a long time to reach a dangerous place. This was the last time she would see him before she left. Therefore, Lin Fan would kiss her and tell her that he would marry her when he returned. They were a sweet couple in the drama, and she wanted to send him off. In the plot, Xiao Wanqiu was also Lin Fan's mental support and his fiancée. She was about to leave the person she loved the most. There was a lot of reluctance in her heart, and it was also what this scene was about to film. Lin Fan was serious as well. He perked up and treated Xiao Wanqiu as his lover. They were playing in the sea of flowers and chasing each other. High-pitched laughter rang out from time to time. Following the director's announcement, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu strolled through the sea of flowers and immediately said many touching words of love. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan seemed to have figured something out. She was already a superstar, why would she take the risk to come to his restaurant? Faced with scandals, she could have just refuted them, but she had to ask Lin Fan's attitude first. She never filmed kissing scenes and never acted in relationship scenes. She would rather give up many chances to continue climbing up, and she would stick to her original intention. TT wasn't that she didn't like to film kissing scenes, but because she was waiting for someone. This person was Lin Fan. Lin Fan understood everything. He suddenly remembered back in high school. If he could hold her hand that afternoon, their fate might have already changed. All his feelings were integrated into this plot. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan slowly walked forward. His gaze was focused, and he seemed to only have eyes for her. And in her world, he was the only one. He gently brushed her cheek, then he kissed her. Everything in this world froze. This scene would forever be fixed in the video camera. That touch was cold and tender, sweet and wonderful. He gently hugged her waist and kissed her red lips. Lin Fan had already forgotten everything about the world. All he could see was the girl in front of him. Even though it was just acting, Lin Fan treated it as reality. There were many girls who threw themselves at Lin Fan, but Lin Fan had never taken advantage of any girl. He also wanted to give his first kiss to the person he liked the most. Lin Fan had already forgotten what happened next. He could only feel the girl in his arm. Then, Lin Fan slowly let go of Xiao Wanqiu's lips. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose face was slightly red, Lin Fan continued to finish the plot. When countless people saw this scene, their hearts had already melted. Su Xiaoyu licked a banana, her eyes filled with tears and envy. Such a relationship was wonderful. If she could have such a relationship, how wonderful would that be? Su Yang smiled. This scene was really well filmed. He just felt bitter for some reason. He felt sure he didn't have to eat tonight. He was stuffed full with dog food. Director Lu Benkai, producer Lu Mao, and all the actors were immersed in such a beautiful scene. Lin Fan's eyes were so sincere. He was so reluctant to part with the woman he liked and was filled with endless love. Xiao Wanqiu treasured the scene before her, sending the man she loved far away. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu had acted this scene to the extreme. Almost no one could surpass Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's act. Their relationship was sincere and their hearts were clear. Only two people who truly loved each other could have such an effect. Everyone wanted to praise Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu for their acting skill. Their acting skills were too perfect. Many girls' eyes turned red when they saw this. Some of the younger girls were already crying. As for the kissing scene, they had already forgotten about it. What they saw was not just a kissing scene, but two true lovers. They would hold hands and grow old together. Although this idiom was not used to describe lovers, it could still reflect the mood in front of him. The best scene was probably this. The director only came back to his senses after filming. Everyone applauded. After the scene was filmed, it meant that the filming of the first season of Joy of Life was completed. The order of filming was different from the order of broadcasting a television drama. It had to be edited and processed later on. Joy of Life's filming was done. You uvels up tes on nov/l/bi.com. Many male actors wanted to film a kissing scene with Xiao Wanqiu, but when they saw the scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, they felt ashamed. They were not like Lin Fan. Lin Fan's acting was perfect. The kissing scene was even sweeter for everyone present. Such a kissing scene could really be released, who knew how much of a stir it would cause. Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss on the screen was given to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's first kiss had also been given to Xiao Wanqiu. Although the kissing scene between the two of them was not that skillful, and even a little distant, however, This did not affect the feelings one would feel after watching this scene. TT was precisely because of the kissing scene between the two of them that this drama was even more perfect. And Joy of Life, the male and female leads never had any relationship scenes to begin with. They were not familiar with kissing scenes, but it could make people feel the reality of this movie even more clearly. After filming, Xia Wanqiu's face turned red, and she gently pursed her red lips. Lin Fan was still craving for more. He wanted to kiss her more, but the plot didn't allow it. Damn it. He said that he would NG more than 10 times, but he only kissed her once. Director, look at the scene just now. Do you want to film again? I feel like it's not done yet, said Lin Fan with a smile. No need. You guys filmed this scene perfectly. Lu Benkai said and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. I think so too. Lu Mao nodded. Stupid Lin Fan, the director already said that filming once is enough. Or, do you still want it? Xia Wanqiu said softly as she looked at Lin Fan. Her red lips were so tender and soft that Lin Fan had the urge to continue kissing them. But the filming was over. They couldn't kiss anymore. If he kissed her again, it would be a public display of affection and he would be trending all over the internet. Lin Fan looked at Xia Wanqiu and was a little angry. She couldn't seduce people like this. The next time he brought Xia Wanqiu home, if Xia Wanqiu still dared to challenge his physiological limits like this, Lin Fan wouldn't have to tolerate it anymore. He would directly teach her how to be a human and let her bid farewell to her period for 10 months. No matter how much you want it, I won't give it to you. Humph, time to eat dinner. Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan's expression and smiled. After all, she and Lin Fan didn't have a close relationship. No matter how many times they kissed in dramas, it was impossible to really kiss in reality. Xia Wanqiu was extremely smart. She could tell that Lin Fan still wanted it. This was also the reason why she was happy. So Lin Fan had feelings for her. Xia Wanqiu was very happy in her heart, but she couldn't show it on the surface. Girls still had to be reserved, and even if he wanted to kiss her, he couldn't do it in front of so many people. Who asked Lin Fan to act so seriously just now? If he said one wrong line, he could do it all over again. I'm so regretful. Lin Fan shook his head. He had said that he would NG more than 10 times, but he still hadn't done it. Lin Fan wasn't someone who would brainlessly take advantage of Xia Wanqiu. Although he said that, on the surface, he wouldn't actually do that. When he was filming a kissing scene with Xia Wanqiu, he would not extend his tongue out rudely. Although Lin Fan really wanted to, he still didn't do it. This was also the reason why Xia Wanqiu had such a good impression of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was always different from the others. When she interacted with him, she was very happy. As expected, the feelings in the shows are all fake. It's better to have feelings in reality. Lin Fan looked at the sky and recalled what he had just experienced. He wanted to continue discussing the kissing scene with Su Yang, but Lin Fan could no longer find Su Yang. He didn't know where Su Yang had gone. Then, Lin Fan went to director Lu Benkai to take a look at the scene. After looking at it, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. Hey, Lin Fan's acting skills are so cool. The kissing scene here is also super warm. We really can't compare. Once this drama gets broadcasted, it'll definitely become extremely popular on the internet. Lin Fan's godly acting skills will definitely dispel the prejudices of those people on the internet against him. D***Gemin. How can Lin Fan act so well? I'm just a little envious. I also want my goddess's first kiss. Listening to everyone around him, Lin Fan smiled. Even though it was filming, he really took Xia Wanqiu's first kiss. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to wash his face. Unknowingly, more than a month of filming had passed. After Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu's kissing scene was completed, it announced the completion of the filming of Joy of Life. The source of this content N/O/V/L/N. Lin Fan's first script was finally completed. EXT was the post-production, and after a series of procedures, it could officially premiere. As this was a parallel world, the flow of television dramas here and in real life was not identical. The auditing speed in this world was much faster. In other words, after filming was completed, it wouldn't take long for the television series to be on screen. And the film crew, everyone gathered together. Director Lu Benkai, the producer Lu Mao, as well as many actors and staff were here. Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Su Yang, and many others were taking photos for remembrance. Su Xiaoyu was excitedly taking a photo with Lin Fan. The main thing was, Lin Fan was too handsome. Many actors looked at Lin Fan in admiration and excitement. How can Lin Fan be so handsome? Lin Fan, can we take a photo together? Lin Fan, can I get your autograph? Feel that after this television drama airs, it will definitely become popular. The key is that Lin Fan is dressed so simply today, but he's so handsome. Well, these years, I've never seen anyone as handsome as Lin Fan. Wonder if Lin Fan has a girlfriend. Don't even think about it. Lin Fan is a rich and handsome man who drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions. He's also an investor of Joy of Life. Do you know how much he invested? 100 million. D***MN, is Lin Fan that awesome? His script was well written. He's handsome, and his acting skills are so good. In the end, you told me that he's very rich. I think I'm in love with him. After many actors worked with Lin Fan, they were convinced by his acting skills and character. They had gradually forgotten Lin Fan's original identity. Lin Fan was rich and handsome, and the entire Shanghai, Lin Fan's net worth could be ranked at the forefront. Just Lin Fan's car and villa alone would make many people look up to him. Lin Fan was still a restaurant owner and could cook a delicious meal. The most attractive thing was that Lin Fan was still single, No matter how well Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu acted in the drama, no matter how sincere and invested their relationship was, Lin Fan was still single in real life. Many girls had thought they could predict how good Lin Fan's future would be. Even if they couldn't be Lin Fan's girlfriend, they just had to build a good relationship with him. Think about it. If Lin Fan wrote another stunning script and they could get 1 or 2 roles, it would be very beneficial to their development. The acting skills of an actor were very important, but everyone knew that an outstanding script was even more important. Lin Fan was a script master. Just this alone was enough to attract many outstanding actors. Many actresses surrounded Lin Fan, wanting to take a photo with him. There were also some 18 to 19-year-old girls who had not graduated from Beijing Film Academy. All of them had fair skin and beautiful long legs, and they surrounded Lin Fan. It was just a simple photo and there weren't any ambiguous action. Lin Fan didn't reject these actresses. After all, there were many male actors taking photos with him. Lin Fan wasn't the type to avoid girls. He was also a normal person, so taking photos was no big deal. Sister Wanqiu, do you think the photo looks good? Master is really handsome. Taking a photo with him gives the feeling of a fairy taking a photo with a prince. Su Xiaoyu happily walked to Xiao Wanqiu's side with her phone. Xiao Wanqiu only smiled, her pretty face still a little red. She had just filmed a kissing scene with Lin Fan. Her first kiss had also been given to Lin Fan. Although she and Lin Fan were just ordinary friends and their relationship wasn't that good, for some reason, Xiao Wanqiu still blushed. Seeing that others were taking photos with Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu finally mustered her courage. She also wanted to take photos with Lin Fan. After graduating from high school for so many years, she rarely took photos with Lin Fan. Want to take a photo together? Lin Fan smiled and walked to Xiao Wanqiu's side. Xiao Wanqiu nodded her head gently. She picked up her phone and took a photo with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was very handsome and she was very pretty. When people saw the two of them taking photos together, they felt that they were really a match made in heaven. Lin Fan, that won't do. Your pose isn't pretty. Change your pose. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. She corrected Lin Fan's pose. Humph, if you want to take a photo, just take it. You can't touch my shoulder and you're bullying me. I'm fierce to you. Meow. Xiao Wanqiu made her kitten gesture again, and it was still so cute. When Lin Fan took photos with the other girls, Xiao Wanqiu wouldn't be jealous. No matter how pretty those girls were, they were not as pretty as her. The image on the phone camera froze at this moment. Su Yang was about to take a photo with Xiao Wanqiu when he saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wandiu taking photos together. He silently chose to turn around and leave. His background seemed a little lonely. When he saw Xiao Wanqiu make such a cute gesture at Lin Fan, acting coquettishly and pretending to be angry, Su Yang understood. There were some girls that he could not woo. Beautiful girls all had cute sides, but only the people closest to them could see this side of them. If she turned into his wife, she would also have a coveting side in bed too. However, only by turning her into his wife could he see how she looked in bed. Su Yang sighed silently. This world belonged to Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu, not him. Su Yang saw Lin Jingjing, and Lin Jingjing saw Su Yang. Want to take a photo together? Su Yang smiled. Sure. Lin Jingjing nodded. Her cheeks were slightly red and she smiled like a flower. As for what Su Xiaoyu was doing, she was holding a cucumber in her mouth. She took a small bite and touched her stomach. The dog was hungry, but there was no one to cook for her. She was aggrieved, weak, and helpless. Master, I'm hungry. Su Xiaoyu pouted and looked aggrieved. Ever since she got used to eating Lin Fan's dishes, she didn't want to eat other people's dishes. I'm hungry too. I haven't had a feast in more than a month. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. Alright, you want me to help you guys cook up a feast? Lin Fan smiled and looked at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Wanqiu nodded. Her favorite dish was braised fish. There was no need to mention Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had been craving for Lin Fan's noodles for a long time. Especially the egg noodles, noodles in bean paste, and sliced noodles, they were all very delicious. Lin Fan smiled brightly and leaned forward to joke with the two girls. You can ask me to make dinner. But how about, you give me a kiss in return first? Mua. Su Xiaoyu didn't think too much about it. She leaned forward and kissed Lin Fan. Master, we can eat the dinner you make now. Su Xiaoyu giggled and held Xiao Wanqiu's arm, quickly dodging back. When she returned, Su Xiaoyu realized what she had done wrong. When she heard there was going to be delicious food, she just couldn't help it. That was it. Now the cat was angry. She was going to be bitten. You really kissed me. I was just joking. Lin Fan smiled. Felt good to be kissed by a beautiful woman. It was a pity that it wasn't the cat that came to kiss him. Oh, Sister Wandiu, I was wrong. Su Xiaoyu pulled Xiao Wanqiu, looking aggrieved. Stupid Lin Fan, you keep your word. If remember correctly, that was Xiaoyu's first kiss. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Su Xiaoyu. She knew Su Xiaoyu's character. Although she was angry, she had already kissed him. What else could she do? If she got angry here, wouldn't others think that she had a closer relationship with Lin Fan? Master, you're too naughty. Su Xiaoyu's chest heaved up and down. Lin Fan, he didn't seem to have done anything. Even if it was a kiss, it was Su Xiaoyu who kissed him on her own accord. How did he become a bad person? It's fine. I'll go talk to Director Liu. I'll cook a feast for you guys tonight. Lin Fan smiled and walked forward. He gently patted Xiao Wanqiu's head and turned to leave. Lin Fan knew that it was time for his peaceful life to end. Today was the last day he could enjoy. After today, he had new work to do. For the past month, although he had been filming, he had been completely focused. The filming process had been very smooth and he enjoyed this feeling. Everything was simple when he was in the production team. Once he left the production team and faced the entire society, he would face all sorts of dangers. Lin Fan knew that the current him wasn't strong enough to protect Xiao Wanqiu. The waters of the entertainment industry were very deep. Joy of Life was his first work, and it would also be a start. Only by becoming truly strong could he protect Xiao Wanqiu from any grievances. Lin Fan didn't want to see investors wanting to sleep with Xiao Wanqiu anymore. When he turned around, Lin Fan's eyes were exceptionally clear. At the celebratory banquet, many people sat together, chatting happily. Only Lin Fan wasn't around. Speaking of Lin Fan, where did he go? Lu Benkai looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wandiu raised her beautiful eyes and said, "He went to make dinner." "Make dinner? There's no need for that. I invited a few Sichuan cuisine masters for today's celebratory banquet. It's enough to make a delicious feast for everyone." Lin Fan is the main actor. Filming is already so tiring. How can he cook personally? Lu Benkai said. He didn't say the other sentence. No matter how good Lin Fan's acting was, how could his cooking skills compare to that of those Sichuan cuisine masters? Sichuan cuisine masters were all top-notch chefs. Usually, these people worked in five-star hotels and were chefs of five-star hotels. It was already very good of him to be able to invite them here to cook. No matter how good Lin Fan was at cooking feasts, he couldn't cause trouble for the two Sichuan cuisine masters. After all, there were specialists in every field. That's right. Wanqiu, Xiaoyu, this is your fault. You have to believe that the Sichuan cuisine masters we found for everyone make very good food. Don't make Lin Fan work so hard, Lu Mao said. Su Yang nodded as well. I know that Lin Fan owns a small restaurant. I heard that the food he makes is pretty good, but I feel bad about letting Lin Fan cook for all of us. Xiao Wanqiu looked at everyone and blushed. Lin Fan was clearly cooking a feast for her. Everyone might have some doubts in their hearts, but they didn't know that although Lin Fan only opened a small restaurant, his culinary skills weren't inferior to any masters. Xiao Wandiu said, Lin Fan's food is quite delicious. Su Xiaoyu nodded as well. Could a five-star chef be more amazing than her master? Her house was filled with top chefs, but when compared to Lin Fan's feast, there was no comparison. Even the cucumbers and bananas at Lin Fan's house were so delicious. Lu Benkai shook his head and said, that won't do. I'll personally invite Lin Fan back and eat the dinner made by the two Sichuan cuisine masters. On one hand, Lu Benkai didn't want Lin Fan to work so hard to cook. On the other hand, he felt that Lin Fan's feast definitely couldn't compare to those two Sichuan cuisine masters. Xiao Wanqiu didn't say anything else. Lu Benkai wanted to look for Lin Fan, but she couldn't stop him. When Lu Benkai walked into the kitchen, the scene before him completely stunned him. The two Sichuan cuisine masters that he had invited were standing beside Lin Fan politely and helping him out. One of them was holding soy sauce and vinegar, while the other was holding salt and other condiment. The two Sichuan cuisine masters stood respectfully beside Lin Fan like apprentices. Then he looked at how Lin Fan cooked. It was simply smooth like flowing water. Add oil and salt, said Lin Fan. Master Lin, I understand, Li Shuwen said. He was also a famous Sichuan cuisine master. In the past, he was the one who taught others how to cook, but today he was helping Lin Fan. Cut this tomato. Remember to cut it well. If you don't cut it well, you can't use it, said Lin Fan. He looked at the other Sichuan cuisine master, Li Shueping. All right. Master Lin, this is the first time I've seen your cooking skills. Also, how can your feast be so delicious? Li Shueping said with some admiration in his eyes. When Lin Fan entered, he immediately found some problems with their cooking. Then Lin Fan started cooking. The two Sichuan cuisine masters were both stunned. Lin Fan's cooking skills, control of the fire, and proficiency in cooking, as well as some details, had completely exceeded their understanding. Even steamed pork slices could give off a fragrant smell. It was fragrant, tender, and smooth. It looked very delicious. When the two Sichuan cuisine masters took a bite, they realized that Lin Fan's feast had far exceeded theirs. This was simply a delicacy. When Lin Fan continued cooking, all the details were seen by the two Sichuan cuisine masters. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was as if they had discovered a new world. They looked at Lin Fan's feast. It was on a completely different level from theirs. Most importantly, Lin Fan's cooking skills even exceeded theirs by a lot. The egg fried rice that they made could at most be called delicious egg fried rice. After eating a mouthful of Lin Fan's egg fried rice, the two Sichuan cuisine masters felt that they were about to fall in love with such egg fried rice. The feeling of eating one mouthful was as though they had discovered an immortal grade feast in a paradise. Taking a sip of Lin Fan's fish soup was like discovering a fine wine. Even if they were masters in cooking, there was a huge difference in their cooking skill. These were culinary skills and national techniques, and they had been handed down for thousands of years. Only those who had reached a certain level of research in cooking could cook such a feast. The two Sichuan cuisine masters were completely stunned. They hadn't expected to learn so much from cooking a feast for everyone here. Looking at the respectful attitudes of the two Sichuan cuisine masters, Lu Benkai stood rooted to the ground. But you two are masters of Sichuan cuisine. Could it be that Lin Fan's feast was even better than that made by these two Sichuan cuisine masters? Holy **T. What the F***CK? Two Sichuan cuisine masters helping Lin Fan. If I tell others about this, no one will believe me. You're top-notch masters. When will you help others? I have to say, Lin Fan looks really professional when he cooks big meals, Lu Benkai sighed and said. He had never seen such a scene. He had invited two Sichuan cuisine masters, but they instead asked Lin Fan how to cook. Lin Fan was really a master chef. Lu Benkai was completely convinced. Just how many unimaginable abilities did Lin Fan have? Lu Benkai had been standing there the entire time, watching everything silently. Every action Lin Fan took while cooking, as well as the scene of two Sichuan cuisine masters consulting Lin Fan, Lu Benkai started to doubt his life. Every time Lin Fan made a dish, the two Sichuan cuisine masters would feel a little surprised. These were the dishes made by a true master. Although they were all simple dishes, the simpler the dish, the better it was at showing a chef's ability. At this level, chefs had already returned to their original simplicity. It did not matter how flashy they looked when they cooked. The most important thing was their grasp of the entire dish. Lu Mao, who was waiting outside, was a little confused. Lu Benkai had been away for so long and still hadn't returned. Could something have happened? That shouldn't be the case. Was it that nice to see people cooking in the kitchen? Lu Mao immediately wanted to take a look in the kitchen. When he reached the kitchen, he stood rooted to the ground like Lu Benkai. Holy sh*t. RE add updated st rise at n//vel/bin.com. Lin Fan is really a master chef. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu were right. Even the two Sichuan cuisine masters were shocked by how Lin Fan cooked. Lu Mao patted Lu Benkai's shoulder. Looking at the expressions of the two Sichuan cuisine masters, Lu Benkai and Lu Mao were deeply shocked. Anyone could cook, but only a true chef could make two masters feel a heartfelt admiration for them. After they finished cooking, Li Shuwen and Li Shueping, the chefs of two famous five-star hotels, bowed to Lin Fan. Thank you, Master Lin, for your guidance. Master Lin, your cooking skills are really superb. We originally thought that we had done well enough, but your dishes are quite outstanding. The two of us can't compare to you. Thank you, Master Lin, for pointing us in the right direction and letting us benefit greatly. Li Shuwen sighed. In the cooking world, Lin Fan was equivalent to his senior. I was just cooking casually. There's no need to exaggerate. Lin Fan smiled and said, Master Lin is too humble. Oh right, Master Lin, you can participate in the National Culinary Arts Competition. If you can pass, you might be able to obtain some very old recipes. They are all skills that have been passed down for many years in the country. If you can learn these skills passed down from generation to generation, you can also make even better recipes, Li Shuwen said. A national culinary competition? Let's talk about it when I have time in the future, said Lin Fan without taking it to heart. Remember, if you want to really cook a feast well, the most important thing is to stand from the customer's perspective. As long as you're in the food and beverage business, it's best to use the freshest ingredients. Don't use the oil repeatedly. It's not good for the customer's health. These small details will determine the quality of the entire dish. Only if the customers are satisfied and they're healthy after eating will the five-star hotel's brand be developed. Lin Fan reminded them. Working in the food and beverage industry, if one pursued profits too much and neglected the customer's experience, they would not be able to do well. Only if one served the customers sincerely could any store in the food and beverage industry thrive. Master Lin, we've learned something. The two Sichuan cuisine masters bowed deeply to Lin Fan again. The two Sichuan cuisine masters looked at Lin Fan with deep respect. Lin Fan's last sentence enlightened the two of them. The most important thing as a chef, they had to take this seriously. Seriously, Lin Fan's character and attitude made the two Sichuan cuisine masters feel a hint of admiration. Director Lu, Brother Lu, what are you guys doing here? Let's go and eat, said Lin Fan with a smile. He saw Lu Benkai and Mr. Lu at the door. Lin Fan, F***ck, you're too awesome. I can smell the fragrance of your dishes from so far away. Even the two Sichuan cuisine masters are so polite to you. Lu Benkai placed his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and looked surprised. I didn't expect you to know how to cook a feast, Brother Lin. Simply amazing. I'll definitely have a good taste of it later on, Lu Mao said with a smile. They got along very well with Lin Fan. Not only did Lin Fan know how to write scripts, act, and be a director, but he also knew how to cook a feast. Other than that, Lin Fan was also a tall, rich, handsome man. He had money, a car, a villa, and was even a gold medal screenwriter that Yuehua's boss favored. Most importantly, Lin Fan knew how to conduct himself. Lin Fan wouldn't posture just because he had some money. He wouldn't act arrogantly just because he had acting skill. Instead, he was very respectful to Lu Benkai and Lu Mao. After all, they were all seniors in the industry. Lu Mao was in his 40s. When he heard Lin Fan call him Brother Lu, he was elated. He had long made a decision. If he had the chance in the future, he would prioritize working with Lin Fan. The two of them looked at each other. This was what it meant to be tall, rich, and handsome. Lin Fan had such abilities and a good character. They got along very well. They had read too many novels. Those rich, second-generation heirs would show off and slap others when they had some money. They were afraid that people wouldn't know that they were rich. But in reality, after they saw Lin Fan, they realized that the novels were all lies. Lin Fan's character made Lu Benkai and Lu Mao respect him from the bottom of their heart. No matter what difficulties he faced in the future, the two of them would definitely come and help Lin Fan. Just like that, the three of them returned to their seats and the dishes were served. The fragrance was overwhelming. There were all kinds of dishes: spicy boiled fish, steamed pork slices, mapo tofu, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised fish, saliva chicken, lobsters, steamed grouper, braised mutton, mixed vegetables, peanuts in vinegar, sakama, and fish soup. Let me tell you guys, these dishes were all prepared by Lin Fan. Even the two Sichuan cuisine masters admire Lin Fan so much. I also want to try Lin Fan's feast, Lu Benkai said with a smile. That's right. Everyone, let's eat. We have to eat well during the celebratory banquet. Lin Fan is a master chef. Lu smiled. Seeing so many people praising Lin Fan, Xiao Wanqiu felt a little happy. There was also her favorite braised fish. Xiao Wanqiu took a bite of the braised fish and her eyes lit up. She was a little surprised. Lin Fan's braised fish had become even better. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan. The braised fish was so delicious. It wasn't impossible to reward Lin Fan. Then the next time they filmed a kissing scene, if she took the initiative to make a mistake, they could get the director to say cut and film another take. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Was Lin Fan's feast really that delicious? Su Yang took a bite, and the rest of the actors and staff took a bite as well. The soft meat accompanied the gravy into their mouths and had a slightly spicy taste. The expressions of the crowd gradually changed. They didn't have time to speak, but the surprised expression on their faces said it all. How could Lin Fan's feast be so delicious? D*MN brother Fan, you're really a master chef. Your feast is amazing. How can this fish-flavored shredded pork be so delicious? And this lobster is even better than the lobster I ate at a 5-star hotel last time. This mutton is amazing. And this fish soup, of all the dishes, there's not one that's not delicious. Many actors looked at Lin Fan, director Lu Benkai, and producer Lu Mao. Lu Benkai and Lu Mao exchanged glances. Lin Fan's feast was really amazing. This was the first time they had seen such a delicious meal. Oh wonder the two Sichuan cuisine masters were so polite to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's feast had far exceeded those two Sichuan cuisine masters. Lin Fan smiled and silently gave Xiao Wanqiu a prawn. He also placed the plate of braised fish in front of Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw Xiao Wanqiu as well. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled without saying a word. Others might not have noticed such an intimate action as they were all immersed in Lin Fan's feast, but Su Yang saw it all. Su Yang silently picked up a glass of white wine and drank it. Drinking was still the most comfortable feeling. After the celebratory banquet ended, the filming for Joy of Life was officially completed. After that, it was time for the post-production and editing process. Some parts still required voiceovers and a series of more complicated work before they could be screened. When the film was handed to the production team, some of the professionals, editing staff, and voice actors from the production team were all stunned. These post-production crew were also fans of Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and the others. Some were Su Yang's fans. Previously, many people on the internet didn't agree with Lin Fan being the male lead. The staff of the post-production team had the same thought. When newcomers entered the entertainment industry, they started from acting as small supporting role, even if the big celebrities now had once acted as extras. But Lin Fan became the male lead right from the start. Lin Fan hadn't graduated from Beijing Film Academy and hadn't systematically learned how to act. Furthermore, this drama was very important. Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Su Yang, and many other big celebrities participated in the drama Joy of Life. In dramas, almost everyone had to act around the protagonist. In other words, Lin Fan was the absolute core of this drama. As the core of a drama, his acting skills were especially important. If the protagonist's acting skills were not good, then no matter how outstanding the other supporting roles were, they would not be of much use. A protagonist with poor acting skills was enough to completely destroy the reputation of a television drama. When the members of the post-production team saw the films, they were all mesmerized. 1 episode, 2 episodes, 3 episodes. These production team staff had almost forgotten about their knockoff time and were immersed in the story of the entire movie. Especially when they saw Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu kissing in the drama. Their investment in acting made many people exclaim and feel envious. Xiao Wanqiu's first kiss had really been given to Lin Fan. It was not until they finished watching the entire story that the production team staff came to their senses. The television drama Joy of Life will definitely become popular. The stories written in it are too interesting. I can't wait for this television drama to premiere. Oh my god, how can there be such an outstanding television drama? Every actor's detail is perfect. Moreover, the filming technique and filming angles are simply perfect. The key is that the protagonist's acting skills are really amazing. How can Lin Fan be so handsome? He really is suitable to be the male lead. He's even more handsome than Su Yang. In the entertainment industry, I've never seen such a handsome person. Yeah, the key is that Lin Fan hasn't put on any makeup yet. His acting skills are too outstanding. When he acted with a veteran actor, he didn't have any flaws. In the drama, Lin Fan and Su Xiaoyu acted well together. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu scenes are so sweet, especially the kissing scene. Who said that Lin Fan isn't worthy to be the male lead? In my opinion, the male lead should be Lin Fan. I declare that I'm already a fan of Lin Fan. It's said that the scripts for this drama were all written by Lin Fan. I'm King stunned. Let's not talk so much. Prepare to start work. With our exquisite post-production skills and the acting skills of these actors, it's enough to create the most perfect work. Many of the post-production crew nodded at each other. Among them, the leader of the post-production staff was a girl named Xue Kersen. Xue Kersen was also very capable. She was only 26 years old, but she had already reached the position of production team leader. After Xue Kersen finished watching the entire episode, she was completely impressed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan was so handsome and he was so capable. She wondered when she would be able to take a photo with Lin Fan and ask for his autograph. While the post-production staff was working, a figure walked in. When Lin Fan walked in, all the members of the post-production team focused their attention on him. Then a girl screamed. Lin Fan had a good aura, handsome look, and a nice figure. Needless to say, his looks were enough to become the Prince Charming of many girls. At a glance, Lin Fan was extremely personable, and that made others have a good impression of him. In real life, Lin Fan looked even more handsome in person. He was many times more handsome than he was in the camera. let alone these girls from the production team. Even the leader of the production team, Schweckerson, could not help but blush. How could Lin Fan be so handsome? Hello, is it convenient for me to come in? Lin Fan walked to the room of the post-production team. He was holding packed lunchboxes. He had prepared all the food in them. Of course, it's convenient. Lin Fan, we're extremely amazed by your acting skills. Too wonderful. Schweckerson walked in front of Lin Fan and closed the door. You haven't had your lunch yet, right? I've already prepared everything for you. Have your lunch before you work, said Lin Fan with a smile. Seeing Lin Fan come in with lunch, Schweckerson had a better impression of him. It was so comfortable to interact with people with high EQ. When Lin Fan was with the cat, his EQ wasn't as high. In front of the girl to whom he was attracted to, his IQ and EQ might become negative. Thank you. Schweckerson smiled, and the post-production team cheered. They had indeed worked for a long time and hadn't eaten. Lin Fan even took the initiative to come in to see them. Not only did Lin Fan have good acting skills, but he also made these workers like him a lot with the way he acted. After eating the lunch Lin Fan made, the staff of the post-production team couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy sh**T. Lin Fan had good acting skills and a good character. How could even the lunch he made be so delicious? Brother Fan, the lunch you made is too delicious. I heard that Brother Fan is a restaurant owner. The meals he makes are all delicious and even went on Weibo's trending page. After eating it today, I finally realized how amazing Brother Fan is. Brother Fan will be a superstar in the future. He even made us lunch. I'm so touched that I cried." The staff of the post-production team changed their way of addressing Lin Fan. Just one lunch and these post-production staff were already impressed by Lin Fan. Schweckerson's eyes were wide open. She had wanted to diet, but Lin Fan's lunch was so delicious. How could she diet? "Can I see your post-production and work?" Lin Fan smiled and said his real purpose for coming here. In order to film a perfect television drama, the script, the actors, the directors, and the methods of filming were all very important. But the most important thing was its post-production. The post-production almost determined the final effect of this television drama. There were all sorts of dubbing, film production, and some smooth editing. Many details could determine the effect of this television series. This drama was Xiao Wanqiu's first relationship scene, so Lin Fan attached great importance to. It didn't matter if he became famous or not. Lin Fan didn't care about becoming famous. He just wanted to help Xiao Wanqiu, so he did not want to miss out on any details of the post-production. In the month that Lin Fan was filming, he had signed in and received something good. Lin Fan had almost mastered the entire filming process and the post-production method. After all, the post-production work was to be handled by these staff members. Therefore, Lin Fan only came to ask tentatively whether he could take a look. Schweckerson nodded. Of course, it's just that work here is boring and tiring. Lin Fan, you still have work to do and it's very tiring. When Lin Fan heard that, he shook his head. It's not hard. I'm just a small actor. I'm not a big star. Schweckerson respected Lin Fan even more. Lin Fan, you're still so humble. You wrote the script and you acted in this television series. If you have anything you want to tell us about the post-production, we will do our best to satisfy you. Schweckerson was very smart and saw through Lin Fan's motive for coming here. Lin Fan had even given them delicious lunch. Even if Lin Fan didn't give them lunch, Schweckerson wouldn't reject him given how handsome he was. She just didn't know if Lin Fan had a girlfriend. If he didn't, that would be great. Since you guys have said so, I'll see how you guys do post-production. Lin Fan smiled and started working with the staff. When he first started working, Lin Fan just stood at the side and occasionally said a few words. After half a day, there were some changes in the post-production team studio room. Lin Fan sat there and explained to everyone. Many of the post-production workers and the post-production team leader, Schweckerson, stood beside Lin Fan and listened attentively to him as he spoke about the details that the post-production team needed to take note of. Although these people were professionals, they realized that their professional level couldn't compare to Lin Fan. Why did Lin Fan know everything? With every detail that Lin Fan explained, the staff felt that they had learned a lot more. Schweckerson's attitude towards Lin Fan changed again. Turned out that Lin Fan didn't come here to give advice like a layman. Lin Fan actually knew more about the details of the post-production work than her, the production team leader. Thinking about that, Schweckerson's eyes moistened. Lin Fan had come here to help everyone create a more perfect work. With such strong abilities, Lin Fan was still so polite to them at the start. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he looked at the crowd and said, "That's all I've said. Handle the post-production according to this method. Everyone, you can go and work. It's been hard on you. I'll buy you guys dinner tonight. Brother Fan, you're too awesome. I'm really stunned. I'm a video editor. I thought that I edited it very well. So there's actually such a way of editing. Why didn't I discover it in the past? What Brother Fan said is really good. I didn't notice these details in the past, but now I know that using such a method to create a television drama will make it even more perfect. So Brother Fan knows everything. You're even buying us dinner. I'm crying. Brothers, let's work overtime tonight. Let's finish this drama as soon as possible. All hail Brother Fan." Many of the post-production workers cheered. Their impression of Lin Fan was getting better and better. Lin Fan would be a big star in the future. He was such a person with status, but he didn't put on any airs. This made the post-production team very fond of Lin Fan. Especially those girls, they were infatuated with Lin Fan. Not to mention that Lin Fan was a rich, handsome man. Even if Lin Fan didn't have money, just based on his handsomeness and the feast he made, he would be able to attract many single girls. Shue Kursun felt that she had learned a lot. The more shocked she was, the more Shue Kursun admired Lin Fan. She was even more certain of one thing. In the future, no matter what television drama it was, she would try her best to work with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was too amazing. This was only a television drama. The methods and details of different television dramas were different. If she could work with Lin Fan a few more times, she would be able to learn even more. Thinking about the comments about Lin Fan online, Shue Kursun felt that it was beneath her. She finally understood why those big-name celebrities Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Su Yang, and even director Lu Benkai and producer Lu Mao spoke up for Lin Fan. This clearly showed that Lin Fan was too popular. Get latest UVL pictures on nvelbj/n.c/m. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. With Lin Fan's help, the post-production process became much faster. Every detail was well done. Even the staff were amazed. It was simply perfect. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, they wouldn't have been able to produce such a good television drama. In just half a month, the post-production was almost completed. Everyone was a little reluctant. How could they finish it so quickly? How were they going to eat Lin Fan's feast then? However, no one complained. All the staff, regardless of gender, had become Lin Fan's loyal fans. Lin Fan had helped them so much and sometimes even made dinner for them. Shue Kursun smiled and walked to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you've helped us so much in the past half a month. You can't go without a salary. Of course, we don't have much money. Don't mind us. We'll pay you 20,000 a day. I'll transfer a total of 300,000 yuan to your bank account. You must accept it. If you don't, we won't feel at ease, Shue Kursun said with a smile. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Although he was here to help create a better television drama and get a salary, 20,000 a day was not bad. Furthermore, Lin Fan was broke now. He had already invested all his money into the drama Joy of Life. He was very poor now and the system wasn't reliable. After receiving the money, he received a message from Construction Bank. 300,000 renminbi was transferred into his bank account. After receiving the money, Lin Fan's economic crisis was temporarily relieved. When the remuneration for filming Joy of Life was issued, Lin Fan would really be rich. The 300,000 yuan was used to relieve his economic crisis. It could be used to pay for his property maintenance, water, and electricity. His 3 luxury cars also required a lot of money to maintain. Lin Fan would not receive much remuneration from filming Joy of Life. Lin Fan's salary was only $9 million. Right now, Lin Fan was still a newcomer. It just so happened that there wasn't enough investment in the drama Joy of Life, so his salary had been reduced quite a lot. In the post-production team, after some editing work was done, the most important thing was dubbing. The production team invited the dubbing master, Master May. There was some specific action dubbing that needed to be done. Music had to be added to scenes of the entire television series as well. Almost every plot and scene in a television drama had to be accompanied by different music. Get latest UVL pictures on nvelbj/n.c/m. The company also hired a lot of staff to come up with all sorts of music for Joy of Life. When Meilon brought the staff to carry out the relevant work, there were also some professional voice actors among them. Lin Jingjing also came. Her voice was nice to begin with, and her singing was also very beautiful. Moreover, her professional skills were outstanding. Being an actor was only Lin Jingjing's side profession. At the same time, she was also a singer. Because her voice was nice, Lin Jingjing would also be a voice actor sometime. When Lin Jingjing and Meilon arrived at the production team, they saw Lin Fan. Lin Fan was trying to dub. Don't forget that he had the best musical talent and godly singing skill. Lin Fan's singing was also superb and his attainments in music were equally high. When Master Meilon arrived, Lin Fan had already prepared half of the music for Joy of Life. There were even many soundtracks that Lin Fan had created himself. When Lin Fan was creating the music, he was fully focused. Every time a piece of music was created, Lin Fan would use the piano to play it once and then edit it using a software until the entire music effect echoed the style of this plot. So much so that the only sound in the room was music. The other staff were also quiet. Some people were already immersed in the music. When Lin Fan played such a soundtrack on the piano again, everyone listened quietly. Although everyone did not understand music, they could feel that this piece of music was very nice. Among them, Lin Fan even played the theme song of the television series. His original theme song, Master Meilon Jingjing You Too. Shue Kursun wanted to welcome the two of them in. Meilon made a shushing gesture and listened to the music quietly. She had been standing there for a long time and had been listening to Lin Fan play the music. Lin Jingjing closed her eyes and enjoyed it, feeling a little surprised. When did the company hire a music master? The tune he played was so nice. Only those who knew music could understand how much music theory knowledge was packed into the tune Lin Fan played just now. The tune was lively and euphemistic, and ethereal music entered everyone's ears. After Lin Fan was done playing the tune, Lin Jingjing opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. She loved music and singing the most. Naturally, she could tell that the tune Lin Fan had just played was an original composition. What nice music was this? Lin Jingjing wanted to meet this mysterious master. Who was it that could play such good music? And even the accompaniment just now was so vivid and lively. Lin Jingjing had already made up her mind. She wanted to consult this master. If only this master could give her some pointers on how to sing. Master Meilon opened her eyes as well. Which music master did the accompaniment just now? Could it be that Jay Cho came here personally? Or did we invite the 4 Heavenly King? Or could it be Fei Wang? Only people with deep musical attainments can play such an exquisite tune. The accompaniment just now was simply too perfect, Master Lin said. Schweckerson was a little shocked. Just now, Lin Fan said that he wanted to borrow the piano to play and see if there was any suitable accompaniment. Schweckerson let Lin Fan go ahead. In Schweckerson's opinion, Lin Fan was a script master and he knew a lot about post-production work. However, this didn't mean that Lin Fan knew music. After all, music required talent and hard work. It was very difficult to learn music in a short period of time. Even if he knew music, he still needed very professional knowledge to dub the music for television. But Lin was a master of the music industry. She had led a team to complete the accompaniment for countless television dramas. She actually praised Lin Fan so highly. She even evaluated Lin Fan to be as good as Jay Cho or Fei Wong. Jay Cho and Fei Wong were the top people in the music industry. For Lin to evaluate Lin Fan like this, it meant that she approved of him. This simply refreshed Schweckerson's understanding. Lin Fan was too awesome. How could his music reach such a high level? Master Lin, how's the level of the tune just now? Schweckerson asked. Peak of perfection. Master Lin said. Yes. Can I meet that master? He plays the piano so well, especially the last part just now. I feel like a brand new scene has appeared in front of me. Lin Jingjing nodded. Schweckerson said, the person who came here to dub is not Jay Cho but Lin Fan. He said that he wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect him to be so proficient in music. At this moment, Lin Fan walked out. When she saw Lin Fan, Lin Jingjing's beautiful eyes widened. Oh my god. She thought that it was some master playing in there, but the person playing was Lin Fan. Wow, it's you. Lin Fan, how are you so good at music? Lin Jingjing ran over and looked at Lin Fan in admiration. Lin Jingjing's pursuit of music was her lifelong dream. Lin Fan's music was so amazing. Of course, Lin Jingjing felt a little worshipful. That was someone that even her teacher, Lin, praised. Master Lin, the tune you just played was too wonderful. Lin shook hands with Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's the theme song I prepared for this television series. It's called A Will Forever. Lin nodded. Such a tune can be used as the theme song. Also, the music accompaniment just now was also a stroke of genius. Coupled with this television drama will definitely become popular. Lin had not expected that when she came to help Joy of Life dub, she would meet an even more amazing music master. Lin Fan. After completing the accompaniment music for the entire television series, Lin Jingjing's impression of Lin Fan completely changed. Lin Fan, drink some water. You're really amazing. Your musical talent is so strong. Do you sing very well too? Lin Jingjing looked at Lin Fan and handed him a bottle of mineral water. It's all right. It's just SOSO. Lin Fan smiled and took the bottle of water. He had been busy for the past half a month. You only know how to be humble. No wonder Chocho likes you so much. In the future, when I hold a concert, you have to come. Lin Jingjing looked at Lin Fan and smiled. Even if you don't come, I'll still invite you. I'll also invite Xiaoyu and Chocho. No matter what, you have to support me. Lin Jingjing smiled at Lin Fan. Alright, invite me then. Lin Fan smiled. Master Lin and Schweckerson were sitting together. The two of them felt like they had nothing to live for anymore. One was a master in the music industry, Lin. One was the head of the post-production team, Schweckerson. The two of them were very good in their respective fields, but ever since Lin Fan came, it seemed like things had nothing to do with them anymore. Instead, they had to learn from the side. At most, they could give suggestions. When they went to make suggestions, Lin Fan could always find a better point that made the two of them exclaim. Sigh, what a pity. If Lin Fan took the path of music, he would definitely be famous, Lin said. Schweckerson nodded and said, if Lin Fan were to specialize in post-production, who knows how many outstanding television dramas and films would be released to change the country's situation in the television industry. Now, other than Handsome Hunks and Divine Dramas, there aren't many other outstanding works on television. The two of them had the same feeling. How could Lin Fan be so outstanding? In two different fields, Lin Fan was a one-in-a-million talent. No, I have to think of a way to get Lin Fan to make music. This kind of talent can't be erased, Lin said. Schweckerson shook her head. Master Lin, I think there's no need. Lin Fan doesn't lack money, and Lin Fan might be richer than all of us. Lin was surprised. Isn't he still a newcomer in the entertainment industry? Schweckerson shook her head again and said, Master Lin Fan isn't an ordinary person. His family is very rich. Lin Fan has sports cars worth hundreds of millions and a Lake Hart villa in Blue Wave Bay. Lin Fan is also a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel. He even has the property rights of the technology building worth billion. I'm afraid Lin Fan's personal assets are no less than tens of billion. Lin gasped when she heard that it was worth tens of billion. Was this Lin Fan? If she wasn't wrong, Lin Fan was only in his 20s. He was still very young. With such strong abilities and so much money, Lin Fan's future development would be immeasurable. Assets worth tens of billions, Lin Fan is really not ordinary. I suddenly feel a little envious of Lin Fan. I've worked for so many years, but I've only earned more than 10 million. But Lin Fan has tens of billions, Lin said enviously. Yes. Schweckerson nodded. Actually, she wanted to woo Lin Fan a little. She was afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't agree and would think that she was a gold digger. But Lin Fan was so handsome and charming. She couldn't resist him at all and was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, the girls beside Lin Fan were Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, and Lin Jingjing. All of them were beautiful women. Compared to these celebrities, she didn't have any advantage. Lin Fan, I also want to acknowledge you as my master. Lin Jingjing looked at Lin Fan quietly and blinked her eyes. Move aside. I'm not taking in a disciple. You're so pretty and you're also calling me master like Xiaoyu. If word gets out, people will think that I've done something bad to you guys. Lin Fan smiled. It had to be said that Lin Jingjing was also very pretty and her voice was quite nice. However, Lin Fan still had to keep a distance from Lin Jingjing. If the cat were to find out, he would be in big trouble. Humph, Lin Fan, let's take a picture together then. Lin Jingjing picked up her camera and looked at Lin Fan. Unknowingly, her attitude towards Lin Fan had changed. After all, Lin Fan was too outstanding. Move aside, I'm busy, said Lin Fan. Why won't you take a photo with me? You're so petty. I'm gonna tell Chocho, Lin Jingjing said. Speaking of her, it's been a long time since I last spoke to my little piggy. Lin Fan smiled. He hadn't seen Xia Wanqiu for more than half a month. Inyo, he missed her after not seeing her for half a month. Although there were many girls here, and many of them were pretty, Lin Fan wasn't interested. These girls' figures were not as pretty as Xia Wanqiu's. The key was that they were not as cute as Xia Wanqiu. Xia Wanqiu was usually very busy. She had to take on endorsements, shoot advertisements, and even film the variety show Keep Running. Lin Fan was also going to be in the last episode of Keep Running. He wanted to give Xia Wanqiu a surprise on her birthday. As for Lin Jingjing saying that Xia Wanqiu liked him so much, Lin Fan didn't believe that such a detestable woman would like him. Opening WeChat, Lin Fan looked at his chat history with Xia Wanqiu. It was still stuck at half a month ago. Xia Wanqiu hadn't sent him any WeChat messages for more than half a month. This made Lin Fan very angry. Lin Fan had been busy with the post-production work for Joy of Life for half a month, so he didn't have time to send Xia Wanqiu a message. Xia Wanqiu didn't send Lin Fan a message either. At the thought of this, Lin Fan got even angrier. Come, Jingjing, let's take a picture together, said Lin Fan. Sure. Lin Jingjing smiled and took a photo with Lin Fan. Then, Lin Jingjing sent this photo to Xia Wanqiu. She looked very aggrieved, indicating that Lin Fan took advantage of her absence to take photos with other girls. Lin Fan was on the first level, and Xia Wanqiu was on the second level. She had wanted Lin Jingjing to look for Lin Fan for a long time. After all, Lin Fan had been busy with the post-production for the past half a month. It was just that Lin Fan's musical talent had stunned Lin Jingjing. Although Lin Jingjing had a good impression of Lin Fan, she would keep her distance from Lin Fan. She took the initiative to ask Lin Fan for a photo with her because of Xia Wanqiu. For some reason, Lin Fan felt a little guilty after taking a photo with Lin Jingjing. He seemed to have fallen for Lin Jingjing's trap. Lin Fan knew that Lin Jingjing was close to Su Yang usually. The person she liked was definitely not him. She took the initiative to find him for a photo. Maybe Lin Jingjing was a spy sent by Xia Wanqiu. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. He even took the initiative to take a photo with Lin Jingjing. If Xia Wanqiu found out, Lin Fan felt a cold sensation somewhere in his body, as if it was going to break. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to confess to the cat. Lin Fan immediately tried to video call Xia Wanqiu. When the video call connected, Lin Fan saw her breathtakingly beautiful face. Xia Wanqiu was wearing a long dress and standing by the sea. She had light makeup on and had an outstanding aura, like a true fairy. Seeing such a beautiful Xia Wanqiu, Lin Fan felt a little guilty. He already had such a beautiful and cute cat. How could he take a photo with other girls because of anger? Lin Fan felt as though his heart was about to melt. After not seeing her for half a month, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw Xia Wanqiu again. Dumbo, what are you laughing at? Xia Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. She had a face that could topple cities and cities. Her smile was much more beautiful than those photos on the internet. Seeing Lin Fan's strong desire to survive, Xia Wanqiu wasn't angry anymore. Who asked Lin Fan to be so handsome? She reluctantly forgave him. Lin Fan, I'm helping to look at the post-production work. I happened to meet Jingjing and we took a photo together just now. Xia Wanqiu winked at Lin Fan and made a cute gesture. I know, I'm not angry. Xia Wanqiu. Meow. Meow, where is she? Lin Fan, heh, it's good that you're not angry. Are you wearing a dress by the sea? Xia Wanqiu, I'm filming an endorsement and some advertisements. I'm also recording a show here. Lin Fan, you're not allowed to wear dresses by the sea. Xia Wanqiu's pretty face turned red. Don't worry, I won't have a wardrobe malfunction. Even if I do have a wardrobe malfunction, I'm still wearing safety shorts. LL new ST rise at N0V/LBI/CM Lin Fan, that won't do either. Xia Wanqiu, fierce. Xia Wanqiu, I can finish filming today. I won't wear it anymore in the future. Lin Fan, I know. I've been very busy for the past 2 weeks and haven't contacted you. Xia Wanqiu, aren't we in contact now? I'm busy too. Lin Fan, did you sleep well? Xia Wanqiu, no. Lin Fan, then why don't you sleep at my house tonight? Xia Wanqiu, get lost. Smelly Lin Fan. I'm angry. Su Xiaoyu. Awu? Master, I haven't seen you for so many days. I miss you so much. Xia Wanqiu, fierce. Su Xiaoyu, not anymore. Not anymore. I haven't seen Master for so many days. The dog is starving. Lin Fan, 2 little foodies. Xia Wanqiu, I'll get going first. Remember to look for me tonight. After hanging up, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Look for her tonight? In other words, she agreed. There were always hidden meanings in a girl's word. Lin Fan could tell. Xia Wanqiu agreed to sleep at his house tonight. Of course, he wouldn't do anything too out of line when he slept. It was mainly because he could chat with Xia Wanqiu, lie on the sofa together to watch television, and watch movies with her. If he made delicious food for Xia Wanqiu, As long as Su Xiaoyu did not come to cause trouble, they could still be alone. Such a life was really wonderful. Although it was summer, Lin Fan's Lake Heart Villa had air conditioners and it wouldn't be very hot. He could even see Xiao Wanqiu wearing a short skirt. Lin Fan wasn't a saint and liked to look at Xiao Wanqiu's long legs. After working for so long, he had to relax. When Lin Jingjing walked over and saw Lin Fan, she couldn't help but smile. He was obviously in love. Lin Fan, when are you going to officially announce your relationship with Qiuqiu? Lin Jingjing asked curiously. Announce what? Lin Fan asked curiously. It's that kind of relationship. Get together, Lin Jingjing said. Lin Fan shook his head. Wanqiu and I don't have that kind of relationship. We haven't even been in a relationship. How can I officially announce it? TSK, Lin Jingjing said. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship was already very good. They fooled around with each other in the production team, ate ice cream together, read scripts together, acted in relationship scenes together, and even filmed a kissing scene together. The exchange of glances and the way they touched each other made people feel that they were a match made in heaven. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were actually childhood sweethearts who had grown up together. Their relationship was very good, and the two of them didn't keep many secrets from each other. In the production team, director Lu Benkai, producer Lu Mao, and some of the staff were not fooled. Lin Fan's popularity in the film crew was too good, so no one exposed the videos of Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu interacting. Furthermore, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were together to act. Even if the photos were exposed, it could be explained. However, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Xiao Wanqiu was only so cute in front of Lin Fan. Just this alone made many male actors flinch. Coupled with Lin Fan's look, none of those male actors could fight. All the handsome hunks were crushed into pieces in front of Lin Fan. Even Su Yang did not want to stand beside Lin Fan for too long. Otherwise, it would be a bit of an emotional blow to him. Alright, Lin Fan, I heard that Su Yang is going to visit Xiao Wanqiu today, Lin Jingjing said. After saying that, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Damn, Su Yang, you went to visit my cat while I was gone? Dream on. Lin Fan immediately left the place. Of course, Lin Fan trusted Xiao Wanqiu a lot, but he was naturally unwilling for Su Yang to visit her. When Lin Fan reached home, the first thing he did was go to the garage and drive out his sports car that was worth hundreds of millions, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Before getting into the car, Lin Fan saw a small red flower on the grass beside him. This flower was not big, only about 2 fingers long, but it was very pretty. Without having time to prepare any gift, Lin Fan drove the Bugatti and took the flower. Then he went to the mall and drove towards Xiao Wanqiu's workplace. If Su Yang could visit, he could visit too, and he could give Xiao Wanqiu a surprise. On the other side, Su Yang, who was driving a Maybach, had a bouquet of flowers on the passenger seat. He knew that Lin Fan was busy, so he decided to seize this opportunity to visit Xiao Wanqiu. Su Yang said that he wanted to compete fairly with Lin Fan. Although he had been attacked a few times, he was an unkillable cockroach. If he gave up on the girl he liked so easily, it would be too cowardly. Su Yang decided to visit Xiao Wanqiu today. If he had the chance, he would confess to her. Perhaps Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship was only as good as it seemed on the surface. Su Yang felt that he still had a chance. If he didn't try, how would he know if it would work? When Su Yang arrived at Xiao Wanqiu's workplace, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Su Yang was still Yuehua's #1 male artiste. His status had not been shaken. If one wanted to take his place as Yuehua's #1 male artiste, they had to bring out the corresponding work. Although Lin Fan had a good relationship with people, Lin Fan's reputation hadn't been known to the public yet. When Su Yang arrived, he saw Xiao Wanqiu working. She was so beautiful that he could not help but be stunned. Su Yang made up his mind. He could not give up. This was his last hope. When Xiao Wanqiu rested, there were not many people around. Su Yang picked up the bouquet and walked towards Xiao Wanqiu warmly. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Was Su Yang going to confess to Xiao Wanqiu? This was in front of so many people. If anything happened, it would be posted online. Wanqiu, you must be tired from work. Su Yang walked forward, held the bouquet of flowers, and looked at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu looked up. When she saw the flowers in Su Yang's hand, she did not take them. However, it was not good to make Su Yang feel too awkward in public. After all, they were all from the same company. At that moment, Lin Fan drove over. Seeing Lin Fan's Bugatti, Xiao Wanqiu's eyes lit up. Lin Fan, this blockhead. Why did he only come now? Even if there were rumors, she only wanted to have rumors with Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan was here, she had to give Su Yang a response. Otherwise, Su Yang would be very embarrassed, and this scene would be on the news. It might cause a war between the fans of the two of them. Xiao Wanqiu smiled politely and said, "It's all right. Thank you. Leave the flowers over there." Su Yang did not feel too embarrassed. For some reason, Su Yang felt empty. He originally wanted Xiao Wanqiu to take his flowers so that he could confess to her. But now, Xiao Wanqiu did not even give him this chance. Su Yang wanted to say something, but when he saw Lin Fan, he subconsciously made way for him. This was not his home ground. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw so many flowers. "Su Yang, you're here to see us." Su Xiaoyu looked at the flowers and giggled. "Yes, you must be tired after filming." Su Yang saw Su Xiaoyu. His heart was still a little empty, but he did not express it. "It's all right. A master is here too." When Su Xiaoyu saw Lin Fan, she didn't walk up first because she could tell that Lin Fan had been looking at Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu was also looking at Lin Fan. Their eyes met. However, Lin Fan couldn't just go up to her. Otherwise, he would definitely be on Weibo's trending page the next day. Shocking. Lin Fan and Su Yang both like Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu's choice was Lin Fan. First saw the director of Keep Running, Lin Hong. "Hello, Director Lin." Lin Fan walked forward and smiled as he shook hands with Lin Hong. "Lin Fan?" Lin Hong took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Fan and smiled warmly. Keep Running was a large-scale variety show that had extremely high viewership. It just so happened that Lin Fan was the guest invited for the final episode. Furthermore, that day was Xiao Wanqiu's birthday. Other people didn't know about Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship, but Lin Hong did. No matter what, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were high school friends. Now, they were colleagues in the same company and the male and female leads of the television series Joy of Life. "I'm here to see Wangyu and Xiaoyu," Lin Fan said with a smile. "All west.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. Sure, but you can't come empty-handed. I heard that the feasts you make are especially delicious." Director Lu exclaims over you repeatedly. "You have to make us a feast." Lin Hong laughed. Of course, he knew that Lin Fan was here to see Xiao Wanqiu, but he had to find a reason to do so. For example, it could be because of work. Everyone knew that, and they wouldn't say it so directly. "Aha, sure," Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Hong and these big directors had helped him before. Lin Fan was very grateful to be able to give Xiao Wanqiu a surprise on her birthday. After chatting with Lin Hong, Lin Fan walked towards Xiao Wanqiu. Looking at the girl in front of him, Lin Fan smiled brightly. How could Xiao Wangyu be so beautiful? She was really a fairy given to him by the heaven. He couldn't let others take away such a chance. Otherwise, he would feel terrible and regretful for the rest of his life. Walking in front of Xiao Wanqiu, Lin Fan took out a small red flower from somewhere. This flower could not be compared to the flowers Su Yang bought. Lin Fan casually plucked a small flower. Although it was beautiful, Su Yang had bought flowers from an actual florist. There was still a difference. Other than the flower, Lin Fan also bought a hat. It's very hot outside in the summer. Remember to wear this hat so that you won't feel very uncomfortable under the sun. Lin Fan smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. Okay. Xiao Wanqiu took the hat and put it on her head. A beautiful girl was beautiful no matter what she wore. Xiao Wanqiu was still so beautiful even when wearing this hat, attracting the attention of others. Even street goods looked so different on her. Also, this flower is for you too. I think it's quite pretty. Lin Fan held the flower that looked like it was about to wilt. It's not expensive, but it really looks good when it's not wilting, Lin Fan said. He had only driven for an hour or so, but the flower was wilting. Wilting flowers weren't pretty. Forget it. Maybe I should throw it away. No. Xiao Wanqiu shook her head and took the flower with both hands. If you think it's pretty, I think it's pretty too. Xiao Wanqiu held the flower and stuck it into her hair. Although the flower was wilted, her heart was warm. Also, I like it a lot. I can't throw it away. Xiao Wanqiu's smile was enchanting. She looked at Lin Fan and her cheeks were slightly red. Lin Fan, this blockhead, still knew how to send her flowers. Although this flower was not pretty, it was enough that she liked it. Su Yang watched everything silently. He then looked at the bouquet of flowers on the ground and felt that even he seemed to have wilted. Su Yang felt his heart shatter. In front of Xiao Wanqiu, he and Lin Fan would always have been treated differently. The flowers Su Yang sent were very expensive. Xiao Wanqiu could take them, but she did not choose to. She just let Su Yang put them aside. The flower Lin Fan gave her had already wilted. He wanted to throw it away, but Xiao Wanqiu said that she liked it very much. Moreover, Su Yang felt that he had lost in terms of taking care of Xiao Wanqiu. The hat Lin Fan gave really took into account that Xiao Wanqiu would be exposed to the sun when she was recording a show outside. Su Yang understood that he was being fed dog food again. After this incident, Su Yang's mentality silently changed. It was time for him to give up. Since Xiao Wanqiu did not like him, he would give up too. When Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were together, Xiao Wanqiu looked very happy. The two of them were very sweet. Su Yang could only watch from afar. It was enough that the person he liked was happy. He would silently give his blessings from afar. He could not give Xiao Wanqiu so much happiness. In this world, there was only one person who could do it, and that was Lin Fan. After taking a deep breath, Su Yang made an important decision. If a relationship was not suitable for him, there was no need to persist. But reality was always so cruel. Although he was very outstanding and had a girl he liked very much, he could only look at her back view forever. The boy who would live with her, eat with her, sleep with her, kiss her, have children with her, start a family with her, and had a future with her was Lin Fan, not him. It was not because Su Yang was not outstanding enough, but because the timing of his appearance was wrong. Su Yang silently took a sip of mineral water. For some reason, when there was no one around, tears fell uncontrollably. It was said that a man would not cry easily. This tear was also a farewell to his past self. From then on, he left this competition fair and square, wishing Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu happiness. He also had a brand new life. He could act and meet other girls. When Su Yang stood up, he found a girl standing in front of him. This girl was Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing knew that Su Yang and Lin Fan had come to visit Xiao Wanqiu and had already expected this outcome. Lin Jingjing looked at Su Yang. Her heart ached. She was very smart and did not say anything. It's windy here. Did you get sand in your eye? Wipe it. Lin Jingjing squatted down and handed Su Yang a tissue. Yes, the wind is strong by the sea. I'm fine now. Su Yang stood up and looked at the girl in front of him. He couldn't help but be touched. Lin Jingjing didn't want him to lose face, so she said that on purpose. If he was not wrong, Su Yang knew that Lin Jingjing was still busy with doing voiceovers for Joy of Life today, but she had appeared here. Su Yang thought of something Lin Fan said. Sometimes, cherishing the person in front of you was the most precious thing. So, Lin Fan had already understood everything. After taking the tissue from Lin Jingjing, Su Yang took a deep breath. From now on, he would be a brand new Su Yang. Su Yang smiled confidently. A confident man was the most charming. Not far away, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were sitting together. Meow meow. Lin Fan, I'm gonna busy myself with work first. I'll come back to accompany you later. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan and made a cute gesture. She was a little apologetic. Lin Fan came here to accompany her, but she had no choice but to work. It's fine. I can enjoy the sea breeze while I'm here. Lin Fan smiled and said. The corners of Xiao Wanqiu's lips curled up slightly. Accompanied by the staff, she walked to the beach. She had to shoot advertisements and endorsements. Xiao Wanqiu walked by the sea. She was barefooted and had a sweet smile on her face. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, exuding the vitality of youth. She also had a perfect figure and a moving temperament. Every sweet smile could attract everyone's attention. She walked step by step along the beach, kicking the wave. The breeze blew, fluttering her long dress, revealing her snow-white slender legs. As she walked along the beach, she smiled at the camera. She was happy, joyful, and blissful like a true fairy. Many photographers were stunned. They looked at the woman in front of them and were shocked. Such a beauty revealing such a beautiful smile attracted everyone present. The photographers took photos of Xiao Wanqiu from every angle. She was pure and beautiful like a true fairy, able to attract everyone's attention. Sister Wanqiu is really pretty. Su Xiaoyu sighed. When can my figure be as good as Sister Wanqiu's? Her breasts are so big, and her figure is so beautiful. Also, her long legs are amazing. Su Xiaoyu held her cheeks with her hands and looked at Xiao Wanqiu, then at her ordinary chest. There was no way to compare. Come on, Xiaoyu. Isn't your figure good? Other than Qiuqiu, no one else in Yuehua can compare to you. I don't know how many people envy your figure. Lin Jingjing complained at the side. Girls did not have flat chests. Although Su Xiaoyu's breasts were not big, they had actually developed quite well. Most importantly, Su Xiaoyu was still single. If she wasn't single, her figure might be even better. On the other side, Lin Fan and Su Yang sat together. Su Yang looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, in the future, I'll withdraw from your relationship with Xiao Wanqiu. I won't fight with you anymore. Geet the L-test-vels on no/v/elbin.c/om. Lin Fan smiled and patted Su Yang on the shoulder. Have you thought things through? Su Yang said, how can I not think things through? Damn, I eat your dog food every day. You have to compensate me well. At least treat me to a big meal. Arrange for abalones, lobsters, and bird's nest, and also good wine and dishes. I'll definitely make you spend a lot of money. Lin Fan smiled and said, abalone, lobster, and bird's nest aren't very expensive. One meal can only cost a few $100,000. How expensive can it be? Su Yang's mentality collapsed. He remembered that Lin Fan was also a rich and handsome man. His family fortune was dozens of times more than his. Lin Fan was a real rich man. His assets alone were probably worth tens of billions. Even Su Yang, a big star, was not as rich as Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Su Yang and said, seriously, brother, it's a good thing to give up. I think Jingjing is pretty good. She suits you very well. Su Yang laughed. Lin Fan, stop it. I just suffered a blow from love. If you let me find Jingjing again, do I look that scummy? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu again and smiled brightly. Su Yang, next time I write a new script, you'll be the main lead. That drama will definitely be popular. Lin Fan actually had 3 or 4 scripts on hand. As long as he modified them slightly, he could sell them for a high price again. A good script was very important to an actor. What about you? Su Yang asked. I can just be a director. If I were to act as a supporting character in a television drama, wouldn't the attention of the audience be on me? Lin Fan teased. F***CK. Su Yang sighed helplessly. Lin Fan was telling the truth. With Lin Fan's acting skills and his handsomeness, he might really attract the attention of the audience. After Su Yang said his true thoughts, he felt much better. At night, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu finished their work. The crew was buzzing with activity. Everyone was busy. Su Yang and Lin Jingjing walked together and chatted with everyone. It had to be said that Su Yang's popularity was not bad. Needless to say, Su Xiaoyu had always been by Lin Jingjing's side, eating all sorts of food. Sometimes it was apples, sometimes bananas. Who asked her to be a foodie? She would get fat if she ate anything else. She could only eat fruits and vegetables. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu were together, looking at the moon leisurely. Such a peaceful life was not bad. At that moment, Director Lin Hong looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, everyone, let's have a barbecue tonight and a feast. It said that Lin Fan is a master chef and the barbecue and feast he makes are all delicious. Tonight, there are lamb skewers, pork skewers, mushrooms, flat mushrooms, steak, chicken chop, roasted potatoes, roasted chicken wings, roasted eggplants, and roasted leek. We also prepared cumin and chili powder. They're all delicious. Let Lin Fan help everyone barbecue. No matter what, everyone will have enough tonight. Lin Hong smiled, and then all sorts of ingredients were served. Su Xiaoyu and Xiao Wanqiu's eyes lit up. They could eat barbecue, and it would be a barbecue Lin Fan prepared. Most importantly, the name of each barbecue sounded very fragrant. Roast lamb, pork, chicken wings, potatoes, eggplants, every one of them sounded so delicious. Lin Fan placed a metal rack on a charcoal fire and placed all sorts of skewers that had already been prepared on. He then sprinkled some oil on the mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and ham before roasting them. Finally, he sprinkled cumin and chili powder on them. In the end, he ate them with a slightly spicy texture and fresh meat, leaving a rich aftertaste. Coupled with Lin Fan's top-notch cooking skills, the barbecue he made was simply delicious. When Lin Fan was cooking the barbecue seriously, he attracted a lot of attention. Some pretty ladies looked at Lin Fan and felt a little infatuated. Wow, brother Lin Fan is actually so handsome. Lin Fan is the screenwriter and male lead of Joy of Life. I wonder how his acting is. Anyway, he's super handsome. It's worth it to be able to eat the skewers Chef Lin gave us. Why does it smell so good? I want to eat it. What should I do? We're so lucky to have such a handsome chef cook dinner for us. I wonder when Lin Fan will be able to come to Keep Running to film with us. The people recording Keep Running were all celebrity. Only the director, producers, and some celebrities could eat Lin Fan's feast. As there were too many people, he definitely couldn't take care of all of them. Without exception, the surrounding celebrities liked Lin Fan a lot. There was no need to talk about Lin Fan's looks. Just from the way Lin Fan was cooking the barbecue, he had already charmed many girls here. A man who could cook was the most handsome. After Lin Fan finished cooking the delicious skewers, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Just the smell alone was enough to make them impatient. Then, they started eating. After taking the first bite, director Lin Hong's eyes widened. He quickly finished the lamb skewer. It's really amazing. Holy shit, this is the first time I've seen such delicious lamb skewers. Can someone roast lamb skewers to be so delicious? Lin Hong picked up another skewer. The others were also filled with surprise, as if they had discovered a new continent. Even a barbecue felt like a feast. This is amazing. This shiitake mushroom tastes really good. If I add some chili powder, nothing can compare to this shiitake mushroom skewer. Discover new stories at nve/lbin.c/o. Looking at this chicken steak, the feeling it gives off is different from usual. I feel that it's even better than what a chef cooked. Lin Fan, where's that small restaurant you open? I have to go there to eat such a delicious feast. Many celebrities present praised him. There was no other way about it. Lin Fan's feast was simply way too attractive. Only Su Yang, Lin Jingjing, Su Xiaoyu, and Xiao Wanqiu were used to it. The four of them ate the barbecue silent. Although they might get fat, they couldn't help but eat it. After the barbecue, a few celebrities stood in front of Lin Fan and shook his hand. Lin Fan, I'm Li Tiantian. I'm also an actor. If you have a script next time, you have to inform me. I also want to act in scripts you write. Hello, Lin Fan. I'm Wang Linyun. I usually like to act. I heard that the script you wrote is very good and you sold it for a sky-high price of $400,000 per episode. Now, we're just waiting for Joy of Life to air. I heard that you're the male lead. I'm really looking forward to it. Hello, Lin Fan. Just call me Tuan Tuan. I'm a live streamer. If you have a chance, can you come live stream with me once? Just once will do. Hello, Lin Fan. I'm Lu Yu, a producer. If there's a chance in the future, let's work together more often. Many people surrounded Lin Fan. They all knew of Lin Fan's status in Yuehua. After all, Lin Fan was a top screenwriter and he was even the male lead of Joy of Life. Putting aside whether this drama would become popular or not, just based on how much Yuehua valued Lin Fan, it was enough for these celebrities to become friends with Lin Fan. In the entertainment industry, it might not be useful to make a friend, but it was better than having an enemy. Furthermore, Lin Fan was very handsome. Handsome people would usually develop well in the entertainment industry. These celebrities were all very smart, and they immediately tried to pull strings with Lin Fan. As for the live streamer Tuan Tuan, who wanted to invite Lin Fan to do a live stream with her, Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't have any intention of doing a live stream yet. If he really wanted to do a live stream, Lin Fan would do it himself. The money the audience gave him would also be in his account. After dinner, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu walked along the beach. The beach was still lively. There were many people. The cold moonlight was reflected on the sea and the waves crashed. Xiao Wanqiu could not help but feel cold. In the future, when you go out, prepare more clothes, understand? Lin Fan smiled and took off his jacket, draping it over Xiao Wanqiu. Xiao Wanqiu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Fan. She nodded gently. I know, Lin Fan, you're different from before. You've become fiercer now, even fiercer than a cat. Am I that fierce? Lin Fan smiled. Yes. Very fierce. Xiao Wanqiu made a fierce gesture. How's the post-production going these few days? Xiao Wanqiu asked. Lin Fan had basically been busy with the post-production work for the past 2 weeks. It's all right. We just have to wait for the release of Joy of Life. The overall editing and music accompaniment were done very well. Coupled with the outstanding acting skills of the male lead, Lin Fan smiled. Xiao Wanqiu glared at Lin Fan. Narcissist. However, you've still worked hard. Post-production is very complicated. Have you slept well these few days? Lin Fan shook his head. No, basically, I work from 7 in the morning to 11 at night. It doesn't matter if I sleep or not. The most important thing is to get this television series done. This is the first television drama that the two of us have filmed, and it's also the first relationship scene. It doesn't matter if I'm famous or not. What's important is that you can become popular. That way, no one will dare to bully you in the future. If there are any investors who want to sleep with you in the future, I won't let them off, said Lin Fan. He could have been a god-level nouveau riche quietly and just collected rent. But for Xiao Wanqiu, he took the initiative to enter the entertainment industry. From writing the script, to directing the filming, to acting out the script, to post-production and dubbing, Lin Fan was very seriously in charge of this television drama. It was because he wanted this television drama to become popular and increase Xiao Wanqiu's popularity. Only then could she stand firmly in the entertainment industry. Those investors would not dare to try to sleep with her casually, much less bully her. Xiao Wanqiu looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. Her face was slightly red as she said seriously, Lin Fan, thank you. In the entertainment industry, no one will bully me in the future. I will also study acting skills more and perform better work. Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly. The breeze blew through her long hair. It was so moving. What are you thanking me for? We've been desk mates for so many years. I really miss the days when we were desk mates, said Lin Fan. He missed his old life. If he had not entered the entertainment industry now, it would be very difficult to see Xiao Wanqiu. However, it was alright. With him around, no one could bully Xiao Wanqiu. He would become more capable in the entertainment industry and protect his cat. Lin Fan, I heard from Jingjing that you have great musical talent. Can you sing a song for me? Xiao Wanqiu turned to look at Lin Fan and asked, I'll sing you the theme song for Joy of Life. It's called A Will Forever, said Lin Fan. Lin Fan started singing the theme song. His voice was melodious and filled with emotions, like the snowflakes in winter, quiet and ethereal. It floated in the air, but it was also like the water at the bottom of an abyss. It was calm and mellow, making one feel at ease. Lin Fan had the skills of a god of singing. His voice was originally very nice to listen to. Coupled with such a nice singing, Xiao Wanqiu couldn't help but be a little infatuated. The lyrics of this theme song were also very artistic, making people gradually lose themselves in it. Have you heard of the Snow Mountain Cliff? It made people lost in a reverie. Legend has it that there is a treasure on it, but it also hides a bottomless abyss. After the song ended, Xiao Wanqiu opened her eyes and applauded. So Lin Fan's singing was so good too. Lin Fan looked at the girl standing beside him, Xiao Wanqiu. After all these years, she was still like in high school. If he sang, she would clap. It had been 7 years since he graduated from high school, but the person beside him was still her. Looking at Xiao Wanqiu by his side, Lin Fan couldn't help but have many memories surge into his mind. When he opened a small restaurant and no one patronized it, she would always secretly come to the restaurant to encourage him. Whether he was poor or rich, Xiao Wanqiu had always been by his side, and that had never changed. The girl in front of him would be happy for him, blush for him, and be angry for him. She would video call him, act coquettishly in front of him, act in front of him, and act cute in front of him. For him, she had never acted in a kissing scene before. She was even unwilling to act in a relationship scene with others. With such a good girl by his side, Lin Fan's mind seemed to explode. A cold wind blew over. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and extended his hand to Xiao Wanqiu. It's a little cold. Can I borrow your hand to hold? It's a little cold. Can I borrow your hand to hold? Lin Fan's words entered Xiao Wanqiu's mind. The waves crashed and everything in the world froze. Lin Fan waited for Xiao Wanqiu's response silently and extended his hand to her. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him, Lin Fan suddenly had an illusion. Was it just one-sided love between him and Xiao Wanqiu? The air seemed to have stopped flowing. Lin Fan felt like he had done something wrong. Perhaps Xiao Wanqiu did not have that kind of feeling for him. Will you return it after you borrow it? Xiao Wanqiu smiled sweetly. There was a beautiful blush on her pretty face. She blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Fan. I'm not returning it. Lin Fan smiled and held Xiao Wanqiu's soft and warm hand. The moonlight shone, reflecting the scene. Lin Fan took the initiative to hold Xiao Wanqiu's hand. Turned out that girl's hands were so soft. Seeing Xiao Wanqiu's reaction, how could Lin Fan not understand? After holding her hand, she didn't resist and just let Lin Fan hold her hand. The two of them remained silent as they walked along the beach. After a long time, Lin Fan looked at the sea and said, the sea is really beautiful. Xiao Wanqiu nodded lightly. Yes. Lin Fan held Xiao Wanqiu's hand and looked at the moon and stars in the sky. The moon and stars are really pretty. Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful eyes followed Lin Fan's gaze. They are indeed beautiful. Lin Fan turned around and held Xiao Wanqiu's other hand in his palm. But I feel that neither heaven nor earth are as beautiful as you. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful face and said these words from the bottom of his heart. Stupid Lin Fan, since when would you say such corny words of love? Where did you learn them from? Xiao Wanqiu blushed and lowered her head. It was a happy thing to be praised by anyone for being pretty, and she was even praised by Lin Fan. No matter how good Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills were, her shyness at this moment was real. They're not corny words of love. They're my true thoughts. Lin Fan smiled and said seriously. I believe you, but my fans also praise me like that, Xiao Wanqiu said with a smile. Looking at the waves by the sea and wearing Lin Fan's clothes, she felt that it wasn't so cold by the sea anymore. No, I'm not like them. They like many celebrities and people, but I only like one person. Lin Fan held Xiao Wanqiu's hand and smiled brightly. Humph, trash, Xiao Wanqiu said as she looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to say something. At this moment, a voice came from afar. It was Xiao Wanqiu's manager, Yang Qing. Arye Wanqiu, where are you? Yang Qing shouted as she walked towards Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Seeing that Yang Qing was here, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu released their hands. The two of them walked along the beach towards Yang Qing. After all, there were more people here. Once someone secretly took a photo of them, they would definitely be trending again. Before Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu could confirm their relationship, Yang Qing called for a pause. Wanqiu, Lin Fan, you two have to be more careful. Even if you're dating, you have to find a place with no one. It's too dangerous here. Now that Joy of Life is about to start airing, who knows how many competitors want to find gossip about you at this juncture. Yang Qing sighed. This was the filming location of Keep Running. There were all sorts of people. Although no one would say anything on the surface about Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu acting intimately with each other, everyone could tell. Although the current Lin Fan was the main lead of Joy of Life, the television series hadn't started airing yet, so Lin Fan couldn't be considered a celebrity yet. If he wanted to be with Xiao Wanqiu, if he wanted to obtain the recognition of countless fans and make them stop doubting him like before, Lin Fan had to produce his works and show his results. Furthermore, it was not the time to officially announce it yet. Especially Xiao Wanqiu, she could not be affected by this gossip. Otherwise, the competitors might directly replace Xiao Wanqiu. Sister Yang, I know. Then let's go home first. Xiao Wanqiu smiled and held Yang Qing's arm. She ignored Lin Fan. She was a little angry. Why couldn't Lin Fan have said it faster? Now that they had been caught, they could not continue to be together secretly. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Wanqiu's back view and understood a lot. It was not the time to officially announce it yet. Xiao Wanqiu did not care, but he did. He would take Xiao Wanqiu's career and future into consideration and could not announce his relationship with her unless he could stand on the same level as her. AD new chapt rs on no/v/e/l in.com. The current him was not enough. The most urgent matter at hand was to busy himself with the launch of Joy of Life. The next day, the company was having a meeting. The post-production for Joy of Life had been completed and the approval process had been approved. What they had to do next was to decide who would get the rights to premiere Joy of Life. After discussing the premiering rights, Joy of Life could officially premiere. Everyone arrived at the company and started working on the premiering right. On the other hand, the people from Joy Media were also in a meeting. The person in charge of Joy Media, Zhao Rui, looked at the surrounding staff and said, "Everyone, Yuhua's Joy of Life is about to premiere. If nothing goes wrong, our company's television drama General and I will premiere at about the same time as Joy of Life. We've spent a lot of money to hire popular actors to star in General and I, with Wang Menghan, Zhao Ziyue, and other celebrities among the cast. The reputation of our show will definitely not lose to that of Joy of Life." Zhao Rui was confident. Although Joy of Life script was well written, it was still a script written by a newcomer. A newcomer script was actually sold for an astronomical price of 400,000 per episode. Do they really think Lin Fan is some master in the screenwriting industry? Also, Yuhua did something that made people laugh. They have celebrities like Su Yang, Xiao Wanqiu, and Su Xiaoyu, but they chose Lin Fan to be the male lead. Zhao Rui smiled calmly. Boss Zhao, is Yuhua's brain fried? I think Lin Fan is really handsome and he's rich. However, does Lin Fan really know how to act in dramas? How can he be the male lead without any acting skills? That's right. Yuehua didn't use their #1 male artiste, Su Yang. Instead, they used Lin Fan. That will be the biggest failure of their television series. If the male lead's acting isn't good, then the reputation of this series won't be good. How can Yuehua's Joy of Life vie with our General and I? Lin Fan probably became the male lead by pulling string. You can imagine how horribly this television drama will fail. Many of the employees of Joy Media said. It was obvious that they didn't think highly of Lin Fan or Joy of Life. Zhao Rui pondered for a moment and smiled confident. Therefore, what we need to do this time is to let the reputation and popularity of General and I completely crush that of Joy of Life. Yuehua will lose terribly because they made a huge mistake. Zhao Rui continued, of course, we shouldn't underestimate Joy of Life too much. They have a lot of celebrities and have the ability to fight with us. Therefore, during this period of time, we have to make use of the public's opinion to attack Lin Fan online. It's useless to attack people like Xiao Wanqiu and Su Yang on the internet. They don't have many dark spots on them, but Lin Fan is a weak point. A restaurant owner who also has a considerable net worth. In the end, he pulled strings to be the male lead of Joy of Life. By making use of these details, we can directly reduce the audience's anticipation for Joy of Life, causing Joy of Life's reputation to plummet. At the same time, contact the broadcasting company. General and I and Joy of Life will premiere at the same time. We must crush Joy of Life completely. This way, the investors will pay more attention to Joy Media in the future. This is also a good opportunity to attack Yuehua. Zhao Rui smiled with strong confidence. The goal of Joy Media was to crush Yuehua, and Lin Fan, who had no acting skill, became Yuehua's biggest weak point. Full 0W current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. At the same time, all sorts of news about Lin Fan went viral. The entire internet was criticizing Lin Fan. All sorts of haters and keyboard warriors appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fan isn't suitable to be the male lead of Joy of Life. Lin Fan is just a restaurant owner. I suspect that he pulled strings to become the male lead. Lin Fan is a little handsome, but can he compare to the handsomeness of the male lead of General and I? Lin Fan, who has no acting skills. Ugh, whoever watches Joy of Life is a moron. Seems like there's something between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. They might have been in a relationship since high school. No matter what, this television series must not be good. Lin Fan is really F***king trash. His acting skills aren't good and he only knows how to cook. What right does he have to be the male lead? Doesn't that mean that I can be the male lead too? Shocking. I found the reason why Lin Fan was the male lead. Lin Fan is a tycoon. He drives a Rolls-Royce and a Bugatti. He really took the back door. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yuehua really can do anything for money. At that moment, the entire internet was denouncing Lin Fan. Some people even found Lin Fan's Weibo and started commenting fervently. Trash backdoor dog, get out of the entertainment industry. What right do you have to be the male lead? You even acted with our Chocho. What right do you have to be the male lead through connection? Yuehua looks so disgusting doing anything for money. I won't watch Yuehua's dramas in the future. Joy Media was indeed a big company and negative public opinion was spreading quite fast. They had fabricated news about Lin Fan's acting skills, abilities, and going through a back door and started to fan the flames. Lin Fan didn't have a fan base and not many people believed him. Even if there were, they would be beaten by the keyboard warriors. This was the power of an entertainment company. If they wanted to mess with Lin Fan, it would be easy. The most important thing in the battle between the two dramas was public opinion. Some passersby who didn't know the truth also criticized Lin Fan on Weibo. In an instant, Lin Fan's Weibo was attacked by the public. There were even people who said that with so many celebrities speaking up for Lin Fan previously, it meant that Lin Fan had gotten in through the back door. Countless torrents attacked at the same time, as if they wanted to crush Joy of Life. Yuehua Entertainment. Su Xiaoyu was very angry. These despicable keyboard warriors are bullying Master again. I really want to scold these people back. Xiao Wanqiu was also looking at Weibo. Her beautiful eyes were cold. She had seen so many people attacking Lin Fan again. Su Yang slammed the table in anger. Damn it, how dare someone bully my brother? Which company did it? Who did it? Investigate. CEO Li's expression was also volatile. This was clearly someone who wanted to destroy the reputation of Joy of Life and even Yuehua. If the quality of Joy of Life was really poor, then all of Yuehua's celebrities would probably be affected. Even all the actors acting in Joy of Life would be affected. Once this television drama was defined as a lousy film, it would be very difficult for the celebrities in this drama to make a comeback in the future. They would forever be labeled as having acted in a lousy film. At this moment, Lin Fan walked into Yuehua. When everyone looked at Lin Fan, they were surprised to see that he wasn't angry at all. Master, people are scolding you. I want to scold them back. What should I do? Su Xiaoyu ran over. Looking at so many Weibo messages, she got angrier and angrier. They were really infuriating. I'm very angry. Xiao Wanqiu nodded as well, her face fierce. Director Liu Benkai and producer Lu Mao were even angrier for Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan's acting was so good. But before these people could see it, they started to defame Lin Fan online. You don't have to be angry. Only one company would do such a thing. Joy Media. In the beginning, Joy Media wanted to buy my script for the cheapest price, but I rejected them. Now, Joy Media's television drama, General and I, is about to premiere. It will probably be at the same time as Joy of Life. Therefore, Joy Media will seize this weakness of mine and attack me directly, said Lin Fan with a smile. When everyone heard Lin Fan's words, they nodded their heads. Although Lin Fan didn't have much status or works in the entertainment industry, among Yuehua's people, Lin Fan would forever be a god and had some prestige. Even Su Yang was very polite to Lin Fan. He even called him brother. It was obvious how well Yuehua's people interacted with Lin Fan. However, some passersby who didn't know the truth on the internet were led astray and started to scold Lin Fan. Lin Fan, how do you think we should fight back? What Joy Media is doing now will only affect the reputation of Joy of Life. Su Yang looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan was very calm. He said, we don't need to do anything, nor do we need to prove ourselves. We don't need to join the scolding battle on the internet either. It'll make us seem low level. The opponent wants to destroy us. Basically, the opponent is afraid that our drama will become popular. In reality, Joy Media has walked into a mistake. They used a large number of keyboard warriors to attack me, which will only make Joy of Life even more popular. It will become popular almost before it even broadcast. For example, previously, there were many people on the internet who hated on Battle Through the Heavens for transforming their chi into horses. The more haters there were, the more people there were who wanted to see what transforming chi into horses was. When they watched the television drama, they will realize that this television drama was actually filmed so beautifully. The audience are not fools. Everything is determined by the works. The more people criticizing us now, the more the rumors will collapse on their own when the television drama is released. On the other hand, the reputation of our television drama will experience a reversal. The final victors will be us. After hearing Lin Fan, Su Yang, Liu Benkai, and Lu Mao all gave him a thumbs up. Lin Fan was right. No matter how much the internet criticized him, it was useless. These haters were just paid keyboard warriors who were spreading rumors. Just using haters and keyboard warriors would only make Joy of Life more popular. No matter how many rumors the keyboard warriors spread, it was all an illusion. Without concrete evidence, it could not form a true trend. Therefore, Yuehua only needed one move to completely disintegrate the haters and allow Yuehua to achieve the final reversal. This move was to use the truth to fight back, using facts to break these people's doubts about the television series Joy of Life. CEO Li also walked out and looked at everyone. He smiled and said, Lin Fan is indeed different from the rest. He hit the nail on the head. Everyone, you have to have confidence in this television series we're filming. There are extremely good-looking male and female leads with good acting skill. There are also great beauties like Su Xiaoyu and Lin Jingjing. There are also actors like Su Yang and veteran actors. Almost every detail of the television series will not be inferior to any opponent. Including the choice of script, I believe in my choice. The script for General and I was written by an old screenwriter from Joy Media. Their ability is equally good. Since Joy Media wants to fight with Yuehua, let's fight with them. Everyone, let's get to work. Xioli said. Joy Media wasn't weak after all. In just 2 days, they had already started to defame Lin Fan on the internet. These haters even started hating on Xiao Wanqiu and Su Xiaoyu too. Yu Lu. Anyway, as long as something could be hated on, they would hate on it. There were even people who criticized Su Xiaoyu for often holding cucumbers and bananas. They wondered if she was too thirsty and did those things alone. There were all sorts of haters on the internet. Lin Fan didn't look at these Weibo posts. He didn't care how the haters on the internet scolded him. Right now, Lin Fan was writing a new script. No matter how the people on the internet defamed him, Lin Fan was very confident. WD's joy of life was only the beginning. After working for so many days, Lin Fan had many ideas for scripts in his mind. Exciting stories appeared on the paper. Although the new script wasn't finished, Lin Fan had already thought of a name. This name was The Legend of Sword and Fairy. Lin Fan was also in the midst of creating The Legend of Sword and Fairy. At the same time, Joy of Life was about to begin broadcast. On this day, producer Lu Mao, as well as director Lu Benkai, were discussing an agreement with 4 companies regarding the premiering right. The companies decided to let Joy of Life premiere on the internet. There were a total of 4 video companies. They were iQIYI, Tencent Arts, Happy Fruit, and Mango TV. These 4 video websites had many audiences. These 4 companies were extremely competitive. Both Happy Fruit and Mango TV had already paid a high price to sign the premiere rights for the drama General and I. Pleasure doing business with you, said Wang Lele, the manager of the Happy Fruit. Pleasure doing business with you. Zhao Rui smiled. The Mango TV staff, Li Mangmang, also spent a huge sum of money. This was because the popularity of General and I was higher, and the actors inside were all popular celebrities. When Lu Benkai spoke to the 2 companies, he encountered some problem. Happy Fruit's Wang Lele said, "It's not that we don't want to buy your premiere right. If your male lead is Su Yang, we can still buy it. But your male lead is Lin Fan. Look at how much he's being hated on the internet now. We don't know how much money we'll have to lose if we buy the premiere rights for Joy of Life." Mango TV's Li Mangmang nodded. "Your male lead's popularity is too low, and he has been criticized by the entire internet. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we can't work with you on this drama. We can still buy your premiere right, but our company can only bid 10 million at most." When Lu Benkai heard that, he glared at Li Mangmang and said, "You're bidding 10 million. Don't we have popular celebrities in Joy of Life too?" Li Mangmang smiled and said, "Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang, and Su Xiaoyu? That's right, they are indeed very popular. But you chose the wrong male lead for this drama. Also, I want to tell you that Xiao Wanqiu, Su Yang, and Su Xiaoyu's popularity cannot compare to that of Wang Menghan and Zhao Ziyue of Joy Media. Happy Fruit and Mango TV had spent 60 million renminbi to buy the premiere rights of General and I. They naturally could not afford to buy the premiere rights of Joy of Life as well. The 2 video companies chose the latter when it came to the choice between Joy of Life and General and I. In terms of popularity, Wang Menghan and Zhao Ziyue were indeed more popular than Xiao Wanqiu. After all, Xiao Wanqiu had not filmed in a year. Her only work was the variety show Keep Running, but works were the core of an actor's soul. Only works could make the audience remember an actor. Lu Benkai and Lu Mao left angrily. Happy Fruit and Mango TV looked down on Lu Benkai. It was time to negotiate with Tencent Arts and iQIYI. Both companies looked troubled. They also felt that it was better to choose General and I. However, there were also a lot of seasoned actors and actresses acting in the drama Joy of Life. Therefore, these 2 companies were a little tempted but also a little hesitant. "Director Lu, can we take a look at the sample before deciding?" Tencent Art staff asked. "Same for us." The staff member of iQIYI nodded. "Of course. The sample shows the first 3 episodes. You can take a look. As for the rumors on the internet, the quality of his acting skills will have to be determined by the work, right?" Lu Benkai said. Of course, the staff from both companies said. Hence, after the staff members of iQIYI and Tencent Arts watched the 3 episodes of the sample, the staff from both companies were stunned. Holy sh*T, the male lead of this drama, how can Lin Fan be so handsome? He's even more handsome than Su Yang. Get latest UVL pictures on nvelbj/n C/M. Also, I'm really stunned by Lin Fan's acting skills. His acting skills are really good. Why is everyone online defaming Lin Fan? At least, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's acting together was simply amazing. I suddenly understand why Lin Fan could be the male lead of this television series. Such a handsome male lead with such good acting skill. Everyone would want Lin Fan to be the male lead. There are really a lot of haters on the internet. Are the plot of this television drama, the filming methods, post-production works, and even the dubbing so top-notch as well? With such a method of filming, the scenes presented are simply at the peak of perfection. Especially the acting skills of the male lead Lin Fan, they have far exceeded our imagination. Director Lu, our company wants to buy your premiere broadcast right. Let's sign the contract now. Once such a work is broadcasted, it will definitely not lose to any television drama. The staff members of Tencent Arts and iQIYI were all stunned. Previously, when so many people were defaming Lin Fan on the internet, these video website companies had some doubt. They wanted to buy the premiere rights of the television series. If this television series did not become popular, then their video websites would lose everything. Premiere broadcasting rights would cost them 100 to 200 million, or even 300 to 400 million, and that was still low. The copyright fees would be very high. Now, the staff of the 2 video companies had seen the acting skills of the male and female leads in Joy of Life. This was especially so for Lin Fan's acting skills. They were extremely outstanding. It was completely different from the one-sided comments on the internet. Lin Fan's looks and acting skills were enough for him to be the male lead. Director Lu, Tencent Arts is willing to buy your premiere broadcast rights for 70 million yuan, plus the corresponding dividend. What do you think? Tencent Arts staff asked. Director Lu, iQIYI is also willing to pay 70 million yuan for the premiere rights. However, there is a condition. The premiere rights can only be in the hands of iQIYI and Tencent Arts. We will then add on the corresponding dividends of the television drama. We believe that the television drama Joy of Life will be extremely popular. The iQIYI staff said. The bids from the staff of the two companies were very high. This price was even higher than that of Joy Media. It was originally impossible to get such a high price. Most importantly, these two companies had seen the sample and seen Lin Fan's acting skill. This television drama was made too well, so both companies offered 70 million yuan. Buying such a television drama for 70 million was enough to prove how much importance these two companies placed on Joy of Life. Sure. Lu Benkai nodded and signed the agreement. Both companies took out 70 million yuan, which was 140 million yuan in total. This was only the beginning. If this television drama could really become popular, the subsequent income and commercial value it would generate would be immeasurable. The television series Joy of Life had a total of 46 episodes. Yuehua and the two companies had agreed that they would broadcast 8 episodes a week. They only needed a month to finish broadcasting Joy of Life. And the premiere of Joy of Life was scheduled for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 8 p.m. Every Friday and Saturday, 3 episodes would be added while 2 episodes would be added on Sunday. The 8 episodes every week would all be added during prime time. After signing the contract, the official Weibo account of Joy of Life officially released the first broadcast notice. Joy of Life will be officially broadcasted on Friday, July 24th at 8 p.m., with 8 episodes added per week. The premier broadcasting platforms are iQIYI and Tencent Art. Male lead, Lin Fan, female lead, Xia Wanqiu. At the same time, Joy Media's official Weibo account also sent out the first broadcast notice of General and I. As a television drama of Joy Media, General and I would premiere on the 2 video websites, Happy Fruit and Mango TV. Joy of Life and General and I were like mortal enemies clashing with each other. They announced their premiere timings one after another. Even the broadcast timing and dates were the same. Joy Media wanted to crush Yuehua directly. After the two companies released the first broadcast notice, Lin Fan, Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang, Lin Jingjing, Teacher Chun, Teacher Wu, director Lu Benkai, and producer Lu Mao all reposted the Weibo post. At once, Joy of Life became a trending topic. The atmosphere was still the same as before. Now, there was no need for keyboard warriors. The people on the internet had a unified style. These people all supported General and I and not Joy of Life. After Lin Fan reposted the Weibo post as well, hundreds of thousands of haters went to his Weibo and started scolding him. Trash, get lost, quit the entertainment industry. People like you who take the backdoor lead television series astray. You filmed all sorts of lousy dramas and even became the male lead. Do you really think you can act? No way, right? Just you wait. If the television drama doesn't look good on Friday, your entire family will die. Our Chocho's first relationship scene was destroyed by you. It would have been great if Su Yang had been the male lead. All sorts of comments filled Lin Fan's Weibo. Furthermore, because there were too many haters, some irrational haters even smashed Lin Fan's restaurant. At once, everyone was furious. Of course, most people were led astray. These people who fanned the flames were very scary. There were also all sorts of marketing accounts. There was an overwhelming amount of hate towards Lin Fan and the television drama Joy of Life. At the same time, a famous blogger with the nickname Lu Deda posted on Weibo, Lin Fan is a rich man who doesn't know how to act. Don't dirty the entertainment industry. There were more than 2,000 words in it. They were all about boycotting Lin Fan. Furthermore, the famous blogger Lu Deda usually liked to scold celebrities. He had scolded some handsome hunks before and now he was scolding Lin Fan. Many marketing accounts also started reposting Lu Deda's Weibo post. The denouncement on the internet was getting more and more heated. What was Lin Fan doing? He was in the Lake Heart Villa. There was a barbecue rack with all sorts of lamb skewers, mushrooms, eggplants, steak, etc. Xia Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Lin Jingjing, Su Yang, Lu Benkai, and the others were all in Lin Fan's house. It was a large gathering. As for the news on Weibo, Lin Fan wouldn't look at it. These news would only affect Lin Fan's mood. However, it didn't change the fact that Lin Fan could still live such a comfortable life. It was peaceful and happy, and there was a lot to eat. Most importantly, with the cat around, Lin Fan wouldn't get angry easily. Find new Tories on nov/elbin.com when he was angry. He would look at Xia Wanqiu and not be angry. 2 days later, Friday arrived. Joy of Life and General and I were officially premiering. On this day, Xia Wanqiu was sitting at Lin Fan's house. There was no one else at home but Lin Fan and Xia Wanqiu. The two of them sat together and waited for the drama to air. During this period of time, Lin Fan had nothing to do. Occasionally, he would write a new script. Finally, it was time. 4 episodes of Joy of Life were officially updated on iQIYI and Tencent Art. Mango TV and Happy Fruit also uploaded 4 episodes of General and I. The official battle between the two companies' television dramas began now. At Joy Media, Zhao Rui was sitting on a chair, her eyes filled with confidence. After so many days of fermenting public opinion, I want to see how this television drama Joy of Life will fight with General and I. Without a doubt, the final winner will be General and I. Yuehua, prepare to pay the price for choosing Lin Fan as the male lead. When the two television dramas were broadcasted at the same time, there were a large number of viewers on both iQIYI and Tencent Art. There were also some people in the audience who wanted to see how lousy Lin Fan's acting was. Countless comments appeared on the screen. Come. Let's see how Joy of Life is like. If Lin Fan's acting skills are really bad, I'll go scold him. That's right. People defamed Lin Fan for so many days on the internet. How did Lin Fan offend them? Maybe Lin Fan's acting is very good. Actually I'm here to see Xiao Wanqiu. Our Cho is the most beautiful. I don't know when I'll be able to marry her. The one in front who wants Cho to be his wife. Don't run away. I was here. The opening of Joy of Life was a theme song with a lot of accompanying music. There were many beautiful scenes in it too. When the audience heard the song and saw the scenes, the comments had already changed. D*MN, the male lead, Lin Fan, is a little handsome. Such a handsome hunk looks even more handsome than Su Yang. Not only is Lin Fan handsome, he's even more handsome than the male lead of General and I. Even this background music is especially nice. D*MN, what kind of godly music is this? There's a kissing scene between Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu. Why didn't they kiss? I want to see the kissing scene. Lin Fan's acting skills seem to be a little good. D*MN, who was the one who said that Lin Fan's acting skills weren't good? I just saw the opening scene and I felt that Lin Fan's acting skills were extraordinary. There are really too many haters on the internet. After Joy of Life entered the first episode's plot, these audiences were deeply engrossed in this plot. They were all stunned by the plot. At the start of the plot, it was the acting skills of a veteran actor. Such acting skills could not help but surprise everyone. By the time they finished watching the first episode, the comments no longer had any doubt. 666666. This television drama looks a little good. The opening theme is too interesting. They're all good actors with good acting skills. It's just that the male and female leads haven't appeared in the first episode. Let's see how the male lead Lin Fan perform. I hope he doesn't destroy this television series. I have to say, the scenes of this television drama, the post-production, the actors' acting skills and status, and the setting of the script are all very interesting. The audience's eyes were bright. An outstanding work could naturally move these people's heart. They would not say that a good work was bad. When it came to the second episode, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu finally appeared. Then, the two of them appeared on screen for a very long time. In the first episode, the comments were only showing that they were watching, and they were only praising the background music and post-production. When it came to the second episode, as the male and female leads appeared, the entire floating comments section exploded. D*MN, Lin Fan is so handsome. How can there be such a handsome person? Lin Fan didn't even put on any makeup and he's already so handsome. Lin Fan's fighting scenes, his martial arts scenes, and the scene of the male and female leads meeting, I feel like my heart is going to melt. Lin Fan's acting skills are really amazing. Also, Xiao Wanqiu's acting skills are superb. This is Xiao Wanqiu's first relationship scene. I didn't expect it to have such a good effect. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu look so compatible. I wonder when these two people in the show will be together. I'm looking forward to the next episode. In the future, I'll be Lin Fan's fan. If anyone dares to scold Lin Fan, I'll scold them back. With such good acting skills, we could even compare him to veteran actors. After the audience watched 2 episodes, the reputation of the drama had already changed. Then came the 3rd episode. After watching those 3 episodes, the entire comments section was already one-sided. You uvels up tes on nov/l/bi.com. This television drama was filmed too well. There were actually so many people who mocked Lin Fan previously. Lin Fan's acting skills are too godly. I'm already kneeling. How can there be someone with such good acting skills? I love it, I love it. I'm gonna follow this television drama, but there were too few updates. I only watched 3 episodes and my heart is itchy. I'm already completely stunned by the production of the scenes in this television drama. Who is the post-production team and director? How can they be so awesome? Please update the episode. I was originally defaming Lin Fan, but today, I have to say this serious. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. Your acting skills are too good. Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's scenes feel extremely sweet. I'm going to follow this television drama even if I have to become a member to do so. After the 3 episodes were over, regardless of whether it was Aichi or Tencent Arts, the floating comments section had already undergone a complete change. Almost all of the audience were impressed by the TV series' superb acting skills and perfect plot. It was simply too wonderful, especially the male lead, Lin Fan. They liked him now as much as they didn't think highly of him previously. It was this huge contrast that made the audience Lin Fan's fan. That night, Joy of Life was already trending again. The top trending topic was, Lin Fan's acting is amazing. The second most trending topic was, sorry Lin Fan. The third most trending topic was, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu's relationship scenes are amazing. The fourth most trending topic was, how can Joy of Life be so nice to watch? I love it. The fifth most trending topic was, Lin Fan and Xiao Wanqiu look so sweet together. The sixth most trending topic was, the post-production and dubbing of Joy of Life is too good. The top 6 trending topics on Weibo were all monopolized by Joy of Life. What was more surprising was that the people who had criticized Lin Fan online were all gone. Especially under the top trending topic, there were already 130,000 comments on Lin Fan's acting skills. Lin Fan's acting is awesome. What is acting? This is real acting. So what if he's a newcomer? He's a newcomer, and his acting skills are superb. I'm already in love with Lin Fan. Lin Fan's acting is so good and he's so handsome. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen a hunk with such amazing acting skills. Previously, I scolded Lin Fan and was brainlessly manipulated. Lin Fan's character is also superb. He spoke with his work. This television series has deeply moved me. I want to become a member for him. Previously, I said that we have to see his work first. Now, no one is scolding Lin Fan, right? Who asked my brother Lin Fan to be so awesome? How can Joy of Life be so good? The trending comments had countless comments under them. Seeing this news, Yuehua's employees were all elated. Some girls even screamed. Lin Fan was their idol in the company. They had seen their idol suffer from cyberbullying for so many days, but now his reputation had suddenly reversed. Joy of Life had already completely exceeded General and I. For Joy of Life to be able to surpass General and I, Lin Fan's godly acting skills had a huge impact. After a night, the trending topic list on Weibo was still taken up by many discussions about Joy of Life. Lin Fan had become extremely popular. The next day, the trending topics on Weibo were still discussing Lin Fan's acting. After a night, the reputation of the Joy of Life underwent a huge change. There were almost no haters of Joy of Life. The popularity of this drama had already reached 6 trending topics on Weibo. One could imagine how popular this drama was. It wasn't just the trending topics on Weibo. People even uploaded scenes of Lin Fan acting as the male lead of Joy of Life onto Jihu's trending topics list and the Palipali app. In an instant, countless spectators appeared, all of them praising Lin Fan's acting skills. Why do I feel like Lin Fan's acting skills are like those of a veteran actor? They're even better than those of a veteran actor. That's right. Lin Fan's acting skills aren't weak in front of veteran actors at all. His acting skills are really amazing. I remember that some time ago, Teacher Wu and Teacher Chan on Weibo praised Lin Fan. These 2 veteran actors' acting skills and character are quite good. They both praised Lin Fan like that. Now, we can see that Lin Fan's acting skills are indeed very good. It's just that the episodes are updated too slowly. Why are there only 3 episodes? It's not enough. The post-production and scenes of this drama are all the most perfect. Also, from my perspective as a music professional, only a master-level music scorer can produce such background music, especially this theme song. It's called A Will Forever. It's written very well and sounds very nice. I wonder who sang it. After only one night, the reputation of the television drama Joy of Life soared. 3 episodes were uploaded that night, and there were already 300 million views on iQIYI and Tencent Art. It had only been a night, but there were already so many views. Many people were curious about this television drama, and many people started to be attracted to it. Lin Fan's acting skills had become a highlight for countless viewers. Of course, Xiao Wanqiu, Su Xiaoyu, Su Yang, and the others' acting skills were pretty good. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L test updates. The changes in scenes and some changes in style, as well as emotional foreshadowing and personification of characters, were undoubtedly the most perfect. It could be said without exaggeration that the drama Joy of Life had already become the television drama with the best personification of characters in the history of national television dramas other than the dramas adapted from the 4 great classical novels. It was very difficult to surpass the 4 great classical novels, and the dramas adapted from them were also very classic. Faced with the stagnant waters of the entire country's television dramas that were filled with divine dramas, the sudden emergence of Joy of Life, the perfect acting skills of the actors and its incredible production team, made it rush to 300 million views in an instant. This was only 3 episodes. There were still many people who did not know how good this television drama was. The moment Joy of Life started broadcasting, its popularity had already reached tens of millions. The popularity was over 10 million, and the views reached 300 million. Of course, this didn't mean that 300 million people had seen the TV series. It was just a calculation method for iQIYI and Tencent Arts. But none of the television dramas before Joy of Life had such an effect. It became extremely popular overnight. It was completely popular. The audience could not even find any flaws in this television drama. The only flaw was that when Su Yang acted with Lin Fan, his looks were completely crushed. Yuehua Entertainment. When Lin Fan arrived at the company, there was a series of cheers in the company. Lin Fan is too handsome. Lin Fan, if it wasn't for you, our television series wouldn't have been so popular. After all, you were the one who wrote the script and helped with the director's work. There was also the post-production editing and dubbing. They were all amazing. No part of the film's production could do without you. You even acted as the male lead. The key is that you acted so well. Yeah, Lin Fan is so handsome. Even though we're from the same company, I'm already your fan. Lin Fan, you'll definitely be a big star in the future. I worship Lin Fan. Is there really such an outstanding person in the world? There really is, because he's standing in front of me. Many celebrities looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Not to mention these celebrities, even director Lu Benkai could not imagine that it would be so popular. This was simply a miracle. In the entire country, there had never been such a history. The television drama exploded into popularity. Even the actors in the television dramas were all extremely popular. This was the victory of the entire team, and this victory could not do without Lin Fan. All right. There's no need to praise me like that. It's just a television drama. The success of this television series cannot do without all of our effort. Whether it's the actors, director Lu, brother Lu, or CEO Lee, they have helped us a lot, said Lin Fan with a smile. He wouldn't take all the credit for it. Lin Fan was still very good at conducting himself. What he said was right. If a television drama wanted to succeed, it was impossible to rely on Lin Fan alone. As for the director, post-production, and dubbing, Lin Fan didn't try to steal the credit. This was what Lu Benkai, Shue Kurson, and the others deserved. As for him, just being the male lead alone and writing such an outstanding script was enough to bring him a lot of fame and fortune. That's different, Lin Fan. Although the success of the television series is the result of all of our hard work, you're the initiator of this television series. You're the soul of joy of life. I finally understand why CEO Lee likes you so much. You're simply an all-rounder talent. How can anyone not like you? Lu Benkai smiled. Of course, Lin Fan is really amazing, Shwekerson said. Xiao Wanqiu stood beside Lin Fan and looked at him quietly. Unknowingly, Lin Fan had become so outstanding. With Lin Fan around, Xiao Wanqiu always felt very safe. At least in this entertainment industry, no one dared to bully her anymore. With Lin Fan around, Xiao Wanqiu felt that she wasn't afraid of anything. She didn't have to be afraid in the entertainment industry anymore. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu walked in front of Lin Fan and exclaimed, "Master, look at your number of Weibo fans. They're increasing continuously. I saw that you only had 10,000 fans yesterday, but now you actually have so many fans." Su Xiaoyu looked at her phone. She was focused on Lin Fan and his fan count. She felt that it was unbelievable. In just one night, Lin Fan's Weibo fan count had gone from 10,000 to 1.32 million. He had gained 1 million fans overnight. And these fans were all loyal fans. Under Lin Fan's comments, they apologized and praised him. They felt very sorry for what they had done previously. Therefore, they had now become Lin Fan's hardcore fans. These fans had already treated Lin Fan as their idol.